Cang Hong, have traversed into this realm as the most ancient ancestor. In the Age of Origins, I lived 5 lifetimes but grew weary, choosing to bury myself and await the path to immortality. My family has produced emperors for generations, a lineage of remarkable prowess, and those who could not match us learned to lie in their coffins, fostering a sense of familial unity and tranquility through the ages. Until this day, when the coffin lid was struck with a thunderous sound. Great ancestor, help us! The current emperor claims we are harboring the elixir of immortality and intends to excavate our ancestral tomb. I squinted and saw that the 9th ancestor was knocked down and the 5th ancestor was embedded in a wall. Outside, the mighty Ling Tiandadi was still shouting, "Cang family ghost, come out and die." I felt a bit irritable upon waking. Ding! The godly choice system is activated. Choice 1. Continue sleeping. Reward: a jar of sleeping pills. Choice 2. Turn over and frighten him. Reward: supreme coffin lid. Choice 3. Emerge and smite him with a single slap. Reward: live a 6th life. I chose the 3rd option. The coffin exploded. Later, a descendant of mine had a child, heralding a celestial phenomenon with purple chi stretching for 30,000 miles. The heavenly Tao eagerly sent a grandfather ring, intending to arrange the fate of my offspring. I snatched the ring back, erased the heavenly Tao's mark, and declared to the 9 heavens, "If you dare reach out again, I shall sever it." Now, I lead a group of talented descendants, spending my days either teaching or confronting others. Those ancient relics hiding in the forbidden zones are seething as they observe our family's WeChat group flourish. Today, I will lecture on how to knock out your opponent's front teeth with minimal spiritual energy. Everyone take your seats. Class is in session. Chapter 1. Ants gain ambition. The current emperor? A dog by the roadside. Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. The once ethereal realm, suffused with celestial light and auspicious clouds, was now shrouded in an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Terrifying figures stood in the void, resembling divine pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. The leading figure, clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, bore the chaotic imperial seal. He was none other than the current Ling Tiandadi. His features were handsome, yet his brow was marred by an inescapable air of malice and urgency. He had but 10,000 years left to live. These 4 words gnawed at the pride of this 2nd-generation emperor like a venomous snake. He did not wish to die, nor did he want to cut himself down and become one of those wretched creatures languishing in coffins. Thus, he came, poised to invade this legendary first forbidden zone, Xianxia. Song clan, how dare you, a mere minister, challenge the sovereign and disregard the reigning emperor? The voice of the Ling Tiandadi thundered like the roar of the heavens, shaking the protective array surrounding Xianxia into flickering instability. Hand over the secret to immortality, and I may spare your bloodline. Otherwise, my resolve is firm. What fear is there in death? No matter the cost, I shall seize the secret to immortality. Today, there shall be no more Xianxia. Within Xianxia, celestial mountains crumbled and spiritual rivers ran dry. The ancestral grounds, once resembling a paradise, were now in disarray. Countless members of the Cang clan turned pale, gazing at the demonic figure beyond the heavens, trembling uncontrollably. That was the current emperor. At the pinnacle of the 2nd generation, his vitality surged like a dragon at the peak of his powers. Patriarch, the outer 3 layers of the formation have been breached. The imperial might is overwhelming. The younger generation cannot hold on any longer. An elder staggered into the ancestral hall, blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. Inside the hall, the current patriarch, Cang Xuan, was drenched in cold sweat in his blue robe. He gazed deep into the ancestral grounds where 9 ancient coffins had lain silent for countless millennia, and ultimately, he knelt heavily to the ground. Unworthy descendant Cang Xuan beseeches the ancestors to awaken. His voice was filled with sorrow and despair. A formidable enemy approaches, seeking to annihilate our Cang clan's lineage. The descendants are incapable of protecting our ancestral heritage. We implore the ancestors to awaken and safeguard our Cang clan's bloodline. Crack, snap. A faint sound of cracking echoed in the stillness of the ancestral grounds. At the outermost edge, a dust-covered gray stone coffin lid shifted slightly. A hand, dry and claw-like, slowly emerged, resting on the coffin's edge. Then, an emaciated old man, little more than skin and bones, struggled to sit up. His hair was sparse, his eye sockets deeply sunken, emanating an overwhelming aura of death. Only his opened eyes held a murky depth, occasionally flashing terrifying visions that could extinguish the stars. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed, his voice hoarse like a broken wind instrument. What disturbs our slumber? His gaze swept over the kneeling Tsang Xuan and others, then turned to the imperial might soaring into the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. The current emperor, ninth ancestor. Tsang Xuan bowed his head to the ground, his voice choking. The Ling Tiandadi intends to force his way into Xianxia and seize the secret of immortality. We cannot withstand it. The old man, known as the ninth ancestor, fell silent for a moment. He slowly rose from the coffin, a faint light beginning to glow within his frail frame. Ancient imperial runes, long dimmed, were forcibly ignited, emitting a faint glow. With each rune that lit up, the oppressive aura of decay surrounding him intensified. This was the last vestige of his essence, forcibly drawing upon a fragment of his former imperial might. Very well. The ninth ancestor sighed, taking a step forward and arriving outside the heavens. He hunched his back, facing the Ling Tiandadi in his robe of 9 dragons, which bore down upon the universe. Young one, the ninth ancestor spoke, his voice still hoarse, yet tinged with the indifference of one long accustomed to power. Leave. This place is not where you belong. Ling Tiandadi's gaze sharpened as it swept over the ninth ancestor before he sneered. I wonder who it was. Turns out to be a decayed relic of self-mutilation. A mere beggar. All the heavens and earth serve this emperor. Why must you act as a traitor? To linger on until now. Do you think you are worthy to command my retreat? He ceased his idle chatter and raised his hand, striking down decisively. The emperor's attack caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. An endless array of Tao principles coalesced into a colossal hand that spanned the galaxy, with the sun, moon, and stars swirling around its palm, forcefully descending upon Jiuzhu. This was an intention to obliterate him entirely with a single strike. Ha! Jiuzhu chuckled, a smile tinged with bitterness and derision. In his prime, during the height of his second life, he could have easily subdued such a junior. But now, he ultimately did not reach the pinnacle of transcendence. That would have been a desperate gamble. If he pushed to the extreme, regardless of victory or defeat, he would turn to ashes. He merely lifted his equally withered palm and gently pointed at the overshadowing giant hand. This, a grayish beam of light, shot upwards defiantly. Wherever the light passed, all things withered, even the laws decayed and vanished. This was his imperial technique from when he attained enlightenment, the Jimief finger. Once unleashed, all spirits fell silent. Boom! The finger collided with the palm. A terrifying explosion engulfed the surroundings. Countless stars instantly reduced to dust. Jiuzhu's body trembled violently, staggering back several steps, a trickle of dark golden imperial blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His already emaciated form seemed to wither further. In contrast, the Ling Tiandi merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. The disparity was evident. Old fool, is this all you can do? Ling Tiandi scoffed, merciless in his advantage, stepping forward to stand before Jiuzhu. His imperial fist, akin to a dragon, bore down with an oppressive force toward Jiuzhu's face. Before the punch arrived, the force of its wind had already rent the void. Jiuzhu roared in anger, forming seals with his hands, as a mottled ancient shield appeared before him. Clang! The imperial fist struck the ancient shield with a sound that shattered souls. The shield could only withstand for a moment before it exploded violently. Jiuzhu was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through several floating immortal mountains before barely stopping. His chest caved in, imperial bones shattered, and his breath dwindled to the utmost low. He had been defeated. An emperor who had once self-slashed, facing a vibrant and peak-era contemporary emperor, even if he had once been a second-generation emperor, found it hard to retaliate. Unless he reached the utmost transcendence and unleashed his final radiance. But to do so would be akin to courting death. Jiuzhu! Within the upper realm, Tsang Xuan and others were on the verge of madness. Who else is there? Ling Tiandi stepped into the air, his gaze cold as it swept toward the depths of the ancestral land. Let those old ghosts in their coffins roll out together. Today, I shall trample your upper realm and uncover the secrets hidden within. Ling Tianbrat, how dare you bully my Tsang clan like this? Another roar erupted from the ancestral land. This time, a bronze ancient coffin exploded. A tall figure, an elderly man in a red robe with disheveled hair, soared into the sky. His vitality was also waning, but compared to Jiuzhu, it was still significantly more vibrant, like a volcano on the brink of extinction, still exuding an intimidating heat. Wuzu, hope rekindled in the eyes of the Tsang clan members. Wuzu was the most tempestuous among Jiuzu's lineage, known for his formidable combat prowess. He had lived through 3 lifetimes. Oh, another one who seeks death. Ling Tiandi raised an eyebrow, sensing the distinctly stronger aura emanating from Wuzu compared to Jiuzu. A flicker of seriousness appeared in his eyes, though excitement prevailed. Now, this is getting interesting. Kulme, let me see just how much worth you ancient relics have left. Wuzu offered no response, his eyes bloodshot as he charged forward. He unleashed a punch, and a terrifying vision of collapsing mountains and falling sun and moon materialized at the edge of his fist. This was his imperial technique, Pomi Fist. With this punch, all things were annihilated. Come at me, Ling Tiandi howled, meeting the challenge with a punch of his own. Their fists collided like 2 ancient universes crashing together. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 instantly became entwined in battle, striking from the heavens down to the depths of the Starry River, then surging back from the depths of the Starry River to the confines beyond. Imperial blood rained down, piercing the void. The sound of Dao resonated, shattering the laws. Wuzu was indeed ferocious, even self-slashed. Leveraging the profound foundation of a 3-lifetime emperor, he fought evenly with Ling Tiandi, even managing to suppress him at one point. However, he was ultimately a self-slashed body. As the battle wore on, the drawbacks of his waning vitality became apparent once more. A flaw. Ling Tiandi's gaze was as sharp as a heavenly blade. Seizing upon a slight hesitation from Wuzu, he pointed out, piercing through his shoulder blade. Imperial blood splattered. Wuzu let out a muffled groan, his assault faltering. Ling Tiandi, relentless in his advantage, unleashed a storm of imperial fists. Puff! Wuzu was struck in the chest once more, half of his body nearly obliterated, sent flying over 1 billion miles, crashing into the edge of the ancestral land, and his breath plummeted to the nadir. He had been defeated. Likewise, he had not reached the utmost transcendence. It was not worth it, for even if he pushed to the extreme and fought to the death against Ling Tiandi, there were still 6 great imperial clans and other forbidden zones watching hungrily. Despair, a cold despair, like poisonous vines, coiled around the hearts of every Tsang clan member. Even with Jiuzu and Wuzu emerging in succession, they had both been defeated. Was it true that the Tsang family, which had inherited for countless epochs, was destined to perish here today? Merely this. Ling Tiandi stood aloft, gazing down at the shattered upper realm with disdain in his eyes. The so-called forbidden zones, the so-called immortality, are nothing but a group of pitiful worms afraid of death, a tomb huddled together for warmth. Today, I shall personally unveil the secrets of this tomb. He raised his hand once more, boundless imperial power converging, preparing to deliver the final blow to the upper realm. The ancestors of the 6 great imperial clans also stepped forward, their energies locking onto the upper realm to prevent any unforeseen changes. In that moment of silence, as the light in the eyes of all Tsang clan members was about to extinguish completely, buzz, an indescribable wave emanated from the deepest part of the ancestral land, from the ancient stone coffin inscribed with primal runes and covered in ancient dust. It was not a sound, yet resonated clearly within the very souls of every living being. Time, space, even Ling Tiandi's hand, which had gathered terrifying imperial power and was about to strike down, froze in that instant. How annoying. A young voice, thick with sleep and seemingly just awakened, spoke slowly with a hint of impatience. The lid of the primal stone coffin slid open silently by a crack. Ding. Host consciousness fully awakened. Divine level choice system activated. Option 1. Continue sleeping, indifferent to the collapsing world. Reward. Anshin Mushin, Supreme Sleep Aid. Option 2. Turn over and scare them a bit. Reward. Xingu Lianxi Technique, essential for playing dead. Option 3. Emerge from the coffin, slap the troublemaker dead, and then continue sleeping. Reward. Complete peak cultivation and state of the 6th life. No side effects, instant fusion. Inside the coffin, Cang Hong blinked, processing the unfamiliar system prompt in his mind while assessing the dire situation outside. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a cold arc. Is there even a need to choose? He murmured softly. He then selected 3. Chapter 2. Embrace the 6th path fruit. A mere flick of the finger to crush a bug. In the instant the stone coffin shattered, there was no earth-shattering roar. Only an overwhelming silence that enveloped the entire realm. Time, space, the flowing spiritual energy, the drifting dust, and even the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the minds of those present. All froze in that singular moment. It was as though an invisible hand had pressed the pause button on existence. The hand of the Emperor Ling Tian, brimming with boundless imperial power and poised to strike, hung motionless in midair. The triumphant disdain etched upon his face had yet to transform before it became utterly rigid. The expressions of despair on the faces of the fallen ninth ancestor and fifth ancestor were similarly frozen in time. Even the tears cascading down the faces of the celestial clan leaders hung, suspended in the air. Only thought continued to flow. Then with a dull thud, a sound resonated, as if echoing from the depths of eternity, reverberating in the very hearts of all living beings. The frozen time and space resumed their flow, yet no one moved. All gazes were riveted upon the shattered coffin and the figure slowly rising within it. It was a remarkably youthful man, with flowing black hair, a face chiseled like a sculpture, and eyes closed, long lashes casting a small shadow upon his eyelids. Clad in the simplest gray robe, he exuded no overwhelming aura, nor was there a hint of spiritual power. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary young man, just awakening from slumber. It was precisely he who sent shivers through the souls of the two self-sacrificing emperors, a reigning emperor and all others who perceived this scene. Crack! The young man, or rather, Cang Hong, slowly opened his eyes. What a pair of eyes they were! At first glance, they seemed to harbor the chaos of primordial creation, the fleeting images of a universe's birth and demise. Then they transformed into an unfathomable abyss of darkness, akin to the ancient night sky, encompassing all while remaining indifferent to everything. He surveyed his surroundings with a hint of bewilderment. The shattered celestial mountains, the severed spiritual rivers, the descendants kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, and the unfamiliar yet formidable presences radiating hostility and greed from beyond the heavens. Finally, his gaze fell upon himself. Gray robe, a style from the era of origin. How long have I been asleep? He murmured softly, his voice still tinged with the rasp of awakening, yet resonating clearly in every ear. No one dared respond. All held their breath. It seemed Cang Hong did not require an answer. He inhaled gently. Such a simple act unleashed a terrifying presence, indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible, that erupted with a thunderous force. It was neither spiritual power nor imperial might. It is a manifestation of the Tao, a force that surpasses myriad paths, compelling all celestial laws to submit beneath its resounding, supreme presence. The origin stone coffin beneath him shatters inch by inch, transforming into the most primordial chaos swirling around him. The void of his ancestral land begins to spontaneously evolve into fire, wind, and water, a fleeting spectacle akin to the creation of heaven and earth. His gray robe, stirred by an unseen wind, starts to reveal the sun, moon, and stars, mountains and rivers, as if it bears the imprint of an entire ancient history upon its fabric. His aura begins to ascend at a mind-boggling pace, overwhelming the thoughts of all present. What once seemed like a mere mortal swiftly transcends into the realm of quasi-emperors, bypassing alternative paths to enlightenment, and strides directly into the domain of emperors. Moreover, there is no hint of cessation. The first, second, third, fourth, and fifth emperors. His momentum effortlessly shatters the constraints of the fifth emperor, reaching a state incomprehensible and unimaginable to all present, including the celestial emperor. It is a sense of perfection, of completeness, a genuine standing at the pinnacle of humanity, overlooking the cycles of eternity. It is as if he stands there, embodying the Tao itself. The sixth generation, a flawless sixth emperor's Tao fruit. The celestial emperor, suspended in midair, feels his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His thoughts roar in madness. His soul screams in terror. How can this be possible? How could a self-beheaded supreme return to the pinnacle in an instant? No, this is not merely a return to the peak. This aura, this sense of wholeness, seems to coexist with the heavens and the earth with the Tao itself. It is as if he has truly lived a new life. He has attained the perfect, unblemished apex state that a sixth emperor should possess. This defies reason. This shatters understanding. A self-beheaded supreme, seeking to regain their zenith, must undergo extreme transcendence, burning all, a fleeting moment, followed by annihilation of the Tao and death of the body. This is an ironclad law, a truth verified by the blood and tears of all past supremes in forbidden realms. Yet here, this ancient being emerging from the coffin not only returns in an instant, but does so in an unfathomably perfect state, even more terrifying than the legendary sixth emperor. No, it is impossible. This cannot be happening. The celestial emperor screams inwardly, but when he opens his mouth, he finds himself unable to utter a sound. The omnipresent Tao of the Cang Hong suppresses everything. It is not merely power. It is a fundamental, essential, and thorough obliteration. Like fireflies against the full moon. Like a droplet against the vast ocean. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor comprehends with utmost clarity that he, the so-called current Second Emperor, is likely no more than a slightly robust ant in the eyes of his opponent. A soft sound echoes. Cang Hong gently snapped his fingers. The frozen fabric of time and space returned to its normal state. Thud, thud, thud. It was not his intention to kneel, rather his body, their souls, and the path of their cultivation instinctively bowed in reverence to that figure, paying homage to the living myth. The 9 ancestors and the 5 ancestors struggled to rise, disregarding their grievous injuries, and with profound respect and incredulous ecstasy, they deeply bowed before that figure. The wayward descendants were paying their respects to the great ancestor. Their voices trembled, tinged with a weeping tone. Cang Hong did not cast a glance at them. His gaze finally settled upon the distant Emperor Ling Tian. That gaze was devoid of fury, devoid of murderous intent, and even devoid of any emotion. It resembled a person observing an ant scuttling across the ground beneath their feet. Yet, it was precisely such a gaze that chilled Emperor Ling Tian's blood, sending his imperial soul into a frenzy of alarm, screaming for him to flee, escape quickly. But he found himself immobilized. The laws of his imperial path were utterly suppressed within him, rendering him incapable of even a flicker of movement. It was you. Cang Hong spoke, his tone remaining flat. You sought to flatten my heaven, to excavate my grave? The color drained from Emperor Ling Tian's face, his lips quivered, and his teeth chattered. He attempted to muster a smile, but it appeared more grotesque than a cry. Predecessor, it is all a misunderstanding. I, Ling Tian, the junior of the younger generation, have long admired the illustrious name of the first emperor of the Origin era, and have come to pay my respects. Yes, it was a visit. He stumbled over his words, his mind blank, desperately seeking a reason, any reason at all. Upon hearing that you were in slumber here, I was filled with longing and fear that you might forget the passage of time if you slept too long. Hence, I came to awaken you. I meant no offense. Absolutely none. He nearly swore to the heavens, cold sweat beading on his forehead, utterly devoid of the former majesty of a contemporary emperor who once gazed down upon the heavens and looked askance at the forbidden zones. Cang Hong silently observed his performance, watching as Emperor Ling Tian's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately falling silent, consumed by boundless fear. Oh, Cang Hong responded softly. Then, he raised his right hand. Casually, he flicked his finger towards Emperor Ling Tian, as if brushing away a speck of dust from his garment. No. Emperor Ling Tian's pupils constricted sharply, emitting a desperate scream of ultimate despair. He fervently burned his imperial blood, seeking to break free from his shackles, yearning for transcendence, striving for survival. Yet, it was futile. In the instant that finger flicked, everything around him, time, space, laws, even the burning of his imperial blood and the boiling of his soul power, became frozen. This was not the previous stillness of time. Rather, it was a state of stasis defined by a power of a higher order. Then, Emperor Ling Tian could only watch. Helpless, as an invisible, intangible force, seemingly capable of annihilating all, descended upon him. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor was there a dazzling, celestial radiance. It was akin to a stroke on a canvas gently erased by an eraser. The Emperor Ling Tian, this contemporary sovereign of unparalleled might, along with the 9 dragons' imperial robe adorning him, the chaotic imperial seal atop his head, and the profound laws of imperial Tao cultivated over countless years within him. From head to toe, from within to without, disintegrated inch by inch, he transformed into the minutest particles of light, dissipating into the void. Not even a scream had the chance to fully escape his lips. Only a faint thought, imbued with unwillingness and regret, lingered for a fleeting moment. I should not have come. The phenomenon of the Emperor's demise, a spectacle of cosmic sorrow, had just begun to manifest, with blood clouds gathering and the laws lamenting. Yet, it was but a casual glance from the Cang Hong that brought it all to ruin. Disperse. Such was the command. And the blood clouds scattered. The lamenting laws fell silent. The nascent signs of imperial collapse were abruptly halted, as if this Emperor Ling Tian had never existed in this world at all. With a mere snap of his fingers, the emperor was extinguished. The entire cosmos fell into a deathly silence. The 6 ancestral elders of the imperial clans, prostrated in the void, trembled like leaves in the wind. with a foul liquid even seeping from their loins. Yet they remained blissfully unaware. Their minds were utterly blank. To extinguish an emperor with a mere snap of the fingers? What kind of power was this? What realm did this signify? Could such a feat truly be within the grasp of an emperor? Throughout the 9 skies and 10 lands, in the deepest recesses of every life-restricted zone, ancient weathered eyes, some cold, others indifferent, suddenly opened in the instant the Emperor Ling Tian's essence vanished completely. Waves of divine consciousness, potent enough to extinguish stars, intertwined with disbelief and horror. The Emperor's demise with a snap of fingers. The 6th generation of the flawless Tao fruit. How could this be possible? The Lord of the Heavens was still alive and had advanced even further. Immediately, they commanded all descendants and servants to refrain from stepping foot within the realm of the heavens for a millennium. No, not within 1,000 miles. No one was permitted to approach. Orders were sent forth. Seal the mountains. A comprehensive sealing. Without the command of the sovereign, none were allowed to emerge into the world. Quickly, investigate. Scrutinize all records regarding the Cang Hong of the origin era. Not a single detail must be overlooked. How could he possibly have survived the self-immolation of the 6th generation? How could there be a path ahead for him? Panic, an indescribable dread, akin to a plague, spread through the hearts of all ancient beings who perceived this scene. That man had returned, and he was countless times more terrifying than the legends had foretold. In an unknown realm of the mythic age, within an ancient Taoist temple shrouded in chaotic mist, a young Taoist, his countenance resembling jade, adorned with a purple golden crown and clad in an 8 trigrams robe, slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze lay the dissolution of galaxies and the passage of ages. Brother Cang Hong, you have ultimately walked ahead of us all. He sighed softly, enveloped in a complex blend of nostalgia and a barely perceptible horror. The 6th generation, flawless. Could that path truly exist? Beyond the heavens, within the void. Cang Hong effortlessly extinguished the Emperor, as though merely performing an inconsequential act. I, Cang Hong, have awakened. Those who seek the secret of immortality, those who wish to tread upon the heavens, those who wish to unearth my grave, you are always welcome. However, his gaze swept across the void, glancing over the forbidden zones hidden beyond endless time and space, as if brushing aside a patch of weeds. The next visitor would do well to be stronger than the last, just a tad more formidable, lest they dampen my enthusiasm. As his words fell, he waved his hand casually. Once this was accomplished, Cang Hong turned around to behold the Cang clan descendants kneeling in awe, trembling with excitement. He also regarded the 2 ancestors, the 9th and 5th, struggling to bow once more. The indifference on his face dissipated, revealing a trace of subtle warmth, almost imperceptible. Rise, all of you, now that I am awake, this celestial realm. He lifted his gaze towards the boundless void. His tone serene, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, should not allow anyone to infringe upon the Cang family's slightest interest. Meanwhile, deep within his consciousness, the chilling sound of a system notification echoed once more. Ding. Beginner task completed. Reward. 6th generation Emperor's cultivation, flawless, has been granted. Main quest initiated. Quest details. Reunite the 9 origin artifacts. Seek the ultimate secret to becoming an immortal. Quest hint. The first fragment of the origin stone tablet has scattered into the chaotic void following the fall of Emperor Ling Tian. Its aura has been marked. Cang Hong's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly. The 9 origin artifacts? Quite intriguing. It seems that upon this awakening, many tasks await his attention. Chapter 3. The rise of the clan begins with the young. The wind has died down. The rain has ceased. In the ancestral lands of the heavens, the shattered immortal mountains are self-repairing. The once stagnant spirit river is surging anew. Dense spiritual energy transforms into gentle rain, showering every startled member of the Cang clan. Injuries are mending. Exhausted magical power is being restored. Even the despair that nearly overwhelmed everything within their hearts is slowly dissipating beneath the supreme aura that envelopes the world, instilling a sense of reassurance. Cang Hong stood suspended in the air, his gray robe fluttering. He looked down at the descendants kneeling below him, as well as the 9th and 5th ancestors who struggled to rise, their breaths feeble. His gaze lingered for a moment on their withered faces. Old 9th Songming. He spoke, calling the 9th ancestor by his true name. Old 5th Songjian. At the mention of their names, both elders trembled, suddenly lifting their heads, disbelief igniting in their murky old eyes. Great ancestor, do you still remember us? The voice of the ninth ancestor, Song Ming, trembled with emotion. The fifth ancestor, Song Zhan, had tears welling in his fierce eyes. Since their self-imposed slumber, the grand ancestor had long been in eternal rest for countless millennia. They had presumed that this true architect of their lineage had long forgotten the names of those who came after him amidst the passage of time. Although I slumber, my spirit occasionally wanders, Cang Hong remarked softly. When you two entered the ancestral realm to rest, I cast a fleeting glance upon you. Song Ming, with your steadfast nature, excels in defense. Song Zhan, with your valiant spirit, excels in offense. Indeed, you are both commendable. Yet, the mere utterance of the word commendable sent tremors of excitement through the two venerable ancestors, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and once ruled as mighty emperors, akin to children receiving the highest accolade. Grand Ancestor, the two bowed deeply once more, this time devoid of any reluctance, only profound respect emanating from their very cores. Cang Hong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the other ancient coffins that remained silent. The second, the third, the fourth ancestors, along with several other young ones, still lay in slumber, their breaths faint yet steady. He murmured to himself, thoroughly aware of the current core essence of the family. As for those on the periphery, his gaze drifted past Song Xian, traversing the hundreds of core elders and stewards of the Song clan present, and further afield to the curious yet apprehensive young descendants peering in from a distance. Their unfamiliar faces and foreign bloodline auras were evident, yet the intrinsic connection derived from him, the essence of the Song family, was undeniable. These were his progeny, the bloodline that had proliferated and been passed down through generations after his slumber. Rise, Cang Hong's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, still calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What manner of appearance is this? My Song family sons may kneel before heaven and earth, before our parents and ancestors, but our knees are not meant to remain perpetually bowed. As his words fell, a gentle yet irresistible force lifted everyone from their kneeling positions. Song Xian and the others stood resolutely, still too reverent to raise their heads, their hands respectfully at their sides. Are you the patriarch of this generation? Cang Hong's gaze fixed upon Song Xian. Indeed, this junior, Song Xian, pays respects to the grand ancestor. Song Xian hastily bowed again, his voice trembling with excitement and trepidation. Song Xian. Cang Hong repeated the name, as if peering through the veil of time. You belong to the Xian generation, the 72nd descendant of the 7th ancestor. Song Xian was taken aback, his body quaking in disbelief and joy. Grand ancestor, you are indeed enlightened. I am of the lineage of the 7th ancestor, ranked 9th among the Xian generation. He could hardly fathom that this grand ancestor, who existed only in the family as oldest murals and legends, a figure his grandfather's grandfather had never seen, could so effortlessly recount the lineage of his blood. This was not merely a sign of exceptional memory. It indicated that this venerable ancestor had never truly forgotten the family. Even in slumber, the lineage of the family continues, perhaps sensed by him on some profound level. An indescribable sense of belonging and security surges within the hearts of all members of the Song clan. Cang Hong responded affirmatively, choosing not to elaborate further. The family, with its flourishing branches and leaves, has been passed down through generations. To recall the bloodline characteristics of a few core brothers and recognize the generational lineage of the current clan leader is already a considerable feat more descendants. He indeed does not know, nor is it necessary for him to know them all. What is the origin of this calamity? He inquired, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Song Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his feelings, succinctly recounting how Ling Tiandi coveted the secret of celestial longevity, how he relentlessly pressured the family, and how they ultimately had no choice but to awaken the ancestors. He spoke plainly, neither exaggerating nor concealing anything. Cang Hong listened quietly. Upon hearing the phrase secret of longevity, a fleeting hint of derision flashed in his eyes. When he learned of the two ancestors sustaining grave injuries to protect the family, the indifference in his gaze softened slightly. Yet, that was the extent of his reaction. Understood. Once Song Xian finished, he replied with merely 3 words. It seemed that this calamity, which nearly led to the annihilation of the Song clan, appeared to him as nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. In truth, it indeed was. A mere snap of the fingers could resolve it. The 6 imperial clans, as well as those outsiders who merely observed, were of little concern. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the layers of celestial restraints, scanning those who continued to lurk in the shadows, yet dared not reveal a hint of their presence. I have already imposed a light punishment. Within 10,000 years, they should remain subdued. A light punishment? The corners of Xianxia and the others' mouths twitched. To have extinguished a contemporary emperor with a mere snap of the fingers, instilling fear throughout the celestial domains. Was this merely a light punishment? However, Cang Hong shifted his tone. The root of the calamity lies in one's own frailty. If the family were robust, what need would there be for petty intruders to covet? If the younger generation were ambitious, why would it be necessary to rouse our decrepit selves? His gaze slowly swept over each member of the Cang clan present, lingering for a moment on the faces of the younger generation. Under his scrutiny, all the young individuals involuntarily straightened their spines, feeling both unparalleled glory and the weight of immense pressure. From today onward, all family matters will continue to be presided over by the clan leader and the council of elders. I shall be watching. He did not state that he would take over or that all must heed his command. Yet, the phrase "I shall be watching" carried more weight than any command. It signified that this unfathomable ancestor would truly emerge from his slumber, observing every step of the family's future. It is both protection and a spur to action. Obey the will of the great ancestor. Xianxia led the others in a respectful affirmation. You may disperse now, tend to your wounds, and reorganize as necessary. Cang Hong waved his hand, as if granted a great pardon. The crowd respectfully bowed before departing in succession, their hearts stirred with excitement, elation, and the complex emotions of having survived a calamity. Soon, the core of the ancestral grounds was left with only Cang Hong and the two venerable ancestors, Cang Ming and Cang Zhan, who stood nearby. The two elders hesitated to speak. You should also tend to your wounds, Cang Hong remarked, casting a glance at them. Having sacrificed a part of yourself, and with your essence now flawed, do not leave behind hidden dangers. Yes, great ancestor, they replied, not daring to say more, and bowed as they withdrew to their coffins, drawing upon the ancient essence that had settled within the ancestral grounds to silently mend their own injuries. With everyone gone, the ancestral grounds returned to their former desolation and tranquility, save for the lingering aura of imperial power and the subtle fractures in the void that had yet to fully settle, whispering of the recent turmoil. Cang Hong stood alone in the emptiness, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the heavens he had personally forged, now slumbering for countless ages. His eyes, deep and contemplative, hinted at unspoken thoughts. Ding! Preliminary detection of family crisis resolved. The environment is stabilizing. Mainline task for family resurgence. Phase 1 released. Start from the very beginning. Task description. A great family begins with an exceptional successor. Please, within 3 months, personally select and initially cultivate a core seed with imperial potential from among the contemporary young members of the Cang clan who are under 20. Task requirements. The chosen seed must pass the foundational assessments set by the host and demonstrate at least the potential of a young supreme. Task rewards. Coordinates for a fragment of the Origin 9 tool spirit pool, a minor enhancement of family fortune, and a foundational cultivation insight suitable for practitioners below the supreme level. Failure penalty. None. However, it will affect the subsequent mainline task chain. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind at an opportune moment. An imperial potential seed? Starting from childhood? Cang Hong raised an eyebrow. This system task was rather intriguing. It was more nuanced than he had anticipated, offering a more detailed approach than merely engaging in battles and seeking fragments. His gaze swept across the system space. The complete and undamaged cultivation and insights of the 6th-generation emperor. Rewards from the previous task of obliterating an emperor with a mere snap of his fingers had fully integrated with him. He felt an unprecedented state of well-being, even surpassing the strength he had achieved after enduring countless trials to reach the pinnacle of the 5th generation. This was a fundamental enhancement, devoid of any adverse effects. System. Gangong Mused Awadi. The origins of this entity eluded him for the time being, but it undoubtedly served as a significant aid in swiftly understanding this era, restoring and enhancing his power, and even exploring the mysteries of the path to immortality. As for the task of nurturing the next generation, he raised his eyes once more, as if penetrating through layers of palatial walls, envisioning the eager faces of the young, engaged in fervent discussions or diligently practicing their skills. Very well, since awakening has occurred, in the pursuit of reuniting the 9 origin artifacts and exploring the path to immortality, a formidable and vibrant family, along with a cadre of extraordinary descendants, is undeniably the cornerstone of this endeavor. Let us commence with the little ones. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile graced his lips. It is also an opportune moment to observe the progeny of the Cang Hong lineage, who have slumbered through countless epochs. What is the quality of their bloodline? A command resonated. The voice of Cang Hong echoed calmly, directly reaching Xianxia, who had just returned to the Patriarch's Hall, barely managing to catch his breath. 3 days hence, at the Ask-the-Way cliff in our ancestral land, all members of the Cang clan under the age of 20 may attend. I wish to personally assess the future of our Cang family. Chapter 4. The announcement sent ripples throughout the clan. The morning bell of the heavens tolled. Not the usual clear summons for a council, but a deep, resonant sound reminiscent of ancient epics, reverberating with 9 thunderous strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding chimes pierced through layers of palatial edifices and transcended countless immortal mountains and spiritual springs, echoing distinctly across every inch of the celestial realm. At that moment, whether the core disciples in secluded cultivation, the younger generation attending lectures in the martial hall, or the auxiliary disciples tending to spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields, all paused in their endeavors, startled and gazing upward. The ancestral bell had tolled 9 times, an event that had only occurred thrice since the clan's records began. Once at the end of the mythical era, when an unspeakable entity forcefully invaded the celestial realm, leading to a bloodbath among the ancestors. A second time during the ancient era, when a near split occurred within the family's doctrinal lineage. The third instance was merely days ago, when the Emperor Ling Tian and 6 great imperial clans besieged the city. And today marks the 4th occurrence. All members of the Cang clan, heed my command. The solemn yet barely contained excitement in Xianxia's voice echoed with the chime waves, resonating far and wide. The decree of the great ancestor. Merely 4 words sent countless hearts into a frenzied halt, breaths suspended. The great ancestor, the figure who exists solely in the most ancient murals and epic tales. Having extinguished contemporary emperors with a mere gesture, he has issued a decree. 3 days hence, at the rise of the sun, all members of the Cang bloodline under the age of 20, whether legitimate or illegitimate, regardless of their lineage, are to gather at the Ask-the-Way cliff beyond our ancestral land. The great ancestor shall personally attend to observe your talents and assess your character. The chosen shall receive dedicated guidance. As the final words fell, a profound and breathtaking silence enveloped the entire celestial realm, as if time itself had frozen. In the next moment, an indescribable clamor and fervor erupted, akin to 1,000,000 tons of explosives igniting simultaneously. The Grand Ancestor personally selects, offers direct guidance. Good heavens! Am I not dreaming? Someone pinch me. With a bone age under 20, I am precisely 19 years and 11 months. There is still hope. The Cliff of Inquiry. It is the foremost sacred ground on the outskirts of our ancestral land, where only core disciples who have achieved great merit are afforded the chance to gain insight beneath its precipice. The selective guidance is more than mere instruction. It is evidently the Grand Ancestor choosing a successor, determining the future heir of our clan. Countless young disciples felt their faces flush with excitement, their eyes igniting with an unprecedented, almost fervent brilliance. Elation, ecstasy, ambition, and a trace of uncontrollable apprehension and tension, all mingling together, igniting the blood of the younger generation within the entire clan. Atop the battle heaven vein, a solitary peak that pierces the heavens like a sword, stood a young man. Bare-chested, his muscles forged like divine metal, his vitality surging like smoke into the sky. He slowly withdrew his fists. Beneath his feet lay rock as hard as divine iron, marred with spiderweb-like fissures. The Grand Ancestor selection, he murmured to himself, his voice resonating like the clash of gold and iron. In the depths of his eyes, a fierce battle intent flickered, akin to flames dancing with vitality. Xianxia, a deep yet robust voice resonated from the void behind him. Your grandson is present. The young man turned and bowed respectfully. The visitor was an ethereal figure, an elder whose essence resembled a primordial beast, the current patriarch of the Battle Heaven vein, a self-proclaimed quasi-emperor. You possess the ancient sacred body, and you stand as the foremost of our current lineage. The elder's gaze pierced like lightning into Xianxia. This is the stairway to the heavens, as well as an abyss of unfathomable depths. If you earn the Grand Ancestor's favor, your future will be boundless. Our battle heaven vein will bask in glory as a result. Should you fail, the elder left the thought unspoken, yet an invisible pressure descended like a mountain. Grandson, you shall not fail. Song Jiuxiao raised his head, unwavering in his gaze, embodying purest confidence and battle spirit. Amongst my peers, I shall be invincible. The path of the sacred body is one forged through combat. This time, I shall demonstrate to the grand ancestor what the battle blood of the Cang family truly signifies. At the Dalian vein, a tranquil valley shrouded in endless arcane runes, streams flowed melodiously, and peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly. A maiden clad in moon-white robes, her hair cascading like a waterfall, exuded an ethereal aura as she contemplated a chessboard intricately woven with 19 paths, her fingers poised in deep thought. The black and white pieces intermingled, subtly evolving into the celestial movements of the stars. Lioli, a gentle voice emerged. As an aged figure in coarse garments had seated himself on the stone bench opposite her, without her notice. The maiden was none other than Song Lioli, ranked second among the top 10 lineages. She set down her piece and inclined her head slightly. Master. The elder in coarse clothing was an ancient elder of the Dalian vein, well-versed in the secrets of the heavens. The grand ancestor has awakened, personally selecting disciples. This signifies both change and destiny. The elder spoke slowly, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the mists of the future. You are endowed with an innate path, born close to the way. In terms of comprehension, none of your contemporaries can surpass you. Yet, the will of the ancestor is unfathomable. This election process may not solely consider talent and understanding. Song Lioli's eyes sparkled with clarity, her voice flowing like a crystal stream striking against stone. Master, I comprehend. Regardless of what the ancestor may assess, Lioli is determined to proceed. The way flows naturally, yet there is still a contest for a slender thread. This thread, Lioli wishes to contend for. Her gaze returned to the chessboard, her fingertip gently placing a white piece. Snap! A soft sound echoed. On the chessboard, the previously entangled arrangement of stars suddenly became clear, the white dragon now formed, devouring the landscape. In the depths of the ominous and grim hall of the Tianxing lineage, a figure shrouded in dark malevolence, with only a pair of icy purple eyes visible, slowly wiped a blood-red longsword devoid of scabbard. Upon the blade, it seemed countless lost souls were lamenting. Kangmi. From the shadows came an even colder voice, devoid of any emotion. The third in the sequence, the body of destruction. The ancestor selection is your sole opportunity. The Tianxing lineage has no need for the defeated. The hand cleaning the long sword paused slightly. A fleeting glimmer of destruction crossed the purple eyes. Defeat? He spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, akin to the sound of metal scraping against stone. That word does not exist in my lexicon. Either we strike forth, or we perish. Quite fair. Yusho lineage, Wanchao lineage, Shunbing lineage, and Insha lineage. Deep within each prominent lineage, those already renowned, bearing great expectations as the paragons of their sequences, were awakened or admonished by their mentors. Resources, ancient elixirs, secret treasures, and tomes, once requiring immense merit for exchange, were laid bare before them without reservation. Pressure, the intangible weight of lineage honor and disgrace, the ancestors' expectations, and fierce competition among peers bore heavily upon their shoulders. Opportunity, the chance to ascend to greatness, to be favored by the supreme ancestor of the family, destined to wield power and lead the family towards unparalleled glory, lay right before them. The entire younger generation of the Cang clan resembled a pot of oil heated over a flame. The ancestor's decree acted as the spark igniting the oil. Boiling. Explosive. Everyone understood that the Daowen Cliff, 3 days hence, would no longer be the tranquil sanctuary of enlightenment. It would become a battleground that could determine countless destinies and shape the fortunes of the family for millennia to come. Ashura Arena. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral veins, in the core forbidden area shrouded by chaotic energy, Cang Hong stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of a solitary cliff. Gazing at the 9 veins and 13 peaks of the heavens, the immense aura infused with excitement, ambition, and anxiety soaring skyward. His expression remained placid, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Ding! Detection of a fervent surge in family fortunes due to the selection news. The competitive spirit of the younger generation has been thoroughly ignited. The atmosphere of cultivating talent from a young age has been successfully established, with a progress of 10. The cold mechanical tone of the system echoed in his mind, causing Cang Hong's gaze to flicker. Bait, as he pondered this, a nearly imperceptible thread of his divine essence, embodying the pure source of his sixth life's imperial resonance, subtly melded into the pervasive spiritual energy of his clan. This resonance was so faint it was almost undetectable, yet it existed. 4 true geniuses for those possessing extraordinary physiques. This resonance served as a beacon in the darkness, a precious oasis in the desert. It would guide them to unleash their potential beyond limits during the selection process. Let me see, Cang Hong murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in the depths of his eyes. After countless epochs of slumber, what kind of surprises could his clan's offspring bring forth? Meanwhile, beyond the reach of his gaze, in the profound and distant void, several cold, ancient, and malevolent wills lurked like venomous serpents concealed in darkness, quietly observing the surging fate of the heavens. Cang Hong is selecting his descendants? What are his intentions? To cultivate successors? To lay the groundwork for the next epoch? The fortune of those young ones is formidable, particularly a few among them, which send a shiver through even us. He must not be allowed to succeed. One Cang Hong who has lived through 6 lifetimes is already troublesome enough. We cannot permit him to nurture a second or third monster. The plan can now be set in motion. That pawn should also begin to move. Let commence with this selection process. The whispers dissipated into the boundless void as if they had never been uttered. Chapter 5. The selection begins. Unconventional examination questions. The 3-day period swiftly approached. At the foot of the questioning cliff, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the sky was just beginning to show the faintest light of dawn. Yet, the vast white jade plaza, reinforced by formations, was already teeming with a dense crowd. Across the expanse, youthful faces were visible. Some were nervously pacing, palms sweating, while others closed their eyes to center themselves, striving to regulate their breaths. Groups of 3 to 5 huddled together, engaging in quiet conversations, bolstering each other's spirits. A rough estimate revealed that there were actually tens of thousands of Cang clan members present today, all under the age of 20. This was merely within the clan's territory, comprising core and inner disciples eligible to receive the summons, if one were to account for the eligible youth scattered across various domains and branches. The total number of the clan's young bloodlines would likely reach into the millions. This represents the terrifying foundation of the Cang clan, which has produced emperors across countless epochs. Silence. The voice of the clan leader, Xianxia, resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the plaza. The clamor instantly subsided, and thousands of gazes converged upon the ancient cliff towering into the clouds, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. He gazed down towards the precipice, where a dozen vacant seats, crafted from ancient divine wood, stood unoccupied. Yet, everyone was aware that the protagonist of the day had yet to arrive. A deep tolling of a bell resonated from the depths of the ancestral land, a sound distinct from the urgent summons of 3 days prior. This bell's chime was distant and serene, as if it could cleanse the soul. As the sound echoed, a dozen figures appeared without warning upon those divine wooden seats. At the forefront was the unassuming Cang Hong, clad in simple gray cloth, his black hair cascading freely, his expression tranquil. He occupied the central seat, exuding no aura, yet naturally becoming the focal point of the universe. To his left sat the ethereal, yet imposing figure of the 5th ancestor, Cang Zhan, while to his right was the somewhat pallid, yet bright-eyed 9th ancestor, Cang Ming. The remaining seats were filled by the contemporary leaders of various lineages or esteemed elders. Aside from the 5th and 9th ancestors, the gazes directed at Cang Hong from the others were laced with undeniable reverence and excitement. Salutations to the great ancestor. Salutations to all esteemed ancestors and elders. The thunderous chorus of greetings erupted in unison, causing the surrounding clouds to swirl in response. Cang Hong's calm eyes swept over the multitude below, where thousands of youthful, vibrant faces met his gaze. He could distinctly sense the myriad of looks, some fervent, some respectful, some apprehensive, and others tinged with ambition. "Please rise," he spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching each ear with a peculiar soothing power that inexplicably eased the tension among many of the anxious disciples. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is clear." Without further ado, Cang Hong delved into the matter at hand. "I have slumbered for far too long and find myself unfamiliar with the younger generation of our clan. Thus, I have devised this examination, firstly to assess the quality of the Cang lineage, and secondly, to select those with potential for gentle guidance. Gentle guidance? A wave of fervor surged among the crowd below. The great ancestor's subtle guidance was surely worth infinitely more than the exhaustive teachings of many elders. The examination is divided into 3 stages. Cang Hong continued, his tone remaining unaltered. Today marks the first stage. As his words fell, he made no visible movements. Suddenly, the previously smooth cliff face of the towering window precipice began to ripple like water. Following this, 10 enormous, ancient silver runes slowly emerged, imprinting themselves upon the cliff surface. Each rune was extraordinarily intricate, as if it contained the profound truths of the universe. A mere glance could induce dizziness and a sharp pain in the mind. These are the 10 ancient divine symbols. Cang Hong's voice echoed at the opportune moment. They are neither words nor fixed doctrines, but rather manifestations of the traces of the great Tao from the dawn of creation. Each individual perceives them differently. The first challenge tests your comprehension and affinity with the primordial essence. You're allotted 3 hours. You may choose any rune to meditate upon before the cliff. After 3 hours, those who can evoke a resonance from the ancient divine runes, manifesting extraordinary phenomena, shall pass. The magnitude, clarity, and alignment with one's foundational path will serve as the criteria for evaluation. The rules are straightforward. However, the content left everyone bewildered. Ancient divine runes? Manifestations of the traces of the great Tao. This concept had never been heard of before. How could one comprehend this? There were no references whatsoever. Many disciples' faces immediately contorted in dismay. This examination was far too abstract, too peculiar. It bore no resemblance to the anticipated arena battles or trials. May I inquire, esteemed ancestor? A clear, ethereal female voice resonated, capturing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see Cang Liuli, a prodigy of the Dao Yin lineage, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. During our comprehension, may we utilize our own spiritual energy, bloodline power, or assistive artifacts? This question was pivotal, echoing the sentiments of many. Cang Hong cast her a glance, his gaze lingering briefly on the natural Tao rhythm emanating from her innate Tao embryo. All methods are permissible, he affirmed, regardless of how you induce resonance and manifest phenomena. It counts as a success. However, remember that external forces are merely aids. The reflections of the divine runes ultimately stem from your own foundational essence. Gomos. As his final words fell, silence enveloped the square for a brief moment. Then, like a receding tide, tens of thousands dispersed, swiftly seeking a space before the cliff where they settled into meditation. Most bore expressions of confusion and anxiety, their eyes fixed intently on the 10 incomprehensible silver runes etched upon the cliff, attempting to glean some insight. The 10 prodigies reacted differently. The first in the sequence, Song Jiuxiao, chose the uppermost and most ostentatious rune, settling into a lotus position. He closed his eyes, his vitality subtly rumbling, attempting to communicate with the rune using the indomitable essence of his ancient sacred body, engaging in the most primal form of connection. The second, Cang Liuli, selected a rune with the most intricate and variable patterns. Instead of immediate contemplation, she retrieved several ancient tortoise shells, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she seemed to deduce the underlying connections of the rune, her expression focused and serene. The third, Xianxia, chose the rune exuding the most fierce aura, seemingly imbued with an inexorable sense of destruction. He required no aids, merely with his cold violet gaze. He fixed his attention on the rune, an aura of annihilation subtly rising around him, as if he sought to conquer the rune with his own path of destruction. The other sequences also displayed their unique abilities. San Yaoxin produced a jade bottle, pouring a few drops of a vibrant elixir onto his eyelids, then directed his gaze toward a rune with a gentle pattern. The azure blade pointed like a sword, as it etched in the air with its own sword intent, attempting to replicate a divine pattern resembling a sword artifact. In contrast, the serene and composed Kanglin chose the most stable divine pattern, silently operating the indestructible royal body. Time passed slowly. The square remained tranquil, save for the sound of breathing. Most individuals were drenched in sweat, clearly at a loss. A select few, however, seemed to grasp something, their bodies beginning to emanate a faint glow, resonating subtly with a particular divine pattern. On the high platform, the ethereal figure of the fifth ancestor, Cang Zhan, nodded slightly, acknowledging the few promising young ones. The ninth ancestor, Song Ming remarked softly. Liuli's method is quite stable, while Xiao remains as reckless as ever. Yet the vitality of the sacred body is indeed extraordinary. Cang Hong observed quietly, neither affirming nor denying, his gaze occasionally pausing on a particular disciple. An hour passed. 2 hours. Suddenly, a melodious hum resonated from the cliff of inquiry. The most intricate divine pattern erupted in a dazzling silver light, within which the ethereal images of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna materialized, vibrant and flowing with the essence of the Tao. The manifestation, though modest in scale, was remarkably vivid and lively. It was Sister Liuli, Tao Yin lineage Cang Liuli. She had succeeded. The crowd stirred. Countless envious and admiring gazes directed at her moon-white silhouette. Cang Liuli slowly opened her eyes, her complexion slightly pale, clearly having expended considerable energy. Yet her eyes sparkled with the joy of enlightenment. She had triumphed, and her manifestation was indeed extraordinary. On the high platform, several elders of the Tao Yin lineage could no longer contain their smiles, stroking their beards with pride. Cang Liuli's success seemed to unlock a switch. Immediately thereafter, a roar reminiscent of ancient times echoed, accompanied by a fierce, furnace-like aura of blood vitality, soaring from the position of Cang Xiao, resonating with the formidable divine pattern above his head. The ancient sacred body had also attained success through strength and understanding of the Tao. Almost simultaneously, a dark red blade of destruction, exuding an aura capable of severing all, manifested from Xianxia, accompanied by a chilling murderous intent. The body of destruction resonated with the call of slaughter. The 3 major sequences succeeded in succession, each manifestation showcasing its unique prowess, prompting exclamations of astonishment. Cang Yaoxin radiated with vibrant life, manifesting an everlasting blue lotus. Cang Feng's head resonated with the sound of swords, as an illusory yet unmatched sword of the Tao floated above him. Following the 10 major sequences, a few lesser-known yet remarkably perceptive dark horses began to evoke manifestations, varying in scale. Those who succeeded rejoiced, while the unsuccessful hung their heads in despair. As 3 hours drew to a close, a cursory glance revealed that fewer than 300 had passed the first trial. The elimination rate was alarmingly high. Cang Hong maintained his calm demeanor, unperturbed by the outcome. The ancient divine inscriptions test the very essence of spirituality and the foundation of the Tao, effectively eliminating the majority of mediocrity. However, just as time draws near and the crowd anticipates the resolution of the first trial, an unforeseen anomaly abruptly arises. What? On the high platform, a barely perceptible frown creased the brow of Cang Hong. His gaze instantly fixed upon a seemingly unremarkable young man from an inconspicuous branch who had previously remained motionless. At that moment, an exceedingly subtle and frigid aura, starkly contrasting with the resplendent bloodline of the Cang clan, began to emanate from him, akin to a venomous serpent slithering from its lair. This peculiar aura targeted none other than Cang Shi, the 8th in the sequence, who was fully engrossed in his comprehension. With a faint Daohua phantom slowly coalescing above his head, a frigid scoff, icy to the core, echoed like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, sweeping over the entire Wendaya. It was not Cang Hong, but rather the ethereal figure of Wu Zhu Cangzhan, who had been meditating with closed eyes. The spectral figure's eyes suddenly opened wide, unleashing 2 tangible rays of blood-colored battle intent, akin to celestial blades, that tore through the void, aiming directly at the source of the eerie aura. You cunning rodent, how dare you plot against my Cang clan's offspring within our ancestral grounds? Come forth, you wretch. Chapter 6. The ancestor strikes, the mouse revealed. Wu Zhu Cangzhan's furious roar reverberated like thunder on a clear day, causing a cacophony that resonated in the ears of the thousands gathered in the Wendaya square, rattling their very souls. Particularly, those who were deeply engrossed in deciphering the ancient divine inscriptions felt their vitality surge tumultuously, nearly causing them to spit blood. Yet at that moment, no one cared for their own plight. All eyes were fixed in horror upon the direction indicated by Wu Zhu's spectral gaze. There stood the seemingly unremarkable boy clad in a plain gray robe. The 2 blood-colored blades of battle intent shot forth from the figure's eyes, already poised above the boy's head, on the verge of obliterating this treacherous wretch who dared to conspire against his kin. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. With a swift motion, the boy's initial expression of confusion and fear vanished, replaced by an icy malevolence. His entire aura underwent a dramatic shift. What was once a mere initial stage of the Dao Palace realm surged explosively, akin to a balloon inflating. Dao Palace mid-stage, late stage, and peak. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the threshold of the Four Extremes secret realm, attaining the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, this aura was chilling, ominous, and distinctly different from the resplendent bloodline energy of the Tsang clan. A chilling, bone-chilling laughter erupted from the boy's lips, raspy and ancient, entirely unbefitting of one so youthful. Tsang Zhan, you old specter, dare to exhibit your ferocity through mere illusion? If your true form were present, I might have heeded your presence with some trepidation. But now, prepare to be shattered. The youth in the gray robe abruptly lifted his head, his eyes an abyssal black, devoid of any whites. With both hands, he formed a bizarre and intricate seal, and a dense, inky black mist erupted around him. Within that mist, it seemed as though countless vengeful spirits were wailing and struggling. The black mist coalesced into a shield adorned with grotesque, snarling faces, defiantly confronting the two blood-red blades of war. With a thunderous clash, the crimson and ebony collided. Yet there was no cataclysmic roar. Instead, a disconcerting sound reminiscent of decay and corrosion filled the air. The blood-red blades surged forth, slicing through the black shield and reducing the myriad ghastly visages to fragments. However, the black mist appeared inexhaustible, continuously pouring forth from the boy's body, layer upon layer, relentlessly eroding the might of the crimson blades. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the black shield shattered, leaving the blood-red blades dimmed significantly. The residual shockwave struck the gray-robed youth, whose arms were crossed in defense. A distinct crack echoed as bones fractured. The gray-robed youth let out a pained cry, his arms contorted unnaturally, and he was propelled backward like a discarded sack, blood spewing from his mouth in an eerie shade of dark green. Yet, he had managed to withstand the furious strike of the fifth ancestral phantom. Though grievously wounded, he still drew breath. This spectacle left the observing members of the Tsang clan in a state of shock, gasping in disbelief. Who was this youth? How could he possess the strength of a quasi-emperor? Furthermore, the sinister and eerie techniques he wielded were not of the Tsang clan. What were his intentions lurking within their ranks? Was he seeking to usurp a body? On the high platform, the ninth ancestor, Tsang Ming, narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying truth. No wonder he could evade ordinary detection. The soul and this flesh had merged to a significant degree, yet the essence was distinctly foreign, a tainted spirit. How audacious! The fifth ancestral phantom seethed with rage. Although merely a shadow, it was the essence of an emperor. Failing to obliterate this usurper filled him with indignation. I shall see how many more blows you can endure, you lurking wretch. The phantom raised a hand, gathering an even more terrifying blood-red battle intent, causing the very essence of the world to convulse, as if an unparalleled war deity were about to descend to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Coughing, the gray-robed youth struggled to rise, his face marred by dark veins, presenting a fearsome visage. He gazed at the murderous fifth ancestral phantom on the platform, and then at the inscrutable grand ancestor Cang Hong beside him, a flicker of despair and madness flashing in his eyes. He knew he had been exposed. Before these two ancestors, there was no hope for salvation. Gangong, Tsang Zhan, he howled with venomous rage and bitterness. You have triumphed. This time I have faltered, but do not revel in your victory. I am but a trifling pawn. The master schemes have already spread across the heavens. You, the clan of Tsang, you so-called descendants of imperial blood, are destined to become the sacrificial offerings for the arrival of the master. Await your fate. Cataclysm approaches, and none shall escape. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. For the previously silent and observant ancestor, Cang Hong finally stirred. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly and cast a glance at the frenzied, shouting youth in gray robes. Just a glance. Buzz. It was as if every sound in the world had been instantly siphoned away. The expression of the gray-robed youth, once filled with arrogance, became frozen upon his face. The swirling black mist surrounding him was as if congealed ink rendered motionless. The bizarre powers within him, which had been operating frantically, were suddenly quelled. Even the tumultuous soul of the usurper within his consciousness was as if bound by an immobilizing spell, thoughts suspended. Time to not halt. Yet everything belonging to him was forcibly fixed in place by an unfathomable, irresistible supreme force. Cang Hong spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a sense of judgment over all existence, a detached gaze surveying the masses. Before me, you lack the qualification to be so boisterous. He extended his right hand, and from hundreds of feet away, directed a gentle grasp towards the gray-robed youth. Soul search. There was no earth-shattering spectacle. The body of the gray-robed youth began to disintegrate, as if it were a weathered sand sculpture, starting from his feet, inch by inch fading into the finest dust. There was no pain, no struggle, for his soul had already been forcibly stripped from his corporeal form by an unreasonably tyrannical power, imprisoned, and then perused. Countless fragmented memories flashed like a revolving lantern in the void. Spectators could only glimpse some blurred, distorted, and chaotic fragments filled with madness and darkness. Endless shadows, murmurs low and haunting, a blood-stained altar, and a figure obscured by endless fog and malevolent aura, so terrifyingly vague. Humph! Cang Hong suddenly let out a cold snort. The soul being examined ignited like paper set aflame, engulfed in transparent flames. Within the flames, an extremely painful yet liberating silent scream seemed to resonate. Immediately afterward, a more insidious and hidden restriction, lying deep within, was triggered, attempting to annihilate the soul along with all memories. Yet before Cang Hong's might, this restriction was as fragile as a soap bubble. Annihilate. The word escaped his lips. The soul, the restriction, together with the faintest trace of an evil divine thought attempting to trace back, were all rendered to nothingness. As the dust settled, an eerie silence enveloped the square. From the moment the fifth ancestor unleashed his wrath, to the outburst of the usurper, and finally to Cang Hong's effortless soul search and annihilation of the foe, the entire process spanned merely a few fleeting breaths. Yet it left the thousands present in a profound state of shock, terror, confusion, and ultimately, reverence. Powerful. So overwhelmingly powerful. The enigmatic adversary, whom the fifth ancestor's phantom failed to vanquish, pales in comparison to the grand ancestor, resembling nothing more than a slightly robust ant. With a mere glance, a single gaze, or a spoken word, the entity was utterly obliterated, its very essence extinguished, and even the deepest-seated secrets laid bare. Is this the grandeur of the family's grand ancestor, who has transcended into the sixth life? Is this the majesty of the first emperor of the origin era? The grand ancestor, witnessing the dissipating battle intent of the fifth ancestor's phantom, directed his attention towards Cang Hong, hesitating to speak, a hint of shame evident upon his countenance. The fact that a mere phantom allowed the enemy a moment of resistance and outcry was indeed a blemish upon the emperor's dignity. Nevertheless, Cang Hong waved his hand dismissively, his gaze not resting on the fifth ancestor, but rather on the trembling figure at the edge of the square, Xianxia, the eighth in the sequence. At that moment, Xianxia appeared as pale as a sheet, evidently having just danced with death, his heart still quaking. The ethereal manifestation of the Tao flower that had been forming above his head had long since dissipated. Xianxia, Cang Hong began. Disciple is present. Xianxia promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Your prowess in the eye of time allows you to glimpse fragments of the future, which for certain entities serves as both an unpredictable variable and a formidable threat. Cang Hong's voice remained calm and unperturbed. This scheme was devised with you as the target. Had it not been for the fifth ancestor's vigilance, you would have fallen victim to foul play. Cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's brow as he expressed his gratitude. Disciple is deeply thankful for the fifth ancestor's life-saving grace and for the grand ancestor's astute discernment. Cang Hong nodded slightly, shifting the conversation. In the first challenge, though you faced interference and your Tao flower did not fully bloom, you managed to retain a thread of insight amidst the impending crisis. He paused, flicking his finger. A barely perceptible essence of temporal Tao rhythm permeated Xianxia's brow. You have passed this trial. I bestow upon you a fragment of the time seal, to aid in stabilizing your origin and deepening your understanding. Xianxia was initially taken aback, but then elation surged within him, and he fell to his knees. Disciple humbly thanks the grand ancestor for this grace. This was far more than merely passing a trial. It was a personal bestowal from the grand ancestor, an indelible mark of the essence of time, a treasure beyond measure. The other disciples surrounding them, particularly those who had narrowly missed success only to be disrupted, gazed upon him with profound envy, even tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yet, this jealousy was swiftly supplanted by reverence. After all, he was a prodigy of the sequence, unfortunate enough to be targeted by nefarious individuals. Such an opportunity was beyond mere envy. Thus concludes the first challenge, Cang Hong declared, no longer gazing at Xianxia, his eyes sweeping over the 300 or so successful participants, as well as those who had failed. Those who have succeeded may rest for an hour. After 1 hour, we shall proceed with the second challenge in this location. Those who have failed may remain to observe or depart at their discretion. Having spoken, he gradually closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of tranquil meditation. Yet, everyone could sense an invisible, vast consciousness as boundless as the starry sea, enveloping the entire realm, even subtly extending outward. He was on guard and simultaneously searching. Today, the selection process has only just commenced, yet someone has already infiltrated the celestial clan, nearly incapacitating a prominent figure in plain sight. The malevolence and intricate schemes lurking beneath this incident are truly chilling. Although the ancestor casually eradicated that pawn, no one knows if there are second or third pieces concealed in the shadows. Can the selection continue? Who is the enigmatic master hidden in the darkness? What unforeseen events will unfold in the second phase, 1 hour hence? Countless questions weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. Before the cliff of inquiry, the atmosphere is so tense it seems palpable enough to draw water from it. Meanwhile, upon the high platform, the meditative Cang Hong, with closed eyes, hears the cold, mechanical ping of the system deep within his consciousness once more. Ding! Detected the host's thwarting of a conspiracy against the clan's core prodigies, dismantling the initial infiltration of external forces. The clan's cohesion has seen a slight increase, yet potential threats have emerged. Hidden task triggered. Eliminate the hazards. Chapter 7. Collective Resignation. The nightmare begins. An hour of respite slowly passes amidst an indescribably heavy atmosphere. In the white jade square before the cliff of inquiry, over 300 disciples who passed the first round sit cross-legged, silently regulating their breathing, striving to achieve their optimal state. However, the air still bears the lingering chill from the brief, yet bizarre assassination attempt, preventing many from fully settling their minds. Particularly the 8th-ranked Xianxia, who occupies a position near the edge, his complexion still somewhat pallid, glancing around with vigilance, as if some monstrous entity might spring forth from the darkness at any moment. The strand of temporal imprint bestowed by the ancestor warms and steadies his brow, filling him with an ineffable sense of gratitude and reverence toward the exalted ancestor. As the hour draws to a close, the voice of the clan leader, Xianxia, shatters the silence. Everyone immediately rises, their gazes fixed upon the high platform. Cang Hong, having opened his eyes at some point, maintains a tranquil demeanor, as if the prior upheaval were merely a speck of dust. The first round tested your understanding and foundational principles. He begins, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. This second round will assess your temperament. Temperament? A stir of intrigue ripples through the crowd below. Such tests are indeed commonplace, often involving illusions or inquiries of the heart. Yet, when the ancestor intervenes, it is assuredly extraordinary. Without rising, Cang Hong merely lifts his right hand and gently sweeps it across the empty air before him. Buzz! The void ripples like water, and a silvery portal, towering 10 zhang and 3 zhang wide, silently materializes before them. Within the luminous gate lies not a tangible scene, but a swirling chaos of colors, ever shifting, at times revealing vast mountains and rivers, at others, glimpsing the myriad forms of existence, and occasionally reflecting the innermost depths of each individual's psyche, images that even one might not have previously perceived. A mere glance induces a profound disorientation, evoking an illusion that one's very soul might be drawn into this realm. This is the realm of myriad heart demons, as Cang Hong lightly remarked. It is a temporary, illusionary realm constructed by my divine consciousness, interlinked with your minds and bolstered by formation. Within this domain, you shall confront your own heart demons, experiencing the manifestations of your deepest desires, fears, and obsessions. Those who become enraptured within or lose their true self shall be deemed failures. Conversely, those who maintain their core, shatter delusions, and extricate themselves from the illusion shall be considered successful. The time limit is 3 hours, and the rules remain straightforward. Yet the implications of this challenge leave many gasping in quiet trepidation. To confront one's heart demons? To traverse through one's most cherished, most feared, most fixated matters? This sounds far more exhilarating and perilous than the esoteric ancient sigils of the first trial. A slight instability in one's disposition could lead to a descent into the illusion, jeopardizing one's foundational path, perhaps even leaving indelible scars upon the spirit. Do you have any queries? Cang Hong's gaze swept across the assembled. Silence ensued. So be it. Enter the formation. As his words fell, the over 300 disciples glanced at one another, steeling themselves before leaping forth, transforming into streaks of light as they plunged into the silver gate. The first to enter was Xianxia, who laughed heartily, unperturbed, even exhibiting a hint of eagerness. Heart demons? My sacred body is invincible, my will is steadfast as iron. What is there to fear? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished into the light. Following closely were Cang Lioli, Cang Mia, Cang Yaoxin, and other prodigies of the sequence, each showcasing their unique methods as they filed in. Cang Shi took a deep breath, touching the slightly warm mark upon his brow, and followed suit. Soon, all 300 individuals had entered the luminous gate. The chaotic colors on the surface of the gate began to swirl more violently, gradually transforming into a vast, mirror-like water curtain. Upon this water curtain, blurred, rapidly flashing fragments of scenes began to emerge. These depicted the initial encounters with heart demons faced by the disciples within the illusion. However, these images were rendered indistinct by the formation's power, preventing outsiders from discerning the specifics, only allowing them to vaguely sense the emotional waves of desire, fear, anger, sorrow, and ecstasy emanating from within. Upon the high platform, the ethereal figures of the 5 ancestors, the 9 ancestors, and other elders focused their attention upon the water curtain. Although the details remained obscured, the intensity and stability of these emotional fluctuations provided a rough gauge of the disciples' resilience of spirit. Cang Hong, meanwhile, kept his eyes closed, seemingly lost in celestial realms. Yet in reality, the entire realm of myriad heart demons lay under the dominion of his singular thought. He divided a fragment of his divine consciousness, akin to a sovereign observing from on high, quietly witnessing the myriad joys and sorrows, loves and hatreds unfolding within the over 300 small worlds. In the realm of illusion, perceptions varied from person to person. Cang Jiuxiao found himself standing before an infinitely towering golden divine mountain. At its summit stood a colossal axe that seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth. An imposing voice resonated within his heart. Ascend this mountain, take up this axe, and you shall become the sole sovereign of all realms. Your kin shall take pride in you, and your foes shall tremble beneath your feet. Go forth. The allure of boundless power intertwined with the yearning to protect his people and vanquish all adversaries. A flicker of fervor ignited in Cang Jiuxiao's eyes, but he soon snorted coldly, the essence of his sacred body roaring within him. Sovereign, the strength I, Cang Jiuxiao, desire, I shall forge with my own fists. Rely on a mere broken axe for charity? Preposterous. He chose to disregard the divine mountain and the colossal axe, instead sitting cross-legged to cultivate the essence of his sacred body, resisting the seductive whispers that permeated the air. Meanwhile, Cang Lioli found herself amidst an expansive sea of stars, with an ancient tome radiating endless Taoist rhythms floating before her. The great Tao heavenly book, imbued with the essence of myriad laws, promised mastery over all paths and the resolution of any doubts that plagued her. An insatiable thirst for knowledge nearly engulfed her in an instant. Yet, with the luminous glow of her Taoist embryo, she forcefully steadied her mind. She extended her delicate hand, not to touch the heavenly book, but to use her finger as a quill, inscribing in the air. The Tao is boundless. We, the cultivators, must seek diligently rather than passively receive. No matter how comprehensive this heavenly book may be, it is still another's path. My formations, my Tao, must be inscribed by my own hand. She began to treat the heavenly book within this illusion as an imagined adversary, devising formations capable of trapping or even unraveling it. In the realm of Xianxia, a scene of carnage unfolded, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless spirits lamenting. He wielded a demonic blade, standing amidst the blood-soaked expanse, surrounded by the bodies of formidable beings. Kill, 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 annihilate all. You shall be the sole supreme. Instill fear in the masses. Make all things tremble. The desire for destruction violently assailed his reason. Bloodlight flickered within Xianxia's violet eyes, his demonic blade quaking violently in his grasp. As if it might slip from his control to embark on an endless slaughter. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Destruction serves to cleanse. Not for amusement. My blade shall only strike those who deserve it. Find me, with unparalleled will. He fought against the instinct of his demonic form and the murderous temptations of the illusion, akin to walking a tightrope on a precipice. Other prodigies exhibited their own extraordinary abilities. Song Yaoxin faced the supreme medical compendium capable of reviving the dead and a garden filled with immortal herbs. Song Feng confronted a sword reputed to sever causality and time itself, the ultimate sword of the Tao. Song Lan stood before an impenetrable divine city, eternally unbroken. Each individual harbored their most fervent desires deep within. This illusion magnifies desire to its utmost, transforming it into the sweetest of poisons, testing whether one can maintain their true self and reject the easily attainable perfection. As time gradually passes, the emotional fluctuations upon the water curtain begin to shift. Some individuals emit waves that gradually stabilize, even diminishing, signifying their imminent conquest over their inner demons and their escape from the illusion. Conversely, others display increasingly violent fluctuations, fraught with pain, struggle, and eventually descending into chaos and madness. Suddenly, a particular disciple's light within the water curtain dims abruptly, shattering into fragments. Shortly thereafter, a young disciple, having recently entered the light gate, materializes at the edge of the square, his face as pale as parchment. He vomits a copious amount of blood, his breath feeble, and his gaze vacant, as if he has endured an unspeakably terrifying ordeal. He has failed, consumed by the illusion, his spirit fractured. Instantly, an elder attendant steps forward to escort him away for healing. With the first failure, there comes a second, a third. Continuously, lights shatter, and disciples are expelled, forced to depart in failure. Within less than an hour, over 300 individuals have been eliminated, nearly a third of the participants. Among the remaining disciples, emotional fluctuations vary in intensity. On the high platform, several elders shake their heads slightly. The trial of character is the most brutal. These children have yet to endure sufficient hardships. Indeed, while talent is commendable, an unstable heart cannot forge a great vessel. The gaze of the assembly falls upon the brightest light forms on the water curtain, those with relatively stable emotional fluctuations, representatives of the top 10 sequences. However, just as everyone believed the second round would proceed methodically, culminating in a few sequence prodigies leading the way, an anomaly arises. Cang Hong, who had been observing with closed eyes, suddenly furrows his brow. He perceives that within the deeper layers of the illusion, amidst the intricate web connecting all disciple spirits, an extremely subtle and familiar dark aura, akin to that of the previous usurper, but even more refined and sinister, has infiltrated. This aura, like a cunning serpent, does not directly attack the formation. Instead, it stealthily seeks to invade the hearts of several disciples in critical moments by following the formation's influence over their spirits. One of these spiritual connections leads unmistakably to the third sequence, Xianxia. The aim of this dark aura is clear. It intends to amplify Xianxia's inner demons to the utmost as he struggles against his own destructive desires, enticing him to plunge headlong into the abyss of slaughter and annihilation. Should it succeed, not only would Xianxia fail the assessment, but he could also undergo a profound transformation of character, descending into madness and becoming a mere monster driven by bloodlust. A cold, mocking laugh echoes from the pinnacle of the illusion. It is the voice of Cang Hong's divine consciousness. Is this formation something you can dare to taint? Initially hoping to catch a great fish, I unexpectedly encountered a somewhat robust worm. Nevertheless, since it has arrived, let's stay. Chapter 8, The Ancestor Fishing. Those willing may bite. Cang Hong's divine consciousness chuckled softly, resonating throughout the pinnacle of the myriad heart demon realm. That thread of dark aura attempting to infiltrate Xianxia's mind suddenly faltered, akin to a venomous serpent confronted by a true dragon. Instinctual shudders of dread compelled it to retract and flee. However, it was already too late. Why rush to depart when it has come this far? Cang Hong's divine consciousness transformed into an invisible hand, gently clutching within the ethereal web of the formation's threads. The dark aura, akin to a snake seized by its vulnerable spot, writhed and struggled in vain, unable to escape even a fraction. Let me discern which faction has sent you, little mouse. The divine consciousness morphed into the sharpest blade, tracing the almost imperceptible causal thread connecting the dark aura to its origin, ascending against the flow of time with astonishing swiftness. Danger, in an infinite, distant realm where even starlight could not penetrate, within an abyss of absolute darkness, a throne twisted from countless bones and despair stood. A figure, shrouded in dense black mist and emanating an aura of decay and ominousness, abruptly opened its eyes, filled with shock and fury. He has discovered me. How is this possible? My shadowless heart demon curse is formless and intangible, targeting the mind. How could he possibly detect me while maintaining such an immense illusion? Flee. The shadow hesitated not for a moment, even lacking the time to sever the connection with the fragment of consciousness. He ignited that portion of his soul and magical power, preparing to employ a forbidden escape technique to flee from this dark lair he had nurtured for countless years. Yet, just as he ignited his soul, on the brink of unleashing his escape, a crystalline hand, composed of pure principles and supreme divine consciousness, seemingly encompassing all realms, emerged effortlessly from the void above him. Then, it descended, with a single press. No! The shadow emitted a desperate, anguished scream. He burned everything in a frenzied attempt to resist. However, before that crystalline hand, the dark powers he had cultivated for epochs, capable of submerging an entire world, melted away like snow under the sun. His once proud, decayed, demonic form, akin to the most formidable imperial weapon, crumbled like a sandcastle. His true spirit, hidden within the deepest recesses of the dark origin, flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering uncertainly, merely an insect. The pale, azure sky, indifferent to the extreme, resonated with a divine thought transmitted from the origins of time immemorial, echoing in every corner of this abyss of darkness. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Time and again, you conspired against my progeny? A crystalline hand gently closed. PFF. It was as if a decayed fruit had been crushed. The air thickened with darkness, decay, and ominous foreboding erupting violently, only to be instantaneously purified and obliterated by the supreme principles contained within that hand, transforming into the most primal void. That shadow, along with its dark lair, the boundless resources it had amassed, and the countless secrets it had concealed, were utterly annihilated beneath this hand. Not even a speck of dust remained. It was as though such a dark sovereign had never existed in this world. Before the precipice of inquiry, atop the high platform, the azure sky slowly unveiled its eyes. Within them flickered a barely perceptible chill, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. The Grand Ancestor? The ninth ancestor, Cang Ming, keenly sensed an anomaly and inquired softly. No matter. Cang Hong shook his head slightly, his tone unperturbed. Merely a rat hiding in the gutter, attempting to stir up a tempest. I have effortlessly crushed it. Upon hearing this, the ninth ancestor felt a chill run through him, refraining from further questioning. When the Grand Ancestor declared it crushed, it was undoubtedly obliterated in both form and spirit, leaving no residual threat, merely effortless, across the boundless void, disregarding the defenses of the opponent's lair, accurately pinpointing and eliminating a being of at least sovereign caliber with a single strike. This is termed effortless? The ninth ancestor exchanged glances with the fifth ancestor-S phantom, both recognizing the shock and reverence reflected in each other's eyes. To what extraordinary realm had the Grand Ancestor's power ascended? They could scarcely comprehend. Within the illusion, as the encroaching dark aura was shattered by Cang Hong's divine consciousness, at the moment of its self-destruction, Xianxia, who was desperately battling his inner demons, suddenly sensed that the whispers and malevolent sounds, which had been like a festering wound, luring him into the abyss of slaughter, had abruptly diminished by more than half. With the weight lifted, a fierce glint flashed in his violet eyes as he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strike! He thundered within his heart. The nearly uncontrollable blade of annihilation was forcibly grasped by his supreme will. Then, he aimed it at the sea of corpses and blood before him, where his own reflection, with blood-red eyes and a sinister grin, stared back. With a single stroke, he brought the blade down. Easy. The illusion shattered. The inner demons temporarily receded. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Yet his gaze was colder and sharper than before, as if he had undergone a crucible. He had freed himself from the illusion. An mot smutensen, gang du xiao, gang lu li, gang yao xin, gang feng, gang lan, gang si. And other prodigies of the lineage also triumphed over their own inner demons, breaking free from the illusion, their figures materializing upon the square. Every individual appeared weary, yet their eyes gleamed with an unmistakable brightness, clearly indicative of substantial gains. Notably, Cang Mi sensed an inexplicable shift in the heart demon's sudden weakening during the final moments, a feeling that something was amiss. However, lacking evidence, he merely cast a contemplative glance at the meditative Cang Hong on the high platform, lost in thought. As time progressed, an increasing number of disciples successfully extricated themselves from the illusion, while others failed and were expelled. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and the silver portal gradually dissipated. The second trial concluded, leaving only 128 participants, a stark reduction of more than half compared to the first trial. The harsh elimination rate left many onlookers, particularly those from the outer sect, astonished. Those who had advanced through both trials and stood there were undeniably the true elite, possessing exceptional temperament and insight. Indeed, Cang Hong's gaze swept over the 128 individuals, and for the first time, a subtle hint of almost imperceptible approval graced his expression. To have advanced through 2 trials, you are indeed the pride of our clan. After a half-hour respite, the final trial would commence. Upon hearing this, the group, invigorated, promptly seated themselves in meditation, consuming elixirs to restore their depleting spirit and energy. The final trial awaited. Success would grant them the opportunity to enter the esteemed gaze of the ancestor, receive meticulous guidance, and perhaps even be chosen as a candidate for the throne, an ascent to greatness. Each heart brimmed with fervor and anticipation. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath their feet, in the profound depths of the earth, beneath the sacred plaza, heavily guarded by layers of formations and deemed the safest core of the Cang clan, lay a secret space sealed by countless ancient prohibitions, an enigma unnoticed by the emperors of generations past. Within this concealed realm, eyes that had seemingly slumbered for eons, shrouded in dust, quietly opened a narrow slit. Cang Hong, you have finally awakened. I too may commence. Your exquisite progeny shall serve as the feast of awakening I bestow upon you. Echoing laughter, low and hoarse, laced with boundless malice, reverberated through the absolute darkness of the sealed space. Meanwhile, Cang Hong, who was deep in meditation, barely perceptibly stirred his eyelids. Chapter 9. Are you afraid of ghosts beneath the ground? Cang Hong opened his eyes, yet as the nearly invisible fissure extended to 3 feet beneath him, a voice emerged. Cang Hong, my old friend, after 800,000 years, is this how you welcome me? As the words fell, the newly formed deep pit in the center of the Winda Cliff Plaza erupted with a thunderous roar. A gaunt, twisted figure ascended slowly from the blasted chasm. Enveloped in swirling, eerie green mist, he hovered in midair, his eyes ablaze with ethereal green flames, gazing down upon the chaotic assembly of the Cang clan. At last, his gaze settled upon the figure clad in white upon the high platform. I have emerged. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? The withered silhouette spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, a rapturous expression gracing his face. Ah, the vibrant flesh and blood, the pure lineage, exquisite, too exquisite. The imprisonment of these several eras has been worth every moment. Cang Hong. He suddenly lowered his head, the green flames fixating fiercely on Cang Hong. Back then, you dared to seal me, binding my essence here to suppress the ley lines and nurture your clan's fortune. For countless years, I have pondered how to repay you once I escaped. Today, I shall first slaughter your delectable descendants. Then I will extract your soul, refining it into lamp oil, igniting it in the heavenly lantern to burn for 1,000,000 years. You shall witness with your own eyes how your very own Cang clan crumbles into a purgatory under my hand. Before his words could settle, a calm voice, devoid of any emotion, unexpectedly resonated. Have you finished your monologue? The withered figure's actions faltered abruptly. He slowly turned to regard the high platform. Cang Hong, at some point, had stepped forward, standing at the edge of the platform. His white attire remained as pristine as snow, untouched by the slightest impurity. Those deep-set eyes were quietly observing him. The gaze did not seem to regard a fearsome entity that had broken free from ancient seals, holding the tainted blood of an emperor capable of overturning the Cang clan's dominion. Rather, it was as if he was scrutinizing a mere insect, insignificant and buzzing beneath his feet. As the final words left his lips, Cang Hong gradually raised his right hand. Kneel. At the moment those words fell, the exquisite hand, as translucent as jade, gestured gently downward toward the void. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from above. It was not directed at the corporeal form, nor aimed at the soul, but rather acted directly upon existence itself. Thud! The withered silhouette scarcely had time to react before he felt an irresistible, incomprehensible, an ineffable force crushing his very existence. The green mist, capable of corroding the laws of the Tao, evaporated instantly in the face of this might. Like dew under the scorching sun, the taint that had plagued the Song clan, once able to reverse oppression, now emitted a sound of snapping under unbearable strain before this overwhelming power. His decaying body, which had harbored boundless resentment and strength through the centuries of imprisonment, felt as if it were being suppressed by the weight of countless divine mountains, every bone and flicker of soul flame emitting a mournful wail. Impossible. The withered figure's eyes widened in disbelief, the green flames within them dancing wildly, filled with an uncontainable terror. What manner of power is this? It is impossible. How could one who has transcended 6 lifetimes possess such capabilities? I have prepared through countless eras. I have burst forth with all my might. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Cang Hong furrowed his brow, his palm pressing down once more. Crack! The skeletal figure's legs shattered instantly. His entire being was struck as if by an invisible giant hand, plummeting from the suspended air, crashing headfirst into the azure stone ground below. Boom! A deep pit, spanning several dozen yards in diameter, materialized abruptly. At the center of the pit, the withered figure lay sprawled in a grotesque manner, his bones shattered beyond recognition. The ghostly green flame of his soul flickering weakly like a candle in the wind, the dark crimson gem embedded in his chest riddled with cracks. On the verge of total collapse, he struggled desperately, attempting to lift his head, yet that unseen hand seemed to suppress the very heavens, pinning him firmly to the earth, rendering even a single finger immobile. Silence enveloped the scene. All present stared in stunned disbelief, their minds blank. Just moments ago, this terrifying beast had exuded arrogance, as though it would obliterate the Song clan. Now it lay prostrate, subdued by the Grand Ancestor with but a single gesture, without even the need for a physical touch. Spurt. The withered figure coughed up a mouthful of dark green blood, which fell to the ground, corroding the azure stone and releasing hissing plumes of white smoke. He struggled to rotate his eyes, fixating on the figure in white atop the platform, his voice hoarse, filled with boundless resentment and a trace of fear he himself refused to acknowledge. Cang Hong, what realm do you inhabit? Back then, you were merely. Cang Hong offered no reply. He slowly lowered his right hand, resting it behind him, and descended step by step from the platform. His feet touched the void, yet it felt as solid as the ground beneath. He approached the edge of the pit, looking down upon the pitiful figure below with a gaze devoid of emotion. You remain as you were back then, foolish, noisy, and utterly presumptuous. The withered figure trembled, the ghostly green flame within him flickering violently. Did you believe that I sealed you here in the past, because you still held some value? Cang Hong's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear present. I spared your life to use your body to suppress the earth's veins and nurture fortune, simply because you still had some utility. Now, he slightly raised his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes seemingly penetrating layers of space, perceiving realms beyond comprehension. I have awakened. You shall remain suppressed. At the moment his words fell, Cang Hong extended his right index finger towards the withered figure at the bottom of the pit, gently touching it. Cang Hong's fingertip emitted no light, no runes, only a singular point of suspended void. The instant this point of emptiness made contact with the withered figure, buzz, centered around him, the space within 100 zhang suddenly froze, not in the sense of being merely halted, but as though existence itself had been forcibly severed from the fabric of this world. The wind stilled, sounds faded into silence, and even the light around that withered figure underwent a bizarre distortion, collapsing as if consumed by an invisible black hole. The emaciated silhouette could not even utter a cry. The swirling, ghostly green mist enveloping him instantaneously solidified. Then, like fading ink, it dissipated inch by inch. His eyes, ablaze with ethereal green flames, lost their brilliance in a rapid decline, replaced by a profound emptiness that stemmed from the very essence of existence. No, With his last vestige of strength, he squeezed out fragmented syllables from the depths of his throat. This was not mere suppression, it was banishment. You have erased me from causality? His voice resonated with a fear more profound than death itself. Cang Hong's expression remained impassive as he subtly gestured downward with his fingertip. A seal. Boom! The severed space collapsed inward with a sudden ferocity. This was not a physical compression, but a dimensional folding. The 100 zhong of space surrounding the withered figure twisted, folded, and shrank, like a piece of paper crumpled by an invisible giant hand, before the eyes of all present. 10 zhong, 1 zhong, 1 foot. Ultimately, it transformed into an imperceptible speck, akin to transparent glass dust, quietly suspended at the bottom of the deep pit. Within the dust, a faint, twisted shadow could be discerned, still maintaining the pose of struggle and outcry, yet utterly unable to emit any sound or transmit any ripple. Cang Hong raised his hand and made a vague grasp. The speck of dust floated upward, landing in his palm. Without even a glance, he pressed downwards. The dust slowly sank into the bluestone ground, vanishing from sight. The surface returned to its original state, leaving no trace, not even a crack. It was as if the cataclysmic scene, just moments ago, had never transpired. Only the faint, lingering echoes of spatial distortion in the air bore witness to the fact that everything that had occurred was not a mere illusion. The atmosphere remained shrouded in silence. All the members of the Cang clan, including the 9th ancestor Cang Ming, stared blankly at the figure in white, witnessing how he effortlessly reduced that terrifying entity to dust with a mere flick of his fingers, subsequently sealing it away. This was not a mere sealing. It was a complete dimensional reduction and confinement at the level of existence. This transcended their comprehension of power. A gulp echoed, the sound of someone struggling to swallow in the deathly quiet square, exceptionally clear. Cang Hong slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the pale, shocked, and profoundly awed faces below. His expression remained tranquil, undisturbed. A long dormant pest had stirred, caused a ruckus, and now it lay to rest once more. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, imbued with an extraordinary power that calmed the tumultuous hearts. Proceed, he instructed. Once uttered, he stepped forward, his figure ascending back to the lofty throne, where he gracefully settled. All eyes were fixed in a daze upon the deep pit, gazing at the desolate dust at its bottom, and at the grand ancestor, clad in white like snow, standing with hands clasped behind his back. No words could escape their lips. Had the grand ancestor not been present today, and that entity surged forth, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What are you all standing there for? The spectral figure of the 5th ancestor, Cang Zhan, was the first to react, unleashing a thunderous roar, his voice laced with imperial authority, forcibly quelling the rising panic among the crowd. Continue the 3rd trial of the primordial mirror. The incense has yet to burn out. Those who must fight, fight. Those who must endure, endure. If the heavens were to collapse, the grand ancestor would bear the weight. Do you insignificant pups think it is your place to fret? With this rebuke from the 5th ancestor, the crowd jolted back to reality. Indeed, the grand ancestor had just effortlessly suppressed that terrifying black mist. With the grand ancestor present, what was there to fear? With this thought, their trepidation lessened, and they redirected their focus back to the battle at hand. At the precipice of the questioning cliff, the time of 1 incense stick had finally elapsed. Time is up, proclaimed the spectral figure of the 5th ancestor, and simultaneously, the battle figures upon the 36 stone platforms dissipated into luminous points. Among the remaining disciples, some stood defiantly, bloodied yet unbowed, while others slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. There were also those who, despite standing, bore the remnants of terror in their eyes. The recent upheaval from beneath the earth had profoundly affected them. Many had barely managed to endure the trial under the spectral combatants through sheer willpower. Those who have passed the 3rd trial stepped forward. The clan leader, Cang Xian, mustered his spirit and announced loudly. In a sparse assembly, only 47 individuals ultimately approached the forefront of the square. Compared to the initial multitude of thousands, the elimination throughout the 3 trials had been nothing short of brutal. The 10 distinguished prodigies were unmistakably among them, albeit looking rather disheveled. Song Jiuxiao bore a grievous spear wound visible to the bone, still oozing blood. Song Lioli's hair was disheveled, and her moon-white robe bore several rents. Song Ye's hand, gripping a blade, trembled slightly, his palm torn. The conditions of the others were similarly dire. Congratulations to you all for passing the 3 trials, 9th ancestor Cang Ming remarked. a faint smile breaking upon his countenance as he surveyed the 47. You shall earn the privilege of personal guidance from the Grand Ancestor. Now follow me. Before he could complete his sentence, a gray figure silently reappeared in the central seat of the high platform. It was Cang Hong, returned. Salute the Grand Ancestor. Everyone hastily bowed in reverence. Cang Hong's gaze swept over the 47 below, lingering briefly on the wounds of several. Indeed, he nodded, seemingly satisfied. 3 days hence, at the hour of the dragon, gather once more at this very place. I shall deliver a discourse for 3 days, addressing any doubts regarding your cultivation. For now, disperse and return to recuperate, allowing yourselves to absorb the insights gained from this experience. Upon hearing these words, the crowd rejoiced, eagerly affirming their agreement. To receive the personal teachings of the Grand Ancestor for 3 days is a monumental opportunity. The previous fears and fatigue seemed to have dissipated considerably. As for you, Cang Hong's gaze shifted towards the 9 ancestors, the ethereal figure of the 5th ancestor, as well as the clan leader Xianxia and various lineage heads and elders. His eyes grew profound and piercing. Follow me to the ancestral hall. There are matters you must come to know. With his words lingering in the air. Before anyone could respond, Cang Hong waved his sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped all those upon the platform. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and they found themselves within the ancient, vast ancestral hall, imbued with the essence of endless ages. In the center of the hall, an ancient mirror, forged from chaotic energy, quietly hovered. Within its depths, beneath a golden seal, lay an unsettling, tumultuous darkness. Chapter 10. The Ancestor's Tale, causing both young and old to weep in terror. Inside the ancestral hall, the ancient mirror of chaotic energy floated in midair. Beneath the golden veil of its seal, an endless, soul-chilling darkness churned and collided. Each impact caused the seemingly sturdy imperial seal to flicker uncertainly, emitting a distressing creak as if it could no longer withstand the burden. It felt as though, in the next moment, the terrifying entity from within the darkness would burst forth. What is this? The clan leader Xianxia's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Having lived for over a millennium and overseen the family for many years, he considered his understanding of the ancestral grounds unrivaled. Yet at this moment, he was horrified to discover that beneath the very core of the family's ancestral land lay such a malevolent entity sealed away, and he had been utterly oblivious to it. What exactly is this Grand Ancestor? The 9th ancestor, Cang Ming, inquired gravely, his expression equally serious. He, who had witnessed the self-sacrifice of the 2nd-generation emperor and possessed vast knowledge, still felt his heart race in the face of the sinister aura emanating from the ancient mirror. It was a presence that transcended ordinary darkness, seemingly embodying the resentment of millennia and the madness of a cursed origin. It is an old acquaintance, Cang Hong remarked. Standing before the ancient mirror with his back turned to the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. Or perhaps one might call it an old adversary. He turned to face the assembly, casting his gaze across the shocked faces of the 5th ancestor Cang Zhan, the 9th ancestor Cang Ming, clan leader Xianxia, and the heads of each lineage, along with the core elders. At this moment, astonishment, horror, and a hint of undeniable fear were etched across every countenance. Do you understand why our Tsang clan's celestial forbidden ground has withstood the test of countless epochs, enduring numerous dark upheavals without ever being truly breached? Posing a question that had crossed the minds of all present, yet had never received a definitive answer. Is it due to the lingering might of our forebears? An elder of the Guardian Pulse hesitated, pondering whether it was due to the profound heritage of our clan, with generations of emperors safeguarding us. Another master of the Celestial Punishment Pulse speculated it might be related to the unique nature of this place. Cautiously, the clan leader, Xianxia, interjected. Both assertions possess elements of truth, yet they also miss the mark. Cang Hong shook his head and gestured towards the ancient mirror. The true reason, in part, lies within it. The assembly fell silent in astonishment. Is it because of this sealed malevolent entity? This object is known as the blood-cursed demon lord. Cang Hong's voice echoed throughout the vast ancestral hall, imbued with a chilling resonance that transcended the ages. It is not a being of this era. Its origins can be traced back to the Age of Turmoil, or even earlier. The Age of Turmoil. The 9th ancestor, Cang Ming, gasped, his pupils constricting in shock. As a self-sacrificed emperor, he was well aware of the fragments of terrifying tales contained within the ancient tomes of his lineage. recounting that era which buried the path to immortality and claimed countless true immortals and sovereigns. However, those events felt so distant, almost mythical. Indeed, Cang Hong affirmed, his gaze profound. At the end of the ancient immortal era, celestial beings erupted into fierce conflict, shattering the heavens and earth, severing the path of eternal life. In that battle, some immortals fell, some sovereigns turned to ash, yet certain entities miraculously survived. This blood-cursed demon lord is the twisted offspring of a fallen true immortal, whose boundless resentment, curses, and shattered essence merged with the blood and souls of countless beings on the battlefield, inadvertently giving rise to this grotesque existence over eons. It lacks a fixed form, existing fundamentally as a conglomerate of curses imbued with consciousness. Its sole purpose is to disseminate death, hatred, and madness, devouring all vitality and spiritual essence, transforming everything it encounters into a breeding ground for curses. The audience within the hall felt a chill creep over them. The resentment of a fallen true immortal? The fusion of countless blood and souls? Such origins were utterly terrifying. How had it come to rest beneath our Tsang clan's ancestral grounds? The fifth ancestor's apparition inquired, unable to suppress the ire in his voice. Anyone learning that such a thing lay buried beneath their home would be understandably disturbed. It is because I sealed it here, Cang Hong replied, his tone remaining unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. During the origin era, after I attained the fifth stage of enlightenment, I traversed the myriad heavens in search of the path to immortality. Deep within the remnants of an ancient celestial battlefield, I discovered it. At that time, it had only recently gained consciousness and was voraciously consuming the life forms of an entire ancient star to augment its power. I battled it in the depths of the cosmos, shattering countless star domains. Ultimately, I subdued it and brought it back to the heavens. Why not eliminate it outright? The ninth ancestor questioned. It cannot be killed. Cang Hong's response cast a pall over the room. Its essence is woven from curses and resentments, as long as negative emotions, death, and hatred exist in this world. It is nearly immortal. Even with the pinnacle of my fifth stage power for back then, I could only scatter it, but not eradicate it completely. The consequence of scattering is that curses disperse into the heavens, lurking in the hearts of all beings, subtly inciting greater madness and turmoil. Thus, I have brought it back, using my own path, intertwining it with the spiritual veins of our ancestral land, and established these 9 great formations to seal it here. By harnessing the fortune of the Tsang clan and the essence of our ancestral land, we shall wear down its very source day and night. Simultaneously, its existence serves as a unique barrier for the forbidden grounds of the upper realm. What does this imply? The clan leader, Xianxia, was perplexed. Do you ponder why those supreme beings from the forbidden zones seldom dare to truly assault our upper realm? Cang Hong gazed at the assembly, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is not merely due to their fear of me or the slumbering ancestors of generations past. Rather, they can faintly sense that beneath this ancestral land lies a seal containing something that instills a sense of unease, even terror, within them. Should they attack the upper realm and inadvertently break the seal, the first to suffer would be themselves. Hence, for so many years, even as the forbidden zones coveted our clan, they mostly dared only to probe and never to launch a full-scale attack. This blood-cursed demon lord has, in many ways, become a talisman for our Tsang clan. The crowd exchanged glances, their emotions reaching a complex zenith. To think that such a terrifying entity sealed beneath our ancestral land could serve such a purpose. Yet, the great ancestor, now perceiving the seal weakening, looked upon the violent darkness in the ancient mirror with deep concern. Indeed, the seal has grown loose. Cang Hong affirmed their worries directly. I have slumbered too long, unattended, causing a significant reduction in its power. Although the blood-cursed demon lord has been worn down, it has not been entirely obliterated. Instead, it has continuously adapted and transformed within the seal. The recent surge during this election was merely its instinctive response to the presence of abundant vitality and youthful souls. It yearns to escape and consume the exceptional descendants of our clan to replenish its depleted essence. The temperature within the hall plummeted to freezing point, and everyone felt a chilling aura surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. What shall we do now? Clan leader Xianxia's voice trembled. What cost is required to reinforce the seal? Can we assist in this matter? The ninth ancestor, Cang Ming, immediately inquired. The cost is considerable, yet remains manageable. Cang Hong surveyed the crowd. Now that I have awakened, I shall handle it. Informing you of this matter is not to incite your worry, but to make you understand two crucial points. He raised one finger. First, the enduring strength of the Cang clan is not founded on mere luck. Behind every moment of peace lies the sacrifices of our ancestors, including myself, who have borne the costs and resolved crises. The threat beneath our ancestral land is one such cost. As senior members of the clan, enjoying the clan's provisions and the respect of our kin, you must possess the corresponding awareness and responsibility. The assembly's expressions stiffened, and they bowed in unison. We shall heed the great ancestors' teachings. Cang Hong raised a second finger. Second, trouble shall not be limited to this one. The blood-cursed demon lord is sealed here, though not in absolute secrecy. Throughout the long passage of time, there have always been entities capable of perceiving subtle clues. During the selection process, that pawn of possession, along with the malevolent force attempting to infiltrate the illusion, may very well be linked to certain factions aware of this entity's existence. Their ambitions may extend beyond merely targeting the prodigies of my clan. They might seek to exploit us as a means to further their own ends or to seize the opportunity amidst chaos. Contemplating these notions, the assembly quickly grasped the underlying implications, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. Should those hostile factions outside the clan become privy to the existence of such a terrifying entity sealed beneath the ancestral ground of the Cang clan, they would undoubtedly devise ways to undermine the seal and unleash this blood-cursed demon lord. In such a scenario, the Cang clan would bear the brunt of the consequences, suffering immense losses, while our enemies would stand to gain, possibly even dividing the very foundation of the Cang clan for themselves. Thus, Cang Hong's voice took on a sudden chill, imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, the ancestral grounds shall be under the highest alert. All branches must restrict external forces, and core disciples must not leave the clan without just cause. Accelerate the cultivation of the 47 disciples selected. A tumultuous era is approaching. Our Cang clan must swiftly nurture a new generation capable of bearing the weight of our legacy. Do you all understand? Yes. We will faithfully adhere to the will of our ancestors. The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing within the ancestral hall. You made a part and fulfill your duties. Cang Hong gestured with a wave of his hand. The assembly bowed once more, their hearts heavy and complex as they gradually exited the ancestral hall. Soon, only Cang Hong remained, along with the ancient mirror that floated before him. Within the mirror, the tumultuous darkness seemed to have subsided somewhat. Yet the crimson gaze remained fixated on the outside world. Blood curse, Cang Hong murmured, gazing intently at the ancient mirror. I shall see whether it is you who exhausts my patience first, or your elusive allies lurking in the shadows who can no longer restrain themselves. Slowly, he raised his hand, beginning to inscribe intricate symbols into the air before the mirror. Each symbol was more complex and ancient than the last, emanating a primal essence. Flowing from his fingertips into the mirror, merging with the golden ceiling light. The light visibly solidified and thickened at an observable rate. However, at the same time, a faint pallor crept across Cang Hong's visage. Reinforcing such a seal, even for him, demanded considerable energy. Yet, just as he focused intently on inscribing the final core symbols, a chime echoed in his mind. Alert! High-intensity sealing reinforcement detected, triggering deep-seated causal fluctuations. Warning! 3 exceedingly obscure, malicious cross-dimensional gazes are attempting to lock onto the coordinates of the heavens. Source analysis, pointing towards the 3 known forbidden zones, the endless netherworld, the sea of sin, and the abyss of annihilation. Warning, the probing entity may harbor decayed beings of supreme or higher rank. The chilling sound of the system alert suddenly reverberated into Cang Hong's mind. Chapter 11. Teaching? No, it is a scene of deception. Ding! 3 extremely obscure and malicious eyes of interdimensional spying detected. The moment the system's warning echoed in his consciousness, Cang Hong's fingers, inscribing runes, did not falter in the slightest. Not even his eyelids lifted. It was as if that warning, capable of instilling fear even in an emperor, was merely the buzzing of a mosquito. The final Origin Emperor's rune was inscribed. Buzz! The golden seal of the ancient mirror erupted with a brilliance tenfold more intense than before. A vast, majestic, and ancient aura permeated the air, forcefully suppressing the swirling darkness back to the deepest depths of the earth. The two crimson gazes emitted a silent roar filled with unwillingness and resentment, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The seal had been reinforced. For the time being, the blood-cursed demon lord would not stir up any trouble. Having accomplished this, Cang Hong slowly retracted his fingers, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing beyond the ancestral hall, as if his sight pierced through endless voids, landing upon the three gazes attempting to pry into the coordinates of the heavens. Endless underworld, sea of sin, abyss of oblivion. He murmured these three names, his tone as bland as if reciting a recipe. A few ancient beings, hiding in coffins and surviving by devouring myriad souls, had yet to be sought out by him. Yet, they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. The moment his words fell, Cang Hong's vast consciousness, akin to a sea of stars, surged along the trajectory of the three prying gazes, crashing back with unparalleled ferocity. There was no finesse. It was pure force. Like an ancient divine mountain, it descended upon the three mice peering through the cracks of the door. In remote, unknown dimensions, deep within a realm of silence formed by the wails of countless spirits, a throne constructed from pale bones stood. Beneath a tattered black robe, a desiccated corpse exuding a dense aura of death felt the flicker of green soul fire in its eye sockets. Not good. It had just sensed a powerful sealing wave emanating from the heavens, along with a trace of alluring blood curse energy. As it prepared to investigate further, an overwhelmingly domineering consciousness, seemingly capable of shattering the cycles of the heavens, barreled through its perception without regard. The soul fire in the corpse's eye sockets flickered violently, nearly extinguishing. Its skeletal body, harder than divine gold, creaked under the immense pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Cang Hong. The corpse's heart raced with terror. Merely a reverse impact of consciousness had almost caused the disintegration of its form, which had been refined over countless epochs. To what realm had that ancient being truly restored itself? Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the netherworld, severing all ties with the external world, enveloping himself in a shroud of silence, as if he were a mere lifeless entity. Below the tumultuous sea of sin, a vast ocean swirling with endless filth and transgressions. A pair of murky, blood-red eyes gradually opened, reflecting the macabre landscape of corpses and blood. The intriguing seal from the heavens, alongside an overwhelming scent of curses, lingered in the air. Before the whispers could fade, a pure and radiant golden thought emerged, akin to the sword of divine retribution, and cleaved into the blood sea with an unrelenting force. The blood sea evaporated in vast swathes as countless tormented souls within let out agonizing wails, instantaneously vanishing. The blood-red eyes widened in shock and fury. The essence of origin. How could he still retain such untainted principles of origin? Daring not to confront it directly, the blood-red eyes closed abruptly, and the entire blood sea surged violently, conjuring towering waves to conceal its very existence. In the void of annihilation, an absolute darkness, where even light was devoured, a shadow sat beside a slowly rotating black hole, which seemed capable of consuming all. The shadow appeared to chuckle softly. Cang Hong, you remain as vigilant as ever. Before the words could fully escape, a colossal hand, formed from pure thought and seemingly capable of crushing celestial bodies, emerged above the shadow. Disregarding the black hole's gravitational pull, and descended forcefully. The shadow trembled violently, its indistinct form nearly disintegrating. 6 generations? No, this feeling. The voice carried an incredulous horror for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow erupted, transforming into countless strands of black smoke, merging into the surrounding absolute darkness and the gravitational pull of the black hole, vanishing without a trace. Within the ancestral hall, Cang Hong slowly withdrew his gaze, a cold smile curving his lips. You were quick to flee, he murmured to himself, then turned to the ancient mirror floating before him. The darkness within had completely subsided, the seal as firm as ever. Ding! The host has successfully countered and deterred 3 decayed supreme-level probes, showcasing an invincible presence, triggering divine-level choices. Option 1. Remain low-key and patient. Pretend nothing has occurred, continue to reinforce the seal, and maintain vigilance in the shadows. Reward. Turtle breathing technique can perfectly conceal one's aura in a designated area, undetectable by the Supreme. Option 2. Issue a forceful warning, broadcast across the heavens, proclaiming sovereignty and warning all petty intruders. Reward. 3 supreme-level deterrence talismans, upon use, can emit supreme pressure to repel enemies. Option 3. Fishing for law enforcement. Intentionally reveal a hint of weakness or instability in the seal, luring out the hidden foes to see which one cannot contain themselves first. Reward. One opportunity for causal tracing can lock onto an aura and trace its origin. Cang Hong gazed at the 3 options presented before him, his expression subtly shifting. Firstly, it is rather timid, not in line with the imposing persona he has just awakened to embody. Secondly, it possesses a hint of intrigue. Yet the warning may prove futile, potentially alarming the very prey one intends to ensnare. Thirdly, is it a case of fishing for evidence? A flicker of amusement danced in Cang Hong's eyes. This system is quite perceptive. He chose the 3rd option, making his decision. Choice confirmed. The opportunity for causal retribution has been granted and may be utilized at any time. Please, host, commence your performance. Performance? Cang Hong's mind stirred as he deliberately weakened the aura that had slightly diminished due to the reinforced seal. Not only that, but he also subtly manipulated the sealing light within the ancient mirror, causing it to flicker ever so slightly. Such a minor shift that it would go unnoticed unless observed by a supreme being with unwavering vigilance. However, in conjunction with the almost imperceptible fluctuation of his aura, it appeared entirely different to those with discerning eyes. Having completed these actions, Cang Hong felt as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. With a flourish of his sleeve, he stowed away the ancient mirror and turned, stepping forward to return to the high platform before the path of inquiry. It seemed as effortless as sipping tea or enjoying a meal, despite having just instilled fear in 3 decaying supremes and dug a metaphorical pit. At this moment, it had only been the briefest of interludes since his departure. Below the high platform, 47 disciples who had passed the trials were still diligently regulating their breathing. Above, the spectral figures of the 9 ancestors and the 5 ancestors wore expressions of grave concern. Upon Cang Hong's return, the 9 ancestor hurriedly approached, whispering, "Great ancestor, the seal." "No worries. It has been temporarily reinforced." Cang Hong gestured dismissively, indicating there was no need for further discourse. His gaze swept over the youthful, vibrant faces below, brimming with tension and anticipation. A gentle expression, the first hint of warmth since his awakening, graced his features, albeit still appearing rather indifferent to onlookers. "How is your breathing regulation faring?" Cang Hong inquired, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The 47 stood promptly, responding in unison, "Great ancestor. We are no longer in dire straits." "Excellent." Cang Hong nodded, casually taking a seat on the cushion in the center of the high platform. This action left everyone momentarily stunned. Wasn't he meant to proceed to the ancestral hall to discuss important matters? Why had he chosen to sit down? "Everyone take your seats." Cang Hong indicated towards the cushions prepared for the 47 below. "I have stated that those who have passed the 3 trials shall receive 3 days of teachings from me. Let's commence now." "Huh? We are beginning just like this?" Confusion washed over them. Wasn't there supposed to be a cleansing ritual, changing of garments, a 3-day fast, selecting an auspicious day, followed by incense, offerings, and prayers? The anticipation of the great ancestor's teachings was supposed to be earth-shattering, filled with extraordinary phenomena. Yet here he was, sitting casually, ready to begin. Is it somewhat too casual? How so? Cang Hong raised his gaze, his eyes scanning the assembly with a tranquil indifference. "Do you find this seat lacking in formality? Or do you believe that listening to me requires elaborate formalities?" As his gaze swept over them, everyone felt a sudden chill and promptly settled onto their respective cushions, straightening their backs and focusing their attention inward. The path to enlightenment is fundamentally simple. Cang Hong's voice resonated once more, not loud, yet imbued with an enchanting power that penetrated the hearts of all present. External forms are but illusions. The essence lies in how much one can comprehend and internalize. He paused momentarily, as if recalling something, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Of course, if anyone feels this is insufficiently solemn, they may withdraw now, and it would still be timely." Withdraw? What a jest! To have the Grand Ancestor personally impart wisdom is an unparalleled opportunity beyond dreams. They would gladly sit on the ground, stand, or even lie down to listen. We, the disciples, are all ears. The 47 individuals, along with the esteemed elders on the platform, held their breath, their senses attuned. Cang Hong ceased further commentary, gently closing his eyes, just as the assembly anticipated the unveiling of profound teachings. He posed an unexpected question that left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Why do you practice? Why do you practice? This inquiry rendered all silent. Some instinctively sought to respond, to grow stronger, to attain immortality, to protect one's family, to gain renown. Yet these answers, spinning on the tip of their tongues, felt too mundane to match the gravity of the Grand Ancestor's question. Cang Hong did not await their replies. He continued, his tone unadorned, yet seemingly imbued with a penetrating force. For longevity, the path to immortality is long and fraught with uncertainty. Even the supreme will eventually fade. For invincibility, beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond the heavens, more heavens. Who dares claim true invincibility? For protection, if you're not strong, what can you protect? If you perish, how can you speak of guardianship? A succession of questions rendered the assembly speechless, their minds stirred. Indeed, why did they practice? As they plunged into contemplation, their thoughts wavering, Cang Hong's voice suddenly rose slightly. Like the tolling of a bell at dusk and dawn, it struck at the hearts of all. I shall tell you. The essence of practice is not strength, not technique, not longevity, nor invincibility. It is the heart, it is the self. To realize one's true nature is to know oneself. Discover that initial intention for which you embarked on this journey. That intrinsic motivation that has sustained you through countless days and nights of solitude. Then, seize it, nurture it. Let it become an everlasting beacon on your path to enlightenment. With these words, he concluded, devoid of embellishment. There were no heavenly golden lotuses, yet every individual felt as though their heart had been violently struck by an unseen force. A profound and inexplicable tremor surged from the depths of their souls. This sentiment was particularly intense among the 47 disciples who had successfully passed through the trials. Their willpower, comprehension, and combat prowess had long surpassed their peers. At this moment, upon hearing words that pierced directly to the essence of their being, they were deeply moved. Many displayed expressions of confusion, contemplation, and even epiphany. Within their bodies, spiritual energy began to autonomously accelerate its flow, and a faint sense of clarity emerged within their minds. However, Cang Hong shifted his tone, infused with an indescribable hint of sarcasm. Merely possessing a true heart is insufficient. One must eat their meal bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. Thus, over the next 3 days, I shall refrain from discussing abstract philosophical concepts. Cang Hong opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces below. I will speak of 3 matters: how to consume food more efficiently, how to walk more steadily, and, importantly, how to deliver a punch that knocks out the teeth of those who seek to seize your meal or trip you up. The 47 disciples, along with the elders atop the high platform, were taken aback. Is this truly the discourse of our ancestor? Why does it feel as though a bandit leader is instructing his underlings in the art of fighting and claiming territory? Yet, strangely, it seems far more invigorating than those esoteric scriptures of profound wisdom. Cang Hong was pleased with their reactions. This was the effect he sought. Rather than expounding on lofty, nebulous principles that were difficult to grasp, he preferred to provide practical guidance. After all, he was nurturing individuals capable of combat and resilience, destined to uphold the family legacy, not a group of bookish pedants. Now, to the matter at hand. Cang Hong cleared his throat, his earlier jest fading into a more serious demeanor. The first lesson: how to deliver the most painful punch with the least amount of spiritual energy. He raised his hand, gently pinching his thumb and forefinger together. Without employing a shred of spiritual energy or invoking any celestial laws, he relied solely on the purest and simplest physical strength. Then, facing the void ahead, he flicked his fingers. A faint sound, almost inaudible, resonated. A training stone mountain, fortified by arrays, standing 100 feet away, silently dissolved into the finest dust, scattering with the wind. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence. All present gaped in astonishment at the empty ground, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Is this truly the minimal amount of spiritual energy? The most painful of fists? A notification sounded. The host has activated the ancestral lecture, tailoring instruction to each individual, aiming directly at the essence, prompting a collective epiphany among the disciples. The potential for the family's future has seen a slight enhancement. A divine-level choice has been triggered. Chapter 12. What kind of ancestor have we that Song family truly worshipped? A profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the location where the artificial mountain once stood. Now, It lay barren, devoid of any remnants, save for a small whiff of dust stirred by the gentle breeze, attesting to the 1,000-foot-high stone mountain, fortified by an array. Using minimal spiritual energy, Cang Hong glanced at his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and then at the empty space ahead. His prideful divine strength, unleashed in a single punch, could likely obliterate that artificial mountain. Yet, like the great ancestor, to achieve such destruction with a mere flick of the finger, without invoking spiritual energy or the laws, what level of control over power must one possess? How formidable must that finger be? Cang Hong instinctively touched her delicate fingers, her mind racing to calculate the mechanical principles and energy conversion efficiency behind that earlier flick, arriving at a conclusion that nearly destabilized her resolve. It was unfathomable, completely contrary to common sense. Xianxia fixed his gaze on Cang Hong's seemingly ordinary finger, his violet eyes ablaze with a desire for destruction, which soon morphed into a deeper chill. He yearned to sever that finger, but his instinct warned him that his blade might not even graze the skin. The other disciples were utterly astounded, their eyes bulging, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Is this the way the great ancestor teaches? An opening so profound, speaking of enlightenment and self-identity, only for the first lesson to be about reducing a mountain to dust? Was the shift in tone too abrupt? On the high platform, the phantom of the fifth ancestor twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. The ninth ancestor, Cang Ming, felt his eyelids twitch, struggling to maintain an expression of calm. The clan leader, Xianxia, and the elders exchanged glances, torn between laughter and restraint, finding it quite a challenge to contain their amusement. The great ancestor's teaching method was indeed unique. What? Cang Hong retracted his finger, as if merely swatting away a fly. Was it too brutal? Not elegant enough? His gaze swept over the dazed faces below. The great path has myriad roads leading to the same destination. Regardless of the myriad techniques or unparalleled powers, the ultimate aim remains the same: efficacy. How to achieve the greatest effect at the least cost. This is one of the core wisdoms of combat and cultivation. He paused, gesturing towards the empty space. That earlier flick, devoid of spiritual energy or laws, relied solely on the strength of the flesh and a slight understanding of the essence of force. Its core lies in the convergence and release. Concentrate all your strength into a singular point, allowing it to instantly radiate outward, targeting the most vulnerable node of your objective. Just as formations have their focal points, mountains bear their textures, and the human body possesses joints and acupoints, so too do mystical arts and spells have their conduits of spiritual energy. Identify it, break through it. This is the essence of penetrating a surface by targeting a point. A mere 4 ounces capable of displacing 1,000 pounds. The voice, though not loud, was crystal clear, etching itself into the minds of all present like a brand. Particularly for the 47 disciples who had just passed their trials, all of whom were exceptionally gifted, the earlier stunning display, combined with this explanation, evoked a profound awakening, illuminating their understanding. Could strength truly be wielded in such a manner? Was combat not merely a contest of brute force or the superiority of divine powers? Indeed, the speaker's tone shifted once more. While the principles were easily comprehensible, their execution proved challenging. Mastery over one's own power, keen insight into the enemy or target, and rigorous practice were paramount. Over the next 3 days, I shall elucidate several of the most prevalent techniques for harnessing strength, alongside the corresponding methods of cultivation. The extent of what you learn depends solely on your own efforts. With that, he ceased any further preamble and commenced his instruction. From the fundamental techniques of exerting force to the compression and instantaneous eruption of spiritual energy, and onto the utilization of consciousness to perceive an opponent's weaknesses. He articulated these concepts with remarkable clarity. At times, he demonstrated personally. At others, he would seize a disciple as a teaching aid, such as allowing Cang Hong to strike him with all his might, subsequently pointing out 13 subtle areas for improvement, leaving Cang Hong drenched in cold sweat. He would also pose seemingly simple, yet intricately challenging questions to provoke thought among the group. There were no dazzling phenomena, yet each individual was captivated, feeling as though many previously nebulous aspects of their training, understanding the principles without comprehending their underlying reasons, were suddenly made clear by the venerable master's succinct words. It became evident that the flow of spiritual energy could be smoother, that spellcasting could be expedited to a fraction of a moment, and that the same force, when applied differently, could yield vastly superior results. Was this a lecture? It was nothing less than an audacious revelation, akin to a seminar in transformative teachings. He systematically dismantled their decades-long misconceptions about cultivation, urging them to reconsider. What had they truly practiced all this time? Follow me and relearn. Yet, they were more than willing. Even fervently so. Just as the disciples found themselves immersed in the Master's teachings on the aesthetics of power, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, an indescribable, monumental wave of energy erupted without warning from a remote corner of the Tsang clan's territory, soaring into the heavens. Then came a rumble. In the skies above, the wind surged and clouds gathered. Endless waves of purple radiance rolled in from the eastern horizon, swiftly enveloping half of the Tsang sky. Amidst the brilliance, ethereal dragons soared. Divine phoenixes sang, Qilins trod upon clouds, and the black tortoise bore the cosmic map. The earth erupted with golden lotuses, and the void shimmered with light. Resonant sounds of the Tao seemed to emanate from the depths of antiquity, cleansing the very souls of those who heard them. Onine Fabloha, seemingly derived from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, enveloped that region, accompanied by an extraordinarily rich essence of innate Tao. Was this an extraordinary phenomenon of the heavens and earth? The purple chi rises from the east for 30,000 miles. The true dragon and divine phoenix stand guard. Was there a transcendent constitution or an unparalleled divine artifact emerging? The direction pointed towards the falling star valley in the northwest. On the high platform, the ethereal figures of the 9 ancestors and the 5 ancestors abruptly rose, their faces etched with astonishment. Below, the captivated disciples were similarly startled by this sudden grand spectacle. All raising their heads to gaze at the sky, their expressions filled with horror. Such astonishing celestial phenomena had only been sporadically recorded in the most ancient texts. In the primordial chaos, myriad paths bowed in reverence. Tsang Lioli murmured softly, as one most attuned to the essence of the Tao. She sensed a supreme aura that sent shivers through her very essence. What entity has emerged? Tsang Jiuxiao clenched his fists, a surge of battle intent coursing through him. He felt his sacred blood simmering. Tsang Mia gripped the hilt of his sword, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his violet eyes. Everyone realized that something monumental had transpired. However, at the center of the platform, upon the meditation cushion, Cang Hong merely lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance at the swirling purple chi and auspicious omens before withdrawing his attention. His expression bore no trace of surprise, as if all of this had been foreseen. It has finally arrived, he murmured softly, audible only to himself. Ding! Detection of the supreme, forbidden constitution, the chaos Tao body, has emerged, invoking the resonance of heavenly laws, attracting the attention of the will of the Tao, triggering divine-level choices. Choice 1. Observe the developments. Await the heavenly gift, Grandfather's Ring, to descend, then take action. Reward. Temporary affinity buff from the Tao, lasting 3 days, increasing comprehension speed by 50. Choice 2. Intercept. Prevent the heavenly gift from descending and meticulously study it. Reward. A fragment of celestial gold, usable for forging imperial weapons. Choice 3. Assert dominance. The Tao wishes to make a move? Has it consulted me? Directly intercept. Erase the Tao's mark and transform the gift into pure inheritance belonging to the family. Additionally, issue a warning to the Tao, asserting sovereignty. Reward. A strand of chaos Tao essence can assist the host in comprehending the laws of chaos, or be used to cultivate the chaos Tao body. Cang Hong regarded the options before him, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. To observe the developments? Allow the Tao to bestow that object upon his descendants? To intercept? A piece of fragmented celestial gold was an insult. His choice had been singular from the outset. Select 3. Choice confirmed. Almost simultaneously, high above the heavens. Amidst the rolling purple chi and auspicious signs, a barely discernible glimmer, imbued with specific heavenly laws, quietly detached from the center of the phenomenon and rapidly descended towards a newborn infant in Falling Star Valley. Within that radiant light, the outline of an ancient ring could be faintly discerned. Within the confines of the ring, a remnant soul that had slumbered for countless millennia seemed to sense the tremulous aura of primordial chaos emanating below, stirring with faint excitement. The Chaos Tao body. It is indeed the legendary Chaos Tao body. The heavenly Tao does not deceive me. I shall once again see the light of day. The time shall soon come. I will nurture this child well for the future. The remnant soul's beautiful dreams were abruptly interrupted. A colossal hand, entirely formed from the rules of the great Tao, appeared as if conjured from thin air, gently scooping up the glimmering light along with the ring, cradling it securely within its grasp. Then, with a soft crack, akin to the sound of some shackle being forcefully shattered, the resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth. The imprint of the heavenly Tao contained within that glimmer, as well as the nurturing contract signed with the heavenly Tao by the remnant soul within the ring, were instantly obliterated by a force so unyielding that it defied reason. The remnant soul could only emit a brief, terrified, and bewildered cry before losing all consciousness, transforming into a pure orb of light, embodying only knowledge and fragments of enlightenment. Above the 9 heavens, the swirling violet phenomena seemed to momentarily pause, as if the will of the heavenly Tao, existing in the ethereal realm, encountered a fleeting disruption due to this sudden, unreasonable act of interception. The voice of Cang Hong resonated calmly, yet distinctly within the depths of every being's soul, seemingly transmitting directly to the lofty heights of the heavens. My descendants of the Cang clan, do not trouble the heavenly Tao. His path is his own to tread. The fate of the Cang clan is in our own hands. Should anyone dare to reach out again, their hand shall be severed. As his words fell, the vast violet phenomena appeared to be compelled by some unseen force, gradually dissipating. The illusory forms of the true dragon and divine phoenix faded, the golden lotus vanished, and the echoes of the Tao gradually ceased. Only the pure aura of chaos and the innate rhythm of the Tao continued to linger above Falling Star Valley, nurturing the newly born infant. Cang Hong spread his palm, within which floated an ancient, unadorned ring, alongside an orb of light radiating a gentle glow. He did not even glance at the ring, his gaze fixating solely on the orb, sensing the immense ocean of knowledge and understanding within. The legacy of the ancient flame, Emperor? There are indeed unique insights in alchemy and the art of fire control. Perfect, it would add to the depth of our clan's lineage in the Tao of alchemy. He casually stowed away the ring and the orb, as if what he had just done was but a trifling matter. Then, he turned his attention below, to those disciples still reeling from the awe of the celestial phenomena and his confrontation with the ancestors. His brow furrowed slightly. What are you staring at? A mere trifling disturbance has distracted you? Who are we? Yes, I had yet to finish discussing the 13 efficient techniques of energy oscillation and superposition. Let us continue. The crowd murmured. A mere trifling disturbance? Master, do you truly deem that commotion a mere trifle? Moreover, you have just seized what was bestowed by the heavenly Tao and issued a warning to it, only to resume your lecture as if nothing had occurred. Is your composure not a touch too formidable? Our hearts can scarcely keep pace. Yet, none dared utter a word. Each member promptly focused their attention, forcing their drifting thoughts back to the lecture at hand. However, within each heart surged tumultuous waves of astonishment. The Grand Ancestor dares to seize from the heavenly Tao, to issue warnings to it? What manner of forebear have we, the Cang family, honored? It seems our worldview requires a complete overhaul. Chapter 13. My son, Cang Chun. What great matter has arisen? Why the gaze of distraction? Where are we in the discourse? Yes. The 13 efficient techniques of spiritual force oscillation and superposition have yet to be thoroughly elucidated. Let us continue. The assembly, startled into focus, swiftly gathered their thoughts and resumed their attentive posture. A mere trifle, you say, Grand Ancestor? Yet, no one dared express dissent. If the ancestor deemed it trivial, it must be so. Cang Hong refrained from further commentary and persisted with his explanations. He transitioned from the foundational oscillation frequencies of spiritual force to the superposition characteristics of different elemental energies, and then to practical applications of instantaneous oscillation mode, switching to achieve varying effects such as defense breaking, penetration, and tearing. His teachings remained profound yet accessible, illustrated with effortless demonstrations. The disciples compelled themselves to concentrate, gradually immersing in the exquisite intricacies of power utilization techniques. After all, such direct insight devoid of superfluous embellishments is exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, curiosity, heavier than that of a cat, persisted in some. Seated slightly further back, Cang Shi, the 8th in the hierarchy and bearer of the Eye of Time, found his mind ensnared by the magnificent spectacle of the purple aura stretching 30,000 miles, and the domineering scene of the ancestor seizing and shattering the heavenly Tao-esque gift. The Eye of Time endowed him with the ability to glimpse fragments of the future, while rendering him acutely sensitive to the intricacies of causality and change. He sensed that the earlier phenomenon, the infant, and the ancestor's actions were entangled in a web of causality that was alarmingly intricate, spawning chaotic tributaries in the future. Just a fleeting glance. If he exerted minimal power, merely observing a fragment of that child's future, surely he would not be detected? A restless feeling clawed at him. He stealthily glanced at the ancestor, who was engrossed in his lecture, and then at the attentive members of his kin. With a determined resolve, a subtle glimmer, imperceptible to the untrained eye, flickered at his brow. The Eye of Time quietly opened a sliver. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the present world, seeking to glimpse the future currents leading to the Starfall Valley, where the newly born child, who had stirred the heavens and the earth, resided. Just as his gaze was about to touch upon the obscured vista of an uncertain future, a crisp sound echoed, like the crack of a nut. A seed, enveloped in a faint glimmer of spiritual light and unknown in origin, struck precisely at the center of Xianxia's forehead. The force was neither too great nor too small, effectively dispersing the fragment of temporal energy he had just gathered. It elicited a sharp pain, causing his head to involuntarily tilt backward. Ouch! Xianxia gasped in surprise, instinctively clutching his forehead, nearly on the verge of tears, not from pain, but from shock and confusion. He looked up, bewildered, towards the direction from which the seed had flown. Atop the platform, Cang Hong remained with eyes closed, seemingly engrossed in elucidating the seventh technique of spiritual power fluctuation. Yet, the hand that had just been raised casually still bore a trace of subtle spiritual light at its fingertips. The power of time should not be wielded to pry into the privacy of one's kin, especially that of an infant. Cang Hong's voice rang out, calm and steady, as he continued expounding on the lesson, as if the precise strike had been merely a happenstance. Excessive curiosity can lead one to witness things that ought not to be seen, shortening one's lifespan. This time it was a seed. Next time, Cang Hong paused, finally opening his eyes to cast a glance at Xianxia, who was still holding his forehead. I shall flick your forehead. Xianxia's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. He had been discovered, publicly struck on the forehead with a seed. This humiliation felt far worse than a physical beating, utterly disgraceful. Meanwhile, the disciples, who had been attentively listening, found their thoughts interrupted by this sudden spectacle. Observing the ordinarily enigmatic Xianxia, who often spoke in cryptic prophecies, now covering his forehead with a bewildered and mortified expression, laughter erupted. It was Cang Jiuxiao, the first of the War Heaven lineage, whose shoulders shook as he stifled a laugh. His mirth seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Hee, came the giggle from Cang Yao Exant, who quickly covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Cang Lu Li smirked, shaking her head, as if finding Xianxia's predicament amusingly typical. Even the stoic Cang Mie exhibited the faintest twitch at the corners of his mouth. The other disciples lowered their heads, shoulders trembling, clearly struggling to contain their laughter. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted abruptly from one of solemn focus to something rather comical. Xianxia's face reddened further, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Laughter? Once again, Cang Hong's voice resonated from the platform, devoid of discernible emotion. But the next moment, a series of sharp sounds rang out. Clap, clap, clap. A myriad of sunflower seeds, enveloped in a radiant glow, struck the foreheads of the chuckling disciples with uncanny precision, as if they possessed eyes of their own. Cang Jiuxiao exclaimed, ouch, while Cang Yaoxin gasped in surprise. The others, who had laughed with abandon, were not spared either. The force of the projectiles mirrored that of a gentle reprimand, just enough to elicit a twinge of pain, reminding them of their decorum. The classroom atmosphere shifted. Focus was restored. Any further distraction or laughter would not be tolerated, as Cang Hong calmly asserted his authority, indicating he would not hesitate to facilitate a vigorous outdoor excursion should the mischief continue. In that instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Each student straightened their posture, eyes fixed ahead, displaying an obedience surpassing that of the most diligent scholars. The mention of an outdoor excursion conjured memories of the terrifying ancient glyphs from the first trial, the eerie psychological manifestations of the second, and the brutal shadowy adversaries of the third. No one wished to relive those harrowing experiences. Cang Hong's reference to an excursion likely implied something far more daunting than a mere jaunt. Seeing the immediate effect of his words, Cang Hong nodded with satisfaction and resumed his lecture, transitioning seamlessly into the discussion of the seventh technique, the resonance and amplification of spiritual energy and bloodline power. The previous incident faded into oblivion, yet the faint red marks on the foreheads of Cang Shi, Cang Jiuxiao, and others, coupled with their expressions of suppressed discomfort, attested to the reality of the moment. The subsequent lecture proceeded with remarkable fluidity. No one dared to lose focus or drift into daydreams. Each disciple listened intently, fearful of missing even a single word and incurring the wrath of their master, whether in the form of sunflower seeds or a daunting excursion. The efficiency was astonishing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Cang Hong declared the session concluded for the day, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, akin to the aftermath of a grueling battle. Exhausted yet immensely enriched, they felt the shackles of long-standing bottlenecks begin to loosen. Their comprehension and application of power had ascended to an entirely new level. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for imparting your wisdom. The 47 disciples, along with the venerable ancestor upon the high platform, bowed deeply in heartfelt gratitude. These 3 days had eclipsed a decade of arduous cultivation. Go forth and assimilate your gains. Cang Hong gestured, signaling that they could disperse. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, felt a mix of relief and reluctance. After bowing once more respectfully, they formed small groups, murmuring amongst themselves before gradually departing, eager to retreat and internalize their newfound knowledge. Cang Hong then stood, addressing the ethereal figures of the 9th and 5th ancestors and the clan leader, Xianxia. Accompany me to Falling Star Valley. There was no dissent among them. Falling Star Valley, situated in the northwestern region of the Cang clan's domain, was a place of relatively sparse spiritual energy and fewer inhabitants. As Cang Hong and his companions materialized in the valley, they encountered a throng of clan members stirred by the unusual phenomena, alongside law enforcement elders hastily arriving from the main lineage. Upon sighting Cang Hong and his party, everyone hurriedly knelt in reverence. Rise, he commanded. Cang Hong's gaze swept across the landscape, landing upon an unassuming stone house nestled within the valley. A throng of people surrounded the humble abode, where a middle-aged man, seemingly honest and simple-minded, with the cultivation of a mere saint, clutched a swaddled infant in his arms. His face was flushed with excitement, and he fumbled helplessly. The baby, eyes closed in peaceful slumber, possessed a delicate visage, seemingly sculpted from jade, with an ethereal aura of chaos gently swirling around, exuding an innate elegance that signified extraordinary potential. Great ancestor, clan leader, esteemed elders. Upon sighting Cang Hong and the others, the man felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to his knees, only to be caught by a gentle force. Allow me to present the child, Cang Hong spoke. The man promptly and cautiously extended the infant, his hands trembling with anticipation. Cang Hong accepted the child, his divine sense sweeping over the little one, and he comprehended the essence within, a chaos-Tao body, pure in origin, inherently close to the path. Indeed, a rare celestial seed, encountered but once in eons. Has the child been named? Gan Gongnan. Not yet. I beseech the great ancestor for a name. The man replied, brimming with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Cang Hong declared, let him be called Cang Chun. Born from the mundane, rising from the ordinary, yet harboring a heart of chaos. I hope he remains untarnished by the dust of the world, achieving clarity of mind and walking his own path to greatness. Cang Chun, what a splendid name. Thank you, great ancestor. The man, overwhelmed with joy, bowed repeatedly. As he cradled the child, his affection deepened, and his excitement surged. The thought that his son had summoned celestial phenomena, prompting the great ancestor to bestow a name upon him, filled him with immense pride. A rush of fervor surged within him as he lifted the child high, addressing the gathering with fervent exclamation, my son, Cang Chun. However, mid-sentence, his voice was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had gripped his throat, leaving his expression frozen in exhilaration that quickly morphed into pallor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He suddenly recalled an ancient tale passed down through the clan, the authenticity of which was uncertain. Long ago, in a bygone era, a prodigious talent was born, and his father, equally elated, had raised the child high, proclaiming to the heavens, my son, XXX, possesses the potential of an emperor. And then it seemed that the father of that prodigy met an untimely demise shortly thereafter. though he firmly believed his own child was indeed endowed with imperial potential. Nay, celestial potential. This declaration should not be made lightly. With the infant in his arms, his outstretched hands froze mid-air, the latter part of his proclamation lodged in his throat, his complexion alternating between crimson and ashen. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes fixed upon him with peculiar expressions. The ninth ancestor, Song Ming, twitched the corner of his mouth, while the fifth ancestor averted his gaze. The clan leader, Song Xian, covered his forehead with a hand, unable to bear the sight. Cang Hong, too, momentarily taken aback, soon allowed a fleeting, subtle smile to grace his features. After a prolonged moment under the scrutiny of the crowd, the man, face flushed, ultimately swallowed the remainder of his sentence, exclaiming loudly, "My son, Song Chun, is a bit hungry. Wife, quickly, feed him." Upon concluding his words, he cradled the child, bowed his head, and swiftly retreated into the stone house, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside, a group of onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Subsequently, a stifled laugh escaped, followed by a chorus of suppressed chuckles. Even several elders could not help but chuckle, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Cang Hong shook his head, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This young man is indeed a scion of the ancestral lineage. His parents have relocated to the core area, receiving resources and treatment akin to that of core descendants, provided at double the standard rate. With a brief command, he chose not to linger any longer, stepping out with purpose and vanishing from sight. Inside the stone house, the stout man held the child against the door, exhaling deeply as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He nearly cried out in fright. The ancestral teachings had always advised one to err on the side of caution. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his sweetly slumbering son, blissfully unaware of the peril he had narrowly avoided, and broke into a foolish grin. "My dear son, let us not act hastily. We shall quietly amass our fortunes." Outside, the laughter gradually subsided, yet each individual harbored the same thought. Song Chun may indeed possess the potential of a great emperor, perhaps even greater. His father, it seems, is quite formidable. At that moment, back in the ancestral hall, Cang Hong toyed with an ancient ring and a sphere of pure ancestral light. Ding! Successfully intercepted the heavenly gift, erased the mark, and obtained the pure inheritance of the Flame Emperor. The family's foundational alchemical inheritance has been supplemented, experiencing a slight enhancement. A divine grade choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Directly integrate the Flame Emperor's inheritance into the Family S Inheritance Pavilion for all disciples to exchange and study. Reward, 10,000 contribution points. Choice 2. Bestow the inheritance upon the most gifted disciple in alchemy, such as Cang Yaoxin. Reward. This disciple's alchemical comprehension will be permanently enhanced by 30. Choice 3. Temporarily seal it away until the chaotic body of Song Chun matures, serving as one of his foundational inheritances, with personal guidance to establish his alchemical groundwork. Reward. Formative Chaos Dan Heart can be implanted within Song Chun, significantly enhancing his future alchemical achievements and mastery over chaotic power. Cang Hong's gaze settled upon the third option, the Formative Chaos Dan Heart. Intriguing. He looked toward the direction of Falling Star Valley, his gaze seemingly penetrating the stone house to behold the peacefully sleeping infant. Song Chun, let us see how far you can advance with this chaotic body. He made his choice. Choice confirmed. Reward, the Formative Chaos Dan Heart, has been issued and can be implanted into the target's body at any time. Almost simultaneously, in the unfathomable depths of various realms, several cold, ancient gazes turned once more toward the heavens. Is the seal's fluctuation weakening? Cang Hong seemed somewhat unstable. The chaotic aura bore the unmistakable traces of divine intervention. Perhaps it presented an opportunity? Whispers echoed softly in the eternal darkness. Chapter 14. Ancestor, I am quite busy. Please do not distract me from my fishing. In the ancestral hall, Cang Hong toyed with the pure legacy orb. The nascent form of the Chaos Danshin resembled a miniature chaotic star, slowly rotating in the palm of his hand, emanating the essence of primordial Tao. He refrained from immediately proceeding to the Falling Star Valley. The time was not yet ripe. The infant was too fragile and required gentle medicinal nourishment for its physical body. Only after 100 days, when its foundation was solidified, would he implant this Danshin. With a thought, he sealed the Yin Emperor's legacy orb and the nascent Chaos Danshin into two specially crafted spirit jades, each marked with a unique insignia. Upon completing this task, he raised his gaze once more. His eyes seemed to penetrate the thick walls of the ancestral hall, gazing into the unseen realm, filled with malicious prying eyes. Indeed, there were those undeterred by the specter of death. He whispered, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. Beep. Enhanced probing detected from the direction of the endless netherworld, attempting to conduct more covert investigations. Weak blood sacrifice fluctuations observed from the direction of the Sea of Sin, suspected to be employing causal tracing techniques. The abyss of annihilation remains in silent observation, yet its presence is not diminished. The system's alert resonated coldly and precisely. Cang Hong shook good, though the smile bore no warmth. The feigned weakness and instability of his seal had indeed stirred the hidden rats in the shadows, particularly the one from the endless netherworld, who seemed most eager, since he wished to observe so badly. Cang Hong slowly rose and approached the window of the ancestral hall. Outside lay the unique celestial expanse, with unchanging seas of clouds and rosy light, ethereal mountains floating, and spiritual springs cascading upside down. A scene of serene tranquility starkly contrasted with the turbulent undercurrents of prying. Then, let your gaze feast, he murmured, extending his finger to gently touch the void before him. He did not invoke the powers of an emperor nor stir the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, he merely employed the purest of divine thoughts, combined with a fragment of his understanding of the illusory and the real, to sketch a vision. A vision visible only to those who had attained a certain level and harbored malicious intent to spy upon this place. In the vision, the ancestral hall remained unchanged. Yet Cang Hong's figure appeared somewhat blurred. He sat cross-legged on a mat, seemingly in meditation, his aura flickering between brilliance and frailty, sometimes radiant as the sun at noon, other times faint as a candle in the wind. His complexion, particularly, displayed an abnormal pallor, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. The ancient mirror, representing the seal, floated before him, its surface shimmering with a golden light, gently rippling as if enduring a relentless internal pressure of resistance. The entire scene conveys a distinct message. The effort expended by Cang Hong to reinforce the seal was considerable, potentially even exacerbating old injuries. Moreover, the seal itself remains precariously unstable, still under assault from the blood-cursed demon lord. This is precisely the truth that those who observe from the shadows yearn to witness and are most willing to believe. Having accomplished all of this, Cang Hong withdrew his hand. The pallor on his face and the beads of sweat vanished in an instant, his breath returning to an unfathomable calm. He resembled the most astute of hunters, having set the trap and laid down the fragrant bait, then retreating into the shadows, awaiting his prey to take the bait. Fishing requires patience, he murmured to himself, returning to his mat and closing his eyes as if genuinely beginning to meditate and recover. Time passed slowly. The ancestral hall was enveloped in silence, with only the clouds outside shifting gently. It was unclear how long had elapsed. Ding! Significant fluctuations detected in the probing consciousness from the direction of the endless netherworld. The other party has captured the intentionally released weak signal from a host, displaying emotions of greed, urgency, hesitation. Probing from the direction of the Sea of Sin has intensified, seemingly assessing the authenticity of the signal. Faint active detection behavior has emerged for the first time from the direction of the Annihilation Star Abyss. The system's notifications confirmed that the fish were tentatively approaching the bait. Cang Hong remained with his eyes closed, unmoved, until, warning, an exceedingly subtle cross-border spatial fluctuation has been detected, attempting to construct a temporary coordinate in the southeastern territory of the upper realm. Source of fluctuation locked. Endless netherworld. Analysis. The other party is attempting to establish a temporary, one-way channel for probing or power projection, to observe the upper realm and the host condition from a closer distance. They have arrived. Cang Hong opened his eyes, a glint of icy light flashing within. They dare only to construct a channel at the periphery? How disappointingly cautious. He shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the prey's audacity. Nevertheless, activity was preferable to inactivity. With a slight shift in his thoughts, an intangible consciousness traversed the boundless space, silently descending upon the southeastern territory of the upper realm, above the desolate mountain range designated as the coordinate point. At that moment, if a great sage were present, they would be horrified to discover that the void above the mountain range was undergoing an exceedingly subtle distortion. A wisp of gray-black mist, imbued with an aura of deathly stillness, coldness, and decay began to seep from the void, slowly coalescing into a vague and unstable shadow of a portal. The other end of the portal connected to an unimaginable realm of death. This was indeed the handiwork of that entity from the endless netherworld, establishing a temporary channel to send over a fragment of consciousness or some form of probing creation. To closely ascertain Cang Hong's state and the actual condition of the blood-cursed demon Lord Seal, the risk was minimal. Should anything go awry, the connection could be severed in an instant, incurring only the loss of a fragment of consciousness. The abacus was calculated with precision. However, just as the gray-black portal was on the verge of solidifying, a moment before the existence on the other side would cast its gaze over, the word halt resonated through the desolate mountain ranges like an ultimate decree. In an instant, the wind ceased. The clouds stilled, the twisting void, the permeating gray-black mist. And the portal that was about to take shape, all of it froze, as if a painting had been pressed on pause. Since you have arrived, do not depart. The embodiment of Cang Hong's divine consciousness slowly materialized before the solidified portal, still clad in gray robes, with disheveled black hair and an expression of neutrality. He surveyed the entity before him, immobilized and replete with the deathly aura of the underworld, as though appraising a somewhat crude toy. Then, he extended a finger towards the shadow of the solidified portal and the terrified fragment of the underworld deity within, which struggled desperately to flee. Gently, he beckoned it closer. Suddenly, an invisible hook pierced through the fabric of time and space, precisely ensnaring the core of that fragment. Abruptly, it was yanked back with brute force. No! A scream, perceptible only at the level of the soul and filled with utter terror, echoed faintly from the other side of the portal. Yet that fragment, infused with the consciousness and power of the supreme being of the underworld, was uncontrollably yanked from the temporary passage. It transformed into a swirling, struggling mass of gray-black light. Landing in Cang Hong's palm, within the sphere of light, a blurred, twisted visage of an elderly man, filled with resentment, flickered into view, glaring intensely at Cang Hong. Cang Hong, are you deceiving me? The fragment emitted a sharp wave of spiritual energy. What else could it be? Cang Hong gazed at the orb in his palm, his tone laced with mockery. If I did not bait you with something, would you, hidden at the bottom of the muck like an old turtle, dare to poke your head out? You are not even injured. The seal is a ruse. The fragment was both astonished and enraged. Only now do you comprehend? Cang Hong tightened his grip slightly. The fragment let out a pained shriek, its radiance dimming rapidly. Go back and inform those ancient beings still intact within the underworld. Cang Hong's voice was frigid, reverberating through the fragment directly into the consciousness of that ancient existence deep within the endless underworld. To harbor intentions against the heavens. To move against my Cang clan. Is it beneath you to send such a wretch to probe? Next time, either come yourself, or send someone more worthy. Should you attempt such petty maneuvers again? He clenched his fingers. Poof! The gray-black orb in his palm shattered like a bubble, annihilated. That fragment of the supreme being of the underworld, along with all the information and consciousness it contained, was utterly eradicated. Above the desolate mountains, tranquility has been restored. As if nothing had transpired, only the forcibly torn and smoothed space lingers with the faintest trace of disturbance. Within the ancestral hall, Cang Hong opened his eyes. A notification chimed, successfully captured and annihilated a fragment of the infinite netherworld's decayed supreme being, inflicting a certain degree of backlash and intimidation upon its essence. Another notification followed. Reward obtained. Death Crystal X1 contains pure death laws suitable for refining or comprehension. The probing into the sinful blood sea and the abyss of oblivion abruptly retracted, shifting into an extremely concealed state. The system's prompt echoed, and Cang Hong remained non-committal. A death crystal? Better than nothing. What he desired was intimidation, tranquility, and to teach those hidden eyes the lesson of discretion for the time being. Of course, he was aware that this was merely temporary. A greater storm loomed ahead. Yet he was in no rush. Time was on his side to play with them. Presently, he had another minor matter to address. With a mere thought, his voice resonated directly in the ears of the clan leader, Xianxia. Xianxia, come to the ancestral hall. Moments later, Xianxia arrived hastily, bowing respectfully. Great ancestor, what are your commands? 3 matters, Cang Hong stated directly. First, the Xianxia lineage from Falling Star Valley shall relocate to Spirit-Nourishing Peak immediately, receiving the highest standard of support as core descendants. Their parents will be bestowed with the title of Guardian Elder, enjoying the resources allocated to elders. Second, transcribe the alchemical portion of the Yin Emperor's inheritance, storing the copies in the Family Heritage Pavilion, and establish a contribution point system of 100,000 points for exchange. Initially, these shall be temporarily stored in the Ancestral Hall. Third, inform everyone that 3 months from now, the family will commence the trial of the Fallen Star Ancient Path. The 47 selected individuals must participate, while other inner disciples at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm or above may voluntarily enroll. Song Xian meticulously noted these instructions, particularly the third, which sent a chill through him. The Fallen Star Ancient Path, it is an ancient secret realm controlled by the family, said to connect to a fragmented ancient star domain, rife with both opportunities and dangers. Previously, at least 3 Saint Kings were required to lead an expedition, allowing only a select few core true disciples to enter. Yet this time, the great ancestor intended for all 47 to enter, even opening it to inner disciples. Great ancestor, although great opportunities lie within the Fallen Star Ancient Path, is fraught with peril, even harboring ancient star beasts and spatial rifts. Is it wise to send all these children in? Song Xian expressed his concerns. The flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. Cang Hong cast him a glance. True geniuses are forged through adversity, not nurtured in safety. Inform them that within the ancient path, fate will determine life and death. Those who fear death may abstain. However, for those who venture forth and survive, he paused. I shall personally provide guidance. Song Xian trembled slightly, instantly comprehending the great ancestor's intent. This was to employ the most brutal method for a second round of selection, rapidly cultivating genuine powerhouses. Yes, the disciple understands. I shall make the arrangements at once. Song Xian received his orders and departed in haste. Within the ancestral hall, tranquility was restored once more. Cang Hong approached the window, gazing down at the boundless expanse of Yuanyang land beneath the sea of clouds. His gaze seemed to drift towards the southeast, where a desolate mountain range had recently witnessed a brief skirmish. Even further beyond, it extended to the infinitely distant and eerily silent depths of the netherworld. Having tested the waters, perhaps it was time for a lull, he mused quietly. Just in time, I must also prepare some gifts for the little ones at home. The meteoric ancient road. I hope you will not disappoint me. A cold, expectant smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, in a dimension that eluded his perception, the vague shadowy eyes belonging to the abyss of annihilation stirred after a prolonged silence. Slowly they blinked. A barely perceptible ripple of thought was transmitted into the unknown depths. The old specter of the netherworld was distracted and subsequently extinguished. Cang Hong's state was but a facade. The plan was momentarily postponed. The ripple dissipated, as if it had never existed. Only the eternal darkness and silence remained, devouring all. Chapter 15. A gathering of sequences? No, it is a scene of fledglings pecking at each other. At the ancestral land of the Tsang clan, on spirit-nourishing peak. In days past, this peak, rich with spiritual energy, had an austere chill about it. Aside from a few disciples on guard, few ventured here. But today, the entire mountain seemed nearly flattened. From the foot to the summit, it was densely packed with people, young disciples drawn to witness the commotion. Naturally, they dared not approach too closely. After all, residing here was none other than the Chaos Dao body, Tsang Chun, who had stirred the ethereal phenomenon of purple chi extending 30,000 miles, along with his parents, who had transformed overnight from humble farmers of a remote branch into esteemed elders of the ancestral lineage. This lineage has truly soared. I heard the great ancestor personally bestowed a name and granted the highest caliber of resources. And more, I just saw elders from several lineages, including the Zhantian lineage and the Dao Yin lineage, personally delivering congratulatory gifts. Is this not the legendary tale of one achieving enlightenment, elevating even the lowly? Keep your voice down. That is the Chaos Dao body, a being destined to suppress an era. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, their eyes filled with envy, curiosity, and even a hint of jealousy. Yet, they could only admire from afar. The Chaos Dao body, it has not graced the 9 heavens and 10 earths for countless millennia. To be so esteemed by the great ancestor is truly a grand fortune. Meanwhile, not far from Spirit-Nourishing Peak, atop another mountain known as Discussion Peak, the atmosphere was decidedly different. This was the clandestine gathering place for the younger generation of the Tsang clan, where they engaged in sparring, discussions, and philosophical debates. Today, upon a vast circular discussion platform at the peak, 10 figures stood or sat, dispersed across the space. Through a rigorous selection process, he has been recognized by the Cang clan as one of the top 10 prodigies of the contemporary era. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere on the discussion platform is somewhat peculiar. A cold snort shatters the silence. The foremost among them, Xianxia, clenching his massive fist, with the golden aura of his sacred body subtly pulsating, casts a gaze akin to twin suns sweeping over the other 9 attendees. Since we are all gathered here, let's not squander time. He steps forward, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly. In 3 days, the meteor Ancient Road shall be unveiled. According to tradition, entry into the Ancient Path typically requires divided groups, rather than hastily forming teams later and hindering one another. Xianxia flashes a broad smile that reveals a dazzling set of teeth, complemented by his imposing muscular physique, exuding an overwhelming presence. Why not engage in a contest now? Let the strongest lead, while the weaker ones, he pauses, casting a pointed glance at Cang Liuli, Cang Mia, and Cang Feng, shall obediently take on the role of subordinates. Or, he tightens his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. I shall compel your submission. As his words resonate, a profound silence envelopes the discussion platform for a few seconds, only to be broken by a light chuckle. Cang Liuli, the second in rank, dressed in a moon-white robe, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, sits gracefully beside a chessboard forged from spiritual energy. Twirling a white piece in her fingers, she lifts her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. Xiao, is your mind solely occupied with muscle and brawling? She gently places her piece down, producing a soft sound as it connects, forming a perfect arc on the board. The meteor Ancient Road is fraught with peril. Can one truly prevail through sheer brute force? Moreover, she meets Xiao's eyes, her own clear yet tinged with a hint of disdain. Why should we heed your command? Merely because of your formidable fists? I propose a chess match instead. The victor shall take the helm. Cang Liuli's lips curl slightly. After all, intellect is the most potent weapon on the battlefield. Brutes are fit only to be cannon fodder. Xiao's forehead twitches with irritation. Liuli, you. A cold scoff interrupts him. Cang Mia, rank 3rd, has seemingly appeared from nowhere, leaning against the edge of the discussion platform with his dark red destructive blade in hand, enveloped in a faint aura of annihilation. His violet eyes scanned Xiao and Cang Liuli, as if observing 2 naive children. Boring, he utters. To fight or not to fight? What's all this fuss about? He lifts his eyelids to meet Xiao's gaze, his voice hoarse. You wish to subdue me? Very well. Let's do so now. Kill me, or... He grasped the hilt of the blade, and the ominous weapon emitted a low, resonant hum. You may choose. Kang Mi's tone was as calm as if he were inquiring about the day's meal. Yet, the unmasked intent to kill caused the temperature of the discussion platform to drop several degrees. Must we resort to violence so readily? A gentle, slightly languid voice interjected. Cang Yaoxin, the 5th in rank, was crouched in one corner of the platform, carefully transplanting a mystical herb radiating with a spectrum of colors into a pot with a small jade spade. Without lifting her gaze, she spoke lightly. We are all of the same kin and will need to stand united in battles ahead. It would be unfortunate to damage our resources and waste my precious elixirs. She then looked up and beamed at the crowd. How about this? Anyone wishing to take on the role of captain must first provide me with the material cost for 109 transformation soul recovery pills. Should anything go awry, I shall take care of it. If I fail to remedy it, she blinked playfully. Consider it a failed investment on my part. The crowd murmured. Her calculations are audacious, nearly ludicrous. A light cough interrupted the chatter. Song Lan, the 7th in rank, a robust figure embodying righteousness, stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, let's remain calm. Our esteemed ancestor has led us into the trial of the fallen star path to temper us and cultivate our synergy, not to incite internal conflict. He turned earnestly to Cang Xiao, Brother Xiao. Your combat prowess is evident to all. However, Sister Liuli's cunning, Brother Mie's formidable attacks, and Sister Yaoxin's logistical support are all indispensable facets of our team. Why must we insist on establishing a hierarchy? Cang Xiao frowned. Then what do you propose? Surely we cannot proceed without a leader. In the Ancient Path, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, who shall we heed? At that moment, a calm yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated from the entrance of the platform. Listen to me. The crowd turned towards the sound, where Cang Hong, clad in gray robes, with flowing black hair and an expression of tranquility, had appeared unbeknownst to them. standing with hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the 10 outstanding figures on the platform with a composed gaze. Ancestor. The crowd hastily bowed in respect. Cang Hong nodded slightly and ascended the platform with deliberate steps. His gaze momentarily lingered on Cang Jiuxiao, Cang Lioli, and Xianxia. One is reckless, another overly calculating, and the last bears too much bloodlust. He assessed them one by one, his tone unruffled. In individual combat, you may all be exceptional. However, in terms of teamwork, Cang Hong shook his head. It is laughably immature. The crowd stiffened at his words, yet none dared to retort. Cang Hong reached the center of the platform, fixing his gaze on Cang Lan. You, however, possess a sense of the bigger picture. Yet, in the pursuit of stability, there exists a lack of audacity. Cang Lan bowed his head, acknowledging the wisdom of the ancestor's words. Cang Hong then shifted his gaze to the others. Cang Yu, your concealment is excessive, hindering trust. Cang Feng, relying solely on your sword. How can you entrust your back to your comrades? Cang Shi, the future you perceive is merely one possibility among countless others. Excessive reliance could spell doom for all. Cang Wu, your combat spirit is untainted, yet your lack of teamwork will only render you a vulnerability. He meticulously critiqued each individual, his words striking at the very core of their shortcomings. Each sentence, a direct hit, elicited beads of sweat from the normally proud and lofty celestial prodigies, compelling them to concede, for the ancestors' insights were undeniably accurate. As for Cangxian, Cang Hong's gaze finally turned towards the direction of Yunling Peak, a fleeting softness glimmering in his eyes. He is still too young. For this trial, he need not participate. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. To be frank, they harbored a certain trepidation towards the chaotic Tao body of that little fellow. It was not due to his formidable strength, for he was merely an infant. Rather, it was the pressure of acting alongside him that daunted them. After all, he was under the direct guardianship of the ancestor, destined to suppress an era. Being with him felt like being relegated to mere background characters. Listen closely, Cang Hong reclaimed his focus, addressing the 10 celestial prodigies with a calm voice that bore an undeniable authority. During this trial of the fallen star Ancient Path, I shall not provide you with any special accommodations. In fact, I shall deliberately increase the difficulty. He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. For the true adversary will not grant you fair opportunities. The genuine battlefield offers no chances for a second attempt. What you must learn, Cang Hong's gaze swept over each face, is to trust one another in the face of despair. It is to learn to entrust your back to your teammates amidst life and death. It is to forge true camaraderie in the crucible of fire and blood. This is a matter of 100-fold greater importance than merely enhancing your individual strength. With hands clasped behind him, he turned away from the group. 3 days hence, at the hour of Chun, gather before the Cliff of Inquiry to enter the fallen star Ancient Path. Remember, Cang Hong slightly turned his head, his peripheral vision scanning behind him. What I wish to observe is not who among you is stronger, but how you will unite as a cohesive whole. As his words lingered in the air, his figure vanished from the debate platform, leaving the 10 celestial prodigies exchanging glances, each lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, Xianxia broke the stillness. Clearing his throat, he scratched his head, a rare hint of embarrassment crossing his resolute face. You all heard the ancestor's words just now. He turned to King Lioli. Sister Lioli, please don't take it to heart. It was merely me speaking without thought earlier. Cang Lioli cast a fleeting glance at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It was good that Brother Jiuxiao was aware. Rising to her feet, she meticulously gathered the chessboard and made her way to the center of the debate platform. Since the esteemed ancestor had spoken thus, perhaps it was time for us to become better acquainted. Her gaze swept across the assembly. After all, in 3 days, we'll be fighting side by side. It would be unwise not to understand our comrades' strengths and fears. Cang Yaoxin was the first to raise his hand in enthusiastic response. Me, I excel in alchemy, healing, and herb cultivation, but I have a fear of bugs, especially flying caterpillars. The crowd reacted in disbelief. You, a master of the poison arts capable of slaying saints, are afraid of caterpillars. Cang Lan was next to speak. I specialize in defense and protection, able to withstand damage. However, I fear that my teammates may not heed my commands and act recklessly. With that, he cast a pointed glance at Cang Jiuxiao and Xianxia. Cang Jiuxiao replied with a nonchalant expression, while Xianxia remained silent. One after another, the others introduced themselves. Song Yu stated, I am proficient in stealth, assassination, and intelligence gathering. I fear that the sunlight may be too intense, affecting my concealment. The crowd responded, You, a king of the night, fear sunlight. Song Feng declared, I am skilled in swordsmanship and offense. My fear is that my sword may break. The crowd, Can your sword even break? Song Shi remarked, I excel in glimpsing the future and temporarily halting time. I fear that if I speak the truth, no one will believe me, and I may be beaten. The crowd, Who told you to speak only half the truth? Song Wu asserted, I am adept at combat, growing stronger with each battle. I fear that my opponent may be too weak, rendering the fight unsatisfying. The crowd, What kind of logic is that? When it was Song Jiuxiao's turn, he cleared his throat. I excel in fighting. I fear not having a fight to engage in. The crowd responded with exasperation. That amounts to nothing. Finally, it was Song Ye's turn. He held his sword, remaining silent for a moment before uttering 2 words. Killing. Fear. He paused, contemplating, not having killed enough. The crowd murmured, Well then, we have a reincarnation of a killing god among us. After this round of self-introduction, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. What a bizarre group of companions. A poison master afraid of caterpillars, an assassin frightened of sunlight, a sword enthusiast worried about his blade breaking, a prophet scared of speaking the truth, a combat fanatic concerned about weak opponents, a brawler anxious about not having a fight, and a killing deity fearing insufficient slaughter, along with one overly calculative and another excessively cautious. Could this team truly succeed? Just as the assembly exchanged glances, their minds brimming with ridicule, suddenly, Song Liuli's expression shifted slightly. She abruptly raised her head, gazing at the southwestern sky. Something was amiss. Almost simultaneously, Song Yu's figure appeared silently beside her, his eyes fixed on the same direction, a grave expression upon his face. There are spatial fluctuations. They are formidable, he remarked, his voice low, laden with malice. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they lifted their gazes. There, on the southwestern horizon, the once clear sky had inexplicably begun to tear open, revealing a gaping chasm as dark as ink. Chapter 16. A rift in space? No, the delivery has arrived. In the southwestern sky, that inky crack resembled a malevolent eye glaring down upon them, silent yet exuding a palpable sense of dread and foreboding. The countenances of the 10 top-tier prodigies on the podium instantly grew gravely serious. They were no mere novices, having been chosen by their families for their esteemed ranks. They had survived life-and-death trials and witnessed countless grand spectacles. Yet this rift before them was bizarre, too bizarre. There were no violent spatial distortions, no earth-shattering upheavals. It lay there quietly, like an unsightly scar etched across the heavens. Yet the aura emanating from the depths of that fissure was frigid, lifeless, steeped in an indescribable decay and corruption, as if it were a conduit to a realm beyond this world, a domain steeped in despair and death, the underworld. Song Liuli fixed her gaze upon the rift, articulating 2 words with deliberate precision through clenched teeth. A well-read scholar, proficient in formations and ancient secrets. She immediately recognized the source of this sinister aura. It was one of the 9 life-restricted zones, the most mysterious and feared of all, the underworld. It was said that the rulers of the underworld were numerous, enigmatic in their actions, dedicated solely to death and the souls of the departed, opposing all living forces. How could they manifest here, hovering above the very core of the celestial realm? Moreover, Song Yu's silhouette had seamlessly melded into the shadows, his voice resonating from all directions with a rare gravity. The rift was expanding slowly but steadily. Something was poised to emerge. His keen senses detected the anomaly first. Prepare for battle. Song Jiuxiao roared, his holy physique erupting with vibrant life force, golden divine light soaring into the sky, casting him as a golden war deity. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively at the forefront of the group. Although the elder had just spoken of teamwork, the sudden emergence of danger ignited his inherent combativeness and instinct to protect, compelling him to take a stand. Song Mia remained silent. Yet his dark crimson annihilation blade had already been drawn half an inch, the chilling intent of murder palpable, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Song Lan took a deep breath, the radiance of his indestructible royal body swirling about him, a hazy silhouette of a divine city flickering into view, subtly shielding the others behind him. Song Feng pointed his fingers like a sword, the surrounding sword energy swirling and locking onto the rift. Xianxia's eyes flickered with fragments of time, attempting to glimpse the future beyond the fissure, but his brow furrowed, clearly encountering an obstruction. Song Wu's combat spirit surged, brimming with eager anticipation. Song Yao's heart silently tucked away the small shovel, and in her hands appeared several jade vials of various hues, her gaze wary. Even she, who feared insects the most, was now entirely focused. As the crowd braced for the possible emergence of a terrifying entity from the fissure, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. Why the panic? Almost immediately, the void above the discussion platform rippled like water. Cang Hong, clad in a gray robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended above the crowd. He faced the black fissure without even glancing at it, instead gazing skyward as if admiring the scenery. Such a minor disturbance, and you all are on edge? What will you do when faced with a true adversary? Will you soil yourselves? Cang Hong's tone carried a hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, the crowd's taut nerves relaxed slightly, only to tighten again. Minor disturbance? Ancestor, do you consider this a trivial matter? This is a cross-border fissure opened by the underworld. At any moment, hundreds or thousands of ghostly soldiers could emerge. Perhaps even a supreme undead. Ancestor, Cang Liuli could not help but interject, seeking to provide a warning. Yet before she could finish, Cang Hong raised a hand, interrupting her. I am aware it is the underworld, he stated calmly, still not turning to face them. I know what lies within and why it has come. The crowd exchanged glances. You know? Then why are you so composed? Could it be? A ludicrous thought suddenly burgeoned in their minds. Is this fissure something you conjured, Ancestor? As if reading their thoughts, Cang Hong finally lowered his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the black fissure. A glint of icy mockery flashed in his eyes. A few blind mice attempted to spy on my celestial realm a few days ago. I crushed one without effort. The rest, perhaps unwilling to concede, are now seeking alternative methods to test the waters. He paused, seemingly calculating something. Let us see. The delivery should be arriving soon. Delivery? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Before they could ponder further, Cang Hong casually waved his hand toward the black fissure as if beckoning a pet. Come here. These two simple words, utterly unremarkable, resonated in the ears of the crowd with an irresistible force. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all, the pitch-black fissure, exuding malevolence and ominous energy, trembled violently. Then, as if gripped by an invisible hand around its throat, it began to contract inward. No, it was not merely contracting. It was as if one were forcibly yanked from the void, akin to tearing away a piece of black adhesive tape affixed to a wall. With a sharp sound that sent shivers through one's teeth, reminiscent of fabric being ripped apart, the air resonated with an acute echo. The entire black fissure, along with the distorted space surrounding it, was stripped and compressed by an indescribable force. Ultimately, it transformed into a fist-sized orb of black light, writhing and struggling incessantly. Countless grotesque visages emerged upon the surface of the orb, howling and then vanishing into nothingness. A dense, inescapable aura of death, resentment, and decay permeated the air. Even from a considerable distance, onlookers felt their scalps tingle and their souls shudder. Was this truly a delivery? Whose parcel looked like this? Cang Hong gazed at the black orb suspended above his palm, his brow furrowing slightly. The packaging appeared remarkably secure. He extended another hand, lightly flicking the orb with his index finger. A muffled thud resonated as myriad dense, tadpole-like black runes flickered into existence on the orb surface. These runes flashed frantically, attempting to resist, yet under Cang Hong's delicate touch, they melted and disintegrated like snow beneath the scorching sun. With a soft crack, a slender fissure appeared on the orb's surface. Following this, a rush of dense, deathly energy and resentment erupted from the crevice, akin to a deflated balloon. However, before it could disperse, Cang Hong waved his hand nonchalantly, obliterating it into the void. The orb rapidly dimmed and shriveled, ultimately morphing into a palm-sized box, crafted from some form of obsidian-like bone. The surface of the bone box bore intricately carved patterns of tormented spirits, seemingly wailing in agony. The lid was tightly closed. Emanating en un cette ligne. Cang Hong surveyed the bone box with a hint of amusement in his gaze. A deathly relic from the underworld? Quite the investment. He casually opened the lid. Inside, contrary to his expectations of horrific corpses or malevolent curses, lay only a piece of parchment, a letter fashioned from tanned human skin, exuding a faint metallic scent of blood. The invitation, inscribed in dark crimson characters that glimmered with an eerie sheen, beckoned attention. Cang Hong picked up the invitation, casting a glance at it. A sardonic smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. He tossed the invitation down to the still-dazed crowd below. Behold, an invitation to the adult banquet of the Prince of Hell, extending an invitation to the heavens for attendance. The date is set for 3 days hence. The location. Cang Hong paused, a chill mirth lacing his voice. The ancient Starfall Path, core zone, rebirth platform. The heavens have graciously prepared several splendid gifts for us. Let's not miss this opportunity. The invitation drifts gracefully, landing upon the discussion platform. The 10 illustrious prodigies, along with the countless onlookers surrounding them, clearly discerned the characters inscribed upon it. In an instant, silence enveloped the venue. The underworld, Prince Yen Luo, a banquet on the full moon, in the heart of the ancient meteor path, and specifically inviting the celestial prodigies? This is no mere invitation. It is, without a doubt, a declaration of war, a blatant provocation. Moreover, the timing is precisely set for 3 days after the opening of the ancient meteor path. The location is the most perilous and enigmatic core area of the ancient path. It is evident that they have calculated that the prodigies of the Cang clan will undoubtedly enter the trials of the ancient path. This is a blatant scheme. The great ancestor, Cang Jiuxiao, was the first to be unable to contain himself. Fists clenched as golden vitality surged within him. The underworld is being excessively oppressive. This is clearly an act intended to target us. Cang Liuli's expression turned frigid, her eyes flashing with traces of numerous formations being deduced. With the timing and location so precisely aligned, it is likely there is a traitor within our ranks. The blade of Xianxia had already been fully unsheathed. The dark red blade radiated a destructive brilliance. He said nothing, yet the overwhelming intent to kill spoke volumes. Go, annihilate them. Cang Lan furrowed his brow, glancing at Cang Hong. Great ancestor, this banquet is likely a trap. Cang Yao's face paled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. I shall prepare detoxifying pills, miasma-evading pills, and heart-purifying pills. The silhouette of Cang Yu emerged from the shadows. Do you require me to investigate the information regarding the rebirth platform? The crowd exchanged words, a mix of anger, concern, and burgeoning combat spirit. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Cang Hong suddenly laughed, a laugh imbued with profound meaning. A trap? Targeting our celestial prodigies? He shook his head, yet his gaze fell upon the now empty bone box in his hand. Then, with a subtle exertion of his fingers, crack. The bone box, along with the last remnants of the underworld's aura within, was crushed into powder, scattered by the wind. Initially, he had merely sought to catch a few small fish. Unexpectedly, Cang Hong clapped his hands, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. While the fish remained elusive, he surveyed the youthful, furious, and battle-ready faces of the disciples below. They had presented him with a fine sharpening stone, since they are so eager, delivering an invitation right to our doorstep. If we do not attend, the smile at the corners of Cang Hong's mouth gradually widened. Would it not imply that our celestial clan is afraid? He turned, gazing towards the southwest, where the dark fissure had once manifested, now restored to the pristine sky. His eyes, icy and unyielding as ancient glaciers, commanded attention. A decree was issued. In 3 days, the ancient path of fallen stars would, as scheduled, be unveiled. I shall observe what grand offerings the netherworld has prepared, and whether it possesses the appetite to consume them. As his words echoed, he flicked his sleeve, and the human skin invitation ignited spontaneously, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind a chilling and domineering proclamation that resonated in the air above the discourse platform. The 10 prodigies of the celestial sequences exchanged glances, each witnessing the blazing fervor of battle and a hint of uncontrollable excitement reflected in the other's eyes. The netherworld's grand offerings? The Prince of Hell's full moon banquet? The rebirth platform? How exhilarating it sounds. Yet, none noticed the moment Cang Hong shattered the bone box and the invitation ignited. A fleeting, barely perceptible system notification flickered in the depths of his gaze. Visible only to him. Ding. Successfully received netherworld delivery, necromantic bone box. Triggering divine level choice. Chapter 17. The Expedition, an affair that even 9 dragons could not restrain. The 3-day deadline approached in the blink of an eye. Before the cliff of inquiry, the dawnlight was faint. The once desolate white jade square was now filled with people. At the forefront stood the 10 prodigies of the celestial sequences, fully equipped. Song Jiuxiao donned dark golden battle armor, his holy essence concealed yet reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, standing silently. Song Liuli, in a pristine moon-white robe, held a jade plate adorned with evolving formations, his expression focused as if engaged in some profound calculation. Song Mia embraced a destructive demonic blade, standing aloof, surrounded by an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Song Lan, Song Feng, Song Yu, Song Yaoxin, Song Shi, and Song Wu each radiated their unique brilliance, filled with vigor. Behind them, 47 elite inner disciples selected through rigorous trials, along with hundreds of voluntarily enrolled disciples meeting the requisite standards, formed an impressive line, surpassing 500 in total. This was the most grandiose and significant collective trial of the younger generation that Song clan had seen in nearly 10 millennia. All the youths stood tall, their eyes ablaze with excitement, anticipation, and a touch of inevitable tension. After all, their destination was the ancient path of fallen stars, a place that had buried countless prodigies and birthed myriad legends. Upon a high platform, the clan leader, Song Xian, the 9th ancestor, Song Ming, the 5th ancestor's phantom, along with the heads of various branches and core elders, were all present. The atmosphere was solemn, yet the absence of the great ancestor Cang Hong was notable. Just as the crowd pondered whether the great ancestor would personally see them off, a deep hum resonated throughout the heavens, seemingly emanating from the very source of time itself, reverberating without warning. Following this, a roar erupted. The dragon's roar. Not one, but nine. 9 majestic and ancient dragons resonated with a voice that seemed capable of intimidating the heavens and the myriad realms, akin to the roar of thunder from the night sky, reverberating with thunderous intensity. In that instant, the wind stilled, the clouds parted, and even the rising sun seemed to dim beneath the might of these dragons. All present, including the esteemed ancestors and elders on the platform, could not help but lift their gazes towards the source of the sound. Above, in the night sky, 9 colossal shadows, unimaginably grand, tore through the clouds and descended slowly. They were dragons, 9 ancient dragon corpses, each glistening in a dark golden hue as if forged from divine metal, stretching 1,000 feet in length, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of dragon might. Though long deceased, the residual majesty still sent shivers through the bloodlines of all the young disciples present. Ancient dragon corpses? And 9 of them. What an extraordinary display. Gasps of astonishment arose in waves. Even the well-versed ancestor, Songming, could not conceal a flicker of shock in his eyes. To harness dragon corpses for a chariot, and to command 9 ancient dragons at that. Such a spectacle was rare, even in the Epic of Origins. Yet, the most breathtaking sight lay behind them. As the 9 dragons descended, they were bound by chains as thick as mountains, glimmering with the light of stars, taut and unyielding. At the other end of these chains was a colossal black starship, so immense that it nearly obscured half of the sky. The ship, entirely devoid of color, seemed to be hewn directly from an ancient star. Its surface was etched with countless intricate and enigmatic ancient runes, emanating a vast and heavy resonance of starry power that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. At the prow, 2 ancient characters, seemingly inscribed in blood, yet resembling natural patterns, radiated an unapproachable grandeur in the morning light. Heaven above, the entire starship floated serenely in the night sky, reminiscent of a celestial titan awakening from an ancient slumber, gazing down upon the insignificant multitude below. A collective gasp echoed, as all present were rendered speechless by the sudden apparition of this celestial worship. Dragons towing a ship, with stars as the vessel. This was no mere mode of transportation. It was evidently a mobile fortress of war, a living totem representing the supreme authority of the heavens. The hand of the grand ancestor. Songming murmured to himself, his gaze complex. He had never seen such a ship before, yet the familiar, unparalleled aura emanating from its core was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly crafted by the grand ancestor during his 3 days of seclusion, with the 9 dragons as its steed and the stars as its vessel. This was not merely for show. It was a proclamation, a declaration to the entire 9th sky and 10 earths, to all powers and all existences, that Song clan, the heavens, from this day forth, no longer shall we remain in slumber. At the pinnacle of the forbidden zone, we shall reign supreme. Boom! A resonant drumbeat, akin to the pulse of a heart, rouses the crowd from their astonishment. On the high platform, the ethereal figure of the fifth ancestor, Xianxia, steps forward. His voice, like a mighty bell, reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Sons of the Cang clan, board the ship. The command is as solid as a mountain. Yes. Over 500 young disciples respond in unison, their voices surging like a tidal wave, soaring into the sky. In the next moment, all transform into streaks of light, racing towards the black starship that looms in the heavens above. The top 10 ranks lead the charge. Cang Jiuxiao, like a golden meteor, is the first to set foot upon the deck of the battleship. Cang Liuli follows gracefully, her garments fluttering in the air. Cang Mia, silent, clutches his sword, akin to a bolt of black lightning, landing at the edge of the deck. The remaining ranks and the 500 disciples board in succession. The battleship's deck is immensely spacious, capable of accommodating thousands without feeling crowded. The deck is pre-divided into sections. At the forefront is the main control console, where the divine consciousness of the fourth ancestor, Cang Fa, resides. Flanking this are the positions of the Thunder Prison Great Sage and the mysterious Turtle Great Sage. In the shadows, the presence of the Shadow Kill Quasi-Emperor lingers, faint yet palpable. Behind them lies the area for the top 10 ranks and the multitude of disciples. With everyone aboard, 500 youthful and spirited figures stand in orderly rows upon the ship. Their gazes converge upon the main control console. They are a hazy figure, exuding boundless authority, and the essence of divine retribution gradually rises. It is none other than the divine consciousness of the fourth ancestor, Cang Fa. He speaks not a word, merely raising a hand and gently waving it towards the void ahead. Set sail. 2 words, seemingly mundane, yet in the next instant, roar. 9 ancient dragon corpses emit a thunderous roar simultaneously. Ancient runes on their dark golden bodies ignite in succession. 9 celestial chains suddenly tighten. Buzz. The entire starship reverberates with a deep, rumbling roar. Countless runes illuminate its surface. The immense power of the stars surges forth like a tidal wave. And then, the battleship moves. Initially slow, it soon accelerates. Like a black star ignited, it rushes toward the vast cosmic sea beyond the 9 heavens. On the deck, the 500 disciples feel the ship tearing through the void, crushing the nebula with its colossal might. As they watch the stars and realms rush past, transforming into blurred streaks of light on either side, an indescribable thrill and fervor swell within their hearts. This is their clan. This is the celestial realm. Such a departure. Such grandeur. How majestic. How awe-inspiring. I have made my decision. Cang Jiuxiao suddenly spoke, his voice clear amidst the thunderous roar of the warship slicing through the air. Once I ascend to the Emperor's realm, I shall procure a warship such as this. No, I shall acquire 10. A dragon shall pull each one, with 10 vessels arrayed. That would truly be a spectacle. Beside him, Cang Liuli cast him a disdainful glance. Do you think dragon corpses are as common as cabbages? 10. To find 9 and refine them into this? She paused, her gaze drifting to the exquisite runes adorning the ship's surface, seemingly infused with profound truths. A glimmer of awe flickered in her eyes. The methods of the ancestor are indeed unfathomable. Of course, Cang Wu exclaimed, shaking her fist with admiration. The ancestor is the strongest. This time, as we venture to the ancient path, I will make a grand impression. Let all know that the Cang clan's prodigy is not to be trifled with. Her words resonated with many, igniting a fervent battle spirit in the eyes of the crowd. Yet, just as their fighting spirit reached its zenith, a faint yet unsettling sound reverberated, sending a shiver through their very souls. Without warning, from the depths of the vast starry sea ahead, it emerged. Suddenly, the once steady starship jolted violently, as if it had collided with an invisible yet impenetrable barrier. What is happening? Enemy attack. To arms. Cries of alarm erupted, and everyone immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. Spiritual lights flickered as treasures were summoned, their gazes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. However, the starry sea before them remained tranquil, devoid of any enemy presence. It is not an enemy, came the measured voice of Cang Fa, the embodiment of the main control's consciousness, tinged with rare gravity. It is spatial turbulence, and not of a natural origin. He raised his head, his eyes, seemingly infused with the essence of divine retribution, piercing into a section of the void that appeared empty, yet emanated an eerie and ominous aura. His voice was as cold as iron. Someone has laid a trap beyond the entrance to the ancient path, specifically designed for us. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the deck, where youthful yet resolute faces were set in determination. We are about to walk into a snare. Chapter 18. Encountering an unseen barrier? Who is so blind? The starship came to an abrupt halt, as if it had crashed into an invisible quagmire. No, it was far worse than a quagmire. It was spatial turbulence, a chaotic, violent storm of void, suffused with a scent of destruction. As if countless transparent giants' hands were tearing at the colossal body of the warship from all directions. The runes on the hull pulsated violently, emitting a sound of distress as if overwhelmed. The 9 ancient dragon corpses dragged behind released a mournful growl, as though bearing an immense burden. On the deck, 500 members of the Cang clan felt the world spin around them, their footing precarious. Had it not been for the ship's formation stabilizing them, many would have surely fallen. It was a spatial trap. Someone had distorted the spatial structure of this star domain. Such ruthless tactics. Their intent was to annihilate both ship and crew within the chaotic void. Gasps of alarm echoed, many disciples turning pale. Though their cultivation was formidable, they could not escape the profound fear evoked by such an oddly violent spatial trap. This was a true kill zone. Without revealing themselves, without making an appearance, they employed supreme means to distort the space and lay a web of annihilation, waiting for them to walk into their snare, only to be silently torn to shreds by the raging void currents. Calm down. A clear voice rang out like thunder. It was Cang Hong, holding a formation plate. Her gaze remained steady as countless runes swirled rapidly in her eyes, calculating. This formation was not a natural occurrence. It had been artificially triggered by connecting 3 nearby, small spatial nodes in a specific trajectory, creating an unstable spatial storm. There was a pattern to it. Give me 3 breaths. Before her words had faded, another figure appeared, almost ghost-like at the left side of the warship. Xianxia, the owner of the 4th sequence, an embodiment of the void, seemed to merge with the chaotic space surrounding him. He extended his hand, gently placing his palm against the violently trembling hull. In his eyes reflected countless shattered and distorted spatial lines. The core node of the trap lay 3,000 zhang ahead, in the void. There, the space was thinnest and most fragile. His voice was rapid, imbued with an otherworldly resonance. But outside the node, there were 27 layers of spatial folds protecting it. A forcible breach would trigger a chain collapse. Upon hearing this, Cang Hong's formation plate radiated with brilliant light. 27 layers? Leave it to me. Brothers Cang Jiuxiao and Cang Mia, follow my lead. She suddenly raised her head to look at Cang Jiuxiao and Cang Mia. Follow my instructions. Liuli, speak. Cang Jiuxiao roared, his blood surging as he entered battle mode. Cang Mia's destruction blade trembled lightly, his violet eyes locking onto the direction indicated by Cang Yu. 3, 2, 1, now. Brother Jiuxiao, straight ahead, unleash your full strength with a punch. Brother Mia, 30 degrees to the left, strike with 70% power. Cang Yu, disrupt the spatial ripples on the right. Everyone else, stabilize the ship's formation and channel your spiritual energy. The commands were precise, issued in an instant. Cang Jiuxiao let out a furious roar, the power of the sacred body erupting as he launched a devastating punch. The golden fist strike surged forth like an enraged dragon emerging from a sea, momentarily dispersing even the chaotic turbulence of space in its wake. The Kamieshi blade sliced through the air like lightning, its dark red blade radiance tearing apart the void, striking precisely at the designated location indicated by Cang Hong. Cang Yu's figure became indistinct as he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a peculiar spatial fluctuation that disrupted the fabric of the void in the area to the right. Simultaneously, all disciples on the deck unhesitatingly channeled their spiritual energy into the warship beneath their feet. Buzz! The starship erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, firmly stabilizing itself amid the violent turbulence. Boom! 3 forces struck simultaneously at the core node of the trap. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed deep within the souls of all present. Following this, everyone felt the ship suddenly lighten. The omnipresent tearing force and sense of chaos receded like a tide. The starry sea ahead became clear and tranquil once more, as if the terrifying void trap had merely been an illusion. Had they succeeded? The trap was broken. It was thanks to Sister Liuli, as well as brothers Jiuxiao, Mia and Yu. How formidable they were. After a brief silence, the deck erupted with thunderous cheers. All gazes turned at Cang Liuli, Cang Jiuxiao, Xianxia, and Yu, filled with admiration and fervor. This was the prowess of the elite of the sequence. Unflappable in the face of danger, they coordinated seamlessly to turn the tide. However, before the cheers could subside, a cold scoff echoed, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld. Abruptly, within the recently restored calm of the starry sea, it reverberated ominously. "I underestimated you youngsters." The voice was hoarse and dry, suffused with an endless aura of death and malice. Yet, what a breaking the first trap. "This ancient path of fallen stars, can you truly enter?" As the words fell, the starry sea ahead transformed abruptly. The once clearly visible stellar trajectories leading to the entrance of the ancient path of fallen stars became instantly blurred and twisted. In their place emerged countless intersecting blood-red chains, exuding a dense aura of blood and death. Each chain, as thick as a mountain, spanned the starry sea. Their surfaces were etched with countless grimacing faces of agony, silently wailing and struggling. A thick, oppressive atmosphere of negative energy, death, and a nauseating scent of blood permeated the surroundings, staining the entire star domain in a dark crimson hue. At the very center of these innumerable blood-red chains, a towering portal, constructed from countless piled bones, gradually materialized from the void. Upon the portal, ancient characters written in blood, seemingly still oozing, radiated boundless malevolence and pressure. The underworld. Before the portal, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, hovered silently like spectral wraiths. The one in black was tall, shrouded in tattered dark robes, revealing only a pair of eye sockets ablaze with ghostly green flames. In its grasp, it held a mournful staff entwined with countless restless souls. The figure in white was slender, adorned in a stark white robe, its face twisted into a peculiar smile, brandishing a similarly enshrouded, soul-retrieving banner. These were none other than the two harbingers of the underworld, the black and white impermanences. Behind them, within the skeletal portal, shadows flickered, as if countless eyes filled with avarice, malice, and a thirst for blood stared intently at the starship and its deck, where 500 young members of the Song clan stood. The underworld. It was the denizens of the underworld. How dare they intercept us here? Could that skeletal portal be the fabled ghost gate projection? What audacity! Gasps of astonishment arose, but this time they were tinged not with fear, but with anger, raw, unadulterated rage. Indeed, it was the underworld. First, they sent an invitation, and now they had laid a trap at the entrance of the ancient path, clearly intent on slaughtering the Song clan as prodigies before they could enter. Or perhaps they never intended to allow the Song clan as elites to traverse the ancient path at all. Dregs of the underworld. Song Jiuxiao stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the starship. His golden vitality surged, pushing back the pervasive deathly aura that surrounded them. With eyes wide open in fury, he fixed his gaze upon the black and white impermanences. "Cowardly rodents, if you have the guts, come forth. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the blood-red chains that bound the area. Yet, the black and white impermanences merely regarded him with cold indifference, as if observing a barking ant. "Ignorant youth," the white impermanence spoke, her voice sharp and laced with a disquieting laughter. "Do you truly believe you are worthy to contend with the righteous deities of the underworld? Today, this place shall be your tomb. This starship is quite impressive. It will serve nicely as a new toy for my prince. As for you," she licked her lips, her eyes glinting with an intensified green light. "Vibrant blood and pure souls, what exquisite offerings you shall make." Before her words could fully settle, she waved the soul-retrieving banner lightly. A chilling wail erupted across the starry sea. Countless translucent, vengeful spirits and malevolent specters surged forth from the banner. Clawing and raging, filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent, they charged toward the starship. "Form ranks. Defensive positions. Prepare for battle." The captains on the deck shouted urgently. All disciples instantly entered a state of combat, their spirits ignited, and their magical artifacts unleashed. However, at this critical juncture, a resounding hum erupted, greater and more majestic than before, as if capable of subduing all heavenly paths. Suddenly, from the deepest recesses of the starship, at the control console, an explosive sound reverberated. Following this, an indescribable aura of terror began to unfurl, akin to the awakening of a slumbering ancient titan. In its wake, the anguished wails of restless spirits ceased abruptly, and the myriad vengeful souls that surged forth were rendered motionless, trembling mid-air as if caught in time. Even the blood-red chains that spanned the starry sea and the ominous skeletal portal quivered slightly under this overwhelming pressure. The eerie smiles on the faces of the black and white impermanents instantly stiffened, replaced by unprecedented horror and dread. They raised their gazes towards the control console, where the once silent and indistinct figure had, unbeknownst to them, slowly risen. It was the fourth ancestor, Xianxia. He still had not fully manifested his true form. Yet in this moment, his indistinct silhouette appeared to become the singular focal point of this realm. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes, imbued with the essence of divine retribution, calmly regarded the black and white impermanence amidst the starry sea and the skeletal portal. Then, with a deliberate slowness, he parted his lips to utter two words. His voice, though not loud, resonated like the supreme decree of the celestial way, echoing within the very depths of every sentient soul. Disperse. In the next instant, he raised a finger towards the endless blood-red chains and the skeletal portal, towards the black and white impermanence, and towards this starry domain shrouded in the deathly aura of the underworld. With a gentle motion, he pointed. Chapter 19. With a single gesture from the fourth ancestor, even the emperor must kneel. Disperse. These two words, reminiscent of a celestial mandate, once spoken, set forth a law. Under the fourth ancestor's command, there was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling divine radiance, only an essence of purity and overwhelming dominance. As if embodying the very origins of cosmic punishment, a devastating bolt of lightning. Initially, this lightning was no thicker than a strand of hair, yet the moment it appeared, the entire dark red star domain, enveloped by the deathly miasma of the underworld, seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, with a hissing sound, it struck like a searing iron pressed into freshly fallen snow, cleaving through the myriad blood-red chains that spanned the starry expanse, exuding an aura of relentless bloodshed and death. The imposing projection of the gate of Hades, constructed from countless white bones, rises to a staggering height. From a soul-calling flag, an overwhelming surge of countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts emerges, intertwined with the pervasive essence of death, darkness, and decay that permeates every inch of the void. Before this slender thread of destructive lightning, they encounter their ultimate nemesis. With a speed visible to the naked eye, they dissolve, vanish, and are rendered into nothingness. No, the eerie smile that once adorned the face of the white impermanence has vanished, replaced by an abyss of terror and horror. She shrieks in desperation, frantically wielding the soul-calling banner, attempting to reclaim those restless spirits, while simultaneously retreating. The black impermanence remains silent, positioning the morning staff before him. As the eerie green soul flames leap wildly, establishing a formidable barrier of deathly energy. Yet it is futile. The destructive lightning seems to disregard the very fabric of space and defense, effortlessly penetrating through layer upon layer of protection, piercing through the morning staff and the soul-calling banner, before splitting into two strands, precisely striking the foreheads of the black and white impermanents. With a soft pop, akin to the bursting of bubbles, both are violently jolted. The dark and white robes enveloping them erupt, revealing bodies etched with bizarre runes, already beginning to crack. They simultaneously expel a copious amount of dark green blood, in which fine strands of thunder leap and explode. The voice of the black impermanence is hoarse and parched, filled with disbelief and terror. You are the fourth ancestor of the Cang clan, Xianxia. It is impossible. You should be resting in the ancestral lands of the heavens. How dare Cang Hong awaken you? The white impermanence shrieks, her face devoid of any charm, now only reflecting boundless fear. They recognize the origin of this divine thought incarnation, Xianxia, the fourth ancestor of the Cang clan. In the Epic of Origins, he wielded the body of heavenly punishment to attain enlightenment, commanding thunderous retribution with decisive brutality, having slain more than one sovereign of forbidden zones. A true, ruthless being. Even as merely a fragment of his divine thought, he is incomparably beyond their level. Two who have merely ascended to the ninth heaven through the resources of the underworld. Do these two minor ghosts dare to claim divinity? The divine thought incarnation of the fourth ancestor Xianxia still stands before the control console, his figure blurred. Only his eyes, infused with heavenly punitive thunder, gaze calmly at the black and white impermanence, as if observing two struggling ants. Kneel, he slowly utters. Boom! The black and white impermanence suddenly feel an indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon them. This is not merely a suppression of power, but an absolute crushing of their very essence and the fundamental laws of existence. Crack, crack. The sound of their knees buckling under the unbearable weight fills the air. Even as they fervently consumed their essence and resisted with all their might, their bodies remained uncontrollably bent downward. No, I am the righteous deity of the underworld. How can I kneel before you? Bai Wuchang emitted a piercing wail of defiance, while He Wuchang's soul fire surged violently, striving to break free. However, under the gaze of those calm eyes, all resistance proved futile. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed. Ultimately, the black and white Wuchang knelt, succumbing to the cold, lifeless void. They knelt before the starship, in front of 500 members of the Tsang clan and the 10 prodigies of the sequence. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, broken only by the faint hum of the starship's runes and the labored, painful breaths of the black and white Wuchang, reverberating through the starry sea. On the deck, all the Tsang clan youths gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the once mighty Wuchang, who instilled fear in all beings, now reduced to 2 wretched figures akin to dead dogs, kneeling before their ancestors. Is this the foundation of our Tsang clan? Is this the dignity of self-sacrificing supremacy? Even as a mere embodiment of divine thought, even without fully transcending, it still commanded authority. With a mere gesture, they were brought to their knees. How domineering! How awe-inspiring! Thud! Someone unknown swallowed hard, the sound ringing out distinctly in the stillness. Yet this noise seemed to awaken the black and white Wuchang. Gangfa! Bai Wuchang raised his head, his pale face twisted with resentment. You dare to humiliate us so. The underworld will never forgive you. It will never spare the Tsang clan. When my master descends, he will obliterate the heavens, condemning your souls to the 9 nether, to suffer the torments of soul refinement. Noise. The ancestor Tsang Fa appeared to lose patience. He raised his finger once more, its tip becoming even more concentrated and terrifying, as if it could pierce through the myriad realms, slowly coalescing. This path is blocked. This body shall be punished. As the words fell, the flicker of lightning suddenly blazed forth, resembling the final brilliance before the explosion of a star. The shadow of death instantaneously enveloped the black and white Wuchang, their pupils constricted, their souls nearly escaping. If that finger were to descend, they would undoubtedly perish. Even the death replacement talisman might not activate in time. Just as they faced imminent doom, a thunderous roar erupted. Within the black and white Wuchang, an overwhelming surge of pitch-black death energy erupted. Amidst this death energy, 2 blood-red talismans, inscribed with eerie runes as if formed from the anguished wails of countless souls, suddenly appeared. The Yenluo Death Replacement Talisman. The sovereign of the Netherworld personally forged a life-preserving treasure, granting it to his most trusted confidant. With a resounding explosion, the black and white impermanence unleashed a simultaneous howl, ruthlessly detonating this invaluable death token. In that moment, both figures frantically ignited their lifeblood and essence, even going so far as to self-destruct portions of their Tao foundations, elevating their speed to its zenith. They transformed into 2 indistinct crimson phantoms, fleeing desperately towards the distant starry sky. Attempt to escape? The 4th ancestor, Sangfa, narrowed his eyes. Lightning flickered at his fingertips, suddenly shooting forth. ZZZT. The lightning struck first, instantaneously catching up to the 2 blood shadows. A heart-rending scream pierced the cosmic sea. The blood shadows trembled violently, the distinct sounds of bone fractures and shattered essence resonating within. Their aura plummeted dramatically from the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor to the 8th, and it continued to wane, yet bolstered by the explosive might of the death token and the madness of self-destruction. The 2 blood shadows ultimately tore through the fabric of space, vanishing into a sudden, concealed passageway leading towards the netherworld, disappearing from sight. Only a few drops of dark green Quasi-Emperor blood and a fragment of a shattered black and white robe drifted languidly in the starry expanse, bearing witness to the brief yet tumultuous clash. Sangfa retracted his finger, choosing not to pursue. He merely gazed at the direction in which the blood shadows had vanished, his eyes glimmering with latent thunder. Return and inform Yenluo. Extend your claws further. Annihilate entirely. His voice was calm, yet it resonated as the most severe of warnings. echoing through the still open passageway into the depths of the netherworld. Having completed this, the avatar of Xianxia slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the 500 disciples still reeling from the shock on the deck. Finally, it settled upon the top 10 rankings. He moved forward. The path of the fallen stars had been unveiled. Do not let he paused, a spark of lightning flashing in his eyes. A few minor spirits disrupt the mood. As his words fell, he resumed his place at the control console, his figure once again becoming hazy and silent, as if the unparalleled majesty that had just commanded the quasi-emperors to kneel had never existed. On the deck, following a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. The fourth ancestor is mighty. The Cang clan is invincible. Above all, above all, above all. All disciples, their faces flushed with excitement, waved their fists, expressing their fervor and pride. So powerful, so satisfying. What a netherworld. What the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor. Before our esteemed ancestor of the Cang clan, they remain as mere chickens and dogs, kneeling at a whim, harmed at a word. This is the family they chose to follow. This is the heritage they take pride in. With a deep breath, Xianxia gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fist, his eyes brimming with even greater combat fervor. One day, I too shall command respect, like the fourth ancestor, with but a single word causing the emperor to kneel. Xianxia gently smoothed her sleeves, her gaze profound. The thunderous laws wielded by the fourth ancestor already encapsulated a fragment of the true essence of divine punishment. This is the foundation of the fourth emperor's legacy. Is it not? Xianxia silently wiped away the remnants of death clinging to his blade, the desire for annihilation blazing fiercely in his violet eyes. Alas, the blood of the emperor has escaped. The remaining ranks were equally shaken, their thoughts in turmoil. Yet, without exception, the sense of belonging and pride in their lineage, coupled with an aspiration for a higher realm, reached unprecedented heights. Enough. Xianxia stepped forward, playing the role of the good-natured one, once more striving to stabilize the atmosphere. The crisis had passed. The path ahead was clear. Everyone began to assess their condition, fortifying their spirits. He gazed into the depths of the starry sea, where an ancient portal, seemingly composed of countless shattered stars, slowly rotated, exuding an aura of vastness, antiquity, and danger. It was indeed the entrance to the celestial meteoric path. The true trial was only just beginning. The starship roared back to life. The 9 dragons sang, drawing the stars as they sailed towards that ancient portal. This time, no obstacles lay in their way. In the depths of the underworld, within the hall of judgment, filled with endless deathly energy and the wails of vengeful souls, 2 disheveled figures, breath ragged and bodies charred, staggered and knelt beneath the grand hall. They were the black and white impermanents, fortunate to have returned. Yet at this moment, their cultivation had plummeted to the 8th heaven of the semi-emperor realm, their essence damaged, their foundational principles lacking. Without centuries of arduous cultivation, recovery would be arduous. Above in the grand hall, a figure cloaked in a gray judge's robe, holding a spectral ledger of life and death, slowly turned. The features were indistinct, yet a pair of eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the cycles of life and death, gazed calmly downward. Failed. The voice was gentle, causing the black and white impermanence to tremble. My lord, the judge. White Impermanence's voice quivered as he recounted their encounter with the fourth ancestor's manifestation of divine punishment, detailing how they had been critically wounded by a mere finger and forced to use the death replacement talisman to escape. That divine punishment, though merely a manifestation, embodies the true essence of the fourth emperor. We were no match for it. Having spoken, White Impermanence bowed deeply, not daring to look up again. A brief silence enveloped the hall. After a long pause, the judge slowly spoke, his tone inscrutable. Oh, Cang Hong actually deemed it necessary to deploy that celestial punishment? Though not his true form, it still poses a considerable challenge. He paced down to stand before the black and white impermanence. It seems the heavens hold these ranks in exceptional regard. Has Cang Hong remained in seclusion to solidify his 6th era cultivation, or does he harbor other intentions? He pondered for a moment. You two swiftly return to the celestial meteoric path and discreetly safeguard the crown prince to ensure the successful completion of the myriad souls' blood sacrifice. This probing loss should not be disclosed to the sovereign yet. I have my own considerations. Upon hearing these words, the black and white impermanents felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, and they promptly bowed in reverence. Your Honor, the judge. Black Impermanence hesitated, but what if Cang Fa were to intervene? He dared not voice his concerns. The judge interjected, his tone remaining gentle, yet laced with a chilling certainty. Within the ancient path there exist rules. The elders are not to enter lightly, nor may they directly interfere with the younger generation. The appearance of Cang Fa is already a limit. Should he dare to step into the ancient path and disrupt the contest of the younger ones? The judge paused, a flicker of eerie light dancing in his eyes. We, the sovereigns of the underworld, are not mere ornaments. Go forth. Remember, this journey must yield success, not failure. The prince requires this blood sacrifice to solidify his invincible foundation. The underworld also needs this victory to proclaim to the heavens who truly embodies the essence of death. The black and white impermanence, their spirits heightened, bowed in respect, and slowly withdrew. The hall once again fell into silence. The judge turned, gazing into the endless void outside, teeming with a chilling aura of death. It seemed as though he could pierce through infinite space to behold the black starship, Cang Hong, sailing towards the ancient path of falling stars. You have slumbered for eons. Upon this awakening, what do you truly seek? The whispers echoed within the hall, ultimately dissipating into the profound stillness that enveloped them. Chapter 20, a spectacle so grand, it dazzles the eyes. At the entrance of the ancient path of falling stars, the starship gradually came to a halt. The 9 dragons bowed their heads, ceasing their roars, yet their cold, dragon eyes continued to gaze downwards, resembling silent guardians. At this moment, outside the entrance, the expanse formed by shattered stars and ancient meteors was already teeming with people. No, it was a sea of prodigies, numerous flying artifacts, warships, and even tame celestial beasts of diverse shapes and formidable presence were anchored throughout the void. Flags representing various races and factions fluttered in the chaotic starlit sky. The human imperial clan, the demon sovereign dynasty, the ancient royal families, the enigmatic ancient sects, and the wandering cultivators alliance were all present. A cursory glance revealed that the gathering of prodigies from these factions amounted to thousands. Moreover, streams of light continuously shot forth from the cosmos, joining the throng. The cacophony of discussions, calls, the humming of artifacts, and the roars of colossal beasts intertwined, transforming this realm, which should have been shrouded in silence, into a bustling marketplace reminiscent of the mortal realm. Look, it's the Taoist vessel of the Tai E-Court. Indeed, Qing Wei Daozi has arrived. Over there, that is the Dragon Emperor's war chariot from the True Dragon clan. Such terrifying dragon might. The Golden Peng's young prince is here too. Hiss, and beside him is that Su Mayor of a 9-tailed celestial fox clan. How did these 2 prodigies come together? The son of the night from Divine Spirit Mountain has also arrived, still as eerie as ever. The opening of the ancient path this time truly heralds the dawn of a golden age, as the foremost prodigies from all factions can no longer remain idle. Though opportunities abound, they're fraught with peril. It is rumored that the realms of the underworld have declared their intention to intrude, entities notorious for devouring the unwary without mercy. The crowd buzzed with fervent speculation, their gazes sweeping over the myriad of celestial prodigies, tinged with admiration, trepidation, scrutiny, and a barely perceptible hint of animosity. After all, upon entering the ancient path, they all became competitors, prepared to vie for fortune, even at the cost of life itself. However, just as the cacophony reached its zenith, a deafening hum erupted, an indescribable aura of terror, accompanied by the deep rumble of draconic roars and the thunderous movement of stars, surged forth like a tsunami from the depths of the starry sea, overwhelming all in its path. In an instant, the clamor ceased, as though a colossal, invisible hand had gripped their throats. All heads turned in horror towards the source of this oppressive force, only to behold a scene that would remain etched in their memories forever. 9 dragons, drawing forth a celestial body? No, it was a colossal starship, so vast that it obscured the heavens, cloaked in an inky blackness and adorned with ancient, inscrutable runes. At the prow of the vessel, 2 ancient characters, seemingly inscribed with blood and cosmic principles, glowed ominously like twin crimson suns, radiating a chilling majesty that sent shivers through the very fabric of their souls. The celestial beyond? That realm of life's prohibitions. They have come as well. What an extraordinary spectacle this is. Look, on the deck, a multitude of young individuals. Are they the illustrious descendants of the celestial clan? Such potent vitality, such formidable presence. The foremost among them seemed as formidable as Qing Wei Daozi or the Golden Peng's young prince. Gasps of astonishment spread like wildfire. The sudden emergence of this starship and the hundreds of youthful, powerful figures aboard left the onlookers speechless, particularly the elite prodigies from various formidable factions, such as Qing Wei Daozi of the Heavenly Dao Court, Long Hao of the True Dragon Clan, and Jin Peng's young prince. In this moment, their pupils constricted, and their faces grew grave, for they sensed a comparable threat emanating from the Celestial Clan as champions, even a sense of greater oppression. In the heavens, clad in his Taoist robe and holding a whisk, Qing Wei Daozi stood at the bow of the inquiry vessel, his gaze profound as he regarded the starship, muttering softly to himself. After countless epochs of silence, this emergence is indeed extraordinary. Are these prodigies the foundation of the Celestial Clan as confidence? Beside him, an elder from the Dao Court whispered, Daozi, exercise caution as we enter the ancient path. The Celestial Clan is unfathomable. Qing Wei Daozi nodded slightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, upon the Dragon Emperor's chariot, the True Dragon Clan as prince, Long Hao, draped in a golden dragon robe, with crystalline dragon horns adorning his head, exuded an air of nobility and dominance. With arms crossed, he gazed at the starship, particularly at the figure standing at the forefront of the vessel, Xianxia, whose vitality burned like a furnace, his eyes flashing with intense martial fervor. An archaic holy body? How intriguing. Hope, do not let this prince down. The young king of the Golden Peng, transformed into human form, is a proud youth with golden hair and eyes, adorned with golden wings. He curled his lip, seemingly filled with disdain. Quite a spectacle indeed. Yet, it remains uncertain whether such grandeur is warranted by his strength. Beside him, the enchanting nine-tailed fox, Sumayer, covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Little Peng King, do not underestimate them, she cautioned. To command the power of the 9 dragons and navigate the stars is not merely a display of ostentation. She found the cold, blade-wielding young man rather fascinating. Her gaze lingered on Xianxia, tinged with curiosity and amusement. Meanwhile, upon the deck of the starship, the members of the Tsang clan sensed the multitude of gazes below, filled with various emotions. My, what a crowd! Song Jiuxiao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. It seems this ancient path will not be dull. Song Lu Li cast a casual glance downward, her array plate shimmering faintly, recording the general distribution of aura and the arrangement of forces among the thousands below. A mix of individuals, each with their own motives. Caution will be paramount once we enter the ancient path. Song Mia, clutching his blade, closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the clamor beneath. However, when Su Mayer's gaze swept over, he subtly furrowed his brow. Song Lan maintained an air of composure, whispering to the slightly anxious inner disciples beside him, steady your hearts, do not be swayed by external disturbances. Remember, we are the children of the Tsang clan, representing the heavens. We must not lose our dignity. The disciples, upon hearing this, straightened their backs and focused their minds. At that moment, a hum resonated. The entrance to the meteorite ancient path, a massive vortex composed of countless shattered stars, suddenly began to spin faster. A vast, ancient spatial fluctuation, tinged with a faint scent of blood, spread forth. The entrance is stabilizing. Prepare yourselves. The portal will remain open for only 30 breaths. Enter swiftly. Below, the elders of various factions shouted in unison. All the talented individuals tightened their grips on their artifacts, ready to spring into action. However, at this critical moment when all eyes were on the imminent opening, a chilling, eerie laughter, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits whispering in the ears of the onlookers, suddenly echoed through the starry expanse. Then, the void near the entrance rippled as if disturbed by water. 2 figures, one black and one white, emanating an overwhelming aura of death and foreboding, slowly materialized. They were the black and white impermanents, still recovering from the grievous wounds inflicted by the 4 ancestors of the Tsang clan. Behind them, a luxurious carriage, drawn by 9 skeletal cheilants and entirely black, adorned with carvings depicting the wails of myriad ghosts, silently emerged from the void. Heavy black curtains draped around the carriage, adding to its ominous presence. The scene within was shrouded in obscurity, emanating a chilling, sinister, yet undeniably regal aura of terror. The Netherworld. It was the denizens of the Netherworld. Were those the infamous black and white impermanents? Shouldn't they silence? Do you wish to court death? Could it be that within that ornate carriage gasps of astonishment erupted once more, yet this time they were steeped in dread and apprehension? The netherworld, this realm, a harbinger of fear across the myriad worlds, had made such a brazen appearance. Moreover, from the manner of their arrival, it was evident that the status of the visitors was far from ordinary. It was the prince of the netherworld, Tai Su, on the command deck of the stellar warship. The ethereal embodiment of the ancestor Cang Hong slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the skeletal carriage, lightning flickering in his gaze. Such grand expenditure. A 9-headed, sacred-level skeletal qilin draws the carriage. Yin Luo certainly dotes on his son. His voice, though calm, resonated throughout the expanse of the star domain. Within the skeletal carriage, a chilling, magnetically sinister, youthful voice gradually emerged. It was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the upper realm. I, the junior Tai Su. Pay my respects. His tone was gentle, even laced with a hint of mirth. Yet to the ears of those present, it sent shivers down their spines, as if they were under the gaze of a venomous serpent. My father often speaks of the ancestor's heavenly punishment and thunderous might, which reverberate across the heavens. Today, witnessing the ancestor's formidable presence, it is indeed a reputation well-earned. A few days prior, 2 of our guardians from the netherworld acted thoughtlessly and offended the ancestor. I hope for your understanding. On their behalf, I apologize. As the words fell, the curtains of the carriage stirred of their own accord, revealing a pale, elongated hand, seemingly imbued with boundless power of death. In its grasp lay a pitch-black elixir, radiating dense, ominous energy. This is the 9-nether soul rejuvenation pill, a specialty of our netherworld, renowned for its efficacy in restoring the soul and stabilizing one's foundation. Consider it a modest offering from the netherworld to the esteemed ancestor and the friends of the upper realm. I humbly implore you to accept it. Tai Su's voice remained gentle, imbued with just the right measure of respect, as if he were merely a junior seeking to make amends. However, an unsettling chill surged within the hearts of all present, including the elders. The prince of the netherworld, Tai Su, was indeed, as the legends foretold, deeply calculating, ruthless, an adept at both yielding and asserting. Just days ago, the black and white impermanents had been severely injured by the ancestor, and now he had personally come to offer apologies in public. This level of restraint and cunning was beyond what ordinary prodigies could rival. Moreover, the 9-nether soul rejuvenation pill, though its name sounded enticing, who would dare haphazardly accept anything from the netherworld, especially a pill? Who knew if it concealed some insidious curse or tracking mark? In that moment, all gazes converged upon the command deck of the stellar warship. Gathered upon the divine embodiment of the 4th ancestor, Cang Hong, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. How would this venerable figure from the Cang clan respond? Would he accept or decline? Acceptance might lead to a trap, while refusal could portray the Cang clan as petty, unwilling to acknowledge the sincerity of their counterpart. A dilemma unfolded. Upon the deck, Cang Jiuxiao furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, "This insidious figure from the underworld is truly cunning." Cang Liuli's gaze turned frosty. He is probing, while simultaneously asserting his dominance. He seeks to convey to all that he, the prince of the underworld, dares to publicly disregard the face of the 4th ancestor of the Cang clan. Xianxia gripped the hilt of his blade, the murderous intent in his eyes almost spilling over. Yet, just as the onlookers anticipated a furious outburst or a cold dismissal from the 4th ancestor, the control panel revealed a surprising turn of events. He rose slowly, his indistinct figure appearing more solid. Those eyes, imbued with the wrath of heavenly retribution, calmly gazed upon the skeletal carriage, focusing on the pale hand that held the elixir. Then, with deliberate slowness, he spoke. His voice, though not raised, resonated like thunder across the firmament, echoing in the ears of every living being. An apology? This esteemed presence accepts. Before his words had fully settled, he gestured with his hand. The 9-nether resurrection pill, suspended in the void, was drawn toward him as if by an invisible force, transforming into a streak of light and landing in his palm. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Cang Hong did not even spare a glance. With a gentle grasp of his fingers, a soft pop echoed. The elixir, brimming with overwhelming dark energy capable of enticing even the sages, was reduced in his grasp to a mere wisp of black ash, scattering with the wind. "The gift is accepted," Cang Hong remarked nonchalantly, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. He raised his gaze toward the skeletal carriage, eyeing the slightly swaying black curtain. His tone abruptly turned frigid, akin to the chill of 1,000-year-old ice. "Now, It is time to settle accounts. You from the underworld, who have obstructed the path of the Cang clan and laid traps to harm our prodigies, shall be held accountable. Boom! An oppressive force, 100-fold more terrifying than before, erupted from SystemEvery, resembling the cataclysmic thunder of an apocalyptic calamity. In an instant, it enveloped the entire entrance to the fallen star ancient road, shrouding the skeletal carriage, the entities of Yin and Yang, and even the prince of the underworld, whose smile had frozen upon his face. Chapter 21. When great figures quarrel, the lesser should flee. Boom! The pressure emanating from SystemEvery descended like the wrath of the heavens, instantly solidifying the cosmos within a 10,000-mile radius around the entrance to the fallen star ancient road. The shattered stars appeared to have ceased their rotation, while the pervasive stardust was forcefully subdued by an invisible power, rendered utterly motionless. Thousands of extraordinary beings from various factions, along with their guardians, found themselves in a state of breathless stillness, their souls trembling as if a divine sword of retribution hovered ominously above them, ready to descend at any moment. Those with slightly weaker cultivation turned pale, their legs trembling, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Is this the oppressive might of the self-sacrificing sovereign? How terrifying! I feel as if my very soul is about to be crushed. Retreat. Retreat far away. The ancestral spirits of the Cang clan have been provoked. The underworld has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. Cries of alarm and screams of despair erupted, creating a chaotic uproar. The guardians of various factions, disregarding their dignity, hastily activated their defenses, whisking their champions away in a frantic retreat. They feared that a moment's delay would subject them to the terrifying pressure, leading to an incomprehensible demise. In an instant, the once crowded entrance to the ancient path was vacated, leaving only the black starship and the pitch-black carriage, drawn by 9 skeletal Qilin, in a standoff. No, it would be more accurate to say that the starship exerted overwhelming pressure, subjugating the carriage beneath its might. Surrounding the carriage, the 9 holy skeletal Qilin emitted restless low growls, their eye sockets ablaze with flickering soul fire. The chains that harnessed them creaked ominously, as if they might snap at any moment. The duo of Yin and Yang, embodiments of the underworld, groaned faintly, dark green blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Their forms staggering, nearly plummeting from the sky. They were already grievously wounded, and now, under the weight of the ancestral Cang punishment, their plight was exacerbated. Inside the carriage, the gentle smile that once adorned Tai Su's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of extreme coldness and gloom. He clenched his teeth, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure that felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him, his heart a tumult of shock and fury. Shocked that such immense power could emanate from merely a manifestation of divine thought, and enraged that his opponents so openly disregarded him by publicly shattering the elixirs he had bestowed, demanding retribution in return. This was a blatant affront, an act of humiliation that ground the face of the underworld's prince into the dust. Senior ancestor, Tai Su's voice emerged from the carriage, laced with a hint of frost. The junior has already offered apologies. Why must the esteemed elder be so aggressive? Do you truly believe that the underworld fears your celestial realm? As his words fell, the heavy black drapery surrounding the carriage stirred as if stirred by an unseen force, suddenly flaring open to reveal the interior. Within, the carriage was spacious, akin to a grand palace. Clad in a black golden dragon robe and crowned with a celestial diadem, Tai Su sat upon a throne constructed from countless skulls, his handsome countenance shrouded in an aura of chilling severity. Surrounding him was a thick miasma of death, within which countless vengeful souls wailed and struggled. A pair of eyes, as dark as ink, seemed capable of engulfing all light. At this moment, they were fixated upon the 4 ancestors of the Cang clan at the control console. However, in response to Tai Su's inquiry, the 4 ancestors of Cang did not even raise an eyelid. They merely cast a fleeting glance, akin to observing a barking wild dog. The prince of the underworld? Do you think you are worthy to negotiate with me? Slowly, he raised a hand towards the white bone carriage and the figure within it, gently pointing. Kneel, bow your head, apologize. I may spare you from death. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, akin to a decree from the heavens. Hiss! In the distance, the various factions that had retreated to a safe distance inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. Insanity! This 4 ancestor of the Cang clan has truly lost his mind, forcing the prince of the underworld to kneel and apologize in public. This was no mere slap in the face. This was an attempt to trample the underworld's dignity into the mud and grind it beneath one's feet. What is the underworld? One of the 9 forbidden zones of life, possessing the most supreme beings, known for their enigmatic and ruthless actions. Even other forbidden zones are reluctant to provoke them lightly. Yet now, the 4 ancestor of the Cang clan dares to demand the prince of the underworld to kneel. This enmity has escalated. There will be no peace until one is dead. You. Within the carriage, Tai Su's face flushed crimson, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent that nearly solidified. He abruptly rose to his feet, a surge of deathly energy swirling around him. Gang Fa, you go too far. I am the prince of the underworld, the future Yanluo. To insult me is to insult the underworld itself. Today, I shall see how you, a mere projection of divine thought, can contend with me. Before his words even faded, he struck the skeletal throne beneath him. Buzz! Countless skulls atop the throne opened their mouths in silent screams. A terrifying mental shockwave, intermingled with a potent death curse, surged forth like a tidal wave towards the star battleship. Simultaneously, a token, as dark as ink and emanating a disquieting energy, suddenly materialized in his hand. The front of the token bore the blood-red character for Yin, while the back depicted an image of myriad ghosts bowing in reverence. The Yanluo token, a life-preserving artifact granted to Tai Su by the Lord of the Underworld, Yanluo Supreme. It could summon a fragment of Yanluo Supreme's power, unleashing a terrifying blow comparable to that of a peak quasi-emperor. Father, aid me! Tai Su roared in fury, frantically infusing his own blood into the Yanluo token. Buzz! The Yanluo token trembled violently, its bloodlight soaring to the heavens. A vague yet awe-inspiring and deathly aura began to coalesce above the token, manifesting a terrifying phantom. A shadowy figure adorned with an imperial crown and clad in a black dragon robe emerged, its visage obscured, save for a pair of frigid eyes that seemed capable of determining the fates of lives. This was the embodiment of the supreme lord of the underworld, Yama's divine power. How dare you, mere ants, offend my progeny? The specter spoke, its voice echoing like the wails of 1,000 lost souls, resonating throughout the cosmos. It raised a hand towards the starship, directing its ire at the central console where the 4 ancestors of punishment stood. Gradually it pressed down. Death. The word was uttered with chilling finality. A colossal hand, forged from boundless death energy and laws, loomed ominously, casting shadows across the heavens as it descended upon the starship with unrelenting ferocity. Where this hand passed, space crumbled, and stars were extinguished, as if intent on transforming the entire star domain into a desolate wasteland. Yama is indeed the supreme Yama. The Lord of the Underworld has taken action. Flee. Retreat further. In the distance, the onlookers were paralyzed with terror, hastily retreating. Those who lagged behind were swept away by the residual force of that immense hand. Instantly reduced to mere bones, their souls snatched away. A peak attack from a quasi-emperor. Such terror. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, the 4 ancestors of punishment at the control panel remained unperturbed. In fact, a cold smirk played upon their lips. Yama, you dare to flaunt your might before me? They rose slowly, their hazy form solidifying. Surrounding them, boundless lightning crackled, as if they had become the sovereign of the thunderous path. Today, let me demonstrate what true divine retribution is. They pointed their fingers like a sword at the enveloping dark hand, aiming at the phantom of the supreme Yama, and at the ethereal being within the skeletal chariot. With a gentle motion, they made a swift stroke. Crack! Av vivid burp lightning both erupted, piercing the heavens and the earth like the first light of creation. Within the tempest of thunder, boundless destruction and rebirth intertwined, embodying the will of celestial punishment. It seemed to act as an agent of heaven, judging all beings. Boom! The clash of thunder and the dark hand resonated powerfully. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent obliteration. Where the purple lightning coursed, the colossal hand composed of endless death energy dissolved as if melting snow, disintegrating inch by inch. It could not endure even a breath before vanishing into nothingness. What? The phantom of the supreme Yama emitted a low growl of shock and fury. He had not anticipated that his strike would be so effortlessly dismantled. Yet, before he could react, the purple lightning, having shattered the dark hand, surged forth unabated. Like a roaring thunder dragon, it relentlessly struck down upon the Yama's decree. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air. The decree of Yama, crafted by the supreme Yama himself, and imbued with his divine essence, suddenly fissured before the astonished gazes of all. In the chariot, Tai Su, as if struck by thunder, violently expelled a copious amount of blood, his vitality instantly waning. The decree in his grasp dimmed, cracks spreading across its surface, while the phantom of the supreme Yama's essence emitted a reluctant roar before exploding into countless fragments of darkness, dissipating into the cosmos. With a single strike, the decree shattered. The supreme essence was vanquished, and the prince of the underworld was grievously wounded. The might of the four ancestors of the Cang clan was indeed terrifying. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. A deathly stillness prevailed. Only the faint hum of the rune-operated starship and Tai Su's suppressed groans echoed through the starry expanse. Everyone stood in a daze, their minds blank. The prince of the underworld had summoned the essence of the supreme Yama as a last resort, only to be effortlessly shattered by the Cang clan's four ancestors. Even the decree lay in ruins. This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if the visage of the underworld had been ground into the dirt and trampled upon, with a spittle of disdain added for good measure. Now, the four ancestors of Cang slowly retracted their finger, their gaze calm as they regarded the weakened Tai Su, whose face was twisted with resentment. "Can you kneel now?" The tone was flat, yet it sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Tai Su gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, his eyes burning with unending malice and murderous intent directed at the four ancestors. However, just as he prepared to make a desperate stand, even contemplating the destruction of the chariot in a bid for mutual annihilation, a long sigh resonated through the starry sky. This sigh carried with it an air of profound sorrow and resignation. Suddenly, the void beside Tai Su rippled as if disturbed by unseen waves. A towering figure draped in a dark imperial robe, crowned with the Tianping diadem, emerged, its features obscured yet radiating an aura of infinite authority and death. It was none other than the Lord of the Underworld, the supreme Yama's corporeal essence. Upon his arrival, he did not regard the four ancestors but turned to face Tai Su and the gravely injured He by Wu Chang at his side. "Rebellious son, do you not withdraw?" The voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. "Father." Tai Su, unwilling to relent, began to protest. "Silence," the supreme Yama interjected coolly. Tai Su Chenbo, refraining from further words, lowering his head, his resentment intensifying. He Bai Wuchang hastily bowed and retreated behind the supreme Yama. Once these actions were completed, the supreme Yama slowly turned to face the four ancestors of Cang at the control platform, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. "Daoist Sangfa, why must you be angry?" The child, lacking understanding, accidentally offended a fellow cultivator, a reflection of my inadequate discipline. I hereby extend my apologies on his behalf. I kindly ask you, esteemed friend, to overlook this incident for my sake. What say you?" His tone was gentle, his smile warm, as though the prior cataclysmic clash had never transpired. Yet the fourth ancestor, Sangfa, merely regarded him with a frigid gaze. "Your face? How much is it worth?" The smile on the visage of the supreme Yama faltered slightly, but soon returned to its usual demeanor. "Surely you jest. Do you truly intend to provoke a relentless conflict with my realm over such a trivial matter? Do not forget, this is the entrance to the celestial meteor ancient path. Within that path lies peril at every turn. Should you insist on troubling my son and delay the opening of the ancient path, it may incite discontent among various factions." He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep towards the distant powers that had retreated to a safe distance. "It would hardly reflect well on your reputation." This was an overt threat, leveraging the opening of the ancient path and the factions as bargaining chips to coerce Sangfa into concession. However, upon hearing these words, Sangfa suddenly laughed, a laugh that was cold and mocking. "Yama, you remain as hypocritical as ever." Yet he paused again, casting his eyes towards the now completely stabilized entrance of the ancient path. "Today marks the day of its opening. I do not wish for my enjoyment to be marred by a swarm of flies. Depart now, and ensure that I do not lay eyes upon you again." With that, he turned away from the supreme Yama, returning to the control platform, closing his eyes as if these individuals before him were not worth a further glance. The smile on the supreme Yama's face vanished entirely. He regarded Sangfa for a moment, then looked at the 500 members of the Cang clan on the deck of the stellar warship, particularly the 10 prodigies among them. A glimmer of icy malice flickered in his eyes. Yet, ultimately, he refrained from unleashing his wrath, only letting out a cold snort as he waved his sleeve. The void, the black and white specters, and the skeletal carriage vanished in an instant, leaving behind a chilling proclamation that echoed through the cosmos. Xianxia, today's events shall be recorded in my realm. Within the ancient path, life and death lie within your own hands. I hope that you, these younger generations, can emerge alive. His voice faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing. The denizens of the underworld retreated swiftly, arriving and departing with equal haste. Yet, all were acutely aware that this matter was far from concluded. Within the ancient path, a storm of blood and carnage loomed. At this moment, the massive stellar vortex at the entrance of the celestial meteor ancient path had completely stabilized. An aura of vast antiquity permeated from it. The entrance was officially open. The ancient path has been unlocked. Enter swiftly, a voice called out, though its origin was unknown. In the next moment, countless streaks of light surged towards the entrance like a swarm of locusts. On the side of the Cang clan, the fourth ancestor, Xianxia, slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the disciples on the deck. Go! Remember, within the ancient path, fortune and peril coexist. Return alive. His tone was calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible concern. Yes, fourth ancestor. 500 disciples responded in unison. In the next instant, led by the top 10 sequences, they transformed into beams of light, akin to unsheathed swords, darting towards the entrance of the ancient path. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the swirling vortex. The starry warship fell silent once more. The fourth ancestor, hands clasped behind his back, stood at the control panel, his gaze fixed on the slowly rotating entrance, where flashes of lightning flickered in his eyes, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the distance, those forces yet to enter the ancient path looked toward the direction where the Cang clan's disciples had disappeared, their expressions filled with complexity. The Cang clan's underworld. It seems the ancient path will soon become lively. Let us proceed as well. Be cautious, do not get swept away. The streaks of light continued. Yet all were aware that this trial within the meteor ancient path, due to the conflict between the Cang clan and the underworld, was destined to be anything but tranquil. At this moment, deep within the ancient path, atop a desolate shattered star, a skeletal carriage descended slowly. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Tai Su, whose face was grim as he stepped out. He gazed towards the entrance, where light continued to enter, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Cang clan, top 10 sequences. Just wait. This ancient path shall become your burial ground. He abruptly turned to look behind him, where unbeknownst to him, dozens of chilling presences had congregated, their forms varied. Relay the order. Within the ancient path, any encounter with the Cang clan shall be met with no mercy. I shall cleanse today as humiliation with their blood and souls. Yes, your highness. The dozens of figures responded in unison. In the next moment, they morphed into shadows, dispersing into the depths of the ancient path. A hunting expedition targeting the Cang clan had quietly commenced. Chapter 22. Survival in the Ancient Path. First, a warm-up battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streaks of light surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, rushing into the slowly rotating starry vortex. The meteor ancient path had officially opened. The 500 disciples of the Cang clan, under the leadership of the top 10 sequences, transformed into a dense rain of light and plunged into its depths. As they entered, a resonance filled the air. Buzz! The world spun chaotically. An ancient, vast aura, mingled with a faint scent of blood and stardust, enveloped them. Soon after, the scenery before them shifted abruptly. No longer was there the cold expanse of the starry sky, but rather a vast, fragmented, and desolate ancient battlefield unfolds before us. The sky is drenched in a dark crimson hue, as if tainted by the desiccated blood of countless ages. The earth is fissured, riddled with gaping chasms that plunge into the unknown. Scattered about are shattered weapons, fragmented armor, and colossal bones that have long since turned to stone. Some of these skeletal remains are as immense as mountains, exuding an unsettling aura of power even in death. The air is thick with chaotic spiritual energy, intertwined with lingering resentment and murderous intent. Is this truly the ancient Starfall path? The atmosphere is steeped in a palpable deathly energy, coupled with the essence of the stars. Those bones must have belonged to beings of at least saintly caliber. Everyone, take heed. The spiritual energy here is in disarray, and our divine senses are severely suppressed. As soon as they touched the ground, the members of the Cang clan swiftly formed a defensive formation, casting wary glances around them. The top 10 of the hierarchy stood at the forefront. Song Lioli, holding the formation disc, scanned the surroundings with a furrowed brow. The spatial coordinates are chaotic. We have been randomly transported. Nevertheless, the general direction is correct. We are indeed at the first layer of the ancient path, the Starfall Plane. According to ancient texts, at the center of the Starfall Plane lies the Star Core altar, one of the entrances to the next layer. But along this journey, she paused, gazing into the distance at the swiftly moving points of light that were barely visible. It shall not be tranquil. Just as her words fell, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. Approximately 100 miles away, a brilliant pillar of light, fierce as the sun, collided with another, cold as the moon. The ensuing cataclysmic sound reverberated through the air. A violent shock wave flattened several half-eroded bone mountains to the ground. It is the divine powers of the Sun God and the Moon Goddess. The Sun God dynasty and the Moon Empress dynasty have clashed so swiftly? The crowd gasped in surprise. A spark of battle intent flickered in Song Jiuxiao's eyes. Such formidable fluctuations. Those two are quite powerful. However, Song Lioli shook her head. Their conflict is of no concern to us. Our objective is to swiftly traverse the Starfall Plane in search of opportunities, and she turned her gaze deeper into the ancient path, her eyes growing cold with caution. Be wary of the traps laid by the underworld. Everyone, restrain your aura and circumvent the combat zone, advancing towards the Star Core altar. With the command given, 500 disciples sprang into action. Under the guidance of the top 10, they moved like a silent giant serpent, swiftly navigating the shattered terrain while avoiding the areas of evident energy fluctuations. Yet, the winds of fate do not cease even when the trees wish for stillness. Just as they had journeyed for less than half an hour, traversing a grove of colossal beast bones, an abrupt anomaly occurred. A peculiar humming sound resonated from deep within the bone forest ahead. Following this, lights akin to twinkling stars began to drift forth from the eye sockets and ribcages of the enormous beast bones, gathering and swirling in the air. Ultimately, it transformed into a luminous sphere exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, radiating pure celestial energy and an intense aura of life, a milky white orb, celestial essence. Moreover, it was of exceptionally high quality, capable of elevating a dragon transformation realm cultivator by an entire minor realm. A fortuitous opportunity, a grand fortune within the ranks. Exclamations of astonishment erupted. Many disciples revealed expressions of longing. Celestial essence, a rare treasure of the meteoric ancient path, is formed from the residual celestial power and the lifeblood of beings left over from ancient battlefields, condensed through eons. It possesses remarkable efficacy for cultivation, particularly in tempering the physical body and strengthening the divine soul. The orb before them, both in quantity and quality, undoubtedly constituted a significant opportunity. I shall retrieve it. An elite disciple from the inner sect, possessing the cultivation of the fourth transformation of dragon, could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward eagerly. Be cautious, Songlan advised. The disciple nodded, his form flickering as he darted towards the celestial essence. However, just as he was about to make contact with the orb, a sharp sound of air splitting pierced the atmosphere. A jet-black bone spike, entwined with a thick aura of death, erupted from the side, akin to a venomous serpent striking from its lair, aimed directly at the disciple's back. Watch out! Songlan's expression altered, and the radiance of the undying royal body flared to life as he prepared to intervene. Yet, someone was quicker. A cold snort echoed. Songmia's figure appeared beside the disciple, his destruction demon blade still sheathed. With a swift motion of the scabbard, a resounding clash reverberated as the ambush was precisely deflected, shattering the bone spike into fragments. Who dares? Show yourself! Song Jiuxiao bellowed, stepping forward as his sacred body's blood erupted, delivering a powerful punch towards the massive rib. Boom! The rib shattered, and amidst the billowing dust, 3 figures cloaked in black, surrounded by a dense miasma of death and blood, slowly emerged. The foremost figure was tall and slender, akin to a bamboo stalk, wielding a stark white staff crafted from human bones, with ghostly green flames burning in his eye sockets. He was none other than the prodigy of the underworld, second only to the supreme void, Minggu. Behind him were 2 others, one enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes, while the other was gaunt and emaciated, with fingers like claws that flickered with a ghostly light. They were the other 2 core prodigies of the underworld who had entered the ancient path. Bloodgarb, Ghost Claw, the scum of the underworld. Upon sighting the trio, Song Jiao Zhao's murderous intent surged. As expected, the malevolent spirits linger. Minggu let out a cackling laugh, his voice akin to bones grinding together. Well, little cubs of the Song clan, what good fortune you have. Just upon entering, you stumbled upon such a vast treasure of celestial essence. What a pity he licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with an intensified green light. Your fortune ends here. This essence shall be mine. Your lives I shall claim as well. No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed his bone staff forcefully into the ground. A thunderous hum erupted. The earth trembled violently within a radius of hundreds of feet around him. Crack, crack. Countless pale, skeletal hands emerged from the shattered earth. Following closely, an array of incomplete, deathly auras emanated from skeletal figures, zombies, and phantoms, surging forth from the depths like a relentless tide. In an instant, they coalesced into a formidable army of the undead, encircling the members of the Tsang clan. With a skeletal pathway conjured, the Bone Sea was summoned. Song Liuli's gaze turned icy. The soul of the underworld is mine to command. Song Mia stepped forward, the blade of destruction unsheathed by half an inch. The cold intent of murder locking onto the underworld bone. As for the other two, who will confront them? That blood-soaked figure is mine. Song Wu's fighting spirit surged, fixing his sights on the blood-clad adversary. The remaining gaunt one is my foe. Song Feng pointed his fingers like a sword, the sword energy targeting the ghostly claws. Swift and decisive action was required. Song Liuli swiftly issued orders. Junior Brother Song Jiao and Junior Brother Song Lan, clear the undead and protect the formation. Yao Xin, be vigilant in tending to the wounded. Song Yu, maintain vigilance around us to prevent ambushes. Song Shi, scout for any unforeseen occurrences nearby. The commands were clear and conveyed in an instant. Kill. No superfluous words were exchanged. The battle erupted instantaneously. Song Mia transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards the underworld bone. The intent of destruction soared skyward, obliterating the skeletons in its wake as if they were mere paper. The underworld bone cackled with glee, wielding his staff to summon 3 towering bronze skeletal generals exuding a saintly aura, advancing towards Song Mia. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades sent sparks flying. On the other front, Song Wu was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the blood-clad figure. The blood-drenched, demonic form only grew stronger with each injury sustained, enveloped in a mist of blood that morphed into various grotesque weapons. Yet, Song Wu grew bolder with each clash, the spirit of the battle god igniting within him, his fists like mountains, dispersing the blood mist time and again. Both combatants exchanged wounds in a brutal display of ferocity. Song Feng faced the ghostly claws, which moved with a spectral grace, each finger a deadly hook targeting vital points with malicious precision. However, Song Feng's sword was swifter, sharper, and purer. No matter the myriad transformations, I shall slice through them all with a single strike. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, forcing the ghostly claws to retreat, perilously close to defeat. In the forefront of the battlefield, Song Jiao, resembling a human tyrannosaurus, plunged into the sea of the undead. Wherever his golden fist struck, skeletons shattered, and zombies exploded, leaving no foe standing. Song Lan expanded the illusory form of the indestructible divine city, blocking the majority of the undead's assaults to protect the disciples behind him. The remaining ranks and elite intersect members formed a battle array, ruthlessly eliminating any stragglers. The battle commenced with an intensity that escalated rapidly. The underworld was evidently well prepared, with an inexhaustible army of the undead. However, the disciples of the Tsang clan, well-trained and in perfect harmony, managed to stabilize their formation in a remarkably short time, even exhibiting a subtle trend of counteroffensive. Alas, these young scions of the Tsang clan proved far more formidable than anticipated. As Minggu, manipulating his skeletal generals to withstand the frenzied assault of Song Mia, felt a pang of unease. He had initially expected that their surprise attack and tactics of the undead would suffice to vanquish this Tsang clan contingent. To his astonishment, their response was swift, and their combat prowess was formidable. Particularly, the 10 leading figures were each exceptionally challenging. Delay was not an option. His Highness required time to arrange his plans. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to unveil his trump card. Suddenly, a vibration resonated from the distant horizon, where a cluster of celestial essence trembled as if drawn by some unseen force. transforming into a milky stream of light that sped towards the depths of the bone forest. What? The essence is escaping. Pursue it. The unexpected turn of events left both sides momentarily stunned. Xianxia, having pushed back a skeletal general with his blade, furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the direction of the fleeing essence. Minggu, equally astonished, pondered how the essence could possibly escape on its own. Could it be that a third party was involved? Song Lu quickly grasped the situation, her expression shifting dramatically. The essence had been deliberately lured here. This was a trap. The objective was not the essence itself, but to orchestrate a mutual destruction between us and the underworld. The true predator lurked behind. Before she could finish her thought, a melodious yet beguiling laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed from deep within the bone forest. Subsequently, the fleeing celestial essence was gently cradled by a hand as flawless and white as jade. The owner of that hand emerged slowly from the shadows. Adorned in a flowing pink gown, her figure graceful and her beauty enchanting, as if capable of ensnaring souls with her mere gaze. Behind her, 9 fluffy white tails swayed gently, revealing her as the prodigy of the 9-tailed fox clan, Sumeir. Beside her stood several formidable figures, including a golden-haired, golden-eyed young king of the Golden Pung, with golden wings unfurled, a shadowy figure exuding a chilling aura known as the god of the dark night, and even the esteemed Qing Wei Daozi from the Tai Dao court, along with Gu Su Kong from the Gu family, an assembly of 7 or 8 top-tier prodigies from various factions, all observing the scene with a bemused expression, akin to hunters watching their prey ensnared in a trap. Hee. Sumeir chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping over the Tsang clan and the underworld forces. Why the sudden halt? They had been eagerly waiting to witness a splendid performance. To her surprise, the conflict had ceased so quickly. How disappointing. Chapter 23. The Yellow Sparrow? No, is a feast of hungry wolves. Sumeir cradled the cluster of starlight essence, her 9 snow-white tails swaying gently. Her enchanting gaze flitted between the members of the Tsang clan and the underworld, a playful smile gracing her lips. Why have you ceased? I have been waiting for quite some time to witness a splendid spectacle. To my surprise, you have halted so soon. How disappointing. Her voice was soft and alluring, as if it possessed an irresistible charm that stirred the hearts of those present. Yet at that moment, neither the Tsang clan nor the underworld felt any allure. Only a chilling dread permeated their hearts. They had been ensnared. Moreover, it was a trap orchestrated by at least 7 or 8 factions united against them. Eshu Mayer. Minggu's eyes blazed with fury, the flames of his soul flickering. What do you mean by this? This starlight essence was clearly discovered by the underworld first. Are you attempting to seize what is not rightfully yours? With a delicate laugh, Sumeir covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh dear Minggu, one mustn't speak so hastily. The treasures within this ancient path are inherently unclaimed. They rightfully belong to those who encounter them. Furthermore, she lightly tapped the starlight essence in her palm. It flew into my hands of its own accord. It signifies a connection, does it not? You. Minggu seethed with indignation, yet as he glanced at the formidable presences surrounding Sumeir, he refrained from confronting her directly. The Golden Rock Prince, arms crossed, regarded the underworld with disdain. You're utterly useless, unable to handle a mere group of juniors, yet you yearn to monopolize the opportunity? Best be on your way before you soil my sight. His gaze swept over the Tsang clan, lingering momentarily on Sanyu, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his eyes. He remembered well the losses endured at the last entrance. The nightshade sun, shrouded in shadows, spoke with a raspy voice. This place is not suitable for prolonged engagement. We must resolve matters swiftly. Once the essence is secured, it shall be distributed as agreed. As for these people, his gaze shifted to the Tsang clan and the underworld, a flash of murderous intent crossing his features. Eliminate them all, to prevent future troubles. Qing Wei Daozi, holding a whisk, exuded an ethereal presence, furrowing his brow at the words. Nightshade, your proposal is excessively ruthless and disrupts the harmony of the heavens. We have come solely for opportunities. There is no need for such total annihilation. Hypocrite, Gu Shukong scoffed, his eyes fixed intently on Sanyu, brimming with jealousy and combativeness. The Tsang clan is arrogant and overbearing. Today is the perfect moment to teach them a lesson. I want 30% of that starlight essence. And that one, called Sanyu, I shall claim his void divine origin. Sanyu merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction. his expression as if observing an insignificant insect. You wish to take my origin? Very well, come and claim it. But I fear you may lack the capability, as well as the fortune, to succeed. You. Gu Shukong erupted in fury, the space around him trembling violently as he prepared to strike. Enough. Eshu Mayer spoke softly, her voice still enchanting, yet laced with an undeniable authority. The essence is here, as previously agreed. I, the little Peng King, Yi, Qingwei, and Brother Gu will each claim 20%. First, let's resolve the current predicament before discussing the distribution. Her gaze shifted to the members of the Cang clan, a playful smile gracing her lips. Dear gentlemen and ladies of the Cang clan, what do you propose? To surrender both the essence and your treasures, then forfeit your cultivation and depart from the ancient path? Or, her smile turned icy, shall we take matters into our own hands? As her words fell, behind her, the little Peng King, Yu Yi, the son of Yu Yi, Qingwei, Gu Shukong, and 2 or 3 other prodigies from different factions stepped forward simultaneously. A terrifying aura surged forth like a cataclysm, bearing down upon the Cang clan and the denizens of the netherworld. 7 formidable figures of transformation, among them several possessing supreme physiques, advanced with a force potent enough to sweep away the majority of powers on the first tier of the ancient path. Even the combined might of the Cang clan and the netherworld felt an oppressive weight. What shall we do? Song Lan's expression grew grave as he looked towards Tsang Luli. In a direct confrontation, our chances of victory are less than 30%. Moreover, we cannot trust the netherworld. Tsang Luli's eyes flickered with urgency as she hurriedly calculated with her array plate. They were stalling for time. What were the denizens of the netherworld waiting for? What were we waiting for? Suddenly, she raised her head and gazed into the depths of the bone forest, a flash of realization crossing her features. No, their target is not merely the essence and us. This bone forest holds secrets, as if to validate her words. A tremendous rumble resounded. The entire bone forest began to tremble violently. The earth split open, and countless massive bones, buried beneath the soil, slowly emerged as if summoned by an unseen force. The previously dull markings on the bones glowed one after another, emanating a vast, ancient, and brutal aura. Is this the remnants of the battle souls from an ancient battlefield? Or has some form of restriction been triggered? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Eshu Mayer's smile faltered slightly. What is happening? Yu Yi, did you not say that only a residual gathering star formation exists here to attract the essence of the stars? These bones. The voice of Yu Yi grew hoarse, tinged with uncertainty. I do not know. This was not recorded on the map. Retreat now. However, it was already too late. A roar, reminiscent of an ancient cataclysm, erupted from the depths of the bone forest. The sound waves struck the crowd like a physical force, causing their eardrums to ache and their blood to surge. Almost immediately, a colossal dragon-like skeleton, towering 100 feet high and shimmering in a dark golden hue as if forged from divine metal, slowly rose from the very depths of the earth. In the eye sockets of the dragon's skull, 2 orbs of deep blue soul fire, reminiscent of celestial bodies, blazed fiercely, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through the very essence of one soul. A pinnacle of the saint-level dragon skeleton. No, this pressure verges on that of a quasi-emperor. It is the remains of a powerful dragon warrior from an ancient battlefield, corrupted by the earth's malign energies and the malevolence of war, transformed into a bone dragon. Flee! The cries of alarm and the wails of despair erupted in unison. Whether from the Cang clan, the underworld, or Su Meier and her companions, enmity was forgotten as they all desperately fled towards the periphery of the bone forest. However, the dark golden bone dragon seemed to have been roused from its slumber, filled with unbridled fury. It roared towards the heavens, its blue soul, fire, locking onto the minuscule beings below. Then, it raised a bone claw as immense as a mountain, aiming directly at the densest cluster of people. With a forceful strike, it came crashing down. Boom! Before the claw even reached, the terrifying gale it generated had already torn the ground asunder, creating chasms. Some slower fleeing cultivators could not even emit a cry before being shredded into fragments by the merciless winds. Form a formation. Defense. Ganlan Baolao. The radiance of the indestructible royal body surging, as the phantom of the divine city expanded instantaneously, sheltering most of the Cang clan's descendants within. The myriad souls shield. The wailing of the undead echoed as countless spirits converged, forming a massive bone shield to protect them. Golden escape. The Golden Peng's young king flapped his wings, transforming into a golden streak, appearing several miles away in an instant. Void displacement. Gu Xiukong gritted his teeth, invoking a spatial secret art, his figure becoming momentarily blurred. Yet, the coverage of the bone dragon-esque claw was far too extensive, and its speed was overwhelming. Bang! The bone claw descended. The phantom of Songlan's divine city shook violently, fissures appearing all over, and he let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The bone shield of the undead shattered, countless spirits disintegrating into ash as he was violently hurled backward. Those unable to escape in time, the various prodigies, were crushed like mere flies into a pulp. One strike, just a single strike, inflicted devastating losses upon all present. Retreat. Leave the bone forest. Song Liuli's face turned pale. Yet she retained her composure, directing everyone towards the forest's edge. Want to escape? Su Meier could no longer maintain her elegance, her fair face tinged with fury. Unite! When the world is happening. The voice of the Unite, God's son, trembled with terror. It is the dragon's soul killing formation. This place not only harbors the star-gathering array, but also conceals an ancient killing formation. That celestial essence is one of the array's cores and a bait. We have been ensnared. The ancient battlefield itself has plotted against us. Quickly, destroy the core, or we shall all perish here. The core? The gazes of the crowd converged instantaneously on the celestial essence in Su Meier's hand, which still radiated a gentle glow. It was it that triggered the killing formation? Destroy it. The Golden Peng's young king bellowed, a golden feather blade slashing towards the essence. Halt! Su Meier exclaimed with fierce determination, summoning her 9 tails to deflect the feather blades. The essence is mine. Who dares to touch it, you fools? If the essence remains intact, the killing formation shall not falter. We all shall perish. Qingwei Daozi bellowed, unleashing 3,000 strands from his whisk, swirling towards the essence. Get away. Gu Xiukong unleashed the power of spatial manipulation, disrupting the whisk's trajectory. In an instant, the alliance, which had just unified against a common foe, erupted into internal discord, motivated by the desperate struggle for the essence and the instinct to survive. At that moment, the dark golden skeletal dragon slowly turned its head. Its eerie blue soul fire locked onto the most formidable and radiant figures in the arena. Su Meier, the Golden Peng's young king, Qingwei Daozi, Gu Xiukong, and also Song Liuli, who was organizing a retreat alongside the struggling Minggu. It opened its massive bony jaw, gathering and compressing the eerie blue soul fire into a heart-stopping sphere of death. Not good. It is about to unleash its dragon breath. Quickly, take cover. A desperate scream echoed through the bone forest. However, just as the death sphere was on the verge of being unleashed, a low hum resonated from deep within the forest. From a vast pit where the dark golden skeletal dragon had emerged, a faint yet profoundly powerful chaotic radiance quietly flickered to life. Following this, a calm and indifferent youthful voice, as if traversing endless time and space, gently resonated within the souls of everyone present. It's too noisy, even in slumber. I cannot find peace. The moment the voice faded, the chaotic light suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal, hazy hand composed of condensed chaotic energy, covering the entire bone forest. The hand descended towards the dark golden skeletal dragon, targeting the sphere of death it had conjured and the throng of individuals engaged in chaotic combat and desperate flight below. With a gentle press, it commanded, "Be quiet." Boom! An indescribable force erupted violently. The dark golden skeletal dragon was caught off guard, unable to even emit a cry, as its 100-foot-long bones disintegrated into a cloud of bone dust. The death sphere vanished silently. The star essence in Su Meier's grasp dimmed instantaneously, as if it had lost all its vitality. The tremors throughout the bone forest ceased abruptly. All the rising remains fell back, succumbing to an eerie silence, as if the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded had never occurred. Only the pervasive, dense aura of chaos lingering in the air and the slowly dissipating hazy hand bore witness to the manifestation of an unfathomable and unimaginable great entity that had just intervened. With a single strike, it subdued the near-emperor-level skeletal dragon and quelled the ancient slaughter. The entire arena was engulfed in a deathly silence. All gazes were fixed in a trance upon the depths of the bone forest, at the immense imprint of a hand carved into the earth. And at the very center of this profound pit, a point that revolved slowly, resembling a portal to another realm, a chaotic vortex. Within this maelstrom, the faint outline of a dilapidated palace emerged, accompanied by an unsettling glimmer of ancient treasures. Was that the entrance to the second tier of the ancient path? No, it was an uncharted relic. The chaotic aura that had just manifested could only belong to one source. A name surfaced in the minds of all present. A name that instilled both reverence and dread, yet ignited an insatiable yearning. Cang Hong. Only the recently awakened fourth emperor could wield such terrifying chaotic power, capable of reshaping destinies across boundless expanse with a single strike. The fourth ancestor, Cang Hong, regarded the chaotic vortex, a flicker of excitement gleaming in her eyes. Cang Jiuxiao and Cang Mia, among others, exhaled in relief, their expressions betraying their respect. Meanwhile, Su Meyer, the golden Peng Little King, Qing Wei Daozi, and others exhibited a complex array of emotions, fear, relief, and a deeper greed intertwined within their gazes. If that relic truly bore a connection to Cang Fa, what unfathomable fortunes lay within? Let us proceed. Almost simultaneously, several figures surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the chaotic vortex. Su Meyer, the golden Peng Little King, the god of the night, Qing Wei Daozi, and Gu Shukong. Even the grievously injured Ming Gu struggled to rise, madness gleaming in his eyes as he rushed toward the vortex. Opportunities, tremendous opportunities, perhaps the chance to ascend to emperorhood or even immortality. Who could resist such temptation? We shall enter as well, Cang Hong declared decisively. Follow closely. The Cang clan members trailed after her. However, just as the first wave of individuals was about to plunge into the chaotic vortex, a sudden vibration rippled through it. An irresistible force of repulsion erupted. Thud! Those at the forefront, including Su Meyer and the golden Peng Little King, collided with an invisible barrier, propelled backward with greater speed, spitting blood, utterly disheveled. Realm suppression, someone exclaimed, realization dawning upon the crowd. This vortex permits only those of the dragon transformation realm and below to enter. Those above will be repelled. It became clear why Cang Hong had merely unleashed a single strike and had not truly descended. It turned out that this relic imposed restrictions based on cultivation levels. Dragon transformation realm. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a resolute glimmer danced in Su Meyer's beautiful eyes. In that case, she turned to her fellow clansmen. You will remain outside. I shall enter. The golden Peng Little King, the god of the night, Qing Wei Daozi, and Gu Shukong also resolved to do the same, allowing only the core dragon transformation realm elites to enter, while the rest would stand guard outside. On the Cang clan's side, Cang Hong turned her gaze toward Cang Lan, Cang Yaoxin, and others. Master Lan, Yaoxin, you shall lead the others outside to provide support and set up formations in case of unforeseen circumstances. Brothers Jiuxiao, Mia, Feng, Sister Wu, Brother Yu, Brother Shi, follow me inside. Understood. The orders were issued promptly. Soon, over 20 top-tier prodigies at the dragon transformation realm gathered before the chaotic vortex. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with vigilance, hostility, and unabashed murderous intent. Within the ruins, while opportunities abound, dangers loom equally large. Moreover, the gravest peril often does not arise from the ruins themselves, but rather from those who stand beside us. Enter, a low voice commanded. In the next moment, over 20 figures transformed into streaks of light, darting into the chaotic vortex, vanishing from sight. Outside the bone forest, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Yet none noticed. At the edge of the bone forest, a shadow draped in black robes slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent. They have all entered. Excellent. The prince's plan may commence. The blood sacrifice officially begins. The figure gradually melded into the shadows, disappearing as if it had never existed. Only the chaotic vortex continued to swirl gently, emanating an alluring yet perilous glow, awaiting the arrival of its prey. Chapter 24. Ruins Exploration. A grand demolition site. Beyond the chaotic vortex lay another realm. The sky was perpetually shrouded in a hue of chaos, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only a hazy radiance enveloping the expanse. The ground was composed of an extraordinary black rock that seemed to absorb light, cold and unyielding. The air was thick with a dense chaotic aura, accompanied by an ancient, unsettling pressure, as if one had stepped into the belly of a primordial behemoth. Is this the interior of the ruins? The chaotic energy here is so rich that cultivation will yield great results. Caution. The pressure here is immense. Our consciousness is significantly suppressed. Over 20 figures dispersed as they landed, each cautiously surveying their surroundings while swiftly regrouping with their companions. The 7 from the Cang clan, Cang Liuli, Cang Jiuxiao, Cang Mia, Cang Feng, Cang Wu, Cang Yu, and Cang Shi, quickly gathered to form a simple defensive formation. Sumei, accompanied by 2 young ladies from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Jin Peng and another from her kin, while the night god stood alone. Qing Wei Daozi and a young acolyte. Gu Shukong also brought along 2 disciples from the Gu family, alongside several other scattered prodigies, totaling 23 individuals. At this moment, everyone held their breath, fully alert, daring not to let their guard down. Within the ruins, danger lurked at every step. Could this truly be the place where Senior Cang Hong left his treasures? Indeed, it is extraordinary. Su Meyer was the first to speak, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she sought to alleviate the tense atmosphere while keenly observing the reactions of those around her. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Jin Peng, the young king of the Golden Eagle, with his keen gaze, surveyed the surroundings. Where's the treasure? This place is desolate, save for the remnants of the palace ahead. Let's investigate. With a powerful flap of his wings, he prepared to advance. Hold on, interjected Qing Wei Daozi, his feather duster swaying lightly in his hand. This area is fraught with enigmas. To proceed recklessly may invite unforeseen peril. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for us to join forces to explore, discover the treasure, and then compete based on our own merits. What say you? Join forces? The assembly reacted with varied thoughts. Within the ruins, dangers remained unknown, and thus a temporary alliance indeed seemed the wisest course. Yet, all were aware that such a coalition was fragile. Upon the revelation of a significant treasure, it would surely disintegrate. Very well, Sumeyir chakil lightly. I have no objections. Then let us form this temporary alliance. Jin Peng, the young king, huffed in response. The god of the night remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Gu Shukong's gaze lingered on the Cang clan members for a moment before he too inclined his head. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon the 7 members of the Cang clan. Cang Liuli maintained a tranquil demeanor as she nodded slightly. However, let me state this clearly. Within these ruins, dangers abound, should anyone harbor treachery or attempt to sabotage us. Her gaze swept over the crowd, particularly lingering on the souls of the underworld. Along with Yu Yi and Gu Shukong, do not blame the Cang clan for being ruthless. Her voice was cold, imbued with an unmistakable warning. Sister Liuli is jesting. We are all in the same boat now. Su Meyer attempted to smooth over the tension. We must not delay. Let us proceed. Having forged a tenuous alliance, the group carefully advanced toward the remnants of the palace. The ruins were perched atop a highland, vast in scale, and despite having collapsed significantly, the former grandeur remained evident. Intricate carvings adorned the beams and eaves, the materials appearing to be of extraordinary quality, still exuding a faint luminescence even after the passage of eons. Yet, numerous claw marks and fist imprints marred many areas, as if a terrifying battle had once transpired here. This place seemed to be the relic of an ancient sect. Qing Wei Daozi, with his vast knowledge, examined the ancient patterns etched upon the broken walls. These designs bear a resemblance to those of the Xingyan sect from the Celestial era. The Xingyan sect? Gu Shukong's eyes brightened. It is said that the Xingyan sect delved deeply into the path of celestial bodies, their treasury containing countless celestial treasures, perhaps even the essence of the stars. The essence of the stars. A collective intake of breath echoed among the crowd. Such a treasure could transform one's very being, laying the foundation for an unparalleled path. Even for emperors, it held immense allure. Let us enter and take a look. Jin Peng, the young king, could no longer contain his excitement, transforming into a beam of golden light as he charged into a relatively intact section of the palace. Be cautious, Qing Wei Daozi shouted, but he could only follow suit. A multitude of individuals surged into the palace, which appeared even more dilapidated from within than it did from the outside. The ground was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, scattered remnants of shattered artifacts, decayed tomes, and long-weathered bones were evident everywhere. It seemed that a fierce battle had once transpired here, likely leading to the downfall of the Xingyan sect. Su Meyer picked up a rusted fragment of a bronze mirror. Lamenting, let us search separately to see if there are any intact treasures or tomes. The crowd dispersed, rummaging through the ruins. The 7 members of the Cang clan, however, remained together in a secluded hall. Liuli, there appears to be nothing of particular note here, Cang Jiuxiao remarked, kicking aside a pile of rubble, revealing several entangled skeletons beneath. All is shattered. Cang Liuli remained silent, carefully sensing the surroundings with her array plate. The chaotic energy here was particularly dense. She approached the center of the hall, where an inconspicuous circular stone platform, covered in dust, awaited. The surface of the stone bore faint starry patterns. This is... Cang Liuli crouched down, gently brushing away the dust. A damaged teleportation array, and it seems to still be operable. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. A teleportation array? Where does it lead? Cang Yu inquired. I do not know, but the coordinates at the other end are obscured by chaotic energy, making them impossible to deduce. Cang Liuli replied, shaking her head. Nevertheless, the presence of a teleportation array here, safeguarded by chaotic energy, indicates that this place is far from ordinary. Everyone, let us search carefully for any mechanisms or hidden compartments, she urged. The 7 immediately commenced a meticulous search within the hall. However, after a prolonged search, they found nothing but dust and bones. Must we activate the teleportation array? Cang Shi muttered. Yet we lack the energy and are unaware of what lies on the other side. Perhaps. Cang Liuli's gaze fell upon the starry patterns on the stone platform. It requires a specific key or a certain power to activate. She attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy into the design. With a hum, the stone platform emitted a faint glow, only to quickly dim again. Spiritual energy is insufficient. What about the power of the stars? Cang Yaoxin suggested. This is the site of the Xingyan sect. Perhaps the power of the stars is necessary. Cang Liuli nodded, retrieving a shard of previously collected or imbued with stellar energy and placing it at the center of the design. The platform shone once more, brighter than before. Yet it still did not fully activate. The stellar energy is effective, but it is insufficient. We require a purer, more substantial force of stellar energy. For instance, she glanced toward the exterior of the hall, where a cluster of stellar essence lingered. The others understood immediately. The stellar essence in Su Meier's possession was undoubtedly the optimal source of energy. I shall retrieve it, Cang Yu declared, his form shifting as he prepared to meld into the shadows. Wait, Cang Liuli interjected, blocking his path. To go now would certainly incite a conflict. Moreover, that essence is closely guarded by Su Meier, making it quite difficult to obtain. What shall we do then? Cang Wu scratched his head. Surely we cannot resort to force. With so many people outside. Cang Liuli's eyes sparkled as she suddenly turned to Cang Jiuxiao and Cang Mia. Brother Jiuxiao, Brother Mia, what do you think? What if we were to dismantle this side hall? Dismantle it? The crowd was taken aback. Dismantle it? Cang Jiuxiao's eyes lit up. I'm well versed in this. But why dismantle it? Cang Liuli pointed to the beams above and the surrounding walls. Look, although the side hall is dilapidated, its main framework is composed of star iron and chaos stone. These two materials are exquisite for crafting magical artifacts and are rare in the outside world. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. She paused, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Moreover, if we create a bigger commotion, we might attract the attention of those outside. At that time, amidst the chaos, we may have an opportunity to seize the essence. The crowd exchanged glances. Dismantling the Relic's side hall for materials? Isn't that a bit too rogue? Yet, it does seem somewhat reasonable. We've come this far. We cannot return without anything. Let us do it. Cang Jiuxiao grinned, cracking his knuckles. I've long found this shabby place displeasing. I will take the lead in the dismantling. Cang Mia remained silent. Yet the ominous destruction demon blade had already emerged half an inch from its sheath, its intent unmistakable. Wait, hold on, Cang Liuli quickly intervened. We cannot act recklessly. This side hall harbors remnants of formations. Forcing a dismantle may trigger a backlash. We need to identify the weak points of the formation or cut off its energy supply. She glanced once more at the stone platform. This teleportation array is likely one of the energy nodes of the core formation of the side hall. If we can momentarily harness its energy, it may allow the formation to become temporarily ineffective. At that moment, she looked at Cang Yu and Cang Shi. Brother Shi, I need your cooperation. Brother Yu, you will be responsible for severing several critical load-bearing connections the moment the formation falters. Brother Shi, use the Eye of Time to anticipate the timing and trajectory of the formation's backlash, providing early warnings. Brothers Jiuxiao and Mia, once the structure is severed, unleash your full might upon the key support points to ensure the hall collapses in a controlled manner. sisters Feng and Wu. Remain vigilant for any potential dangers and guard against those outside. A series of commands were issued, clear and precise. The group nodded and took their positions. Song Lioli took a deep breath, approached the stone platform, and swiftly formed seals with her hands, channeling streams of spiritual light into the starry patterns. She was attempting to briefly hijack the energy connection between the teleportation array and the main formation of the side hall. This was an exceedingly delicate and perilous task. A slight misstep could trigger a backlash from the formation. Outside, other prodigies were also beginning to make discoveries. Found it. This is a complete fragment of the star refining technique. A solitary cultivator exclaimed in surprise, attracting numerous avaricious gazes. Here lies a vial of elixir. Though the spiritual essence has diminished considerably, its potency remains astonishing. This broken sword appears to be forged from 9 heaven star iron. Alas, it is shattered. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a sacred weapon. Gasps of astonishment and sounds of contention began to resonate throughout the area. The fragile alliance began to show signs of fissures. Su Mei, the Golden Rock Prince, and others each discovered some treasures, yet none were the most crucial. Their glances frequently darted towards the secluded hall where the members of the Cang clan had entered. They had been inside for quite a while, without a hint of disturbance. Could it be that they have uncovered some significant treasure? Let's go take a look. The group exchanged glances and stealthily approached the hall. Inside the secluded hall, Song Lioli's forehead glistened with sweat, yet the brilliance in her eyes intensified. Now is the moment. The energy connection has been temporarily shielded. Brother Yu. Understood. Song Yu's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, several critical junctions of the hall's beams revealed subtle spatial fissures. Crack, crack. A faint sound of fracturing emerged. Brother Jiuxiao. Brother Mia. Roar. Song Jiuxiao's sacred body unleashed a surge of blood essence, striking the fractured main beam to the left with a powerful punch. Boom! The main beam trembled violently, and the cracks spread. The Song Mia blade emerged like a dragon. A devastating blade of light cleaving through the symmetrical main beam on the right. Crack! The main beam shattered in response, with the primary support lost. The roof of the secluded hall began to groan under the unbearable weight, dust cascading down. It is about to collapse. Quickly exit, Song Lioli urged. The group wasted no time and rushed towards the exit. Just as they burst forth from the hall, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire secluded hall collapsed with a resounding crash. Dust soared into the sky, and shattered stones rained down. The terrifying commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone present. What is happening? Over at the Cang clan, the secluded hall has collapsed. Could it be that a significant treasure has emerged, causing this upheaval? Let us hurry over to investigate. Su Mei, the Golden Rock Prince, and others moved with great speed, swiftly approaching the scene. Amidst the swirling dust, the 7 members of the Cang clan stood somewhat disheveled at the edge of the ruins, gazing at the fallen hall with expressions of astonishment. Sister Lioli, are you all right? Su Mei inquired with concern, her gaze fixed intently on the debris. We are unharmed, Song Lioli replied, still shaken. We had just discovered a damaged formation inside and intended to study it, but inadvertently triggered a restriction, leading to the collapse of the hall. Thankfully, we escaped swiftly. A formation? A restriction? The others regarded her with skepticism. The Golden Rock Prince's golden eyes flickered as he attempted to pierce through the dust. The shadow of the night Prince extended his influence, sensing the aura beneath the ruins. Qin Wei Daozi calculated with his fingers, his brows slightly furrowed. However, before they could investigate further, a humming sound resonated. Beneath the collapsed ruins, where the stone platform once stood, a faint yet remarkably pure light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, a glimmer of starlight. The radiance pierced through the crevices of the debris, soaring upwards. Though faint, the incomparably pure power of the stars invigorated everyone present. The force of the stars. So pure. There must be something beneath. Could it be the very essence of stars? Greed swiftly eclipsed any lingering doubts. Out of the way, the Golden Peng, the young king, was the first to be unable to contain himself, transforming into a beam of golden light and racing toward the starlight. The treasure is mine. Su Mei unleashed her 9 tails, swirling them toward the golden light. Impudent. The shadow of the night prince surged forth like a tide, enveloping the area. Qin Wei Daozi, Gu Shukong, and others also sprang into action. A fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, the members of the Cang clan quietly stepped back a few paces, observing with cold indifference. A barely perceptible glimmer of spirit light dissipated from the fingertips of Tsang Lioli. The starlight was a backup she had secretly left while previously studying the stone platform, using a high-quality starstone to simulate a resonance akin to the essence of the stars. Indeed, it successfully captivated everyone's attention. Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous, the better. Tsang Lioli chuckled coldly in her heart, yet her gaze drifted toward the other side of the ruins, where the collapse of the Great Hall had revealed the entrance to a concealed underground palace. The entrance was sealed by a massive chaos stone, previously obscured by the main hall. Now it was unmistakably exposed. The size of that chaos stone was sufficient to forge several top-tier protective treasures. Brother Yu, Tsang Lioli transmitted. The entrance to the underground palace. The essence should be within. Tsang Yu nodded, his figure gradually merging with the shadows as he stealthily approached the entrance. Meanwhile, the chaotic scramble for the treasure had already erupted. No one noticed a shadow, silently creeping closer to the greatest treasure. Chapter 25. Seeking treasure in the underground palace? Has the demolition team arrived? Out of the way. The essence of the stars is mine. The golden Pengyang King, with wings like blades, tore through the air, reaching for the starlight. Giggling young king, you are far too eager. Su Meyer's nine tails lashed out like whips, simultaneously unleashing her enchanting arts to disrupt his mind. Enchantress. Qing Wei Daozi waved as dust, transforming 3,000 threads into an intricate web, aiming to ensnare the starlight along with that entire region. The shadow of the night prince emerged like a specter, extending countless dark tendrils from the shadows, attempting to drag everyone beneath into darkness. Gu Shukong directly wielded spatial power, attempting to cleave and displace that entire area. In an instant, divine abilities soared and treasures clashed. The terrifying sounds of explosions and energy fluctuations ravaged the already battered palace ruins, turning the remnants of the side hall into dust and revealing a massive pit several zhang deep beneath. However, that flicker of starlight, amidst such ferocious onslaughts, continued to shine defiantly, albeit with a seemingly slight shift in position. Something was amiss. Qingwei Daozi was the first to notice, his brow furrowing in concern. This radiance appeared to be absorbing the residual waves of our attacks. Moreover, it was in motion. The crowd focused intently. Indeed, that point of starlight was not fixed beneath the ruins, but was gradually and methodically drifting towards a certain direction. Chase it. Do not let it escape. Despite their suspicions, the allure of the primordial star essence was far too compelling them to pursue without hesitation. The light darted left and right, weaving through the debris, ultimately coming to rest before a relatively intact wall constructed of chaotic stone. Then with a soft puff, it extinguished. The crowd was taken aback. Are we being toyed with? Jinpeng Xiaopeng Wang, seething with rage, struck the chaotic stone wall with a fist. Bang! The wall remained unmoved, instead rebounding with a surge of chaotic energy that left his arm numb. This wall is peculiar. Su Meyer squinted, extending her hand to touch the wall. It felt icy cold and incredibly hard. Moreover, there was a faint, strange spatial fluctuation. Is it empty behind this? There is something back there. Break it down. The crowd spirits surged, and they all launched their attacks. Yet, no matter how fervently they struck, the chaotic stone wall remained resolute, leaving not even a white mark. The chaotic stone was indestructible, impervious to all but the mightiest of emperors. Qingwei Daozi shook his head. It seems this path leads nowhere. Not necessarily. The previously silent Xianxia suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. He approached the wall, shadows expanding, and began to sense carefully. There are exceedingly subtle spatial formations inscribed upon this wall. A specific key or a particular spatial fluctuation is required to unlock it. A key? The crowd's gaze instinctively returned to the spot where the starlight had once been. Could it be that the starlight itself was the key, yet it has already extinguished, or perhaps fled? In that moment, they exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with doubts. Meanwhile, none noticed that just on the other side of this chaotic stone wall, within the underground palace, Tsang Yu's figure emerged like a drop of water melding into darkness. Silent and unnoticed, he breathed softly, clutching a star stone, the size of a fist, its radiance dimmed significantly. This was the very essence of the starlight from before. That was close. I almost got discovered. He felt a lingering trepidation. Controlling this star stone to simulate the movement of light while simultaneously absorbing the residual waves of attack to sustain itself had nearly exhausted his mental faculties. Nevertheless, the plan was a resounding success, effectively diverting everyone's attention to that impenetrable false door. His true objective was revealed as Cang Hong raised his gaze towards the interior of the underground palace. The chamber was modest in size, roughly 100 feet square. The surrounding walls were crafted from chaotic stone, adorned with countless grains of starlight that illuminated the space, transforming it into a celestial realm. At the center stood a pedestal 3 feet high, upon which hovered a luminous orb, the size of a human head, perpetually spinning and emanating pure stellar energy intertwined with chaotic essence, a milky white sphere. Within the orb, a miniature galaxy could be discerned, slowly rotating, shrouded in mystery. This was the genuine essence of the stars, of a quality far superior to mere stardust. No, it transcended the simple classification of star essence. The primordial energy and chaotic essence contained within could drive any dragon transformation realm cultivator to madness. He had found it. A flicker of joy flashed in Cang Hong's eyes. Yet he refrained from advancing immediately. Such a treasure in the underground palace would undoubtedly be protected. His gaze swept around the pedestal, and indeed, the ground surrounding it was engraved with a complex star formation. Within the formation, 9 fist-sized stellar phantoms moved along predetermined paths. Each phantom radiated a wave of spiritual energy rivaling that of a dragon transformation realm cultivator. The 9-star guardian array. Cang Hong recognized the formation, which was both offensive and defensive in nature, boasting considerable power. To forcefully breach the array would invoke a relentless barrage from the 9 stellar phantoms. And without dismantling the formation, he would be unable to reach the essence at its center. This posed a dilemma. Cang Hong frowned. Given his strength, infiltrating quietly was not difficult, but to silently dismantle the array and extract the essence was nearly impossible. Once the formation was triggered, those outside would immediately take notice. At that moment, he would become the target of their ire. He needed to inform Lu Li and the others, just as he prepared to send a message. A sudden vibration emanated from the chaotic stone door at the entrance of the underground palace, which he had temporarily jammed using a special technique. Outside, it seemed someone was attempting to force the door open. Cang Hong's expression shifted. There was no time to waste. His gaze swept across the chamber until it landed on the embedded starlight grains on the walls. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. Since he could not quietly take the essence, he would not take it at all. Instead, he would take everything. Lu Li, the plan has changed. He swiftly communicated with the outside Lu Li. I have discovered high-quality star essence within the underground palace, but it is protected by the 9-star guardian array, making it impossible to take discreetly. I intend to dismantle this underground palace entirely, taking both the array and the essence with me. Outside, Lu Li, who was coldly observing the crowd's futile attempts to break through the wall, was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message. Dismantle the underground palace? Take the array and essence together? Is this operation becoming increasingly bandit-like? However, it might not be impossible. How confident are you? Liu Li responded swiftly. The main structure of the underground palace is composed of chaotic stone, impervious to dismantling. However, the energy source of the formation emanates from the starlight sand on the walls and the ley lines. Cang Hong's words flowed rapidly. I can sever the energy supply of the starlight sand and temporarily disrupt the ley lines, causing a momentary stagnation in the formation's operation. Yet during that fleeting pause, someone must strike from the outside with absolute force at the junction of the palace's dome and walls. That point is the weakest structural area. Once fractured, the entire dome will collapse, causing the formation to disintegrate effortlessly. At that moment, we shall collect the ruins from the collapse and later extract the essence at our leisure. Cang Hong remarked, "Goodness, this is not merely dismantling. This is orchestrating a controlled demolition. Who will undertake this? Either senior brother Jiu Xiao or senior brother Mia would suffice. But they must act swiftly, accurately, and with ferocity. Moreover, it will undoubtedly create a significant commotion." Cang Hong's gaze flickered as she observed the individuals relentlessly assaulting the chaotic stone walls. A great disturbance? Perfect. In turbulent waters, one can fish effectively. Very well. Prepare to act in 30 breaths. Senior brother Jiu Xiao, ready your full power for a decisive strike. Targeting. She swiftly relayed the coordinates and timing provided by Cang Hong to Cang Jiu Xiao. His eyes sparkled, his fists cracking with anticipation. Leave it to me. 30 breaths passed in a heartbeat. Within the palace, Cang Hong moved like a specter, darting swiftly along the edges of the walls. In his hands were several specially crafted array nails, imbued with the power of spatial cutting, which he silently embedded into the junctions between the walls and the ground, as well as several critical nodes of the Starlight Sand array. A hum resonated. The formation seemed to sense something, and the 9 celestial star phantoms accelerated slightly in their rotation. But Xianxia was quicker. Now, he formed seals with his hands and uttered a low command break. With a series of soft sounds, nearly half of the starlight sand on the wall dimmed instantaneously. The luminous flow of the ground's array patterns experienced a momentary turmoil. The 9-star guardian array faltered slightly. Now, outside the palace, Xianxia, already primed for action, roared, unleashing the full force of his sacred body blood. He transformed into a golden sun, fist of the heavens. With a single step, the ground cracked beneath him. He drew back his right fist, gathering boundless vitality and spiritual power. Then, he aimed at the coordinates provided by Xianxia, the junction of the palace dome and the western wall, a seemingly seamless area that, in truth, bore minute cracks for the erosion of time. With a single punch, he struck. Boom! The golden fist surged forth like a meteor crashing down, violently impacting that connection point. The terrifying roar reverberated, causing the entire ruin to tremble. The chaotic stone wall finally stirred. Not shattered, but stirred nonetheless. However, the junction could not withstand such a terrifying impact, and the already existing fine fissure instantaneously widened and spread. A clear crack echoed throughout the subterranean palace. Following this, a thunderous rumble ensued. On the western side of the palace, a small section of the wall, along with nearly 1/3 of the dome above, collapsed amidst the horrified gazes of all present. Dust and debris surged into the sky. What transpired? A subterranean palace. There is a subterranean palace behind. That punch was delivered by Xianxia. What was he doing? Demolishing a building. In the chaos, the truth finally unraveled before everyone's eyes. Behind the impenetrable chaotic stone wall lay a hidden subterranean palace. At this moment, a significant portion of it had been obliterated by Xianxia's fist. Amidst the swirling dust, the interior of the palace became vaguely visible. Particularly on the central platform, a swirling mass of alluringly radiant star essence could be discerned. Star essence. The genuine star essence. Its quality far surpassed that of the one outside. Song clan, you have calculated well. Greed and fury instantaneously overwhelmed reason. Seize it. Eshu Mayer. Jin Peng Xiao Peng Wang, and others could no longer concern themselves with anything else, transforming into streaks of light as they dashed towards the breach of the subterranean palace. However, just as they were about to storm into the palace, a hum resonated. Within the palace, the 9-star guardian array, exposed by the collapsed dome, seemed to be thoroughly provoked. The 9-star phantoms blazed with brilliance. No longer safeguarding the platform, they surged towards the approaching crowd like an enraged swarm of bees. Each star phantom bore the terrifying power of transformation. This is bad. The array is rebounding. Block it. At the forefront, Jin Peng Xiao Peng Wang was the first to be targeted, locked onto by 3 star phantoms. With a fierce cry, he brought his golden wings together, forming a golden shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds resounded. Jin Peng Xiao Peng Wang let out a pained grunt as the golden shield shattered, feathers scattering, and he was sent flying backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Eshu Mai Er, King Vai Da Oshi. And others were also caught in the onslaught of the star phantoms, scrambling in disarray. The entrance to the palace was instantaneously engulfed by the frenzied array attacks. No one could enter. Meanwhile, within the dust-laden palace, a shadow materialized like a specter, quietly appearing beside the platform. It was Xianxia. With the array triggered to attack the exterior, a slight vacancy emerged within. He extended his hand towards the mass of star essence. Yet, just as his fingers were about to graze the essence, the 3-foot-high platform beneath it suddenly illuminated. Countless intricate golden patterns, resembling blood vessels, materialized on the surface of the platform. The pattern spread, quickly enveloping the entire platform. Then a soft click echoed. Atop the high platform, a fissure gradually emerged. From within this crevice, a dazzling golden radiance burst forth, so brilliant it seemed capable of blinding the beholder, accompanied by an ancient and formidable aura, as if it could subdue the heavens themselves. With a thunderous roar, it erupted. The golden light surged forth like a river unleashed from its dam, illuminating the entire underground palace. even spilling through the collapsed gaps to cast a golden sheen upon the chaotic battleground outside. Within this brilliance, the ancient and majestic terror swept forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming all in its path. What is this? Such a terrifying presence. It feels as if one stands before a living emperor. It is a supreme treasure. An absolute treasure has emerged. Could it be the imperial weapon of the Starry Radiance sect? Gasps of astonishment and cries of alarm were swiftly silenced by the sudden upheaval. All ceased their actions, staring in shock at the gaping maw of the underground palace, gazing at the source of the golden light. Even the 9 tumultuous astral phantoms, under the oppressive glow, appeared frozen mid-air, trembling uncontrollably. This is dire. The nearest to the source, Cang Hong, bore the brunt of it. He felt an overwhelming and irresistible pressure, as though the vast sky itself was descending upon him, striking him down. With a muffled groan, he staggered backward, his shadowy form dispelled, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Merely being brushed by the residual waves of golden light had injured him. Senior brother Yu. The countenance of Cang Hong and others outside shifted dramatically. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Cang Hong commanded sharply, swiftly forming a defensive array in an attempt to assist Cang Hong. However, the golden radiance appeared almost sentient, slowly retracting, like a receding tide, retreating back into the fissure of the high platform. Ultimately, it coalesced into a vague silhouette. The figure was not tall, merely of human stature, composed entirely of golden light, rendering its features indistinct. One could only vaguely discern an elderly figure clad in ancient robes, adorned with a starry crown. It hovered silently above the high platform, eyes firmly shut. Yet, the soul-stirring majesty emanating from it had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, as the golden light drew back, it became more substantial and weighty, akin to an ancient deity stirring from slumber. The founder of the Starry Radiance sect, a knowledgeable prodigy, such as Qing Wei Daozi, trembled as he voiced this incredulous conjecture. The founder of the Starry Radiance sect? What era did such a being belong to? The celestial ancient epic? If this truly were a remnant or imprint left by the one who established the Starry Radiance sect and commanded the celestial path, its value would surely surpass that of a myriad or even hundreds of celestial essences. It represents a legacy. It is a direct path to the supreme legacy of the great emperor, even to the ethereal realm of immortals. A gulp echoed in the stillness of the tomb, its clarity piercing the silence. Greed, insatiable and unparalleled, swiftly extinguished fear, igniting flames of desire in every gaze. The essence of the stars, while undoubtedly precious, pales in comparison to the legacy of an ancestral master from an ancient sect. To obtain such a legacy, to glimpse the very source of the celestial path, would almost guarantee ascension to emperorhood. There exists even the hope of catching a glimpse of the elusive immortal realm. The legacy is mine. The golden rock prince could no longer contain himself. With a powerful flap of his golden wings, he transformed into a streak of lightning, recklessly charging towards the gaping maw of the tomb and the golden figure within. Stop him. Do not allow it. Simultaneously, Su Meyer, the god of the night, Gu Xiukong, and others sprang into action. Their divine abilities and treasures rained down like a tempest, not only targeting the golden rock prince, but each other as well. Everyone understood that whoever reached that golden figure first would become the focus of all hostility. A chaotic melee erupted once more, fiercer and more frenzied than before. This time, the stakes were a breathtaking opportunity capable of altering destinies and establishing an unparalleled foundation for greatness. We shall join the fray. The blood of Cang Jiuxiao surged with excitement, ready to charge forth. Wait. Cang Hong grasped his arm, her expression grave. What is amiss? Cang Wu questioned, bewildered. The legacy is right before us. If we do not seize it now, it will vanish. But is it truly a legacy? Cang Hong's gaze remained fixed on the golden figure atop the dais, her hands feverishly manipulating the array disk. The patriarch of the Star Transformation sect. What a being of significance. If there were indeed a legacy, would it reveal itself so easily? Moreover, do you not find it suspicious that this golden light appeared at such an opportune moment? Just as we collapsed the tomb and triggered the formation, it manifested. It is as if she paused, enunciating each word deliberately. It has been waiting there all along, anticipating someone to trigger it. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd at her words. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed curious. This tomb, this dais, this essence of the stars, appear to be a meticulously arranged bait. Are you suggesting this is a trap? San Lan spoke in a low voice. I cannot say for certain, but we must not approach recklessly. Song Liuli shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the various celestial prodigies who had succumbed to madness. Rushing towards the golden figure. Let them scout the path first. We shall wait for the opportune moment to act. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tsang clan suppressed their impulsive urges, remaining vigilant and observant. Meanwhile, at the mouth of the tomb, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Get out of my way! The Golden Rock Prince roared, his golden wings slicing through several incoming divine attacks, his body adorned with numerous wounds. Yet madness burned brighter in his eyes. The legacy is mine. He was now less than 10 paces from the golden figure. Dream on, Eshu Mayer. With her 9 tails veiling the heavens, unleashed her enchanting power, disrupting the minds of those around her. Simultaneously, one of her foxtails lashed out like a venomous whip, striking at the heart of the Golden Pong Prince. Qing Wei Daozi, wielding a dust whisk that transformed into a dragon, ensnared the Golden Pong Prince's feet. The shadow of the night, an embodiment of darkness, surged towards his wings. Gu Shukong tore through the fabric of space itself, appearing before the Golden Pong Prince and delivering a forceful blow to his chest. With a pained cry, the Golden Pong Prince found himself overwhelmed, as multiple attacks struck him simultaneously, sending him hurtling backwards, feathers scattering like golden rain, blood staining the sky. Yet, he managed to force back several adversaries in his path, creating a fleeting opening. In this moment, lurking in the shadows with a feeble aura, Ming Gu's eyes flared with a greenish soul fire. Unbeknownst to him, he had stealthily approached the edge of the underground palace. Seizing the opportunity, he bit down on his tongue, unleashing a mouthful of essence blood onto his bone staff. The staff erupted with a dense crimson light. Bones of blood, retreat, he shouted, transforming into a streak of blood light that surged through the gap, hurtling towards the golden figure upon the high platform. Minggu, how dare you? Stop him! The crowd, filled with fury, attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The blood light, manifesting from Minggu, was mere feet away from the golden figure. A look of ecstatic greed spread across his face as he extended his bony hand towards the golden visage. The inheritance! It is mine. However, just as his skeletal hand was about to make contact with the golden figure, the seemingly inert form suddenly opened its eyes. What eyes they were, profound like the cosmic night, reflecting the endless cycle of stars, as if perceiving the eternal reincarnation of time. Cold and indifferent, like a celestial Tao surveying the insignificant ants below. The elation on Ming Gu's face froze in an instant, replaced by boundless horror and dread. No, this is not the inheritance. You are. He sought to retreat, to flee, but it was too late. The golden figure slowly raised a hand towards a now close Ming Gu, guilty of trespass, disturbing the slumber. You shall be punished. The voice was calm, like a decree of fate. In the next moment, a glimmer of gold ignited at his fingertips, instantly piercing into Ming Gu's forehead. His entire being stiffened, the soul fire in his eyes extinguishing abruptly like a candle flickering in the wind. The expression of terror and disbelief on his face became eternally fixed. Then, with a soft sound, Ming Gu, along with his bone staff, garments, all magical artifacts, and storage rings, shattered into minute particles, like a sand sculpture crumbling to dust, scattering with the breeze. Not a trace of blood, nor a remnant of soul remained. Both form and spirit extinguished. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. All present stood frozen, as if grasped by an unseen hand, unable to breathe. A top-tier prodigy of the underworld, transformed through the 7 transformations of the dragon, possessing a skeletal physique, was reduced to ashes by a mere fingertip? What kind of strength is this? What manner of existence? Flee! A piercing scream broke the silence, and in an instant, all the talented individuals rushing towards the palace's entrance recoiled in sheer panic, akin to frightened rabbits. What legacy, what opportunity, pales in comparison to the absolute power of death. Survival took precedence. Yet, the golden figure seemed disinclined to let them escape. He slowly turned his head, his gaze, imbued with the essence of the starry sea, scanning the terrified crowd gathered outside the palace's entrance. Ultimately, it settled upon the members of the Tsang clan, particularly Tsang Liuli. A familiaroha, arrayed stars, he murmured to himself, as if lost in recollection. Then, he raised his hand slowly, gesturing gently towards Tsang Liuli and the Tsang clan. Come fort. An irresistible and terrifying force surged forth. Tsang Liuli's complexion paled as she felt the space around her become momentarily rigid, her body lifting uncontrollably off the ground, drawn towards the palace entrance and the golden figure. Liuli, junior sister, Tsang Jiuxiao and Tsang Mia's eyes widened in desperation, yearning to assist, yet the oppressive pressure held them fast, rendering them immobile. They could only watch helplessly as Tsang Liuli, like a marionette, was pulled towards that menacing golden figure. Closer and closer. 10 paces. 5 paces. 3 paces. It seemed she was about to be ensnared like a wraith. Her fate no longer her own. Just at that critical moment, a hum resonated. The ancient array disk, quietly operating in Tsang Liuli's embrace, suddenly illuminated with unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 27. The array disk acknowledges its master. The celestial ancient era's star-yielding ancestor takes on a disciple. Buzz. The radiance of the array disk was neither an attack nor a defense, but rather a peculiar resonance, as if it shared a common origin with the golden figure, establishing a profound connection. The light rippled like water, subtly dissipating the terrifying force that enveloped Tsang Liuli. Her floating form halted midair, merely 3 feet from the golden figure. In the indifferent eyes of the golden figure, reminiscent of the Tao of Heaven, a rare flicker of emotion appeared. He retracted his hand, his gaze fixating on the brilliantly glowing array disk within Tsang Liuli's grasp, observing it intently for a moment. In the town of Xingyan, he murmured the words Zhongzhenpan, his voice imbued with his subtle complexity of emotions that defied description. To his astonishment, after eons, he found himself face to face with it once more. From whence have you come? Tsang Liuli steadied her mind, sensing that the other party bore no malice, or rather, that the array itself held no ill intent. Taking a deep breath, she bowed respectfully. Esteemed senior, this array was acquired through the fortuitous circumstances of a junior, discovered within an ancient relic. She refrained from mentioning that it was a gift from her ancestor, Cang Hong, as it pertained to her family secrets. Acquired through fortuitous circumstances. The golden figure fell silent for a moment, his gaze once again fixating on Tsang Liuli, this time with a scrutinizing intensity. Your bone age is not yet 20. Having transformed through 8 changes with an innate Tao fetus, your understanding of array formation has merely begun to scratch the surface. What is more remarkable is that you have gained a preliminary recognition of the array. With each of his words, Tsang Liuli felt her heart tremble. The other party had discerned her constitution, cultivation, and even her proficiency in array formation at a single glance. Such insight was nothing short of terrifying. Would you be willing to enter under my tutelage in the Xingyan sect? The golden figure suddenly spoke, his words striking like thunder. Inherit my star array Tao, and, in the future, revive the lineage of the Xingyan sect. This declaration left not only Tsang Liuli stunned, but also rendered all the talented individuals outside, who had been recovering from their shock, utterly speechless. Enter under my tutelage? Inherit the star array Tao? Revive the lineage of the Xingyan sect? This golden figure sought to take on a disciple. Moreover, he intended to take Tsang Liuli, a prodigy of the Tsang clan. No, this is unfair. Su Meier was the first to scream, her face contorted with resentment. Esteemed senior, my 9-tailed celestial fox clan is equally adept in illusionary arrays. My talent is not inferior to hers. I too wish to be accepted as your disciple. Esteemed senior, my Tai Hall is the rightful lineage of the Xianmen. Our teachings are complete, and I, Qingwei, am willing to inherit your Tao. Qingwei Daozi hastily interjected, unable to maintain his usual composure in the face of what seemed to be the legacy of an ancient sex master. Our Golden Peng clan possesses unparalleled speed and can assist you in retrieving the scattered treasures of the Xingyan sect, exclaimed the young Golden Peng king urgently. I, Gu Shukong, can aid in the reconstruction of your mountain gate with my void Tao. Gu Shukong added, unwilling to be outdone. In an instant, everyone clamored to present themselves, eager to bow down and pledge their allegiance to the master. However, the golden figure merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Where his gaze fell, all present felt as though drenched in cold water, instantly silenced. Noise, he stated succinctly. The crowd's expressions turned pale, and they dared not utter another word. The golden gaze returned to Tsang Liuli, bearing a hint of inquiry. How shall you proceed? Tsang Liuli's thoughts raced like lightning. To become a disciple? To inherit the star array Tao? This was undoubtedly an extraordinary opportunity. The legacy of the Xingyan sect's founder would be unparalleled to any current imperial lineage, and possibly even more potent as it originated from a higher tier of the ancient celestial era. Yet she is a scion of the Cang clan, a member of the celestial order, and a protege personally nurtured by the esteemed ancestor Cang Hong. To seek allegiance elsewhere without the ancestor's consent, even if the alternative is an ancient immortal master, it would be unthinkable. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder, Cang Lioli articulated with careful consideration. However, I am already bound by my teachings, being a child of the Cang clan under the guidance of the venerable Cang Hong. I dare not pledge myself to another. Should you not reject me outright, I am willing to serve as a named disciple, learning the ways of your formations. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall endeavor to recover the scattered legacies of the Xingyan sect, ensuring that your trust is not misplaced. Her words were laced with subtlety, neither an outright refusal nor a complete acceptance. By proposing to learn as a named disciple and promising assistance in recovering the legacy, she maintained her loyalty to the Cang clan while respecting the elder. Cang Hong. The golden figure murmured this name, as if rummaging through the recesses of memory. After a brief pause, he shook his head slightly. I have not heard of it. Nevertheless, your resolve to remain loyal to your clan is commendable. A named disciple it shall be. There was a hint of disappointment in his demeanor, yet he did not press the matter further. Since the array plate has acknowledged you, there is destiny between us. My legacy shall reside within the array plate. How much you can comprehend depends on your fortune. As his words concluded, he raised his hand and gently pointed at the array plate cradled in Cang Lioli's arms. With a resonant hum, the array plate erupted with brilliance. Countless mysterious starry runes appearing as if animated, swirling forth, and then merging into Cang Lioli's brow. Cang Lioli gasped, feeling an overwhelming torrent of information flood into her consciousness, akin to a dam bursting. The principles of stellar movements, the intricacies of array constructions, the methods of rune engravings, and the many secrets of the Xingyan sect unfolded before her, vast and profound as an ocean. She swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, closed her eyes, and focused intently to assimilate this sudden influx of legacy. After completing this, the golden figure appeared somewhat dimmed. He no longer gazed at Cang Lioli, but turned his attention to the various prodigies gathered outside the underground palace, each bearing distinct expressions. You who have trespassed into this forbidden ground should rightfully face annihilation. Yet, considering the passage of time and the elusiveness of one's homeland, I am reluctant to spill further blood. Leave behind 30% of your resources and depart from this place. Henceforth, you are forbidden to step foot in the Xingyan ruins again. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Leave behind 30% of resources? Depart? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Those who had arrived were all distinguished prodigies, naturally endowed with ample resources. 30% was an immense loss. Yet compared to the fate of the fallen bones, this was the best outcome they could hope for. With utmost respect, we shall comply. Qingwei Daozi was the first to react, unhesitatingly producing a storage bag, emptying it of approximately 30% of his spirit stones, elixirs, and materials onto the ground, then bowing deeply before turning to leave without a moment's delay. We take our leave. Others quickly followed suit, echoing his actions. Eshu Mayer, Jin Peng, Xiao Pengvong, Yu Yishen Zi, Gusu Kong, and others, though filled with reluctance and anguish within, dared not exhibit the slightest defiance. Had they not witnessed the demise of Minggu, the golden figure's intent to slay them would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. In no time, the crowd abandoned their resources and retreated in haste, vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Outside the underground palace, only a few remnants of the Cang clan remained, along with the still receiving inheritance of Cang Li. Are you akin? The golden figure inquired, directing its gaze towards Cang Jiushao and the others. Indeed, esteemed elder, we are the senior brothers and sisters of Li. Cang Wu promptly replied, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and reverence. The golden figure nodded slightly. Guard her until the inheritance concludes. This place is temporarily safe. With that, the figure gradually floated back to the high platform, re-entering the fissure from whence it came. The golden light receded, and the high platform slowly sealed shut, leaving only the surface's golden patterns emanating a faint glow, as if everything that transpired moments ago had never occurred. The remnants of resources left behind by the various prodigies and the lingering oppressive aura in the air were the sole testaments to the recent turmoil. As the golden figure vanished completely, Cang Hong and the others finally exhaled deeply, realizing their backs were drenched in cold sweat. That was truly terrifying, Song Wu said, patting her chest, still shaken. Was it the ancestral master of the Xiangu sect? It felt even more imposing than the Grand Ancestor. Not quite. Song Lan shook his head. The Grand Ancestor's authority is restrained, akin to a deep abyss. This esteemed elder's presence is outwardly overwhelming, reminiscent of celestial majesty. However, it seems our junior sister Lu Li has received an extraordinary fortune this time. The group gazed at Song Lu Li, who remained seated with closed eyes. Surrounded by swirling starry runes, their eyes filled with envy and delight. We shall guard Lu Li, Cang Hong declared resolutely, positioning himself at the forefront, vigilant of their surroundings. Song Mie quietly moved to the opposite side, standing with his sword at the ready. The others took their respective positions, encircling Song Lu Li at the center. Time progressed slowly. Within the underground palace, silence reigned. Only the intermittent glimmers of starlight emanating from Song Lu Li and her slightly furrowed brow betrayed the arduousness and vastness of her inheritance. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. Suddenly, a hum resonated. The ancient arrayed disc in Song Lu Li's embrace soared into the air once more, hovering above her head, slowly rotating. With each revolution, it scattered flecks of starlight that infused into her celestial spirit. Her aura began to ascend at an astonishing pace. She reached the pinnacle of the mid to late stage of the Transformation Dragon's 8 changes. She is about to break through. Gan Yao Xin Weitspa. The crowd's spirits were lifted. However, just as Song Lu Li's aura was on the verge of surpassing the Transformation Dragon's 8 changes and entering the 9th change, an unforeseen anomaly arose. Sizzle. Outside the underground palace, amidst the pile of resources left by the various prodigies, a seemingly inconspicuous black pebble suddenly split open, revealing a fissure. Following this, an inky, oppressive aura of death surged forth, akin to ink dispersing in clear water, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Within this oppressive gloom, a distorted, malevolent face, brimming with resentment and madness, began to coalesce. The ghastly visage opened its maw, emitting a silent, piercing wail. A chilling, sinister presence, capable of freezing the very soul, erupted forth, targeting the beleaguered Song Liuli, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. Alas, it is the dark hand of the netherworld. Protect Liuli, Song Jiuxiao roared, his sacred vitality surging forth as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the ghastly face. The Song Mie blade emerged like a dragon, its destructive intent tearing through the oppressive aura. However, the ghastly visage appeared to lack a tangible form. Their assaults passed through it without inflicting any harm. The ghastly face emitted a sinister cackle, maintaining its relentless speed as it lunged toward Song Liuli, poised to penetrate her very brow. At that critical juncture, a resonant hum reverberated through the air. The array atop Song Liuli's head quaked violently, and an ethereal barrier, composed of countless starry runes, unfolded instantaneously before her. The ghastly face collided forcefully with the barrier. Sizzle. Like hot oil hitting snow, the barrier trembled violently, its brilliance fading rapidly. The ghastly face let out a pained shriek, its form becoming increasingly indistinct. Yet, it did not relent. Instead, it intensified its assault upon the barrier. With each impact, the barrier's radiance dimmed further, and Song Liuli's complexion grew paler. She was at a pivotal moment in her breakthrough, infused with the legacy of her ancestors, unable to divert her focus to defend herself. The array was left to autonomously protect its master, but without a host, how long could it endure? Damn it! What is this wretched creature? Why can we not strike it? Song Jiuxiao and the others were frantic, their attacks akin to a stone cast into the ocean. It is a cursed seed of the vengeful spirits from the netherworld. Song Shi suddenly interjected, his eyes swirling with fragments of time, as if he had discerned something. Forged from the resentful souls of the strong, it is formless and intangible, targeting the spirit and corrupting the foundation of one's path. Only the most radiant and unyielding or purifying powers can counter it. But we possess none, Song Wu exclaimed anxiously. The Song clan members were immensely powerful, yet they found themselves at a loss against such an enigmatic spiritual entity. Cang Yaoxin's life essence inclined towards purification, yet her cultivation was still shallow, primarily focused on healing, rendering her efforts against such a potent vengeful spirit limited. As the barrier grew increasingly faint and the ghastly face drew nearer, fine beads of sweat began to form on Cang Liuli's forehead, and a faint wisp of dark energy flickered at her brow. In that moment of dire urgency, a familiar, somewhat resigned sigh echoed within the subterranean chamber. Almost immediately thereafter, the high platform, which had previously sealed shut, began to slowly open once more. Golden light reemerges. As that golden figure materializes once again, his gaze sweeps over the frenzied visage assaulting the barrier, a flicker of icy disdain flashing in his eyes. Filthy wretch! How dare you disturb my disciple's tranquil cultivation? He raises his hand toward the ghastly face, gently, yet resolutely. Purify, he utters with a singular word. There is no earth-shattering commotion, only a beam of celestial light, pure to the utmost degree, as if capable of cleansing all worldly filth, blossoms from his palm, enveloping that ghastly face in an instant. A piercing scream, heart-wrenching in its intensity, emanates from the visage. It writhes and contorts in the sacred light, struggling like snow melting in boiling water, rapidly dissolving into nothingness. In mere moments, the ghastly face, along with the surrounding miasma of death, is utterly purified, as if it had never existed. Upon completing this act, the golden figure seems to dim further. He casts a deep glance at the breaking through Cang Liuli, then surveys the vigilant Cang clan members. This place is no longer safe. We must depart with her. The ruins are about to collapse. As his words fall, his form dissipates entirely, transforming into specks of golden light that merge into the high platform. The platform then seals itself completely, reverting to its former state, as if it had exhausted its last ounce of strength. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous rumble reverberates. The entire ruin begins to tremble violently. The earth cracks and the dome collapses. Terrifying rifts in the void spread throughout the ruins, consuming everything. Go! Cang Jiuxiao decisively scoops up the still closed-eyed Cang Liuli, urging, we must leave this place. The others dare not hesitate, transforming into streaks of light as they frantically flee toward the exit of the ruins. Behind them, the ancient structure continues to crumble and vanish. Deep within the utterly collapsed ruins, a barely perceivable glimmer of chaotic light flickers to life, akin to a firefly, quietly illuminating the darkness. Then, as if imbued with life, it quivers slightly and stealthily follows the direction in which Cang Liuli and the others have departed. Chapter 28. The Wrath of the Sacred Body, Rending the Golden Rock. Boom! The resounding crash of the ruins, collapsing, reverberates behind them. The chaotic currents of the void resemble a monstrous beast that devours all. The Cang clan members push their speed to the utmost, fleeing desperately through the shattered passage. Cang Jiuxiao cradles the still breaking through Cang Liuli, surrounded by swirling, celestial runes. Leading the charge, the essence of the sacred body burns like a golden torch, shattering the incoming fragments of space and turbulent energy. Cang Mia and Cang Feng, one to the left and one to the right, wield their blades to carve a path. Cang Lan raises the ethereal image of the indestructible divine city to protect the rear of the group. Cang Yu, Cang Shi, Cang Yaoxin, and Cang Wu each fulfill their roles, working in perfect harmony. Finally, a glimmer of light appears ahead. The exit. Let us charge forth. As the azure sky roared, its velocity surged by a third, resembling a golden meteor that burst forth from the crumbling ruins, returning to the desolate and shattered terrain of the first level of the ancient path. The crowd followed closely behind, stumbling as they landed. Before they could catch their breath, a swift golden flicker, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the heavens, shot forth without warning from fractured mountainside. It aimed directly at the unguarded brow of Cang Liuli, cradled in the embrace of Cang Jiuxiao. It was the Golden Peng, the young king. He had long been lying in ambush, waiting for this moment when the Cang clan members emerged from the ruins, their vigilance at its lowest. Liuli, be careful. Cang Jiuxiao's eyes widened in fury as he sought to dodge, but with a person in his arms, his speed was restrained. He could not evade. His hands were occupied. In a split second, he roared, refusing to flinch, and pivoted sharply, using his broad back to collide forcefully with the golden shadow. With a piercing sound, the golden flicker, a sharp feather imbued with the power of wind and thunder, penetrated Cang Hong's sacred body defenses, piercing through his right chest and erupting in a spray of golden blood. "Brother Jiuxiao," the crowd gasped in horror. "I am fine," Cang Hong grunted, his sacred essence roaring as the muscles around the wound writhed, forcing the golden feather out. The injury began to heal at a visible pace. However, this strike left him momentarily breathless. Indeed, the ancient sacred body is formidable. The golden Pengyang king emerged slowly from behind the mountainside, his golden eyes gleaming with malice and delight. "Unfortunately, today you shall all perish. With your deaths, the starry legacy and all the treasures you possess shall belong to me." He was not alone. Behind him, Gu Shukong, the son of the night, and 3 or 4 other rogue prodigies, stirred by their enmity and greed towards the Tsang clan, gradually revealed themselves. These individuals have been intimidated by the golden figure within the ruins, fleeing in panic, yet begrudgingly persuaded by the golden Pengyang king to set up this trap. Lured by the promise of the Tsang clan's unparalleled inheritance and their precious possessions. "Golden Peng, you seek your own demise." Cang Hong gently entrusted Cang Liuli to Cang Yaoxin, turning to face the golden Pengyang king, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed almost tangible. The sacred essence within him surged like an ancient volcano, rising uncontrollably. "Is that all you have?" scoffed the golden Pengyang king, his golden wings unfurling behind him, the sound of wind and thunder resounding. "At this speed, you won't even be able to grasp my shadow. I was careless before. This time, I shall tear you apart piece by piece to honor the might of my golden Peng clan. Kill!" With a fierce cry, he vanished in an instant. It was not a teleportation. His speed was so tremendous that even the consciousness of a dragon transformation realm was unable to capture it. "Everyone be cautious. Ganlan Wunna," as the ethereal projection of the indestructible divine city expanded to shield the group. Song Mie and Song Feng unsheathed their blades, locking their sights on the void. However, the aspirations of the Golden Peng and the Little Peng Wang are not directed towards themselves, but rather towards the mighty Cang Hong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sounds of air being sliced apart reverberated from all directions. Countless golden feather blades, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, shot towards Cang Hong from every conceivable angle. Each feather blade harbored the swiftness of the Golden Peng, infused with the power of wind and thunder, capable of rending mountains asunder. Merely a trivial skill, Cang Hong bellowed, unwavering and resolute. His sacred body erupted with vitality, radiating boundless golden light. The celestial king descends from the heavens, a towering figure, 100 feet high, ethereal yet exuding an unparalleled majesty that suppressed all realms, manifested behind him, standing proudly against the sky and surveying all beings. Under the shadow of the celestial king's apparition, the deluge of golden feather blades seemed ensnared in a quagmire. Their speed drastically diminished, their might severely compromised. "What?" The Golden Peng and Little Peng Wang paused, their expressions filled with astonishment. This phenomenon could actually influence time and space, countering his unparalleled speed. But that was not the end. Cang Hong stepped forth, causing the earth to fracture. The primal chaos seed Blue Lotus. Another layer of anomaly unfolded. Chaotic energy enveloped the atmosphere, and a green lotus, seemingly rooted since the dawn of creation, swayed gracefully, showering sporadic chaotic light droplets that nourished the celestial king's apparition, augmenting Cang Hong's aura, as if he were connected to the primordial power of this universe. "Kill!" Cang Hong locked onto the true form of the Golden Peng and Little Peng Wang, delivering a thunderous punch. Where the fist's force traveled, chaotic energy surged. The celestial king's apparition mirrored the action, seemingly carrying the might of the universe's inception, descending with overwhelming force. The Golden Peng moves with unparalleled swiftness. The Golden Peng and Little Peng Wang let out a sharp cry, elevating their speed to the utmost, transforming into myriad afterimages in an attempt to bewilder. While their true form circled to Cang Hong's flank, claws glinting with a chilling light, poised to strike at his vulnerable back. "I caught you." Yet, Cang Hong appeared to have anticipated this, his fist's trajectory unchanged, while his left hand shot back like lightning. "What?" The Golden Peng and Little Peng Wang were struck with horror, attempting to change direction, only to find themselves ensnared by the oppressive aura of the Celestial King's manifestation. Their speed drastically hindered. Crack! Song Jiuxiao's left hand, like an iron claw, precisely grasped the root of one of the golden peng and little Peng Wang's golden wings. Let go. The golden peng and little Peng Wang roared, their other claw frantically tearing at Song Jiuxiao's arm, the power of wind and thunder erupting, leaving trails of blood on his sacred body. Yet, Song Jiuxiao seemed oblivious, retracting his right hand to seize the other wing of the golden peng and little Peng Wang. Do you enjoy speed? Song Jiuxiao grinned, a smile as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. I shall render you incapable of ever accelerating again. His biceps swelled like coiling dragons, the vitality of his sacred body resonating to its zenith, the celestial king's apparition mimicking his movements, the chaotic blue lotus swaying and showering forth infinite might. Give it to me. A fierce glint flashed in Song Jiuxiao's eyes as he exerted all his strength, arms stretching outward with tremendous force. With a mighty tug, tear it apart. No. The golden peng, the little Peng King, emitted a desperate and piercing scream, one that resonated with sheer anguish. The horrifying sound of flesh and bone being forcibly torn apart echoed across the desolate expanse. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the once proud and swift golden peng, known for its fierce defiance, was savagely ripped in two by Song Jiuxiao in the most brutal and shocking manner. Blood erupted like a fountain, showering the surroundings as entrails mingled with shattered golden feathers, littering the ground. The two halves of the corpse were carelessly discarded by Song Jiuxiao, twitching slightly in their final moments. The golden peng, the little Peng King, had fallen, its spirit extinguished. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene, broken only by the mournful whisper of the wind and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Gu Xiukong, the son of the night, and others stood frozen, as if under a spell, staring at the remnants of the once mighty creature, then shifting their gaze to the blood-soaked Song Jiuxiao, who stood like a war god. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. To tear apart the golden peng with one's bare hands? What manner of monster is this? Run! A voice cried out, breaking the spell. In an instant, Gu Xiukong tore through the fabric of space, fleeing without a backward glance. The son of the night transformed into a shadow, melding into the earth and vanishing. The remaining cultivators, terrified, scattered like birds and beasts. Song Jiuxiao made no move to pursue them. Instead, he slowly turned to face Song Yaoxin, who held Song Liuli in her arms, her face etched with concern, and smiled reassuringly. I am unscathed. But scarcely had the words left his lips when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his energy waning as he sank to one knee. Though his sacred body was robust, enduring the piercing of the golden peng's feather blades and forcibly unleashing dual phenomena, the toll it exacted was immense. Brother Jiuxiao, the others rushed to his side. Song Yaoxin quickly retrieved a pill and offered it to him. It is nothing. A moment's rest will suffice. Song Jiuxiao gestured dismissively, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. The others also sat down, hastily regaining their spiritual power, tending to their injuries, and standing guard over Song Liuli and Song Jiuxiao. However, they remained oblivious to a pair of cold, vengeful eyes filled with malice and excitement, watching them intently from a great distance within a distorted void, particularly fixated on the remains of the golden peng, the little Peng King. Truly dead. Excellent plan, executed flawlessly. It is now my turn to take the stage. With the blood sacrifice for the rebirth platform, the main sacrificial offering had increased by one. The figure quietly retreated, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, outside the ancient meteor path, within the vastness of the starry sky, aboard the magnificent golden warship of the Golden Peng clan, an elder tasked with guarding the ancestral hall rushed forward to the clan leader and the grand elder, his face as pale as parchment, voice trembling. Clan leader, grand elder, the life spirit tablet of the little Peng King has shattered. What? The chieftain of the Golden Peng clan, a tall man with cascading golden hair and a commanding presence, suddenly rose to his feet. An overwhelming aura of impending doom enveloped the vessel, causing it to creak ominously. My son has fallen. He strode purposefully towards the ancestral hall. There, upon the jade altar dedicated to the spirits of the younger generation, the golden plaque belonging to the young Peng King lay shattered into countless fragments, a faint flicker of soul fire extinguished forever. Who dares to take my son's life? The chieftain's furious roar resonated, transforming into a tangible force that crushed several small meteors nearby to dust. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Utilize the tracking feather to pinpoint the location of my son's demise, to uncover any lingering traces. I shall personally enter and extract the soul of the murderer, tormenting them for eternity. Father, calm your wrath. A cold voice, laced with an inexhaustible thirst for vengeance, pierced through the air. A young man clad in dark golden battle armor, resembling the young Peng King, yet with a more mature and austere demeanor, stepped into the hall. With each step he took, ripples spread through the void, his aura unmistakably reaching the realm of celestial gates. He was Jin Wuji, the prince of the Golden Peng clan and the elder brother of the young Peng King. Due to the constraints of the Ancient Path's rules, the chieftain could not risk entering in his true form. Father, it is unwise for you to take such risks. Jin Wuji approached the shattered spirit plaque of his brother, bent down and picked up a shard, clenching it tightly in his palm, his fingers turning white from the pressure. I shall avenge my brother. He lifted his gaze, golden flames igniting within his eyes, as if ancient fierce birds danced within his pupils. I swear by our bloodline, regardless of who the murderer is or what forces they command, I, Jin Wuji, will annihilate their clan and eradicate their kin to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. Please, Father, grant me the tracking feather and permit me to lead the Golden Peng Guards into the Ancient Path. I must personally slay our enemies. The chieftain gazed at his vengeful son, inhaling deeply to suppress his own fury and sorrow. Granted, Elder Jinyu, a figure of unfathomable aura with dark golden wings, appeared silently. You shall wield our clan's imperial weapon replica, the Golden Peng Feather, to escort the prince into the Ancient Path, uncover the truth, and eliminate the murderer. Should any force dare to obstruct you, show no mercy. Understood? Elder Jinyu bowed in acceptance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Soon, several brilliant rays of golden light shot forth from the Golden Peng clan's warship, defying the restrictions at the entrance of the Ancient Path, forcefully breaching its confines. Leading them was the vengeful prince, Jin Wuji, with their sights set directly on the direction where Tsang Jiuxiao and the members of the Tsang clan resided. Chapter 29. You noisy creature, you've disturbed my slumber. Beyond the bone forest, upon the desolate plains, the members of the Tsang clan sat in a circle, diligently tending to their wounds and recovering their strength. Tsang Jiuxiao sat cross-legged at the center, his sacred body's vitality gradually circulating. The piercing wound across his chest, having healed significantly, leaving behind only a faint scar. Yet, his complexion remained somewhat pale. The battle against the young Peng King had drained his energy considerably. Song Liuli sat quietly to one side, her eyes gently closed, surrounded by a faint flow of starry runes as she absorbed the legacy left by the Star Master, her aura growing increasingly profound and mysterious. Song Yaoxin busily distributed elixirs to the others, tending to their injuries. Song Mia, clutching his sword, closed his eyes to meditate, yet his ears twitched, alert to any rustle in the surroundings. Song Lan expanded the ethereal shadow of the indestructible divine city, enveloping a radius of 100 feet as the first line of defense. The atmosphere was heavy, tinged with a weariness that spoke of having narrowly escaped disaster. The old bird's golden feathers were indeed formidable. Song Jiuxiao exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opening his eyes and stretching his shoulders. I nearly suffered a fatal blow. However, it was worth it. He glanced at the two dull, carelessly buried remnants of the golden rock on the ground, a grin spreading across his face. To dare ambush Liuli, this is the consequence. Brother Jiuxiao, I owe you my gratitude this time. Song Liuli opened her eyes, her starlight gaze directed at Song Jiuxiao, filled with genuine appreciation. Had you not intercepted that strike, my breakthrough would have been interrupted and the consequences would have been dire. Ah, we are family. No need for such formalities. Song Jiuxiao waved his hand dismissively, then furrowed his brow. However, the Golden Rock clan will likely not let this matter rest. That old bird left with a gaze that could consume us whole. No matter, Song Liuli replied calmly. Within the Ancient Path, life and death are one's own responsibility. That is the rule. No matter how domineering the Golden Rock clan may be, they would not dare openly violate it, lest they become enemies of all factions. At most, they will send their peers to seek revenge. Peers? Song Jiuxiao's eyes lit up. Perfect. One comes, I shall tear him apart. Two come, I shall rend them asunder. I fear they may not be mere peers. Suddenly, Song Yu, who had remained silent, spoke up, his tone serious. I sense several powerful auras rapidly approaching our direction. One of them is at the Heavenly Gate realm, and it carries an unmistakable intent to kill. Heavenly Gotha? The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. The disparity between the dragon transformation and the Heavenly Gate is one of qualitative difference. Even if Cang Hong possesses an unparalleled holy body and Cang Lioli has mastered the formation path, it would be challenging to confront a fully intact Heavenly Gate prodigy head-on. Is it a member of the Golden Rock clan? Song Lan asked in a low voice. Most likely, Song Yu affirmed. One of the auras resonates with the bloodline of this corpse on the ground. They must be tracking us through that bloodline. Prepare for battle. Cang Lioli rose, her hands swiftly manipulating the formation disc, its radiance shimmering. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay, but the enemy approaches too quickly for us to escape. We must form a formation, hold our ground, and by time, await the variables. The group quickly rose, each taking their positions. Cang Lioli swiftly formed seals with her hands, and a series of formation flags flew from her sleeves, embedding themselves into the ground as she instantaneously arranged a rudimentary array of the celestial constellation. Though it may not possess even 1% of the formidable might of a complete formation, its steadfastness for the moment should suffice. Cang Hong stood at the heart of the formation, his vitality surging. Cang Mia and Cang Feng flanked him, their blades drawn. Cang Lan upheld the indomitable divine city. Merging with the array, Cang Yu concealed himself in the shadows, poised to act. Cang Shi's eyes flickered with fragments of time, attempting to glimpse future snippets. Cang Yao, Xian, and Cang Wu, too, gripped their magical artifacts tightly, prepared for the impending conflict. Merely 10 breaths later, a piercing sound of air being ruptured echoed, akin to a multitude of arrows being unleashed, emanating from the distant horizon. Following closely, 5 beams of golden light, resembling fallen golden stars, surged forth, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent and terrifying pressure, crashing down upon the ground 100 zhang ahead of the gathered assembly. Boom! 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 The earth was pounded into 5 colossal craters, dust soaring skyward. As the dust settled, 5 figures emerged slowly. The foremost figure was clad in dark golden battle armor, his countenance austere, golden hair cascading like a waterfall, a golden vertical line etched between his brows, seemingly harboring endless sharpness. He was none other than Jin Wuji, the prince of the Jinping clan. Behind him followed 4 equally formidable individuals, each adorned with golden wings, all possessing the cultivation of the 8th or 9th transformation of the dragonization stage. At this moment, 5 pairs of icy golden eyes fixated intently on the Tsang clan members, as well as the land behind them, which, though merely buried, still emanated a faint pulsation of bloodline energy. Brother, Jin Wuji gazed at the land, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of metal grinding. You met a tragic end. He slowly lifted his gaze, his expression as piercing as 2 cold swords, directed at Cang Hong within the formation. It was you who killed my brother? His tone was calm, yet it carried a murderous intent potent enough to freeze the soul. And so what? Cang Hong stepped forward, fearlessly meeting his gaze. The sacred body's vitality roared, golden divine light soaring to the heavens, standing resolutely against Jin Wuji's oppressive force. He ambushed my junior sister, seeking to thwart her path. He deserved his fate. A most fitting fate indeed. Jin Wuji, consumed by rage, countered with a derisive laugh, his mirth laced with boundless cruelty and madness. You dare to be so arrogant after slaying my Jinping kin. Today, I will use your sacred blood to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. Die for me. With a fierce roar, he unfurled his golden wings, casting a shadow over the land. Golden pung claw of the sky shattering. A colossal golden claw, spanning 100 zhang and entirely forged from the essence of pure metal, tore through the void, imbued with boundless sharpness and a sense of annihilation. Descending violently upon Cang Hong and the entire formation. This strike transcended the limits of the dragonization realm, reaching the level of the Heavenly Gate realm. Block it. Cang Lioli's expression shifted slightly as her hands wove intricate seals. The remnants of the stellar formation blazed with radiance, countless starry illusions materializing, interweaving into a net to meet the golden claw. Cang Hong bellowed, the manifestation of the sacred body, resembling an immortal king, descending from the heavens once again appearing. The ethereal figure raising a fist to confront the impending assault. The Kangmi blade surged forth like a dragon, its annihilative intent rending the very heavens. The Cangfeng sword's aura ascended to the skies, aiming to cleave the joints of the rock's talons. Yet, in a cacophony of sound, the golden talons collided fiercely with the array, the extraordinary phenomena, the blade's energy, and the sword's radiance. This confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment, as the array's protective barrier manifested countless fissures. The ethereal silhouette of the celestial king quaked violently, while the blade's energy and sword's light fragmented inch by inch. A gasp escaped Cang Liuli, her complexion paling as blood trickled from her lips, the array suffering a grievous backlash. Cang Jiuxiao stifled a groan, his sacred body surging with vitality. Both Kangmi and Cangfeng were violently hurled backward, their palms splitting. The disparity was insurmountable. The heavenly gate against the transformation of the dragon was akin to a crushing defeat. Even though the Cang clan's members were all unparalleled prodigies with extraordinary physiques, they remained powerless in the face of such an absolute difference in realm. Ultimately, ants are but ants. Jin Wuji's gaze turned icy as the rock's talons lifted once more, gathering an even more terrifying force. With the next strike, you shall accompany my brother on his journey. The talons descended with thunderous might, casting a shadow of death over all. However, in that critical moment, a deep rumble, akin to the primordial roars of ancient dragons, resonated through the heavens without warning. Then, a force that matched, if not surpassed, Jin Wuji's own, exuding an oppressive and regal aura capable of subduing the myriad realms, surged forth like a tsunami from another direction. Lowly creature, a languid yet commanding voice echoed, "Is there no peace in the early morn? Must you disturb my slumber?" As the words fell, a colossal dragon claw, adorned with dark golden scales and seemingly capable of shattering stars, tore through the void and struck down upon the golden talons with great ferocity. Boom! The clash resembled the collision of two ancient divine mountains. The terrifying shockwave gouged the earth within a 1,000-foot radius, stripping it away by several feet. The golden talons emitted a mournful cry, repelled by the dragon claw and dimming in brilliance. Jin Wuji's expression shifted slightly. He retreated a half-step, dissipating the force. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the source of the dragon's might, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. "Long Hao, it is you." In the distance, 9 serpentine dragons, radiating a faint dragon's might, pulled an opulent dragon emperor's chariot, crushing the clouds as they approached. Upon the chariot sat a young man clad in a golden dragon robe, adorned with crystalline dragon horns, his beauty ethereal, yet exuding an overwhelming authority. He languidly leaned against the carriage, idly toying with a dragon pearl. It was none other than Long Hao, the prince of the true dragon clan. He lifted his gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Wuji, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. "What is this? Is it permissible for your Jinping clan to slay, yet forbidden for others to touch your brother? Jin Wuji, after all these years, you remain as unreasonable as ever." "Long Hao, this matter does not concern you," Jin Wuji retorted fiercely. "This individual has slain my dear brother. This enmity is insurmountable. Should you insist on intervening, you shall stand opposed to my Golden Peng clan." "Opposed to the Golden Peng clan?" Long Hao chuckled, his smile frigid. "Well, has my dragon clan ever feared your Golden Peng clan?" Moreover, his gaze swept over the vigilant members of the Cang clan below, lingering for a moment on Cang Jiuxiao, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. "This young friend of the sacred body, I find him quite agreeable. Should you seek to harm him?" Long Hao gradually straightened his posture, an aura of dragon majesty, tenfold more terrifying than before, erupted forth. "First, you must inquire if I consent." "You." Jin Wuji trembled with rage, his golden pupils nearly igniting with fire. "Very well, Long Hao, since you court death, I shall first slay you today, then proceed to eliminate them, just based on your merit." Long Hao scoffed, stepping forth from the Dragon Emperor's war chariot. His dark golden dragon robe billowed without wind, and phantoms of true dragons spiraled around him. "Perfect. I was left unsatisfied from our last encounter. Today, let this feathered beast understand what true bloodline suppression entails." Roar! Long Hao bellowed to the heavens, a colossal phantom of the ancestral dragon, towering 1,000 feet high and gleaming dark gold, seemingly capable of devouring the sun and moon, slowly materialized behind him. The phantom opened its eyes, resembling 2 blood-red suns, gazing down upon all beings. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Jin Wuji's pupils contracted sharply, only to be replaced by a surge of madness. Fear not. The progenitor of the golden Pung, manifest, screech. Behind him, an ancient and magnificent golden-winged Pung progenitor phantom emerged, its wings spanning the sky, radiating brilliance. The two ancient phantoms, epitomes of their respective races' supreme bloodlines, confronted each other in the sky. The terrifying pressure rendered all dragon transformation realm cultivators below breathless, their souls trembling. A battle is imminent. The true dragon prince faces the golden Pung prince, a confrontation of ancestral bloodlines. This is a rare battle that occurs once in a millennium. From afar, several prodigies drawn by the commotion observed with great excitement. The Tsang clan members exhaled in relief but remained vigilant. Tsang Liuli swiftly repaired the formation, whispering, "Prepare yourselves. Once battle commences, we shall retreat immediately. I have sensed the direction of the rebirth platform. That may be our sole opportunity to escape our pursuers." The group nodded in agreement. In the sky, Long Hao and Jin Wuji had transformed into two streaks of light, colliding fiercely. Boom! The ancestral dragon phantom clashed with the golden Pung phantom. The roar of dragons shook the heavens, and the screech of Pungs rent the air. A prince-level confrontation destined to reverberate throughout the ancient path of the fallen stars had officially erupted. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the distant shadows, a figure cloaked in black robes, bearing a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly observed all that transpired. Let them fight, let them fight. The more brutal, the better. Your blood, your soul, your hatred shall all become the most exquisite offerings for His Royal Highness's ascent to greatness. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a pitch-black rune that shimmered faintly. His gaze shifted deeper into the ancient path, towards the vaguely discernible outline of the rebirth platform. Chapter 30, Dragon and Phoenix Clash, Flee Quickly. The rebirth platform is a trap. Boom! The ethereal forms of the ancestral dragon and the golden phoenix collided violently, akin to two primordial deities of creation. There were no ostentatious techniques, only the purest and most primal clash of bloodlines and power. Long Hao unleashed a punch, his fist covered in dark golden dragon scales. As his fist passed through the air, the space shattered like glass, revealing gaping voids of darkness. Jin Wuji's wings slashed like blades, intertwining to unleash arcs of golden energy that tore through heaven and earth, meeting Long Hao's dragon fist with a resounding clang. The thunderous clash echoed, sending shockwaves that pierced the eardrums of the onlooking prodigies, causing their blood to surge with turmoil. The terrifying shockwave spread out like a circular tsunami, flattening numerous towering bone mountains below. The Heavenly Gate realm is truly terrifying. Is this the true strength of ancestral bloodlines? I sensed that even a casual strike from them could obliterate a transformation into a dragon at the 9th change. Retreat. Farther back. If caught in the aftershocks, one would be left in tatters, if not dead. Amidst the cries of alarm, the surrounding prodigies retreated further, eventually feeling a semblance of safety 10 miles away. In the heart of the battlefield, Long Hao and Jin Wuji had transformed into two indistinct shadows, fiercely exchanging blows in midair. Each punch from Long Hao bore the weight of suppressing the heavens, leaving imprints like mountains, as though he aimed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. Jin Wuji, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, moved with blinding speed. His wings, claws, and innate golden feathers became fearsome weapons, unmatched in sharpness, capable of tearing through all. They battled from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground back to the sky. The earth fractured and the heavens lamented, as if the apocalypse had descended. Long Hao, is this all you are capable of? Jin Wuji howled, his back wings of the golden phoenix flaring dramatically. The golden phoenix unleashed a rapid assault of feathers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, it seemed as though countless Jin Wujis materialized in the world. Each one transformed into a streak of golden light, raining down from all directions upon Long Hao. Each streak of light contained enough terrifying power to severely injure or even slay an ordinary initial stage Heavenly Gate realm opponent. A mere parlor trick, Long Hao remained unfazed, his hands forming seals before his chest. The ancestral dragon's law. 10,000 dragons worshipped the ancestor. Roar. The ethereal form of the ancestral dragon let out a deafening roar. From the figure, countless small dragon-shaped energy currents erupted, each one vividly alive, bearing their fangs and claws, rushing to meet the deluge of golden light. Boom, 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 boom. The incessant explosions rang out like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Each golden stream of light met its demise with a dragon-shaped surge of energy. The explosive radiance dyed the entire sky in a tapestry of gold and dark gold. How astonishing! Is this the true might of a celestial gate expert? I feel utterly incapable of enduring even a single strike in their presence. Truly, the bloodline of AncestorReturn is formidable. Such power rivals that of some lesser sovereigns. Does it not? In the distance, onlookers found themselves entranced, caught between fear and yearning. Meanwhile, below, the members of the Cang clan had already begun to quietly withdraw from the battlefield's core under Cang Liuli's command. "Let us go," Cang Liuli commanded softly, her array plate shimmering with light as a subtle teleportation rune flared to life beneath their feet. This was a small teleportation array she had temporarily set up using the Starline inheritance. While the distance was not great, it sufficed to extricate them from this perilous area. Trying to escape, Jean Wujis, who had been preoccupied with the scene below, bellowed in fury, disregarding Long Hao's attack as he forcibly split off an avatar to charge toward the Cang clan. "Your opponent is me," Long Hao sneered, shattering several of Jean Wujis' avatars with a single punch, while simultaneously sweeping his dragon tail, creating a massive dragon tail apparition that lashed out at Jean Wujis' true form, forcing him to defend. Seizing this opportunity, the teleportation array pulsed with brilliance. The figures of the Cang clan blurred and vanished from their original location, only to reappear 100 miles away. Pursue. The 4 attendants of the Jin Peng clan, having received their orders, transformed into 4 streaks of golden light and sped in that direction. "Where do you think you're going?" The 2 prodigies from the True Dragon clan accompanying Long Hao also sprang into action, morphing into dragon forms to intercept. In an instant, the skies and earth erupted into chaos. "Long Hao, do you insist on opposing me to the bitter end?" Jean Wujis, witnessing the Cang clan's escape, was consumed by rage, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Opposing, Long Hao repelled him with a punch, wiping away a faint trace of gold at the corner of his mouth, not from injury, but from the violent turbulence causing his blood to surge. "Jean Wujis, do you not yet comprehend? Today, I'm not aiding them." He slowly raised his head, his eyes exuding an oceanic dragon might as he gazed directly at Jean Wujis. "I am here to settle the ancient enmity between our 2 clans. Today, I shall first take your life and collect some interest." Arrogant, Jean Wujis, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally. "You think you can? Today, I shall make you, this long worm, understand who reigns supreme in the skies." The Jin Peng's true form unleashed a sky-splitting strike. He roared, merging completely with the phantom of the ancestral Jin Peng behind him. Transformed into a colossal golden Jin Peng with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 feet and eyes like 2 blazing golden suns, he emitted a terrifying presence. With a thunderous cry, the Jin Peng soared, its wings beating fiercely, rending the clouds for miles. Then, bearing the might to obliterate the heavens and earth, it dove down upon Long Hao. Wherever he passed, the space was effortlessly torn apart like fabric, revealing the boundless abyss of darkness behind. This strike represented the zenith of Jean Wujia, encapsulating his profound understanding of the Golden Rock's swiftness and the path of metal. Even seasoned mid-stage experts of the Heavenly Gate would retreat from its brilliance. How splendid! A tempestuous battle intent surged in Long Hao's eyes. "Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Ancestor Dragon." The true form of the Ancestor Dragon manifested as a colossal, dark golden 5-clawed dragon, its majesty shaking the heavens. The Ancestor Dragon coiled, its claws clenched into a fist, and hurled it toward the descending golden rock. As the fist was unleashed, it felt as if the entire realm was subdued. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Space solidified like iron. Only that singular fist emerged as the first ray of light in the creation of the universe, unstoppable and unparalleled. Boom! The clash of fist and claw resonated in silence. Or rather, the sound transcended human perception. All that existed was an intensely blazing light, capable of annihilating everything. Erupting violently from the point of collision, wherever the light traversed, all things were obliterated. The barren land below was stripped away layer by layer, forming a bottomless abyss. The celestial prodigies observing from afar, even from several dozen miles away, were pierced by the brilliance, their eyes streaming tears, their consciousness stinging, causing them to spit blood and retreat. After a long while, the radiance dissipated. As the dust settled, the crowd gazed in astonishment. The battlefield had transformed into a terrifying pit over 10 miles in diameter. At the bottom of the pit, magma churned, emitting steam. On either side of the abyss stood Long Hao and Xianxia, facing each other from a distance. Both had reverted to their human forms. Yet their conditions were starkly different. Long Hao remained proudly upright, though his dragon robe was somewhat disheveled, a trace of unclean blood at the corner of his mouth. His breath slightly fluctuating. Conversely, Xianxia coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood, his aura instantly waning, his complexion as pale as paper. One of his golden wings hung limply, broken and powerless. You have broken through to the mid-stage of the heavenly gate. Xianxia fixed an incredulous gaze upon Long Hao. Fortuitously, I advanced a few days earlier, Long Hao replied with a faint smile, wiping the blood from his mouth. It seems today you have lost, Xianxia. Xianxia was a tempest of fury and humiliation, yet his injuries rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. That previous clash had inflicted severe internal damage, shaking his very essence. Meanwhile, Long Hao evidently still possessed strength to spare. This humiliation will be remembered by my Golden Rock clan. Xianxia gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance at Long Hao before shifting his gaze toward the direction that Song clan had vanished. And the murderer of my brother. This matter is far from over. Having spoken, he no longer lingered, transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the distance. Neglecting even the 4 subordinates who were entangled in combat with the prodigies of the true Dragon Clan. Crown Prince, the 4 prodigies of the Golden Pung clan, witnessing this, hastily disengaged from their opponents and pursued in a flurry. Long Hao made no attempt to impede them. He merely gazed silently in the direction of Xianxuji's departure, a flicker of profundity crossing his eyes. The Golden Pung clan has become increasingly restless. Following this ancient path, it seems that a storm is brewing. He murmured softly to himself, then shook his head and turned his gaze towards the direction in which the Song clan had vanished. Holy Body Youth, I have repaid my debt. From here on, whether you live or die will depend on your own fortunes. The Rebirth platform. A hint of gravity passed through his eyes. I hope you can emerge alive. With that, his figure flickered and he too vanished from the spot, leaving behind a battlefield in ruins. And the various prodigies in the distance, still in shock, exchanging glances. Is it over? The Golden Pung Crown Prince has been defeated and fled in injury? Crown Prince Long, how truly is stronger. The true Dragon Clan is indeed the ancient royal family. Quick, spread the news. The Golden Pung Crown Prince and the true Dragon Crown Prince clashed on the ancient path, with the Golden Pung Crown Prince retreating. Also, the murderer of the Golden Pung Young King is suspected to be related to the Song clan and is fleeing towards the Rebirth platform. The news spread rapidly, as if it had sprouted wings throughout the ancient path. In an instant, undercurrents surged. Countless gazes were directed towards the ominous Rebirth platform, situated deep within the ancient path. At this moment, outside the Rebirth platform, 100 miles away, in a desolate valley shrouded in gray mist, the transmission array illuminated. The members of the Song clan stumbled to the ground. As soon as they landed, Song Liuli could no longer suppress herself and spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. Liuli, Junior's sister. The others hurriedly surrounded her. I am fine. Song Liuli waved her hand, wiping away the bloodstains, and sat cross-legged, taking out a pill to consume. After a moment of recuperation, her complexion regained a hint of color. The previous forced operation of the array and the distraction of controlling the transmission had taken a toll, resulting in backlash. A brief rest will suffice. This place is not suitable for lingering. Song Yu emerged from the shadows, his expression grave. I sense at least a dozen auras converging towards us from various directions. Among them are individuals from the netherworld, the 4 pursuers from the Golden Pung clan, and some unidentified powerful beings. Our position has been exposed. It was that man in the black robe. Song Shi suddenly spoke, fragments of time swirling in his eyes. I saw previously, at the moment we teleported away, a figure in black robes cast a tracking mark towards us. Although most of it was blocked by Senior Sister Lioli's array, a trace remains. He has been observing us in the shadows. A man in black robes? The others felt a chill run through them. Is he from the netherworld? Are there other forces at play? Song Jiuxiao inquired solemnly. How far is it to the Wansheng platform? Less than 100 miles. Song Lioli indicated towards the depths of the gray mist. Beyond this valley of bewildering fog lies the Wansheng platform. However, within the Fog Valley, there exists a natural maze that disrupts divine consciousness and suppresses spiritual power, inhabited by some bizarre mist beasts. We must tread carefully. In that case, let us proceed with haste, Song Jiuxiao decisively commanded. I will lead the way, with Liu Li coordinating in the center, while me and Feng cover the rear. The rest of you, guard the flanks. We must reach the Wansheng platform swiftly. It is the battlefield designated by the underworld, where they dare not easily employ large-scale traps. Thus it is relatively safe. The group nodded in agreement and quickly organized themselves, venturing deeper into the Fog Valley. The gray mist thickened, visibility dwindling to less than 10 paces, and divine consciousness was constrained within 100 paces. Eerie whispers and growls occasionally echoed in their ears, as though countless eyes were lurking in the mist. Be cautious, Song Jiuxiao, leading the front, suddenly shouted and unleashed a punch toward the leftward mist. Roar! The mist erupted, revealing a mist beast, entirely formed of gray vapor, resembling a colossal wolf with 3 eyes, which was dispersed by his blow. Yet in the next moment, more mist beasts surged from all directions. Form a formation. Charge forward. The battle erupted once more. However, no one noticed that above their heads, within the depths of the dense gray mist, a pair of crimson eyes, brimming with greed and malice, silently observed them. The owner of those eyes was cloaked in black robes, cradling a spinning black compass in hand. Upon the compass, a red that was slowly moving, accompanied by a line of small text. Sacrifice number 1. Song Clan sequence, 10 individuals. A cruel smile curled at the corner of the black-robed figure's lips. At last, the moment has arrived. Your Highness, your delectable feast is soon to be served. Please hold on a moment. He gently tapped the compass, causing the red dot to blaze brightly. Then, within the gray mist below, the previously chaotic and instinct-driven attacks of the mist beasts suddenly transformed as if directed by an invisible hand, becoming fierce, organized, and with a clear target, all aimed at the protected Song Liuli. Protect Liuli. The sky roared with fury as the sacred body unleashed a surge of vitality. Golden fist waves crashing down like a tempest, shattering the mist beasts that lunged at Song Liuli. Yet, there were simply too many of them. It was as if they were endless. For every one that was obliterated, new ones formed from the gray mist to continue their assault. These mist beasts were peculiar. Song Nye sliced through 3 of them with a single stroke, his violet eyes glinting with cold light. They were targeting Liuli. Someone was manipulating them. Song Liuli's expression grew grave as her array disc spun rapidly, scattering starlight that enveloped her in layer upon layer of defensive runes. However, the onslaught of mist beasts was exceedingly dense, tearing through her formations only to have them reconstitute again. Her spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. She had to identify the puppeteer. Song Yu's figure flickered in and out of the mist, attempting to locate the source of beasts. But the oppressive gray fog was too potent, making it difficult even for his void god body to penetrate. To the left, 300 yards ahead, in the densest part of the mist, there were abnormal spatial fluctuations. Suddenly, Song Shi spoke up, fragments of time swirling wildly in his eyes, his complexion paling. Clearly, probing forcefully in such an environment placed an immense burden upon him. I'm going, Song Jiuxiao declared without hesitation, ready to charge in that direction. Wait, Song Liuli interjected suddenly. She lifted her gaze, peering into the depths of the gray fog, her clear eyes shimmering with starry runes, as if she could see through the haze. No need to search. He has already arrived. As her words fell, the thickest part of the gray mist began to roil violently, akin to boiling water. Soon after, the mist parted to either side. A figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, its face obscured, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible, slowly emerged. In its hand, it cradled a spinning black compass. Upon the compass, a red light pulsed with an eerie glow. Beside the light, a line of small script read, Sacrificial Offering Number 1. Song Clan Sequence, 10 individuals. TSK, TSK. No wonder you are the little girl who received the Star Evolution Inheritance. Your perception is indeed sharp, the figure in black chuckled hoarsely, its voice grating like sandpaper, sending chills down one's spine. The judge of the underworld? Song Liuli stated slowly, her gaze fixed on the figure. Do you know me? The figure, identified as the judge of the underworld, seemed somewhat surprised, its scarlet eyes flickering. It seems you have seen quite a bit during your inheritance at the Star Evolution sect. However, it matters not. It gently caressed the black compass in its hand, its tone laced with playful mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Soon, you will become the finest sustenance for His Highness the Prince. Knowing more will merely render your souls all the more delectable. Sustenance? The Prince? Song Jiu Zhao's gaze turned icy. What exactly do you underworld dwellers intend to do? What do we intend to do? The judge smiled, his laughter filled with chilling coldness and madness. A grand feast, of course, demands the finest ingredients. And you, his blood-red gaze swept over the members of the Tsang clan, lingering especially on Tsang Liuli, Tsang Jiuxiao, and Tsang Mia for a brief moment. Innate Tao embryo. Primal desolate sacred body. Destruction démon physique. Void god body. Undying emperor body. I have time. TSK, tisk truly mouth-watering, top-tier ingredients. Especially you, little girl. His gaze returned to Tsang Liuli, the greed in his crimson eyes growing even stronger. The star calculation inheritance. The chaotic Tao guidance. Your value far surpasses its so-called sacred body or demon physique. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to devour you, he might complete the 10,000 souls as one ahead of schedule, saving himself no small amount of trouble. So, he raised his hand and gently tapped the black compass with a finger. Wouldn't it be better to obediently become ingredients? Why struggle in vain? Buzz! The red light on the compass flared brilliantly. The next instant, roar, roar, roar. Within the gray mist, every single mist beast seemed to receive a final command, letting out earth-shaking roars in unison. Immediately after, their bodies began to swell, twist, and merge violently. In the span of merely 3 breaths, dozens of mist beasts fused into a colossal entity over 100 zhang tall, formed entirely of gray fog. Bearing 9 ferocious heads and 18 razor-sharp claws, the 9-headed mist demon. The mist demon threw back its heads and roared to the heavens. Its 18 claws swung at once, tearing through the gray fog and slamming down toward the Tsang clan with world-destroying force. The power of this strike had already surpassed the dragon transformation realm, reaching the level of the heavenly gate realm. Not good. Defend together. Ganglan Zhao Fudio Sili. The radiance of his undying emperor body surged as the phantom of a divine city expanded to its absolute limit. Tsang Liuli rapidly formed seals with both hands. A formation disk floated above her head as countless star-patterned runes poured forth, forming an additional layer of starlight barrier outside the divine city as projection. Gang Yuxiao, Gang Mie, Tsang Feng, and Tsang Wu also poured their spiritual power into the defense simultaneously. However, crack! The mist demon's claws slammed down. The starlight barrier held for barely a single breath before shattering explosively. Immediately after, the phantom of the undying divine city shook violently, countless cracks spreading across its surface. PFF. Tsang Lan let out a muffled groan as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, yet he continued to hold on stubbornly. Tsang Liuli's face turned deathly pale, the light of her formation disk dimming noticeably. TSK, 'tis quite tenacious. The judge chuckled softly, though a trace of impatience flickered through his crimson eyes. But the game should end now. His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't have time to wait. He raised his hand once more, about to tap the compass for a second time. However, at that very moment, buzz. The formation disk that had been quietly floating in Tsang Liuli's embrace suddenly began to tremble of its own accord. And then, a faint yet seemingly potent chaos light, as if imbued with the primordial force of creation, quietly ignited at the heart of the formation. Its radiance was weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. However, the moment it emerged, the previously frenzied, 9-headed fog demon abruptly halted, as if confronting an insurmountable adversary. In the depths of its 18 crimson eyes, an expression of fear simultaneously surfaced. The judge's scarlet gaze contracted sharply, fixating intently on the chaos light. Could it be that the Chaos Tao guide actively protects its master? How could this be? It should merely serve to indicate coordinates, unless a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Unless the ancient soul of the Starry Origin sect has infused its final essence into this guiding light, what could its intentions be? Before he could fully comprehend, the chaos light suddenly detached from the formation, gently rising and hovering above Tsang Liuli's head. Then, the luminescence quivered lightly, a barely perceptible ripple, seemingly infused with transcendent Tao rhythms, emanated from the light, quietly expanding outward. Wherever the ripple passed, the 9-headed fog demons, controlled by the judge's compass and gathered into existence, began to dissolve like snow under the scorching sun. Roar! The fog demon emitted a terrified yet defiant howl, struggling wildly, but to no avail. Its form rapidly disintegrated under the onslaught of the chaos ripple, reverting to the most primal gray mist, dissipating into the ether. Within mere moments, the formidable, nine-headed fog demon, comparable to a strike from the heavenly gate realm, vanished without a trace. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the rolling gray mist and the heavy breaths of those present. Is this truly the end? Song Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Chaos Dao Guide is remarkably powerful? No, something is amiss. Song Liuli's expression grew grave as she observed the chaos light above, which seemed to have dimmed slightly. This was not a manifestation of the guide's inherent power. It was the final vestige of protective will left by the starry origin ancestor, now awakened. He is safeguarding me. Her gaze drifted to the figure opposite her, the judge, whose countenance was as dark as if it could weep. It appears your quarry is not so easily captured. The judge's eyes remained fixated on the chaos light, then flicked to Song Liuli, a blend of murderous intent and avarice swirling within his scarlet gaze. Very well. The ancient relic of the starry origin sect cannot find peace, even in death. Yet, how many times can a fading remnant of thought protect you? He scoffed coldly, retracting the black compass. It matters not. The rebirth platform is near, and escape is futile. There, let us conclude this final chapter. I hope you can still muster a smile when that moment arrives. With his words hanging in the air, he slowly retreated, merging into the gray mist, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a chilling utterance that echoed through the fog valley. I await you at the altar of rebirth. Do not keep me waiting for too long. The judge has departed, and the gray mist has once again settled into tranquility. The mist beasts seem to have lost their control, reverting to a state of chaos, dispersing and no longer attacking the crowd. Let us proceed. Song Lioli commanded without hesitation, stowing away the formation plate, the flicker of chaotic light vanishing into her brow. Seizing the moment, they advanced at full speed, eager to escape the mist valley. The group nodded, disregarding their need for recovery, and surged deeper into the valley with unrestrained haste. This time, there were no obstructions. Half an hour later, the gray mist ahead began to thin. A faint glimmer of light broke through from beyond the fog. An exit. The group felt a surge of energy and quickened their pace. As they burst forth from the mist valley, the world before them opened up in a breathtaking panorama. However, before they could even catch their breath, they were left speechless, utterly stunned by the sight ahead. Before them lay an expansive, desolate black plain, barren of any vegetation and littered with countless pale bones, heaped like mountains. At the heart of the plain stood a colossal altar, towering 1,000 feet high, constructed entirely of pitch-black stones, seemingly bridging the heavens and the earth. Surrounding the altar were 9 enormous stone pillars, each entwined with thick black chains as formidable as dragons, their other ends affixed to the summit of the altar. Atop the altar, a silhouette could be discerned, seated in meditation, enveloped in an endless swirl of dark energy that appeared to consume the very essence of life from the surrounding realm. Below the altar on the plain, no fewer than hundreds of figures had already gathered. Humans, demons, ancient clans, and loose cultivators, prideful talents from various factions converged here, forming small groups. Wary of one another, yet all gazing upward at the altar, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: greed, fear, anticipation, and despair. At the forefront of these prodigies stood several particularly formidable figures. The prince of the true dragon clan, Long Hao, the disciple of the supreme Dao court, Qing Wei. The enchanting Su Meyer of the nine-tailed fox clan, the esteemed Gu Shukong of the Gu family, and the prince of the golden Peng clan, Jin Wuji. In that moment, Jin Wuji's gaze was fixated upon the Song clan members who had just emerged from the mist valley, his murderous intent palpable, nearly materializing in the air. Song, Jiao, Xiao. He ground out through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with venom. You have indeed arrived. Excellent. Now I need not seek you out. Today here, I shall use your blood to honor my brother. Undeterred, Song Jiao Xiao stepped forward, his sacred blood surging with a resounding roar. If it is war you seek, let us engage without further ado. However, as his gaze swept over the imposing black altar and the gathered hundreds of prodigies on the plain, a frown creased his brow. Before we engage, might you enlighten me first? What is the meaning of this cursed place? Why are so many of you gathered here? Are you waiting for a meal? Jin Wujin was momentarily taken aback by this remark, only to be engulfed in fury. You. Enough. A voice, gentle yet authoritative, suddenly resonated. The crowd turned toward the source. Atop the altar, a figure seated in meditation slowly opened his eyes. They were orbs as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Within those eyes, the reflections of all the outstanding individuals below were visible, as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Now that everyone is gathered, the figure began to speak. His voice calm, yet imbued with an unsettling allure that reverberated in every ear. Thus, the prince's coming-of-age banquet shall officially commence. Chapter 32. A coming-of-age banquet? A feast for swine. A coming-of-age banquet? The prince of the underworld. Tai Su's coming-of-age celebration? You've gathered us all here just to witness his birthday? On the plains, hundreds of prodigies exchanged bewildered glances, many wearing expressions of absurdity, confusion, and even anger. They had traversed perilous paths and ancient roads, arriving at this legendary platform of rebirth, expecting a momentous opportunity or inheritance. Instead, they were here merely to celebrate someone else's birthday? Moreover, for the notorious prince of this deathly underworld, Tai Su, what sort of trickery is this? Jin Peng, the prince, was the first unable to contain himself, demanding an explanation with a fierce tone. His golden wings trembled slightly, exuding an undeniable pressure that stirred the surrounding air. You have deceived us here merely to witness your antics? If you do not provide an explanation, today shall be your last. An explanation? At the altar's pinnacle, Tai Su slowly rose to his feet, clad in a black and gold dragon robe. His face remained coldly handsome, yet now bore an unmistakable hint of insatiable greed and malevolence. The swirling dark energy around him seemed to echo the wails and struggles of countless vengeful souls. Prince Jin Peng, there is no need for anger. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Tai Su's lips. I have sincerely invited all of you to witness and partake in this grand occasion. It is a fortuitous event for all realms. As for an explanation, he cast his gaze across the crowd, ultimately resting on the members of the Tsang clan, particularly on Tsang Liuli, where a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Once the feast begins, you shall naturally comprehend. What absurdity! Qing Wei Daozi frowned, lightly waving his whisk. Tai Su, this place is the ancient path of fallen stars, fraught with peril. Why have you gathered the heroes of all realms here? What is your true intent? If there is indeed an opportunity, why not speak openly and discuss the distribution? Why resort to such elaborate deception, stirring suspicion? Discuss distribution? Tai Su appeared to find this notion amusing, letting out a soft chuckle. Qing Wei Daozi, you remain as naive as ever. Very well. He retracted his smile, and his expression suddenly turned icy. Since you are all so eager, I shall inform you in advance. Today, I have summoned you not for a mere ceremony, nor for an opportunity. Instead, he gradually raised both hands, as if embracing the heavens and the earth. A surge of dark energy erupted around him. I beseech you, with your lifeblood, essence, and souls, to assist this prince in completing the final transformation. The moment his words echoed, the towering black altar, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, trembled violently. The surface of the altar, where once dim and lifeless ancient runes lay, ignited one by one, bursting forth with an eerie crimson light. The black chains entwined around the 9 stone pillars writhed like awakening serpents, thrashing wildly and crashing against one another, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a deathly symphony. Immediately, from the altar as the epicenter, dark array patterns spread across the ground like living entities, swiftly enveloping the entire black plain. The interwoven patterns formed an immense, blood-red dome that enveloped all present. This is bad. It's a formation. The underworld seeks to sacrifice us. Quick, break the formation. Alarmed cries and furious shouts erupted in unison. All the prodigies realized the peril, their expressions shifting drastically as they channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing their treasures to strike at the blood-red dome, attempting to break free from the array. However, with a series of resounding impacts, their attack struck the dome, but created no more than a ripple, as though they had fallen into a vast ocean. Instead, the power of their assaults seemed to be absorbed, intensifying the blood light emanating from the dome. Futile. A hoarse voice suddenly resonated above them. From the swirling gray mist above the blood-red dome, a figure cloaked in black gradually materialized. It was none other than the judge of the underworld. He held a black compass, his crimson eyes gazing downwards, as if surveying a pack of caged beasts. This is the great blood sacrifice array of 10,000 souls, founded upon the entire platform of rebirth, drawing upon the ancient death energy and resentment of countless ages. Do not think that you, or even those of the heavenly gate realm, can escape easily from this formation. Submit to your fate, and become stepping stones for His Highness the Prince to ascend to greatness, and perhaps you shall suffer less pain. Otherwise, a flicker of cruelty passed through his scarlet eyes. The torment of soul refining is not something everyone can endure. The judge of the underworld, Long Hao's gaze turned frigid, the phantom of the ancestral dragon flickering behind him. Does your underworld truly wish to oppose all the myriad clans? Are you not afraid that after today, the underworld will become a target for all? Target for all? The judge seemed to find this notion amusing, chuckling softly. Once His Highness the Prince completes his ascension and devours the essence of all your beings, unifying the myriad souls, then. He smirked. Not even the ancient relics who would resort to self-destruction will be able to contend with His Highness. You are but the first stepping stone to my ascendance in the underworld. Arrogant. Why waste words with him? Let's first break the formation. Everyone, strike together and bombard a single point. Surely we will shatter it. The assembly of prodigies, filled with both astonishment and fury, once again united their efforts. Various divine abilities and treasures surged forth like a tempest, converging upon the crimson barrier at a singular point. At last, the barrier trembled slightly. Yet, that was all it accomplished. There remained a vast distance to its shattering. Futile. The judge shook his head, a hint of pity evident in his tone. This formation is intertwined with the entire reincarnation platform and the ancient veins of this land, drawing upon an almost infinite reservoir of energy. Unless an imperial force intervenes, or one finds the core of the formation from within, you shall not breach it. Imperial power? The core within? A heavy silence descended upon the prodigies. Where could they possibly seek such imperial might? As for the core of the formation, it was all too evident that it resided at the pinnacle of the altar beside the ethereal figure. Venturing there would be akin to courting death. Despair began to seep among the prodigies. However, at that moment, a serene and cool female voice suddenly resonated. Judge, I have a question that remains unclear. May I request your enlightenment? The crowd turned towards the voice, seeing Tsang Lioli step forward, gazing up at the judge, her formation plate radiating a soft starlit glow. I understand that the ancient meteor path has its own rules, permitting only those at the dragon transformation realm and below to enter. Tsang Lioli's voice was calm, yet distinctly reached every ear. Yet you, judge of the underworld, possess an unfathomable aura that far exceeds dragon transformation, at the very least. You are above the great sage, perhaps even higher. Moreover, Prince Jin Peng and Prince Long Hao are also of the heavenly gate realm. How did you all gain entry? Upon hearing her words, many prodigies began to awaken to the implications, looking towards the judge in unison. Indeed, the ancient path's rules dictate that those above dragon transformation cannot enter. This is common knowledge. Otherwise, the elder powers would have long since ventured in, leaving no opportunities for their younger generations to seize. How did the judge, Jin Wuji, and Long Hao breach such restrictions? Haha, so that is your inquiry. The judge chuckled lightly, appearing unfazed. It matters not to disclose this. The ancient meteor path is a place of trial for the long-lost star evolution sect, and its rules were established by the sect itself, permitting only disciples of the dragon transformation realm and below to partake in the trials. However, the star evolution sect has long since perished in the era of chaos. Its rules have faded with the passage of time, as the remnants of the sect have crumbled, leading to gradual loosening and the emergence of fissures. He cast a meaningful glance at Tsang Lioli, his crimson eyes sweeping over her. Not long ago, someone triggered the core of the star evolution sect's ruins, resulting in a complete collapse and a further dissolution of the residual power of rules. Presently, the limits of the ancient path have ascended from the dragon transformation realm to the heavenly gate realm. Thus, only those at the heavenly gate level may enter. As for the judge, he paused for a moment, a flicker of pride gleaming in his crimson eyes. Being a denizen of the underworld and a peak quasi-emperor, wielding the book of life and death, a replica, and the judge's pen, a replica, he could, to a certain extent, evade and distort certain laws of heaven and earth. What difficulty would there be in entering this already loosened ancient path? It becomes clear. The crowd understood, astonished. No wonder Jin Wuji and Long Hao were able to enter. No wonder the judge could gain entry. It was due to the loosened rules of the ancient path. As for His Highness the Prince, the judge gazed reverently at the figure of Tai Su atop the altar. His Highness, endowed with exceptional talent, had long before entering the ancient path suppressed his cultivation to the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm using secret methods. After entering the ancient path, he devoured the essence of several prodigies, thus breaking into the heavenly gate and initiating the preliminary awakening of the 10,000 souls burial celestial body. Now, only the final step remains. His crimson gaze swept across all the prodigies below, as if surveying a feast of delectable dishes. By consuming the physical essences of all present, he would complete his ultimate transformation and soar to the heavens, overlooking all realms. At that moment, what rules, what restrictions, would stand as anything but a jest before absolute power? Do you comprehend now? Of course they understood. This was no mere adult banquet. It was clearly a breakthrough feast orchestrated by the prince of the underworld Tai Su, with the top prodigies of the realms as the main ingredients. And they were but the juiciest of dishes. The underworld, how insidious you are. You wish to refine us all into supplements for your prince. In your dreams, even if we must self-destruct, we shall never allow your schemes to succeed. They were ready to fight. The prodigies, now enlightened to the truth, were consumed by rage, howling and fiercely attacking the formation, the judge, and the altar. Yet all was in vain. The formation remained as solid as a mountain. The judge hovered in the air, responding with a cold smile. Atop the altar, Tai Su had closed his eyes, seemingly ready to commence his meal. Despair spread like a plague, swiftly engulfing the scene. Lu Li, what shall we do? Song Jiuxiao turned to Song Lu Li, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. Though he feared not death, he did not wish to become someone else's meal in such a humiliating manner. The core of the formation resided at the pinnacle of the altar, beside Tai Su. Song Lu Li scanned the altar, her hands rapidly calculating on the array disk. Only by destroying the core or disrupting Tai Su's ritual could they break the formation. However, the altar was fortified with restrictions, and surely there would be guardians beside Tai Su. To charge in recklessly would mean certain death. Surely we cannot await our demise? Song Wu urged. Of course not. A glimmer of determination flashed in Song Lu Li's eyes. The formation cannot be broken. But that does not mean we cannot enhance it. Enhance it? The crowd was taken aback. Indeed. Song Liuli glanced at the array plate in her hand, and then at the faint, chaotic light above her head. The chaotic Tao guiding left by the Star Master. The rebirth platform, and this blood sacrifice grand formation all share a common origin, products of the tumultuous era. Perhaps I can use the Tao guiding as a catalyst and the array plate as a foundation to briefly disrupt the operation of the formation, thus granting everyone a glimmer of hope. However, this requires time and someone to guard me, diverting the attention of the judge and the void. I shall do it, Song Jiuxiao declared without hesitation. I am tough and resilient. Count me in. Song Mia stepped forward, a sense of destruction rising in his eyes. I too wish to taste the blood of the underworld's judge. We shall join as well. Song Feng, Song Wu, and Song Lan also stepped forward in unison. Good. Song Lioli nodded, uttering no more words. She immediately settled into a meditative position, her hands forming seals, the array plate hovering before her, chaotic light emanating from her brow. Merging with the array plate, she began to exert her full strength in calculations, seeking that slender possibility of disrupting the formation. At this moment, atop the altar, the void, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He lowered his gaze, focusing precisely on Song Lioli, who was casting her spell below. A flicker of cold, murderous intent and deeper greed flashed in his eyes. Attempting to disrupt the grand formation? A mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly unaware of its own limitations. However, he licked his lips. Your chaotic Tao guiding, along with the Star Master's legacy, shall be mine. As his voice faded, he slowly raised a hand, directing it toward the Tsong clan members guarding Tsong Lioli. With a gentle press, he unleashed soul devouring of 10,000 souls. Roar! In an instant, the swirling black gas around the altar surged as if commanded, transforming into 9 ferocious black soul dragons, bearing their fangs and claws, tearing through the void, and descending fiercely upon the Tsong clan members. Chapter 33. The spectacle of eating melons, benevolent father and filial son in the underworld. Roar! The 9 menacing black soul dragons, tearing through the void with a terrifying aura that could freeze the soul, lunged towards the Song clan members. Block them, Song Jiuxiao roared, unleashing the full power of his holy body, delivering a punch to the foremost soul dragon. Song Mia's blade emerged like a dragon, the intent of destruction slashing towards another. Song Lan raised the immortal city, attempting to shield everyone within. However, the soul dragons were composed of the deathly aura of myriad souls, nearly formless and intangible, rendering physical attacks nearly ineffective. In just one encounter, bang! Song Jiuxiao's punch pierced through the soul dragon, merely dimming its form slightly, yet it continued its relentless assault, crashing violently against the phantom of the immortal city. Boom! The phantom of the immortal city trembled violently, cracks spreading across it. Song Lan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was futile. Atop the altar, Tai Su's gaze was frigid, tinged with a hint of cruel delight. The myriad souls gnawed at the heart, specifically targeting the divine spirit, corroding the very essence. Your defenses before me are as fragile as gossamer. Would it not be more agreeable to become a part of me? He altered his hand seals once more. 9 soul dragons roared skyward, their forms swelling with an even denser aura of death, crashing violently into the phantom of the divine city. This time, it seemed the divine city's illusion would not endure. Yet in this dire moment, a hum resonated. Song Lioli, who had been seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Within them, starry runes intertwined with chaotic brilliance, as if she could see through all worldly illusions. Now is the moment. She uttered a low command, her hands thrusting upwards, the formation disk hovering before her, along with the chaotic light at her brow, erupted into an unprecedented radiance. Starifobiden technique, chaotique disare. Break, a pure, gray beam, born of chaotic energy and the laws of the stars, shot forth from the center of the formation disk, crashing violently against the blood-colored barrier encompassing the heavens and the earth. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar hissing sound that seemed capable of distorting the very fabric of reality. In the astonished gaze of all present, the once impenetrable blood-colored barrier, which had absorbed countless assaults, began to ripple violently, as if a stone had been cast into still waters. The runes coursing upon the barrier grew chaotic and warped, even momentarily stagnating. What? The formation was being disrupted. The barrier is weakening. An opportunity. Quickly, strike together at a single point. The previously despairing talents suddenly glimpsed hope, roaring in unison, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities and artifacts as if they were of no consequence, targeting the same point on the barrier. This time, crack. A clear shattering sound reverberated through the air. At long last, a distinct fissure appeared upon the blood-colored barrier, though but a single crack for the hundreds of trapped talents. It was undoubtedly a beacon of hope in the darkness. Song Lioli, having forcibly executed the forbidden technique, turned as pale as paper, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning to its nadir. Yet, a flicker of relief passed through her eyes. It worked. The formation was briefly disrupted, revealing a flaw. Now we must flee. She spoke with great difficulty, her voice weak. Flee. Song Jiuxiao swiftly lifted the weakened Song Lioli, unhesitatingly transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the fissure. Song Mia, Song Feng, and others followed closely, flanking her sides. The other talents also regained their senses, surging towards the crack. Do you think you can escape? Atop the altar, Tai Su's expression darkened to an extreme. He had not anticipated that Song Lioli could truly disrupt the grand formation. Leave none behind, he bellowed with ferocity, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation at the Heaven Gate realm. A tempest of deathly energy surged around him, transforming into a colossal, pitch-black hand that blotted out the sun, descending mercilessly upon the fleeing crowd. This strike encompassed the entirety of his strength, potent enough to reduce any dragon transformation realm practitioner to mere dust. Yet, just as this ominous hand was poised to strike, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A low hum resonated. The judge of the underworld, who had been silently hovering beside the altar with a black compass in hand, seemingly savoring this grand spectacle, suddenly stirred. He slowly raised the compass towards the encroaching shadowy hand and gently pressed down upon it. Freeze! A single word, unremarkable in its utterance, but as it fell, the formidable black hand that could have shattered mountains came to an abrupt halt, as if ensnared by an immobilization spell, suspended in mid-air, unable to descend further. Judge Uncle? Tai Su abruptly turned, his gaze fixed upon the judge, filled with astonishment and confusion. "What are you doing? Why do you obstruct me?" The judge slowly pivoted, his pale visage shrouded beneath the hood, revealing an eerie and frigid smile. "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that the true centerpiece of this grand feast has never been you. You are merely one of the ingredients." The color draining from his face. "What do you mean?" "I mean," the judge gradually removed his hood, exposing a pallid, sinister countenance, as if he had not seen sunlight in millennia. His blood-red eyes, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Tai Su. "Your 10,000 souls burial body is but the finest elixir crafted by our Lord for you. Having consumed so many prodigies, your physique has reached an unparalleled state. Now, it is time to return to our Lord's essence." With those words, the black compass in the judge's hand erupted with an overwhelming surge of bloodlight. The red dot marking the first offering on the compass suddenly extinguished, replaced by a new, more sinister blood-red rune. Alchemical embryo Tai Su. "And no, this is impossible." Tai Su staggered back as if struck by lightning. Disbelief and terror etched across his face. "Father, he would never do this to me. I am his only son, the prince of the underworld." "Only son?" The judge scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. "Our Lord has lived through 4 lifetimes, with offspring numbering nearly 100, if not 80. You are merely the most suitable among them. To become the foundation for our Lord's 5th incarnation is the greatest honor of your life. Now, the time has come. It is time to return. Without further ado." He formed a seal with his hands and forcefully pressed the black compass down upon the altar beneath him. "By the name of the judge, summon the death energy of the earth. Open the gate to the netherworld, and welcome the true form of our Lord. Descend." Boom! The entire altar trembled violently. The ancient runes etched upon its surface began to glow sequentially, not with the previous sanguine light, but with a deeper, more malevolent darkness. The black chains binding the 9 stone pillars quivered frantically, fracturing inch by inch. Subsequently, the ground at the altar's center fissured, revealing a terrifying chasm that seemed to lead to the abyss of the netherworld, erupting with a thunderous roar. An endless tide of deathly energy, resentment, and the stench of decay surged forth from the crevice, akin to a volcanic eruption. Amidst the thick, inescapable miasma of death, a colossal hand, draped in a pitch-black imperial robe and seemingly capable of shattering the stars, slowly emerged from the abyss. Following this, an arm, a shoulder, and a torso followed, culminating in a figure of towering might, crowned with a celestial diadem, its visage obscured, surrounded by an ocean of death energy, stepping forth from the chasm. At the moment of his emergence, the world itself appeared to lose all color. Time stagnated. Space solidified. All life fell into a profound silence. Only the palpable terror emanating from him felt as if the very heavens had collapsed, crashing down upon the souls of every living being. Thud, 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 below. Whether it be the fleeing prodigies, the incanting judges, or even the trembling figure atop the altar, all were unable to maintain their composure, their knees buckling as they fell prostrate upon the ground, unable even to lift their heads. It was only that magnificent figure, suspended above the chasm, gazing down upon the throngs below like mere ants, embodying the supreme dominion of death, the Lord of the underworld, Xianxia, in his true form. "Welcome, Master." The judges prostrated themselves, their voices quaking with fervor and reverence. Xianxia did not acknowledge them. His gaze swept across the scene below, ultimately resting upon the quaking, pallid figure of Taishu at the altar summit. "Father." Taishu's voice trembled, laced with boundless fear and desperation. "You wouldn't truly." "My son," Xianxia spoke slowly, his tone tranquil yet as frigid as ancient ice, freezing the very soul. "To become the foundation for your father to live out his 5th life is the greatest honor of your existence. Rest assured, return to your father's essence." As his words echoed, he gradually raised his right hand, clad in imperial robes, and extended it toward Taishu with a gentle grasp. "No." Taishu's desperate. Anguish screams pierced the air as he desperately activated the myriad soul's burial technique, attempting to resist. Yet it was futile. In the face of absolute power, all struggles were in vain. He felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly and dragging him into Xianxia's palm. Xianxia's fingers closed slightly. Taishu's cries abruptly ceased. His body, visible to the naked eye, withered and shrank at an alarming rate. pure primordial blood, energy, and soul power, intertwined with the unique principles of the 10,000 souls burial celestial body, surged forth from the void, akin to rivers converging into the sea, flooding into the mouth and nostrils of Yama. In a mere 3 breaths, the void, the prince of the underworld and the unparalleled prodigy who possessed the 10,000 souls burial celestial body, transformed into a withered husk, slipping through the fingers of Yama and scattering with the wind. Both body and spirit extinguished. Not even a trace of lingering soul remained. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All who bore witness felt as if a vice had tightened around their throats, rendering them breathless. Even a tiger does not consume its cub. Yet Yama had audaciously devoured his own son. How cold, how insane. Yama, below Xianxia, finally managing to break free from the oppressive aura, erupted in fury, his voice thunderous. A tiger does not consume its cub. You have slain your own flesh and blood. What humanity remains in you? Are you not afraid that my ancestors will unleash their wrath, raise your underworld, and condemn you to eternal damnation? Cang Hong? Yama slowly turned his gaze, his eyes, which seemed to contain boundless death, locking onto Xianxia. A cold smile curved his lips. If he dares to come, I shall not mind. Another imperial corpse to be refined into my 10,000 souls banner. As for you lot, his gaze swept over all the prodigies below, akin to surveying a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Today, you shall all become the sustenance for my 5th life. As his words fell, he gradually raised his hands, an endless aura of death converging into a colossal black hand that obscured the sky, slowly descending upon all present. Death was a hand. However, in that moment of despair, when all closed their eyes, resigned to their fate, a hum resonated. A faint, long-dimmed chaotic light at the center of Tsang Liuli's brow suddenly vibrated violently. Subsequently, a weak yet seemingly imbued with the power of creation chaotic light forcibly broke through Yama's oppressive seal, gradually illuminating her brow. Within the radiance, a phantom figure, both ethereal and imposing, began to coalesce. It was the spectral image of an ancient elder clad in celestial robes, crowned with stars. The remnant soul of the founder of the Xingyan sect. Yet at this moment, this remnant soul appeared even more insubstantial, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Yet within his eyes burned an overwhelming fury and resolute defiance against death. He lifted his head, gazing upon the towering figure of death above. His aged voice boomed like thunder, resonating deep within the souls of all present. You bold remnant, how dare you commit such inhumane acts again? Come down here. Chapter 34. Sending off the ancestor of the immortal ancient. The remnant soul burns away for the peace of all. Come down. Yama's eyes, seemingly imbued with endless death, slowly turned to rest upon the suddenly appearing ethereal figure. He slightly furrowed his brow, a fleeting expression of doubt crossing his features. A remnant soul? No, that cannot be right. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. This aura belongs to the celestial ancient era, intertwined with the resonance of stars and the essence of chaos. Are you from the star Xian sect? Indeed, the remnant soul of the star Xian ancestor appeared, its ethereal form trembling slightly under the oppressive terror of Yen Luo, yet it stood resolutely upright, akin to an indomitable ancient pine. With a fierce glare directed at Yen Luo, the voice of the ancestor emerged, aged yet resonating with authority. In my days traversing the celestial ancient realm, vanquishing demons and monsters, you, a wretched fiend who survives by devouring offspring and harming the next generation, had yet to see the light of day. How dare you, a remnant, commit such inhumane acts before me, disregarding all principles of morality? The celestial ancient star Xian sect. The astonishment in Yen Luo's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling greed. No wonder the earth's veins beneath this place of rebirth retain such pure celestial and chaotic energies. No wonder the worthless 10,000 souls burial of Tai Su could sense the anomalies here. So it is you, these antiquated relics that should have long since faded into the annals of time, who have left behind this cold remnant. He scoffed, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. A remnant soul, barely able to maintain its form, dares to bark before me? The celestial ancient era? That is but dust of the past. This era belongs to us. The underworld belongs to me. Old fool, since you have chosen to reveal yourself. Yen Luo slowly raised his right hand, a dark energy swirling within his palm. coalescing into a pitch-black rune that seemed capable of devouring all vitality. Then let your meager remnant soul become nourishment for my fifth incarnation. To become a part of me is your honor. As his words echoed, the dark rune suddenly shot forth like a venomous serpent, lunging directly at the remnant soul of the star Xianxia ancestor. Wherever the rune passed, space silently dissolved, even light being consumed, as if it sought to erase that ethereal soul and its very existence. Ancestor, be careful. Below, Cang Hong cried out in alarm, desperate to intervene. Yet she found herself immobilized by the depletion of her spiritual energy and the overwhelming pressure. How dare a flickering light compete with the brilliance of a full moon? The remnant soul of the star Xianxia ancestor faced this terrifying assault with unwavering courage. He cast a glance down at the youthful faces filled with fear and despair, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope, particularly when his gaze fell upon Cang Hong. A fleeting expression of comfort and farewell crossed his eyes. My dear girl, as long as the array remains unbroken, the celestial ancient star Xianxia will live on through you. I can depart in peace. He murmured softly, then suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the approaching dark rune and the imperious figure of Yen Luo above. In his eyes, there was no longer a trace of wavering, only a resolute determination to meet his fate. Yen Luo, do you think that having lived through 4 incarnations and devouring your own kin grants you insight into the great path? You are gravely mistaken. Your path, born of plunder, destined for plunder, is devoid of compassion, annihilating humanity. This is the path of annihilation. It is a path of self-destruction. Today I, with this frail body, shall dedicate my final path for the benefit of future generations. I shall toll the death knell for you, the fiend. In the name of my ancient celestial lineage, I ignite my dwindling soul. I offer my fading essence. I summon my past self. I bestow upon you my boundless karma. I implore the spirits of the epochs to assist me. With each utterance, the shadow of the ancestral spirit dimmed, yet solidified. By the final sentence, his ethereal form erupted into an infinite brilliance of stellar radiance. This light was unlike any celestial luminary of the present world. It seemed to have traversed the vast river of time, illuminating from the ancient celestial era with its epical glow. Within that radiance, a boundless expanse of starry sky could be faintly discerned, adorned with resplendent celestial palaces and temples, where countless figures donned in starry robes, exuding formidable auras, practiced formations, and deliberated upon the great Tao beneath the celestial canopy. It was a remnant of the flourishing epoch of the celestial star sect. Buzz, an indescribable, terrifying resonance, accompanied by the overwhelming karma, to protect the living and resist the chaos, erupted with a thunderous force. The encroaching dark runes could not even approach the core of the radiance before being silently swept away by this pure celestial Tao resonance and boundless karma. What? The ruler of the underworld and the skies was taken aback for the first time. He sensed an indescribable sense of crisis emanating from that exploding starry essence. That aura was climbing to a frenzied peak. The revered ones, the saints, the quasi-emperors. The emperors, and not merely an ordinary emperor of one lifetime. The profundity and vastness of that aura, the ancient purity of its Tao resonance, even made the ruler of the underworld a self-executed supreme of 4 generations. Feel a pang of trepidation. This is the aura of the 6th emperor. How could this be? How could a remnant soul summon forth such pinnacle Tao fruits? The ruler of the underworld was filled with a mix of fury and disbelief. The era has changed, fiend. The core of the starry essence resonated with the voice of the ancestral master, which grew grand and majestic, as if a 5th-generation emperor of the ancient celestial era had truly crossed the river of time and descended into this world. Yet, some things shall remain unchanged, such as the heart of righteousness, such as the will to protect, such as the sword that vanquishes evil. This sword is named Karma Cleaver. It cleaves through the sins of the world, purging all malevolence from heavens. Ruler of the underworld, meet your demise. Boom! The endless starry brilliance suddenly contracted, coalescing into a sword forged from the very essence of the starry river, its blade flowing with chaotic energy and epical light. As the ancient sword took form, the entire ancient meteor path wailed in lament, the fabric of space shattered inch by inch. As if the river of time itself were disturbed by its edge, the sword's tip pointed directly at the ruler of the underworld. No, The ruler of the underworld let out an enraged bellow, no longer daring to hold back or be arrogant. 10,000 souls banner, ruler of the underworld's body. 6 paths of reincarnation seal. Block this for me. He howled in madness, summoning forth his innate imperial weapon, the Wanhan banner, pushing the Tao fruit of the fourth emperor to its utmost limit. Though he refrained from transcending entirely, he dared to burn a portion of his supreme essence, erecting formidable defenses before him. Simultaneously, the shadow of reincarnation beneath his feet spun rapidly, transforming into a massive obsidian wheel, shielding him from harm. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of death, true annihilation, the obliteration of both form and spirit. With a decisive strike, the ancient sword of stars, born from the remnant soul of the star ancestor, surged forth without hesitation, imbued with the purifying essence of celestial Tao, boundless karmic force, and the unwavering will of a guardian transcending epochs. It targeted Yin Luo, aimed at his layered defenses at the spectral Wanhan banner, and the 6 paths of reincarnation seal. One sword, a single resounding cut. Silence enveloped the scene, or rather, the sound transcended the limits of this world. Only a pure, radiant light remained, a light that annihilated all, consumed all, and purified all. At the heart of this brilliance, the distorted and horrified visage of Yin Luo could be faintly discerned. As his once impenetrable imperial defenses crumbled like parchment, the Wanhan banner's phantom shrieked in despair, and the 6 paths of reincarnation seal disintegrated inch by inch. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the 4th Yin Luo, the sovereign of death, reigning over the heavens. How could I fall here? Ming Zun, save me. His final, defiant roar was abruptly silenced. The light devoured everything, his voice, his form, all traces of his existence. Then came the thunderous rumble. An indescribable explosion of terror erupted from the core of the luminous sphere, unleashing devastation. The ascension platform, a towering black altar reaching 1,000 zhang, bore the brunt of this cataclysmic energy, collapsing in an instant like a sandcastle, obliterated. The blood-red dome enveloping the plain shattered like a fragile bubble. 9 stone pillars splintered, and the entire black expanse, along with the distant fog valley and bone forest, was utterly erased from the ancient map, forming a bottomless pit suffused with chaotic time and the aura of annihilation. Puffed. The nearby judge was not spared, caught in the blast's aftermath. Even at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, he was struck violently, spewing forth a mouthful of dark green quasi-emperor blood, his body flung like a rag doll into the shattered earth. His fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the younger prodigies, positioned even closer, faced imminent peril as the explosive shockwave threatened to engulf them. In the instant before the light was to dissipate entirely, a final, gentle starlight emerged from the fading radiance. Like a mother's hand, it caressed them softly, enveloping all the youthful talents within its embrace. Then, with a gentle yet irresistible force, it propelled them far from the impending explosion. Children, survive. Preserve the spark of the ancient celestial. A voice, aged and weary yet imbued with solace and hope, gently resonates within the depths of every gifted soul enveloped by starlight. It is the final farewell of the venerable master of star evolution. Master! Tears streamed down Tsang Liuli's face as she struggled to turn back, helplessly watching the last flicker of brilliance extinguish, dissipating into the boundless energy of annihilation. She beheld the elder from the era of celestial antiquity, who, in a selfless act of guardianship for the progeny of future generations, exhausted his final remnants of soul, perishing in a cataclysm with the formidable fiend. He vanished entirely from the realm, leaving no trace behind. Only the fragments of the ancient sword, shattered in its last stand, scattered like starlit raindrops upon the survivors, bestowing a faint warmth and a weighty legacy. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. In the vastness of the world, only the unfathomable abyss of destruction remained, permeated by an atmosphere thick with ruin and sorrow. The fortunate few, who had been spared by the guiding light from the heart of the explosion, tumbled awkwardly to the edge of the chasm, most grievously injured and covered in dirt. Yet in that moment, no one attended to their wounds. All gazed blankly at the desolate battlefield, observing the empty expanse of sky where the platform of rebirth had once stood. Silence enveloped them. Only the heavy, stifled breaths and soft, uncontainable sobs could be heard. Is it over? Has Yama perished? The ancient master has also dissipated. Have we survived? A sense of bewilderment and emptiness washed over them after the calamity. Yet more profound was the weight of sorrow and reverence. The elder, a stranger from a distant era, had chosen the most resolute path, sacrificing himself for their sake in a final confrontation with the enemy. "Farewell, master." In the crowd, an unknown voice broke the silence, hoarsely calling out to the void, bowing deeply. "Farewell, master. Farewell, master." 1, 2, 10, 100. All surviving prodigies, regardless of their origins, be it human, demon, or ancient clan, and irrespective of past grievances, struggled to rise, bowing deeply towards the direction where the master of star evolution had vanished. Their voices trembled, yet coalesced into a flowing tide, echoing through the ravaged ancient path. The members of the Cang clan, with the support of Cang Jiuxiao, stood up. Cang Liuli, already a weeping figure, clutched tightly to the dimmed array plate in her arms, now seemingly imbued with an added weight of significance. "Liuli, do not cry," Cang Jiuxiao said, his eyes reddened and voice hoarse. "The master has departed to his rightful place. He has saved us all. Our duty now is to live well and carry forth his teachings." "Yes." Cang Liuli wiped her tears, yet new ones welled up. She nodded vigorously, pressing the array plate tightly against her chest. "I shall undoubtedly pass down the teachings of the star evolution, ensuring that our ancestors are not disappointed." At that moment, a low hum resonated from the depths of the abyss, where chaotic energies of destruction converged. A faint, nearly imperceptible dark light flickered suddenly. Following this, a soul fragment, weak to the point of extinction and seemingly on the verge of extinguishment, emerged, entwined with a nearly dissipated essence of supremacy, akin to a lost dog in a state of panic, tearing through the not yet settled void. Without a backward glance, it vanished within, disappearing from sight. Though its aura was feeble and chaotic, steeped in decay and ruin, the chill emanating from its very essence was unmistakably that of Yama. He is not completely dead. How could he retain a remnant of his soul and essence, escaping even in such a dire situation? Judging by his condition, it seems unlikely he could recover without millennia of slumber and vast resources. Even his foundation has been shattered, rendering him forever devoid of hope for supremacy. Yet, he has indeed escaped with his life. Is it the remnant of Yama's soul? He is still alive? Chase him. We cannot allow him to escape. Some quick-witted prodigies, filled with rage, made to pursue, only to be restrained by their companions. Pursue? With what means? That is a remnant of a supreme being. Even in a weakened state, he is beyond our reach. Moreover, the void has sealed. How can we pursue? The crowd was filled with shock and anger, yet felt utterly helpless. An ominous premonition arose within their hearts. If Yama is not dead, will the underworld truly let this matter rest? It is unwise to linger here. Long Hao stated gravely, forcing himself to stand despite his injuries. The rebirth platform has been destroyed, the core of the ancient path is in turmoil, and the space here is exceedingly unstable, poised to collapse at any moment. We must leave the ancient path immediately. Move. Qing Wei Daozi nodded in agreement. Addressing the members of the Cang clan. Esteemed members of the Cang clan, we are immensely grateful for the assistance of that ancient immortal, and especially to you, Taoist Liuli. This debt will be recorded by the Tai Dao court. Should you require anything upon our exit, do not hesitate to seek me. Cang Liuli silently nodded, uttering no further words. At this moment, a heaviness weighed upon her heart. Without further delay, they supported one another, discerning their direction, and staggered toward the exit of the ancient path. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, within the chaotic fissures of the underworld, a figure shrouded in the aura of murky river waters slowly materialized. He cast his gaze downward, observing the nearly imperceptible traces left by Yama's fleeing soul. Then, he lifted his eyes to the direction that Cang clan had departed. A cold, inscrutable smile curved his lips. The remnants of the star evolution sect and the ancient chaotic body of the holy ancients. Quite intriguing. King Chu Jiang. I shall heed the decree of the Lord of the Underworld. The Underworld has awaited a change of guardianship. As for your clan, we have ample time ahead. Shadows whisper and gradually dissolve into the void, vanishing as if they had never existed. Only the unfathomable abyss and the lingering air of tragedy and destruction bear silent witness to the recent, cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens. The final lament of an ancient celestial guardian. Chapter 35, Shock. Secrets of the Underworld unveiled. The heavens are in turmoil. The ancient path of falling stars, the exit, reveals a massive vortex composed of shattered celestial bodies, still rotating slowly. However, unlike days prior, when countless vessels surged forth and prodigies flourished, the vicinity of the exit is now engulfed in an eerie silence. Only a handful of figures, leaning on one another, stumble forth from the vortex, cascading into the frigid expanse of the starry sky. Each is wounded and weary, their garments tattered and stained with blood, their breaths labored. Many bear expressions of lingering terror and the bewilderment of having survived calamity. They're the fortunate prodigies who narrowly escaped the cataclysmic explosion at the rebirth platform. Among them are members of the Cang clan. Cang Jiuxiao carries the unconscious Cang Liuli, who has succumbed to exhaustion, leading the way. His bare torso reveals a physique sculpted like divine metal, marred by intersecting wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, yet healing at a visible pace due to the formidable self-regenerative power of his sacred body. Despite this, his complexion remains pale, and his posture is unwavering. Behind him, Xianxia leans on his blade, limping, leaving faint traces of blood with each step. Cang Feng has suffered a severed arm, the wound temporarily sealed by Cang Yaoxin's mystical herbs, his face ashen. The ethereal form of Cang Lan's indomitable divine city has long since dissipated, leaving a grotesque claw mark nearly piercing his chest, his breath faint. Cang Yu, Cang Shi, Cang Wu, Cang Yaoxin, and others are similarly gravely injured, supporting one another as they advance in silence. Yet their gazes remain sharp, akin to blades forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Equally wretched are members of the True Dragon clan, such as Long Hao, and those from the Tai Dao court, including Qingwei Daozi, as well as Su Mei from the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan. Long Hao's dragon robe is torn, a horn on his head shattered, his aura fluctuating, clearly suffering from significant internal injuries. Qingwei Daozi's robe is stained with blood, his whisk now reduced to a mere fragment, betraying his once ethereal presence, leaving him in a state of disarray. Su Mei has lost a fox tail, her complexion pale, her allure extinguished, her eyes filled with dread. Meanwhile, Gu Shukong, Jin Wuji, and other prodigies who harbored grievances against the Cang clan are too preoccupied with their own wounds to seek vengeance, retreating to corners to meditate and heal, their expressions dark and foreboding. The atmosphere surrounding the entire exit area is thick with a sense of having survived a calamity, yet it is weighed down by an oppressive gravity. We have emerged. At last, we have emerged, murmurs a prodigy, their voice hoarse and tinged with sobs. I am alive. I am alive. Others weep uncontrollably, their emotions unraveling. A multitude remains silent, gazing up at the familiar expanse of the starry sky, their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. A blend of relief for surviving, sorrow for fallen companions, an indelible hatred towards the realm of the dead in Yama, and an endless reverence tinged with grief for the ancient immortal. These intertwining sentiments rendered the celestial canopy particularly heavy. It was not a place to linger. Long Hao, mustering his strength, stood upright and addressed the assembly, his voice hoarse. Our injuries are grave. We must swiftly return to our respective clans for recovery. The schemes of the underworld and the malevolence of Yama must be unveiled to the world, proclaimed to the heavens. Let all know the heinous deeds committed by these fiends from the underworld. Indeed, Qingwei Daozi nodded, his eyes aflame with righteous indignation. Yama's fratricide and the blood sacrifice of the prodigies are acts devoid of humanity and sanity. If these transgressions are not made public, the heavens would find it intolerable. Our sect shall ally with the righteous paths of the heavens to demand accountability from the underworld. Demand accountability? Su Meyer let out a bitter laugh. The underworld is a realm of death, guarded by supreme beings, and Yama is a ruthless figure who has severed ties with his own kin. Even if injured, how can we easily extract an explanation? Furthermore, that ancient immortal has perished alongside him, and the place of rebirth has transformed into an abyss, leaving no witnesses. If the underworld denies it, what can we do? Deny? A cold yet unwavering female voice suddenly interjected. The assembly turned to see that Cang Liuli, who had been in a deep slumber on Cang Jiuxiao's back, had opened her eyes. Her complexion remained as pale as parchment, her breath faint, yet her star-like eyes shone with clarity and a weighty determination. They cannot deny it. She slowly raised her hand in her palm. A faint yet pure starlight began to emerge. Within that starlight, a transparent crystal formed from pure spiritual energy and fragments of memory, gradually materialized. This is the crowd gasped. A memory crystal, Sang Liuli spoke weakly but clearly. At the moment when the remnants of our Master's soul dissipated, he used his final strength to imprint everything that transpired at the place of rebirth within my consciousness. Yama's devouring of the void, his self-sacrifice, and every word spoken by the judge of the underworld. All of it is indelibly etched in my mind. With the secret method of star evolution, I have manifested it using this star core fragment. This object stands as irrefutable evidence. As her words fell, the transparent crystal in her palm erupted with a brilliant light. Within the radiance, a series of remarkably clear images unfolded like reflections in a water mirror. The scenes depicted. On the place of rebirth, the blood sacrifice array was activated. The prodigies ensnared. The judge appeared, coldly revealing the truth of the elixir. Yama's true form descended, exerting pressure across the heavens. The terror and pleas of the void. Yama's indifference and ruthlessness. To become the foundation for your father's fifth life is the greatest honor of your existence. Return to the embrace of your father's essence. The chilling words, accompanied by the image of the void being consumed and reduced to ashes, struck at the very souls of all present. Shortly thereafter, the remnant soul of the ancestor of stars manifested, vehemently rebuking the Lord of Hell. You remnants of the chaotic era, how dare you engage in such acts of inhuman extermination? The sacrificial essence ignited, consuming all, and erupted with the dazzling brilliance of the fifth great emperor, perishing alongside the Lord of Hell. In the end, there was that cataclysmic explosion, and before the ancestor's soul dissipated, the poignant words resonated. Children, survive. The scene concluded, the radiance gradually fading. The crystal, having exhausted its power, transformed into scattered stardust, drifting into the void. Yet, everything within that image, the merciless filicide, the tragic sacrifice, the desperate cries, the final exhortation, had left an indelible imprint on the souls of all present. This was conveyed with alarming swiftness to the myriad forces and guardians, already stirred and gathered near the exit, spreading throughout the vast cosmos to all realms. Thud. Those of weaker psychological fortitude among the celestial prodigies collapsed to the ground, their faces pallid and trembling. Beasts are indeed beasts. Even tigers do not consume their young. Lord of Hell, you are lower than beasts. The underworld, the sun god dynasty shall never coexist with you. The great sage of the Crimson Sun, amidst the crowd, beheld the scene of Xianxia being consumed in a blood sacrifice, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent tremors through the surrounding stars. Our Golden Rock clan shall not rest until we confront the underworld. The elder of the Golden Rock clan, witnessing the young Rock King's demise not at the hands of Song Jiuxiao, but rather through the underworld's deceit, erupted in wrath, directing his fury towards the underworld. Let the heavens bear witness. The underworld's acts of extermination are intolerable. Let us unite to vanquish it. Avenge our fallen comrades. Honor the ancient predecessors. Honor the ancestor. The cries of rage, lamentation, curses, and farewells echoed at the exit, resonating through the starry expanse and across the myriad realms, witnessed by all. A thunderous eruption ensued. Like a volcano that had accumulated its fury for millennia, it erupted in this moment. The heavens were utterly shattered. The secrets of the underworld were unveiled, sweeping through the realms at a speed beyond all imagination. Every soul that beheld the memories was left in shock by the Lord of Hell's cold cruelty. Moved by the ancestor of stars' heroic sacrifice, and gripped by an unprecedented fear and loathing towards the underworld, the realm of death. The underworld, in an instant, transformed from a feared, mysterious domain into a despised target, a pariah in the eyes of all. Public sentiment exploded. Meanwhile, far removed from this tumult, deep within the realm of boundless death and the wails of resentful souls, there lay the Hall of Hell, a faint and ethereal shadow, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment, staggered through the void and fell into the hall. It was a mere stroke of luck that it had survived the explosion, yet its foundation lay in ruins, its essence shattered, leaving only a remnant of its soul. Qin Guangwang, once the supreme Yama. Upon landing, the remnant soul let forth a spout of soul blood, comprised of pure soul power and deathly energy, rendering its form even more insubstantial, nearly transparent. How infuriating! That old wretch Xingyan. I shall not rest until I have avenged this grievance. He roared, his voice frail, yet imbued with bitterness, struggling to crawl towards the soul-nourishing pool, constructed from countless skulls. Deep within the Grand Hall, if only he could enter the pool and absorb the ancient accumulation of deathly energy and soul power. Even if his foundation was destroyed and he could no longer ascend to the supreme position, he could at least preserve this remnant soul from annihilation, perhaps even regaining a chance in the future. However, just as his remnant soul was about to graze the edge of the pool, a hum resonated. Within the hall, the dim light suddenly warped. Following this, a figure shrouded in a murky, yellowish aura, reminiscent of a river formed by the tears of countless wronged souls, appeared silently in the center of the hall by the side of the soul-nourishing pool, blocking Qin Guangwang's path. Who? Qin Guangwang's remnant soul abruptly lifted its gaze. Upon recognizing the figure's countenance, he was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of joy. Zhu Xianwang, it is you. Splendid. Quickly, assist me in entering the soul-nourishing pool. I have suffered gravely and require immediate healing. Once I regain some strength, I shall reward you greatly, he implored urgently, as if clutching a lifeline. Yet the figure known as Chu Jiangwang merely stood there quietly, head bowed, gazing down with a pair of icy, indifferent eyes, reminiscent of an ancient, frigid pool, regarding him with a detached disdain. The look was not one of recognition toward the former colleague, but rather that of observing a pile of worthless refuse. Qin Guangwang. Zhu Xianwang spoke slow, his tone calm and devoid of any ripples. Look at your current state. The supreme Tao fruit has shattered. Your essence is in disarray, and your soul is fractured, struggling even to maintain form. In your present condition, not to mention being supreme, even an ordinary quasi-emperor could easily obliterate your remnant soul, sending it scattering to the winds. Wouldn't you agree? The surprise on Qin Guangwang's face froze instantly. A chill surged uncontrollably from the depths of his remnant soul. Zhu Xianwang, what do you mean by this? His voice turned dry, feigning composure. I am the Yama, duly appointed by the Lord of the Underworld, having presided over the nether realm for countless eons. Even if temporarily wounded, you shall not speak to me with such insolence. Step aside at once, or do not blame me for being merciless. Yama? Mercy? A cold, mocking smile crept across Chu Jiangwang's lips. Qin Guangwang, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. The decree of the Lord of the Underworld has been issued. He raised his hand, a pitch-black token, forged from the pure essence of death's law, and the aura of buried earth hovered in his palm. Upon the token, an ancient character of expulsion radiated a disquieting pressure. King Qin Guang, having acted ineffectively, fell prey to his own schemes, attracting the attention of ancient celestial souls, and thereby exposing the secrets of the burial ground, jeopardizing the grand designs of the Lord of the Underworld. He has now lost all value. Thus, he shall be stripped of his position as the king of hell and cast into the depths of the river of oblivion, destined for eternal descent. The authority of the underworld shall be temporarily wielded by me, King Chu Jiang. King Chu Jiang retracted the token and took a deliberate step forward. The murky river water, a spectral reflection, spread beneath his feet, swiftly engulfing the entire hall of Yama and imprisoning the ephemeral remnant of King Qin Guang in place. You must exit the stage. No. The remnant of King Qin Guang let out a piercing scream, filled with despair, resentment, and madness. I refuse to believe it. The Lord of the Underworld would never treat me this way. I have fought valiantly for the Underworld, establishing my merits. I have poured my heart and soul into the grand design of the burial ground. I may lack achievements, but my efforts are undeniable. Zhu Xiang, you have forged this false decree. You seek to usurp power. May you meet a wretched end. Enough. King Chu Jiang's gaze hardened, and he lost all patience. Your remnant and this feeble essence are of negligible worth. Let them serve as your final contribution to fortify my path to greatness. He extended his hand toward the confined remnant of King Qin Guang, his fingers slowly curling. Remember, do not be so ineffectual in your next life. No, Lord of the Underworld, I am unwilling. I harbor hatred. Zhu Xiang, I shall haunt you even in death. The anguished, vengeful cries abruptly ceased. The murky river water receded, merging into King Chu Jiang's body. In that place, nothing remained. King Qin Guang, once a formidable force that instilled fear across the heavens, was utterly obliterated. Even the last vestige of his soul was consumed, nurturing the new Yama's burgeoning strength. King Chu Jiang gradually withdrew his hand, feeling a subtle enhancement within himself. He gazed indifferently toward the vast expanse beyond the hall, toward the heavens. The Tsang clan. Excellent. As the newly appointed Yama, I require a grand offering to instill awe among the heavens and to present to the Lord of the underworld. Let commence with you. He murmured softly as his figure gradually melded into the murky river water, vanishing from sight. Only the cold voice echoed within the desolate hall of Yama, reverberating hauntingly. The underworld requires a new approach. Our time is abundant. Chapter 36. As the new Yama takes office, which fire shall be lit first? Deep within the underworld, in the hall of Yama, the dim, river water, seemingly formed from the tears of countless wronged souls, slowly receded, merging into the figure shrouded in murky aura. King Chu Jiang stood silently, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened his eyes once more, within the depths of those once cold and indifferent orbs, there seemed to linger a barely perceptible trace of the malevolence and brutality characteristic of King Qingguang. Yet this flicker was swiftly enveloped and consumed by an even deeper, sepulchral stillness. Despite the legacy of 4 generations having disintegrated to a mere remnant, this fragment was better than nothing. He murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vast, desolate hall, devoid of any emotion. Alas, the foundation of the Tao has been shattered, the path to supremacy severed. King Qingguang, you are ultimately nothing but a failed wretch. He turned away from the corner that was already barren, not even a speck of dust remaining, and slowly pivoted, stepping forward to ascend the throne of Yama, constructed from countless skulls, a symbol of the highest authority in the underworld. The throne was frigid, its touch akin to 1,000 years of eternal ice. However, the moment King Chu Jiang took his seat, the entire Yama Hall, along with the vast, boundless realm of death outside, seemed to tremble slightly. Countless wandering, vengeful spirits emitted silent shrieks, trembling as they knelt before the Yama Hall. The ancient death energy that had settled deep within the earth appeared to have found a new core, beginning to converge slowly yet resolutely towards the figure atop the throne. From this day forth, I shall be the new sovereign of the underworld. The judge, King Chu Jiang's gaze remained unchanged as he spoke with indifference. As his words fell, a shadow in the corner of the hall twisted, revealing a figure in black robes, staggering into view. The judge, who had barely escaped the devastating aftermath at the rebirth platform. At this moment, he was in a state of disarray, his robe tattered, revealing a body pale as paper, riddled with cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. Your subordinate is present, the judge said, kneeling on one knee, his voice hoarse and weak. His head bowed deeply, not daring to gaze directly at the new sovereign upon the throne. How severe are your injuries? King Chu Jiang inquired, replying to your majesty. My essence has been wounded, my Tao body fractured. It may require a century of quiet recuperation, the judge replied, bitterness lacing his tone. A century? King Chu Jiang's fingertip lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. I grant you 10 years. Within this decade, restore yourself to the peak of the quasi-emperor. Otherwise, the underworld does not lack for a useless judge. The judge trembled all over, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he hurriedly bowed his head. Your subordinate obeys. I shall not fail your majesty's expectations. Very well. King Chu Jiang no longer regarded him, his gaze seeming to penetrate through the layers of the hall, looking beyond to the tumultuous realms of the heavens. Is it quite lively outside? The judge hastily replied, Indeed, your majesty. The memory crystal released by that girl from the Tsang clan has spread throughout the heavens. Now, the powers of the celestial realms are condemning our underworld and denouncing King Qingguang with fervor. Condemnation? A cold curve graced King Chu Jiang's lips. A cacophony of noisy ants. King Qingguang acted indiscreetly, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Such calamity is to be expected. However, he paused, his eyes swirling with a dim golden light. The reputation of the underworld has indeed been tarnished by this incident. Though the lord of the underworld is indifferent to such superficial acclaim, it will inevitably complicate matters for the underworld in the future. Your majesty is wise. The judge bowed his head. Convey my edict. The voice of King Chu Jiang turned cold. First, the underworld is to be immediately sealed off, refusing all external visitors. All wandering soul collectors and ghostly minions shall be summoned back. Second, the next phase of the blood curse agreement with Xianxia and the Cycle Cave is to be postponed. Inform them that the underworld requires a period of recuperation. However, The agreement remains valid and will be revisited once I have completed the necessary arrangements. Third, activate the hidden conduits of the Yellow Springs, erasing all discussions, images, and records related to the underworld, the rebirth platform, and the remnants of the Star Fate. If they cannot be erased, we shall disseminate misleading information to muddle the waters. Particularly, we must link King Qin Guang's sacrificial act of filicide to his personal ambitions and madness, thereby minimizing the overall association with the underworld. Understood. The judge's spirit surged. This is his forte. Fourth, King Chujiang's gaze sharpened suddenly, marking the most crucial point. Utilize all covert channels to keep a close watch on the Celestial Clan, especially that infant bearing the Chaos Dao body, Xianxia, and the girl who has inherited the Star Fate, Song Lioli. I must know their every move, progress in cultivation, and interpersonal relationships. Additionally, investigate, clarify what remnants of the Star Fate remain within Song Lioli. Beyond mere guidance, does that so-called Chaos Dao lead to other hidden secrets? My lord, do you suspect the judge? The king's eyes deepened with contemplation. What the lord of the underworld desires may very well lie within that inheritance. King Qin Guang is a fool, alerting the snake by stirring the grass. Now that I have taken the helm of the underworld, this matter cannot be mishandled. Understood? A fierce glint flashed in the judge's eyes. Go and execute your tasks. King Chujiang waved his hand. The judge bowed and slowly retreated into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The empty hall of Yama was once again left with King Chujiang alone, seated upon the cold throne of skulls. He sat quietly, resembling a lifeless statue. Only the dim, swirling yellow light in his eyes revealed that he was deep in thought, scheming. The sixth Emperor Wuqiu of the Cang Hong, the Chaos Dao body of the Star Fate inheritance. Which key does the Lord of the Underworld desire? Or perhaps all of them? He murmured softly, the icy curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. There is no rush. I have ample time. With the underworld under new management, it is time for the celestial realms to reacquaint themselves with the essence of the realm of death. Let us begin with your Tsang clan. We shall take our time. Meanwhile, in the depths of the starry sky, beyond the confines of the celestial forbidden zone, a colossal black starship crushed the void, slowly sailing into a territory shrouded by an endless aura of chaos and ancient formations. Upon entering the omnipresent, both comforting and awe-inspiring essence of the Tsang clan surged forth to greet them. Home at last. On the deck, the weary and battered crew members collectively sighed in relief. Their taut nerves, strained over the past several days, finally able to relax, if only slightly. The injuries and fatigue that had been relentlessly endured surged like a tidal wave, causing many to sway, nearly losing their footing. First, let us proceed to the creation pool for healing. The divine consciousness of the fourth ancestor, Tsang Fa, stood at the bow of the ship, his voice remaining calm, yet imbued with a subtle concern that was difficult to discern. Other matters can be discussed after your wounds have healed. Yes, fourth ancestor, the crowd responded respectfully. The starship descended slowly into the core region of the celestial realm, landing upon a vast plaza paved with white jade. Elders of the clan, overseers, and numerous young disciples who had not yet ventured into the ancient path were already waiting there, having received prior news. Upon seeing the pitiful state of those disembarking from the ship, particularly the unconscious Tsang Lioli, who was being carried on Tsang Juxiao's back, and Tsang Feng, who had lost an arm and was barely breathing, a murmur of gasps and exclamations arose among the crowd. Lioli, Feng, my heavens, their injuries are severe. What transpired within the ancient path? Concerned, anxious, and curious gazes were cast in their direction. Disperse. Go about your business. An elder with a ruddy complexion and robust aura waved his hand to clear the onlookers. He was one of the elders from the Wanchao vein. He hastily approached, first examining Tsang Lioli's condition, his brow furrowing in worry. He then produced several fragrant elixirs, administering them to her, and using pure, gentle spiritual energy to aid in their efficacy. Tsang Lioli's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color, and her breathing became steadier. Exhausted spiritual energy, excessive mental strain, along with injuries from the backlash of the formation. Rest is essential, supplemented with soul-nourishing pills and celestial liquid for warmth. She may recover in a month. The elder sighed in relief and turned his attention to Tsang Feng's severed arm, inspecting it closely before easing his brow. The severance is clean and vitality remains. With the life creation pill to reconnect it, alongside nurturing it with your own sword's essence, you may restore it within 3 months. And perhaps this opportunity could elevate your sword's potential further. Thank you, Elder. Songfeng weakly expressed his gratitude. Family, no need for such formality. The elder waved dismissively and then addressed the others. You all are similarly injured, with strained sinews and shaken foundations. Follow me to the creation pool. Immerse yourselves for a few days to stabilize your conditions before further discussion. Nodding in agreement, the group followed the elder and other overseeing disciples toward the depths of the clan's territory, towards the creation pool. Song Jiuxiao carefully entrusted Song Liuli to a female elder for her care, then took up the rear. He glanced back at the quietly anchored starship and then at the lofty, profound heavens above, seemingly unchanging since time immemorial. In his heart, the breath he had been holding since escaping the life and death platform finally released. Home at last. Next, I shall heal and grow stronger. Then, I will settle the score with those ruffians from the underworld, and with Jin Wujia of the Golden Punk clan. He clenched his fist, a fleeting glimmer of battle intent and murderous resolve flashing in his eyes before he turned and strode forward to catch up with the group. Atop the Yun Sol Peak, within the simple courtyard, a cherubic infant, adorned in a crimson belly band and possessing features as delicate as jade, lay sprawled upon a soft cloud-like blanket. With his large, glistening eyes brimming with curiosity, he gazed up at the descending celestial battleships and the waning figures being assisted down. He tilted his head in bewilderment. Yet soon his attention was captured by a wisp of ethereal light drifting through the air, imbued with pure spiritual energy. He reached out his chubby little hand, babbling in delight, yearning to grasp it. This was the essence of the chaotic Tao, the primordial dust. Instinctively, he sensed that the returning souls bore an ancient and profound chaotic aura, akin to his own, yet steeped in age and melancholy. However, this sensation was fleeting, quickly dissipating under the innocence of childhood. Xianxia, what are you looking at? A gentle voice resonated as a graceful woman, possessing both beauty and poise, emerged from within the dwelling, tenderly lifting the infant into her arms. She was Lu, the mother of Song Chun in this realm. With a babbling sound, Song Chun pointed towards the sky. Oh, your elder brother Jiu Xiao and sister Lu Li have returned, Lu said, her gaze drifting into the distance, tinged with concern. I have heard that this journey through the ancient paths was perilous, and it seems they have sustained injuries. I hope they are well. She softly soothed the child nestled in her embrace. Xianxia must grow up quickly and become strong, so you can protect your brothers and sister from harm. All right? Yeah. Song Chun, though somewhat understanding, waved his tiny fist before letting out a delightful yawn, resting his little head against his mother's soft shoulder as his eyelids began to flutter. Lu smiled indulgently, gently patting his back while humming a tender lullaby. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Only faint waves of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the creation pool hinted at the returning wanderers receiving the finest care and solace. Yet beneath this serene facade, in the depths of the celestial forbidden zone, within the ancestral land of chaos where even the elder sequences dared not tread lightly, a pair of eyes that had long been shut, seemingly containing the essence of cosmic birth and death, slowly opened. The gaze was calm, penetrating the infinite space, sweeping across the returning sequences, lingering on the severely injured Song Lu Li, the one-armed Song Feng, and the battle-worn celestial battleship. Ultimately, it rested upon the infant peacefully slumbering in his mother's embrace atop Ling Ling Peak. A flicker of warmth and a hint of cold sharpness flashed in those eyes. Well done. The rest shall be entrusted to me. A gentle yet authoritative voice echoed softly within the ancestral land, unheard by any. In 3 months, I shall emerge from seclusion. It is time for certain individuals to understand the cost of disturbing the children of the Tsang clan. As the words faded, the eyes slowly closed once more. The ancestral land returned to chaos and silence, as if nothing had transpired. Only an invisible yet overwhelming presence, potent enough to instill trepidation in even the mightiest of celestial beings, began to brew and rise in the depths of that chaos. Like a slumbering dragon on the verge of awakening, Chapter 37, the ancestor emerges. To nurture or to reckon. 3 months, a span that is neither excessively long nor unduly short. Sufficient for the mundane world to transition through a season of spring and autumn. Adequate for an ordinary cultivator to enter a minor retreat, refining their skills. It is also ample time for the young prodigies, who have returned from the ancient path of fallen stars, their bodies marred and battered, to stabilize their grievous injuries after exhausting countless heavenly treasures, soaking in the divine liquid of the pool of creation and consuming the cherished elixirs of the clan elders. By the shores of the pool of creation, the ethereal aura gradually dissipated, revealing figures sitting cross-legged within the water. Their aura, in stark contrast to the feeble state they had returned in 3 months prior, exhibited a remarkable recovery. Although they were still far from complete restoration and returning to their peak prowess, they had at least preserved their lives and stabilized their foundations, regaining the ability to walk. With a deep breath, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long, murky breath that bore a faint golden hue, the remnants of dark injuries and stagnant blood expelled from the depths of his being. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, the joints cracking like popping beans. While his vital energy had yet to reach its former vigorous state, it began to surge anew, a subtle golden glow shimmering beneath his skin. The grievous wounds on his chest and back, which had once exposed bone, had long since healed, leaving only faint red scars resembling centipedes, testament to the ferocity of that battle. The sacred body proved its worth, demonstrating an almost monstrous recovery ability. Nearby, a hoarse voice emerged from the water. Xianxia, still clutching his ever-present demonic blade of destruction, leaned against the edge of the pool. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet the aura of annihilation in his eyes was more refined, more restrained, and infinitely more perilous than before his injuries. "You seem to be faring well," Xianxia remarked with a grin. "That blade of yours appears even more intimidating." Xianxia said nothing, merely brushing his fingertips across the cold blade, his violet eyes briefly flickering with a nebula of destruction. On the other side, a splash echoed as Xianxia, supported by a female elder, slowly emerged from the pool. Clad in a pristine moon-white robe, her long hair secured with a simple wooden hairpin, color had returned to her face. Yet, a lingering trace of fatigue and heaviness remained in her eyes, a testament to the profound toll on her spirit, one that elixirs and spiritual liquids could not fully remedy in the short term. Nevertheless, her gaze shone clearer and more resolute than ever, reminiscent of stars refined by mountain springs, pure, luminous, and reflecting a weighty sense of responsibility. "How do you feel, Yuli?" Xianxia inquired, hastening to grasp her hand, a gentle aura of life flowing into her as he carefully sensed her condition. "Much better, Sister Yaoxin," Xianxia replied softly, shaking her head slightly, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "The spiritual energy has recovered 70%, and the injuries are no longer grave. However, her consciousness remains somewhat feeble, and many profound concepts within the Starline legacy elude her comprehension for the time being." "That is acceptable. There is no need to rush." Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, yet her brows furrowed as she glanced at Xianxia's still pallid fingers. "Your hand. It is of no consequence," Xianxia replied softly, clenching her fist gently, a faint glimmer of starry runes flickering at her fingertips. "While she cannot currently set up formations, she is capable of deducing and inscribing simple patterns without issue." She lifted her gaze towards the sky above the creation pool, a realm cloaked in restrictive arrays, yet still pulsating with the flow of external spiritual energy, and softly inquired, "What day is it today?" "The 91st day," Songlan answered as he approached from a distance, clad in a fresh blue garment that concealed the horrific claw marks on his chest. His aura was steady and profound, and the essence of the indomitable royal body was reined in, indicating a commendable recovery. "Calculating the days, it seems the ancestor." His words trailed off. Suddenly, a deep and ancient resonance rang out, echoing as if from the dawn of creation itself, reverberating through the very souls of every member of the Song clan. The sound of bell, without warning, it erupted with a thunderous roar. It was not merely a sound heard by the ears, but rather a force acting upon the bloodlines, the souls, and the very essence of life connected to the character Song. Boom! The bell's chime was melodious, vast, and heavy, imbued with an indescribable sense of majesty and joy, instantly permeating every corner of the celestial forbidden zone. Crack! Song Feng, who was instructing several young disciples in swordplay, felt his wooden sword snap in response. He abruptly raised his head, gazing towards the ancestral direction, his remaining arm trembling slightly. It is the ancestral bell. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Boom! The second toll of the bell followed closely. This time, the sound was infused with an overwhelming power, vast as the starry sea and majestic as the heavens. Throughout the celestial forbidden zone, across endless territories, be it mountains, valleys, lakes, palaces, medicinal fields, or beast gardens, everything trembled in unison at that moment. An infinite stream of chaotic energy surged forth from the depths of the earth, manifesting as columns of gray mist that soared skyward. In the heavens above, clouds roiled and shifted, ethereal images of the sun and moon coalescing, and manifestations of myriad stars bowing appeared. As the essence of primordial chaos and the evolution of the cosmos spread forth, an aura that transcended all beings, capable of suppressing the cycles of eternity and stabilizing the rise and fall of the heavens, emanated forth. It was as if an ancient, colossal deity, long dormant, was awakening, gradually unfurling from the depths of the chaotic ancestral land. Plop, plop, plop. Within the celestial realm, countless Cang clan disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, location, or activities, could not help but prostrate themselves towards the ancestral direction in heartfelt reverence beneath the overwhelming and pure imperial might of their bloodline. This was not an act of coercion. Rather, it emanates from the profound depths of the soul, a reverence rooted in the very essence of bloodlines, akin to a pilgrimage. We humbly welcome the great ancestor's emergence. The thunderous roars, akin to the might of mountains and oceans, resonate from the lips of every descendant of the Cang clan, converging into a mighty tide that reverberates through the heavens and shakes the universe. At the edge of the creation pool, Cang Jiuxiao, Cang Mia, Cang Liuli, Cang Lan, Cang Feng, Cang Yaoxin, Cang Wu, Cang Yu, and Cang Shi, every ranking, every elite of the intersect, all the elders in charge, have risen, straightening their garments, their expressions solemn, eyes ablaze with fervor, bowing deeply towards the ancestral land. After 3 months, the great ancestor has finally emerged. Cang Jiuxiao's voice trembles with uncontainable excitement. He feels the sacred bloodline within him boiling with joy, as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. At this moment, Cang Liuli softly whispers, her eyes reflecting not only exhilaration, but also a trace of hidden complexity. In her mind, the poignant image of the ancient sage on the ascension platform, burning away the remnants of his soul, resurfaces involuntarily. She recalls the chilling laughter of the judge of the underworld and the cold gaze of Yama as he devoured his own kin. Let us go, Cang Lan exhales deeply, suppressing the tumult within. The great ancestor's emergence will surely summon us. There are matters that must be reported to him. The group nods in agreement, saying no more, transforming into streaks of light as they race towards the outer perimeter of the ancestral land, to the sacred platform prepared for the great ancestor's welcome. Along the way, countless descendants of the Cang clan are also converging in the same direction, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. The great ancestor's emergence is akin to the restoration of a stabilizing force for the entire Cang clan, as if a celestial pillar has been reinstated. Atop the spirit peak, within a small courtyard, Cang Chun, cradled in his mother Lu's arms, is momentarily startled by the sudden tolling of bells and the overwhelming imperial might. His big, round eyes blink in confusion, his chubby little finger pointing towards the ancestral land. Lu has already embraced him, bowing gracefully towards the ancestral site, her face radiant with excitement and pride. Shinner, your great ancestor has emerged. He is the most formidable and remarkable figure in our Cang clan. In the future, you too shall stand tall like your great ancestor, safeguarding our family. All right? Cang Chun seems to comprehend, waving his small fists as if in response. Yet, within the depths of his usually innocent eyes, at this moment shrouded in imperial majesty and chaotic energy, a fleeting glimmer of chaotic light appears, so subtle that few could perceive it. Within that light, a scene of the creation of the world reflects, with vague ancient runes swirling, only to vanish in an instant, restoring the child as clarity. Lu remains oblivious, gently stroking the child's hair, her gaze reverently fixed on the ancestral land. The sacred platform for pilgrimage awaits. Suspended in midair, this colossal platform is meticulously crafted from a single piece of chaotic stone. At this moment, it is teeming with a throng of people, led by the patriarch Cang Xian and the 9 ancestral figures, all the prominent members of the clan, including the lineage heads, core elders, elite inner disciples, and virtually every notable individual remaining within the clan, have gathered here. The atmosphere is dense and oppressive, yet eerily silent. Everyone holds their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the forefront of the platform, where the chaotic energy is most concentrated, seemingly connecting to another realm, a spatial portal. With a low hum, the portal slowly rotates, its interior swirling with chaotic energy, obscuring the view within. Yet, an overwhelming imperial might, resonating with a soul-stirring grandeur, emanates from it, growing stronger and clearer by the moment. It feels as though an exalted presence is gradually approaching from the other side of the portal. At last, under the watchful eyes of all, a figure emerges, faint yet towering, as if capable of supporting the very heavens themselves. From within the chaotic portal, it steps forth. In that instant, the winds and clouds are stilled, and time itself seems to freeze. All creation pales in comparison, leaving only that figure as the singular focal point of existence. He appears youthful, his features obscured by the chaotic mist, rendering them indistinct. Yet, the simple azure robe he wears seems to bear the weight of countless ages and profound experiences. As he slowly opens his eyes, they reveal a tranquil, profound depth, as if they encompass the vastness of the celestial seas, reflecting the rise and fall of epics. As his gaze sweeps across the assembly, none dare to meet his eyes. They all bow their heads, their hearts filled solely with the purest reverence. Cang Hong, the great ancestor of the Cang clan, the sixth peerless emperor, has officially emerged from seclusion. Welcome back, great ancestor. Long live the ancestor. The shouts resound, shaking the heavens. Cang Hong's gaze glides over the gathered crowd, pausing momentarily on Cang Xiao, Cang Li, and others of the lineage, a flicker of subtle warmth passing through his eyes. He then raises his hand slightly, and a gentle yet irresistible force lifts everyone up. No need for formalities. His voice, calm and unassuming, resonates clearly in each ear, akin to a spring breeze that soothes the tumultuous hearts stirred by his imperial might. I have been in seclusion for 3 months to solidify my Tao fruit. You have all worked hard. His gaze once more settles on the assembly, lingering particularly on Cang Li's pale, yet resolute face for a moment longer. I am aware of the matters regarding the ancient path. You have performed admirably, bringing honor to our Cang clan. Star Yan, you have walked your path well. Your inheritance deserves your earnest contemplation. Do not betray the trust placed in you. Cang Li trembles slightly, her eyes glistening with emotion as she bows deeply. Disciple shall heed the great ancestor's teachings. I will not fail the trust of my master. Indeed. Cang Hong nods, his gaze shifting to Cang Xiao and others. Are you injured? How do you fare? Great ancestor. I am well and unscathed. Cang Xiao replies confidently, his voice booming. Good. Cang Hong retracted his gaze, turning his attention to the horizon, as if his sight pierced through endless space, witnessing the myriad realms, the tumultuous undercurrents, and the depths of the netherworld. Where the frigid throne of the skeletal king resided, he spoke slowly, his tone remaining placid, yet imbued with a chilling intent that seemed to lower the temperature of the heavens by several degrees. My sons of the Cang clan have bled, suffered injuries, and nearly lost their lives outside. This account must be settled. He commanded, convey my decree. 3 days hence, at the cliff of inquiry, I shall personally welcome back the little ones. With a faint, icy smile gracing his lips, he added, it is time for certain individuals to comprehend the price of provoking my Cang clan. As his words lingered in the air, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight, leaving behind his frosty declaration to resonate in the hearts of every Cang clansman, echoing on the sacred platform. It also sowed seeds of fervent anticipation, igniting a bloodthirsty fervor among all. The patriarch's first act upon emerging from seclusion was neither celebration nor meditation, but rather to settle accounts. Who would bear the brunt of this reckoning? How would it be executed? All held their breath, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the distant, shadowy realm of the netherworld. Shrouded in an aura of death and darkness, a storm seemed to be brewing, and this welcoming banquet would likely be anything but tranquil. Chapter 38. Live Reckoning? A one-sided annihilation. The imperial might of the sacred platform had yet to dissipate fully, and Cang Hong's words about settling accounts reverberated in everyone's minds. The crowd of clan members below was charged with fervor, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. The pent-up frustration of 3 months finally poised to erupt. Yet, none dared to make a sound. All eyes were fixed on the direction of the ancestral land, awaiting the next decree. In the depths of chaos within the ancestral land, several indistinct yet profoundly ancient figures gathered around a simple stone table. Among them were Cang Hong, who had just emerged from seclusion, along with the fourth ancestor, Xianxia, the ninth ancestor, Cang Ming, and two other ethereal presences awakened by Cang Hong's aura following the incident on the ancient path. Brother, the fourth ancestor Xianxia spoke first, his eyes shimmering with lightning. Those vermin in the netherworld, as well as that group of feathered beasts from the Jinping clan, have gone too far this time. If you wish to confront them, I shall accompany you. My heavenly punishment war spear has long thirsted for the blood of the Supreme. His tone was calm, yet his murderous intent was almost palpable. I shall join as well, declared the ninth ancestor, Cang Ming, his voice steady. My unyielding divine city is in need of a few sturdy bricks. The other two ethereal presences also subtly swayed, indicating their agreement. Cang Hong poured himself a cup of tea. The mist swirled, and within the fragrant steam, it seemed as if the stars flickered in and out of existence. He did not rush to drink, his gaze penetrating through the teacup as if he beheld the newly replaced throne of skulls deep within the underworld, and caught a glimpse of the uncertain figure of an ancient bird upon the ancestral star of the Golden Rock. Merely a few timid rats, unworthy of the light, daring only to extend their claws towards the younger generation. He set down the teacup, his voice barely above a whisper. There is no need for grand displays. I shall go alone, it suffices. I will depart and return swiftly. The moment the words fell, a chime resonated. Ding! The Supreme Selection System has been activated. Detection of the host's impending act of reckoning. The following options have been triggered. Option A. Venture forth alone, flatten the underworld, and slay the Golden Rock with absolute personal might, instilling fear across the realms. Reward. Clue to the Origin 9 artifacts. Creation Jade Dish Fragment. Option B. Bring forth the imperial weapon of the Tsang clan, the Tsang Yuan sword, to showcase the unparalleled heritage of the Tsang clan. Reward. 1 stalk of the imperial herb. 9 transformations of soul revival. Option C. Utilize supreme divine powers to synchronize the reckoning process and project it across the myriad realms, broadcasting one's authority. Reward. Designate a direct bloodline or core disciple to receive an opportunity for fundamental ascension. 3 options materialized in Cang Hong's mind. His gaze swept over them. The reward for A was the key to the main mission concerning the Origin 9 artifacts, while the reward for C could replenish the foundation depleted by that girl, Lu Li, and even facilitate her further integration of the star evolution legacy. Only a child would make a choice. Cang Hong shukud anwadli. I shall have them all. System. I choose A and C. Designated Ascendant. Song Lu Li, Ding. Selection successful. Rewards have been dispatched. Clue to the Creation Jade Dish Fragment, now merged with the Star Tower clue. An awakening opportunity for Tsang Lu Li's star soul sacred body has been infused, which will automatically integrate during her deep slumber. The broadcasting function has been activated. The host may trigger it at will, synchronizing the designated visual perspective to any coordinates across the myriad realms. Excellent. Cang Hong rose. I am off. I shall return before the tea cools. With a single step, his figure vanished beside the stone table. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no blinding light tearing through the void. It was as though an ordinary person had stepped out for a stroll. With one stride, he was no longer in his ancestral land. When he reappeared, he stood beyond the heavy, cold, and pitch-black barrier of the underworld, entwined with the wails of countless vengeful souls. The starry sky was eerily silent, with only the eternal rotation of the domain of death. Cang Hong lowered his gaze to inspect the alignment of his index and middle fingers. Then, he raised his hand towards the death barrier, which could shatter the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor's head. Gently, he drew a line. Swoosh! There was no sound, or rather, the sound was erased by a more domineering force. On the dark barrier, an exquisitely smooth crack appeared. From this side, one could see the surging, boundless death energy, mountains of piled bones, and the prowling, ghastly shadows. At the edge of the fissure, countless vengeful spirits wailed in a desperate attempt to escape. They were held fast by an unseen force, unable to move. Cang Hong stepped forward, as though pushing open a somewhat weathered wooden door to return home. The square before the Hall of Yama in the underworld, once filled with a cacophony of countless wailing ghosts, fell abruptly silent, as though someone's throat had been constricted. Numerous skeletons, zombies, phantoms, and ghostly soldiers, regardless of their previous activities, turned stiffly to gaze at the figure cloaked in blue, who had suddenly appeared in the center of the square. He stood there, tranquil, devoid of any terrifying aura or intimidating divine radiance. He resembled an ordinary scholar who had inadvertently wandered into the realm of the dead. Yet all the undead, regardless of their levels of cultivation, trembled uncontrollably, a primal fear arising from their instinctual recognition of a superior being, rendering them incapable even of kneeling. They could only remain rigid, shivering, awaiting their obliteration. Cang Hong paid no heed to them. His gaze was fixed upon the towering, obsidian palace that exuded an aura of boundless majesty and deathly stillness. His attention landed on the skeletal throne within and on the figure that had just risen in anger from it. The new lord of the underworld? Cang Hong spoke, his voice not loud, but distinctly penetrating the palace's restrictions, resonating in the ears of King Chujiang. Come out. On the throne, King Chujiang abruptly stood, his countenance dark enough to drip water. The black compass in his hand cracked with a resounding snap, fissures appearing across its surface. Cang Hong, how dare you invade my underworld in your true form? His voice was hoarse, laced with fury and a hint of barely perceptible dread. The barrier outside was one he had personally reinforced. Even the 5 generations emperor could not so effortlessly rend it asunder. Invasion? Cang Hong seemed amused by the term. He chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the grand yet eerie hall of Yama, surveying the endless creations of death in the square. I have come to dismantle your abode. His tone remained calm, but the moment he uttered the words dismantle your abode, a notification chimed. Live broadcast function activated. Do you wish to synchronize the current scene to the following coordinates? All life stars across the myriad realms, major faction strongholds, and ancient star road nodes? With a mere thought, Cang Hong affirmed. Yes. In an instant, silent and without light or shadow, a ripple akin to water spread across the skies of the myriad realms. Wherever life congregated and spiritual energy flowed. Above, the heavens shimmered, and a vast, crystal-clear projection unfolded, as though one were truly present. The projection revealed the scenes of the underworld, the eerie realm of ghosts, the endless legions of the dead, the towering hall of Yama, and the solitary figure standing before the hall, clad in a pristine blue robe. Is that the underworld? My heavens! Who has unveiled the scenes of the netherworld? Behold, that is the great Emperor Cang Hong, the celestial being. What are his intentions? Wait, did he just mention dismantling homes? The myriad realms erupted in chaos. Countless beings gazed upwards, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the unimaginable spectacle. In the depths of the netherworld, before the hall of Yama, King Chujiang sensed the pervasive, yet subtle, power of scrutiny enveloping all realms. He stood momentarily stunned, then quickly comprehended the situation. Cang Hong, how dare you broadcast this? His body trembled with rage. This was a blatant humiliation, trampling the dignity of the netherworld. Very well, very well, very well. In his fury, King Chujiang laughed maniacally, repeating the phrase thrice. Do you truly believe there is no one in the netherworld? I, Chujiang, have severed my existence thrice, presiding over the yellow springs and commanding the myriad spirits. Today, I shall show you, 6th generation emperor, why the netherworld stands resolute through the ages. He understood there was no retreat. Under the gaze of the celestial realms, should he falter, the netherworld would become a complete laughingstock, and the lord of the underworld would not spare him. There is only the path of relentless battle, the road to the yellow springs. Open, the banner of 10,000 ghosts. Come forth. Without hesitation, he raised his voice to the heavens, igniting the remnants of his lifespan and essence. In a magnificent ascension, rumbling echoes reverberated. Deep within the netherworld, the death essence, accumulated over countless epochs, was frantically drawn forth, transforming into 9 pitch-black pillars of light that surged into King Chujiang's body. His emaciated form regained its luster, his gray-white hair instantly turned jet black, and his hunched back straightened like a spear. The yellowish river aura around him morphed into a tumultuous specter of the yellow springs, engulfing half the starry sky. In his hand, a banner entwined with countless vengeful souls, its fabric seemingly woven with stars and threads of reincarnation, took shape. The imperial banner of 10,000 ghosts, its true form. Ha! Ha ha ha! King Chujiang felt the surging power within him, as if he could shatter the star rivers with a single punch, and could not contain his wild laughter. The laughter echoed throughout the netherworld, causing the myriad spirits to prostrate themselves. Power! This is power! The long-awaited peak of strength. Cang Hong, do you see this? This is my zenith, the pinnacle of a 3 generations emperor. Today, Even if I am destined for annihilation, I shall take you along with me. The yellow springs shall bury the heavens. 10,000 ghosts shall devour the emperor. Meet your end. With a fierce howl, he brandished the banner of 10,000 ghosts. With a tremendous crash, the authentic waters of the yellow springs surged forth from the void, corroding all paths and consuming vitality. Countless vengeful souls erupted from the banner, transforming into a ghostly horde that shrouded the starry sea, each radiating a chilling intent to kill as they pounced upon Cang Hong. This strike transcended the ordinary realm of emperors, capable of severely wounding or even slaying weaker third or fourth generation emperors. Before the celestial screen, countless beings held their breath, their scalps tingling. Is this the power of the Supreme, reaching its zenith? It is terrifying. I feel as though a mere glance could freeze my very soul. Can the Emperor Cang Hong be slain? Yet, within the shimmering veil, faced with a cataclysmic blow capable of annihilating an entire star domain, Cang Hong merely lifted his eyelids slightly. He did not even bother to draw his hands from behind his back. Instead, he gazed upon the roaring tide of the yellow spring, the multitude of vengeful spirits that blotted out the sky. With a gentle sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitability of understanding death. As his words lingered in the air, he extended a finger towards the oncoming torrent of destruction, towards the frenzied king of Chujiang, and towards the desolate, silent, starry expanse of the underworld. With a delicate motion, he drew a line. There was no invocation of divine powers, no manifestation of laws, only a singular line, a hazy trace that seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation, woven from the essence of being and non-being, life and death. As the line passed, time lost its significance, and space lost its concept. The roaring yellow spring evaporated silently, as if it had never existed. The myriad, vengeful spirits were instantaneously rendered void, leaving behind not a trace of resentment. The manic laughter upon King Chujiang's face became utterly petrified. The formidable banner of myriad spirits in his grasp, a divine weapon, shattered like fragile glass, cleaving neatly in two along the line's trajectory, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Following this, his reascendant imperial form, his primordial spirit, the entirety of his existence unraveled along that line. Soundlessly, it split apart. A faint pop echoed. The newly crowned ruler of the underworld, the supreme of 3 lifetimes, who had undergone ultimate transcendence to reclaim his zenith, was effortlessly cleaved in twain by a mere line. The remnants of his being drifted slowly apart, disintegrating into the finest of dust before they even touched the ground, dissipating within the silent cosmos. Alongside the shattered banner, they vanished into thin air. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the underworld and spread across all realms, casting its shadow over the myriad beings before every shimmering veil. All stood agape, eyes wide in disbelief, gazing upon the figure still standing with hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe untouched by dust. They beheld the emptiness of the starry sky, as if the cataclysmic blow had been but a figment of imagination. Their minds fell into a void. Was this truly the end? A supreme emperor, elevated to the utmost, alongside a complete divine weapon, vanquished by a mere line? Time passed, though its measure was lost, in the depths of the underworld. Within an ancient graveyard that silenced even death, 3 equally ancient, decayed entities, suffused with an aura of unending brutality and demise, erupted with a thunderous roar. Who dares to slay the sovereign of the underworld? Kill, to the utmost elevation. Bury him, the soul emperor, the bone emperor, the corpse sovereign. The 3 final dark sovereigns of the underworld were thoroughly awakened. They witnessed the scene of King Chujiang being slain in an instant, their shock giving way to a frenzied madness of mutual destruction. 3 terrifying figures, equally ablaze with their essence, returned to their zenith, tearing through the earth as they surged towards Cang Hong, the boundless sea of souls, the realm of skeletal deities, and the corpse demons that towered to the skies. Once again, 3 exalted sovereigns had ascended to their utmost potential. However, within the luminous screen, Cang Hong merely cast a fleeting glance toward their advancing direction. He lifted his hand once more and, with a mere gesture, traced 3 lines towards those 3 directions, 1 horizontal, 1 vertical, and 1 diagonal. 3 indistinct, grayish trails silently shot forth, with a series of soft sounds, puff, 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 echoing almost simultaneously. The vast sea of souls split open, its core flame extinguished. The realm of skeletal deities crumbled into dust, the golden flames in their pupils dimming. The towering corpse demons were frozen in dismemberment, their overwhelming aura dissipating. The three exalted dark sovereigns were effortlessly cleaved apart by a single line, their forms and spirits extinguished. From the death of King Chu Jiang to the fall of the three sovereigns, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. Cang Hong had merely traced 4 gestures with his fingers. In the underworld, for exalted dark sovereigns were annihilated. Before the celestial screen, silence lingered for an extended moment. Then, it erupted. What did I just witness? An instant kill. All were instant kills. For exalted sovereigns, not mere cabbages. To what realm has Emperor Cang Hong ascended? Is this the might of the 6th generation, the unparalleled emperor? The underworld is finished. Amidst the tumultuous shock and fear, deep within the underworld, the ancient passage leading to the burial grounds suddenly rippled. A deathly aura, older, deeper, and more terrifying than that of King Chu Jiang or the Soul Emperor, began to slowly permeate the air. A hazy figure, crowned with the Tian crown and draped in the robes of the burial emperor, materialized at the passage's entrance. Shrouded in endless mist, the Lord of the burial grounds, an incarnation of the underworld sovereign, had arrived. Before the luminous screen, all clamorous sounds fell abruptly silent once more. A chill surged from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. The legendary sovereign of the burial grounds had been stirred. Would he intervene? Would 2 titans of the primordial era clash in battle here? However, what transpired next left everyone once again dumbfounded. Within the luminous screen, after the incarnation of the underworld sovereign solidified, he neither attacked nor emitted hostility. He gazed at Cang Hong, fell into silence for a moment, and unexpectedly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect. Brother Cang Hong, his voice was ancient and weathered, yet imbued with a complex depth. The king of Chu River and others have offended the Taoist brother, and they deserve whatever fate befalls them. This underworld is a sacred realm of reincarnation, crucial to the order of all spirits' rebirth. I implore you, Taoist brother, in light of our past connections and the arduous nature of the reincarnation of countless beings, to show mercy. I assure you that within the next 10 millennia, neither I nor my kin will provoke a single member of your esteemed clan. Let today's events conclude here, shall we? He is seeking reconciliation, adopting a notably humble posture. Silence envelopes the heavens. All breathe in suspense, gazing at Cang Hong. Cang Hong, with a profound gaze fixed upon the incarnation of the underworld sovereign, seems to seek the true essence hidden behind the veil of mist. After a prolonged silence, he slowly speaks. However, remember your words. Should there be a next time? He pauses, his voice calm, yet sending chills through the souls of all present. I shall personally descend into the burial grounds and sever your true form. Having uttered this, he turns away from the incarnation of the underworld sovereign, steps forward, and vanishes into the underworld. The incarnation of the underworld sovereign stands quietly at the passageway, watching the direction in which Cang Hong has disappeared, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he lets out a low sigh, and the incarnation gradually dissipates. The passageway closes, and the underworld returns to its eerie silence. Yet, the lingering aura of terror and the sorrowful essence of the fallen supreme beings silently narrate the recent, brief yet shocking spectacle, and unilaterally devastating slaughter. At this moment, the luminous screen does not fade with Cang Hong's departure from the underworld. The scene shifts to an ancient star domain, resplendent with golden light and inhabited by divine birds. The ancestral land of the Golden Peng clan. The figure of Cang Hong materializes once more, his imperial might unabashedly enveloping the surroundings. Golden Peng clan. Cang Hong's voice reverberates through the celestial realms via the luminous screen. I have heard that you take pleasure in bullying the weak, often dispatching quasi-emperors and even princes to hunt down the younger generation of my kind. I have come today. What ancient relics remain in your clan? Come forth and let me see if your ragged feathers can withstand the flames. As his words resonate, a thunderous roar erupts from deep within the Golden Peng ancestral star, where a terrifying and chaotic quasi-emperor's aura surges forth. A golden light manifests into an elderly figure adorned in golden robes, sprouting golden wings, none other than the ancient ancestor of the Golden Peng clan. He gazes at the figure in azure robes amidst the starry sky, then glances at the still vivid scene of carnage from the underworld within the luminous screen. His complexion pales to a ghostly white. Without a moment's hesitation, this once mighty ancestor, who had instilled fear across countless races, kneels in midair, his forehead striking the ground. Great Emperor Cang Hong, please temper your wrath. It is the fault of this old man for not guiding the younger generation properly. They have acted with ignorance and offended your noble kin. The Golden Pung clan is willing to atone for our transgressions, offering the full strength of our clan in penance. I beseech the great emperor to show mercy. Spare the Golden Pung clan a path to survival. His voice trembled, laced with a weeping tone, revealing genuine fear. Before him stood the sixth-generation, ruthless individual, capable of effortlessly annihilating four exalted beings of supreme ascendance. To obliterate the Golden Pung clan would likely be a mere thought away. Before the luminous screen, myriad celestial races observed the Golden Pung ancestor kneeling amidst the cosmos, prostrating fervently. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Only the calm voice of Cang Hong reverberated once more. Resources shall be increased tenfold. Imperial materials shall be at 30%. Your clan's prince, Jin Wuji, has sealed his cultivation and entered the abyss of divine punishment to temper himself for 100 years. Should there be a next time, the Golden Pung clan shall be erased from the annals of the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. We shall diligently obey the Emperor's decree. Thank you, great Emperor, for your mercy. The Golden Pung ancestor fervently bowed, tears streaming down his face. Cang Hong spoke no further and turned away. The light and shadow dissipated. The broadcast concluded at this juncture. The celestial screen gradually dimmed, fading from existence. Yet the overwhelming sensation of shock, fear, and reverence that swept across the realm spread like wildfire, consuming every corner. In the celestial realm, on the sacred altar, silence persisted for a full 10 breaths. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer and a shout erupted, soaring into the clouds. The ancestor is magnificent. The Cang clan is invincible. All clan members, faces flushed, waved their fists, roaring with all their might. Their fervor reached a fever pitch. At this moment, in the ancestral land, beside the stone table, Cang Hong's figure gradually materialized. He sat down, lifted the teacup, and found the tea still warm. After taking a sip, he raised his gaze toward the complex expressions of the other ancestors before him. The tea has yet to cool. I said I would return shortly. He set the cup down, casting his eyes toward the jubilant ocean beyond the ancestral land. A subtle smile graced his lips. The welcoming banquet may be prepared. Inform the children. From this day forth, in this vast expanse of celestial realms, we, the Cang clan, shall walk with our heads held high. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that resonated throughout the sacred altar, permeating every corner of the celestial realm. It also, in an obscure manner, conveyed itself to the infinitely distant depths of the starry sky. In the mythic era, in the realm of the unknown, within the ancient Taoist temple shrouded in chaotic energy, a young Taoist adorned with a purple gold crown quietly observed the fading broadcast within the water mirror. He watched Cang Hong sip tea and utter those words. After a prolonged silence, he slowly rose, walked to the temple door, and gazed into the boundless void. The sixth generation is indeed flawless. It appears he has reached that critical juncture, the path to immortality through the 9 origin artifacts. It seems I, too, should venture forth. Brother Cang Hong, in this lifetime, perhaps you and I shall ultimately walk together or become adversaries. He whispered softly, his figure gradually dissipating into the chaotic mist. The temple returned to silence. Yet, above the heavens, the invisible river of fate seemed to ripple, stirring the air with subtle disturbances. A cataclysmic wave, sweeping across the realms and burying countless epochs, appeared to have merely stirred the first hint of a ripple. Chapter 39. The Wholesale Emperor's Scripture Scene. The cheers from the pilgrimage platform lasted a full incense stick's worth of time. Only when Cang Hong's silhouette completely vanished into the depths of the ancestral land did the fervent blood and uproar gradually subside. Nevertheless, each face still bore a lingering flush of excitement, eyes sparkling, their steps imbued with vigor. The Grand Ancestor is formidable. Did you hear? The Grand Ancestor proclaimed that we can stand tall in the outside world from now on. Absolutely. The underworld has been dismantled by the Grand Ancestor, and even the elder Jin Peng has knelt. Who would dare to provoke our Cang clan? Let's hurry back and prepare. The Grand Ancestor has declared a welcoming feast in 3 days. The crowd buzzed with excitement, dispersing with steps far lighter than usual. The oppressive gloom that had lingered for 3 months was swept away by this overwhelming live reckoning. In its place arose a sense of pride and relief, an unprecedented feeling of security, and a profound respect for that invincible elder. In the creation pool, within the core meditation chamber, Tsang Liuli sat cross-legged, enveloped by a layer of ethereal starlight. This radiance did not emanate from the outside world, but flowed from the chaotic Tao seal at her brow, gradually merging with her innate Tao source. Her countenance, once pale and weak from excessive depletion, visibly regained its rosy hue. Even her breath transformed in a mysterious manner, slowly and steadily evolving into something sublime. The star's soul, sacred body. She closed her eyes and turned her attention inward, sensing the peculiar changes unfolding deep within her soul. It was as if countless ancient stellar runes were automatically arranging and combining in her consciousness, transforming into profound scriptures of formation. What was once a somewhat sluggish understanding of the starry heritage now flowed effortlessly into clarity. The mental energy she had expended not only fully restored, but even became more refined and powerful than before. Is this the grand ancestor-esque grace? She realized within, her gratitude towards that figure in the azure robe deepening further. Outside the meditation chamber, a gentle rustling of footsteps approached. It was Tsang Yaoxin, carefully entering with a small jade vial. Liuli, how do you feel? The grand ancestor instructed me to bring you this star soul liquid, which can expedite the solidification of your... She paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening in astonishment, gazing at the vibrant, pure starlight shimmering around Tsang Liuli. How can your aura? Tsang Liuli opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if the galaxies were reflected within her gaze. Sister Yaoxin, I'm quite well now. Not only am I well, but it seems I have also unexpectedly gained from this misfortune. The opportunity bestowed by the grand ancestor is greater than I had imagined. She clenched her fist, feeling an unceasing torrent of vast spiritual energy coursing through her, far surpassing anything she had experienced before, along with a peculiar resonance in her soul that seemed to echo with the celestial bodies above. That is splendid, truly splendid. Tsang Yaoxin sighed in relief, yet a tinge of envy seeped into her heart. The ancestor holds you in high regard. Keep the star soul liquid for now, to solidify your cultivation. It is rumored that during the welcoming banquet in 3 days, the ancestor will personally bestow rewards upon you, the meritorious ones. There may be even greater benefits in store. Tsang Liuli nodded, gazing out towards the tranquil chamber's entrance, where the sky, shrouded by the formation, still radiated with vibrant life. The welcoming banquet. She pondered how the ancestor would chart the course ahead. 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye. At the core of the heavens, the cliff of inquiry. This cliff was not a true precipice, but rather a colossal platform, suspended amidst chaotic energy, resembling a sheer cliff, overlooking a portion of the clan's territory. It had always been the site for grand celebrations. At this moment, the cliff was meticulously arranged. There were no extravagant decorations, only a ground paved with chaotic stones, rustic stone tables and chairs, and the swirling chaotic mist that enveloped the cliff, imbued with pure Taoist essence. Simple yet majestic. On the cliff, figures moved about. All the sequences returning from the ancient path, along with the elite inner disciples, had gathered, provided their injuries were stable. Additionally, the heads of various lineages, core elders, and some exceptionally performing inner disciples were permitted to attend. Nearly 1,000 individuals sat in orderly silence. All sat upright, their gazes occasionally flickering towards the highest point of the cliff, where a vast stone chair, carved from chaotic primordial stone, remained empty. The atmosphere was solemn, yet tinged with uncontainable anticipation. Ding! A melodious chime resonated from the ancestral land, echoing across the cliff of inquiry. Welcome, ancestor! Everyone rose and bowed in respect. The chaotic mist parted. Cang Hong, clad in a simple azure robe, stepped forth from a mist and gracefully took his seat upon the stone chair. Be seated, he raised his hand, gesturing gently. The assembly settled, their focus unwaveringly fixed upon him. Cang Hong's gaze swept over the crowd, briefly lingering on Tsang Jiuxiao, Tsang Liuli, Tsang Mia, and others, offering a slight nod. Have your injuries stabilized? Yes, ancestor, there are no significant issues. They responded in unison. Good, Cang Hong acknowledged, foregoing pleasantries and delving directly into the matter at hand. You have all rendered meritorious service during your journey on the ancient path. Merit must be rewarded. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Tsang Jiuxiao, disciple, is present. Song Jiuxiao rose with fervor, clasping his fists. You defended your fellow disciples, valiantly fought against formidable foes, vanquished your enemies, and upheld our clan's prestige. I grant you the subsequent 3 tiers of the 9 transformations sacred body technique, allowing you to reach the pinnacle of the sacred body. Additionally, you are permitted to enter the secret realm of the War Heaven Pavilion for 3 months to solidify your foundation. The subsequent 3 tiers of the 9 transformations sacred body technique. The secret realm of the War Heaven Pavilion. Song Jiuxiao's robust form trembled, his eyes ablaze with astonishment and excitement. The 9 turns sacred body scripture is an ancient text exclusive to the sacred body, currently possessing only the first 6 layers, with the latter 3 long lost to time. Remarkably, the Grand Ancestor possesses a complete transmission. Furthermore, the secret realm of the Battle Sky Pavilion serves as the ultimate trial ground for the lineage of the 4th ancestor, Songfa. It is said to be infused with ancient battle souls that refine the sacred body with extraordinary efficacy. Grateful for the Grand Ancestor's generous endowment, the disciple vowed to live up to expectations, his voice resonating with fervor, his countenance flushed with excitement. Cang Hong then turned his gaze towards Kangmi. Kangmi, disciple is present. Kangmi replied, rising and bowing with his blade in hand. Your dedication to the path of destruction is unwavering, characterized by your decisive prowess in battle. I bestow upon you the complete silence of Destruction Blade Scripture and grant you a single opportunity to immerse yourself in the Destruction Demon Pool. May your blade grow sharper and eradicate all evil. The silence of Destruction Blade Scripture is said to be a legacy left by an ancient demonic emperor who attained enlightenment through destruction, perfectly complementing his body of annihilation. The Destruction Demon Pool is a forbidden realm of the path of destruction, where entry leads either to death or transformation. A flicker of annihilation gleamed in Kangmi's violet eyes as he solemnly clasped his fists. I shall not fail the Grand Ancestor. Subsequently, Cang Hong called out names one by one. Songfeng, I grant you the supreme swordbone scripture and an opportunity to comprehend the sword tomb. Kanglin, I bestow upon you the completion of the immortal heavenly art and a foundational stone of the divine city, which may be refined into the immortal divine city. Kangwu, I present you with a fragment of the War God Codex and a baptism in the blood of Battle Pool. Sangyu, I grant you a secret volume of the ancient scripture of the void and a fragment of dimensional essence, allowing you to comprehend the origin of space. Songshi, I bestow upon you a copy of the Chronicles of Time and a handful of time sand, capable of briefly altering the flow of time. Kanjiaksen, I present you with a manuscript of the 10,000 Herbs Emperor Scripture and a single use of the Creation Furnace. With each name uttered, a lost ancient scripture or an immensely rare opportunity was conferred, along with treasures of heaven and earth. The clamor of astonishment and gasps echoed atop the questioning Tao cliff. Every disciple received tailored rewards, lavish enough to incite frenzy among any external force. Even the elite of the intersect were acknowledged based on their performances, receiving corresponding techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. There was not a single soul left empty-handed. Lastly, Kanglieli. Cang Hong's gaze rested upon her. Kanglieli rose gracefully and bowed. Disciple is present. You have navigated the ancient path with wisdom, unraveling dire predicaments, and obtaining the Star Shift legacy. In the face of despair, you protected your fellow disciples through your mastery of formations, providing crucial evidence to expose conspiracy. Your contributions are monumental. You have awakened the Star Soul's sacred body. This is both a fate and a responsibility. I bestow upon you the complete array diagram of the Zhou, Tian star array and a core of celestial essence, which will aid you in comprehending the source of the stars, enabling you to seamlessly integrate the Star Shift legacy. Furthermore, you are granted unrestricted access to the 9th level of the Scripture Repository, where you may peruse all ancient texts pertaining to formations and astral phenomena. The Zhou Tian star array is renowned as the foremost killing formation of antiquity, a binding array and protective formation for the mountain. The celestial core, a crystallized essence of a true star that has perished, exceedingly rare in the world. The 9th level of the Scripture Repository, a forbidden domain that even the lineage masters must petition to enter. Each layer of these threefold rewards is sufficient to drive any master of formations into a frenzy. Disciple humbly thanks the Grand Ancestor. Song Lioli's voice trembled slightly as she bowed deeply. She could sense that the Grand Ancestor was not merely bestowing gifts, but rather paving the way for her, allowing her to proceed along the path of the starline ancestor without any worries. Everyone rise. Cang Hong raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted everyone up. The rewards have been given. Now we must discuss the matter at hand. His tone became somewhat solemn. The atmosphere at the edge of the cliff fell into an immediate silence, for everyone understood that the main event was about to unfold. Although the matter of the ancient path had concluded, the turmoil was far from settled. The underworld, though diminished, still harbored its buried secrets. Supported by allies such as Xianxia and the Reincarnation Cave, lurking in the shadows. The Jinping clan, though seemingly subdued, harbored inscrutable intentions. Jin Wuji had plunged into the abyss of crime, lying in wait rather than submitting. The heavens appeared to show reverence, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled, each with its own schemes. Artsong clan has not yet reached a state of carefree security. The expressions of the crowd grew serious, their earlier excitement from the rewards swiftly dissipating into calm resolve. Yet, clinging to the past is not a strategy. Progress is the true path. Cang Hong's gaze slowly swept over the assembly before ultimately resting upon the boundless void. During my seclusion, I sensed the heavenly mechanism and caught a glimpse of a thread of causality. This pertains to the 9 origin artifacts. The 9 origin artifacts. The crowd exchanged glances, with most of the younger disciples appearing bewildered. However, some of the elder members and clan leaders turned pale, clearly having heard of this ancient legend. It is said to be a remnant from the primordial era, rumored to be able to unlock the ultimate secret to ascension, intricately linked to the reasons behind the cataclysmic age's demise. For our Tsang clan to establish itself in the grand world to come, and even transcend beyond, this artifact is indispensable. Cang Hong provided little further explanation, stating directly, I have already obtained clues regarding 2 of them. One is a fragment of the core of the Star Tower, located at the end of the ancient Star Path, guarded by the Void Heritage clan. Only those proficient in the arts of formations and stars may approach. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Song Lioli. She understood this was the direction indicated by the starline ancestor's legacy. The Grand Ancestor had entrusted this task to her. The second is a fragment of the creation jade plate, scattered in the Abyssal Sea, and other perilous locations, such as the Time Forbidden Zone. Among these, the fragment within the Abyssal Sea, is currently the most active. At this point, Cang Hong paused slightly. Beep. The God-level choice system has been activated. Detection of the clues regarding the 9 origin artifacts is clear. Please select a subsequent course of action. Option A. Dispatch Song Chun, Song Lioli, and other prodigies to both locations to search. This will train the younger generation and mitigate risks. Reward. A designated prodigy will receive an enhancement of fortune, increased probability of discovering opportunities. Option B. Take personal action and head to the Abyssal CEI to retrieve the fragment of the creation jade plate first. Utilize absolute strength to eliminate obstacles and intimidate all foes. Reward. Obtain the Abyssal Down marker, which allows teleportation near the abyss. Option C. Remain inactive. Continue consolidating the clan and wait for other forces to explore first before devising a plan. Reward. Significant enhancement of clan fortune, accelerating family development by 50 over the next decade. 3 options appear before them. Cang Hong's gaze swept across the options. Option A appeared to be a prudent choice, nurturing the younger generation, yet the Void Clan and the Eye of the Abyss were fraught with peril, posing an insurmountable risk. Although Tsang Chun possessed extraordinary talent, he had yet to truly mature. Option C was overly cautious, discordant with his resolute heart. Thus, only option B remained, to take matters into his own hands. With his current cultivation as the flawless 6th-generation emperor, the realms that could threaten him were few and far between. Though the Eye of the Abyss was perilous, he held unwavering confidence. More importantly, the clues from the system were ultimately external matters. The 9 origin artifacts pertained to the ultimate secrets of ascension and were intrinsically linked to the origins of the system itself. Were they not? Gangong Musée d'Internali. This time, I shall personally retrieve it. Let us uncover the secrets concealed within the fragment of the celestial creation jade plate, secrets that even you deem significant. System. I choose B. Selection successful. The reward of the Abyssal Down mark has been issued. The fragments of the Star Tower may be spearheaded by Lu Li, and once her cultivation stabilizes and her mastery of formations progresses, she, along with several others, shall venture to the ends of the ancient starry road for exploration. Cang Hong spoke to the assembly. As for the fragment of the celestial creation jade plate, he paused momentarily, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I shall personally retrieve it. It has been quite some time since I visited the Eye of the Abyss. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The ancestor intends to personally venture into such a treacherous domain? Ancestor, it is unwise. The Eye of the Abyss is fraught with danger, having claimed the lives of numerous emperors throughout history. Please reconsider. Several elders communicated their concerns through thought. No matter, Cang Hong waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware of the risks. This journey, at most, will last several months to a year, and I shall surely return. During my absence, the affairs of the clan shall be overseen by the 4th and 9th ancestors. He turned his gaze to the assembled figures below, particularly Cang Lu Li and Cang Jiu Shao. Devote yourselves to your cultivation. Assimilate what you have learned. Upon my return, I hope to see your progress. Yes, we shall dutifully comply with the ancestors' decree. The crowd responded in unison. You may disperse. Cang Hong rose and, with a single step, vanished from the cliff of inquiry. Leaving the assembly exchanging glances, their hearts stirred, tinged with concern for the ancestors' undertaking. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond comprehension during the mythical era, at the entrance of the chaotic Taoist temple, a Taoist adorned with a purple golden crown suddenly felt an instinctive pull. Raising his gaze towards the boundless void in a certain direction, his fingers moved deftly, and within his eyes, a galaxy flickered, the threads of causality swirling. The abyss. Is he finally prepared to personally engage with the origin? The Taoist murmured softly to himself, a smirk of intrigue gracing his lips. Very well, I too shall attend to a few matters near the abyss, and perhaps take a moment to observe the demeanor of this fellow Taoist who stands ahead of all the old-timers. His figure gradually faded, merging into the chaotic essence. The temple returned to its tranquil silence. Only above the heavens, within the intangible river of destiny, the movements of these two titans from the origin era have quietly stirred greater ripples. A clandestine current surrounding the 9 origin artifacts and the Eye of the Return Abyss has already begun to surge. Yet the Celestial clan, having just basked in revelry and rewards, remains oblivious to the impending journey of their invincible ancestor into a realm where even the Emperor must tread cautiously, a place of eternal desolation. Chapter 40. The ancestor is away on business. Who will manage the meals at home? The welcoming feast at the Cliff of Inquiry has concluded. The crowd disperses, returning to their respective peaks and paths. However, the lingering excitement and the substantial rewards bestowed by the ancestor have imbued everyone with a vibrant energy, as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, walking with purpose and light in their eyes. Yet amidst the exhilaration, a weighty concern has settled in their hearts. The ancestor is personally heading to the Eye of the Return Abyss, a place whose name alone suggests malevolence. No one dares to offer counsel, nor could they hope to dissuade him. Once the ancestor has made a decision, it is unchangeable. In the ancestral land, at the edge of chaotic energy, the manifestation of the 4th ancestor, Cangfa, stands alongside the true form of the 9th ancestor, Sangming, gazing into the depths of chaos. My elder brother's journey, Sangming muses, a furrow of concern creasing his brow. The abyss of return is too treacherous. It has swallowed more than one imperial corpse. I am aware, Cangfa replies blandly, with flickers of lightning evident in his gaze. But since my elder brother dares to venture forth, he must possess confidence. We must safeguard our home. Let us not allow him to return only to find his nest has been compromised. That cannot be allowed. Sangming shakes his head, sighing deeply. These young ones, having recently received unparalleled benefits, are strutting about as if they were invincible. They need to be disciplined, lest they invite disaster. Disciplined in what manner? Cangfa glances at him. When it is time to be bold, one must indeed be bold. What is wrong with a bit of pride among the sons of the Celestial clan? Nevertheless, cultivation must not be neglected. Dispatch orders to all branches. After the welcoming feast, all sequences and elite inner disciples must enter seclusion. No one is permitted to emerge without a breakthrough. Resources will be abundantly supplied. But should anyone squander them or progress too slowly, let them not blame the thunderpool of the Heavenly Punishment Clan for their misfortune. Sangming's lips twitch at this straightforwardness of the 4th ancestor. However, there lies truth in his coarse words. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. He nods, gradually fading away as he sets forth to convey the decree. Cangfa remains alone, gazing once more into the chaotic depths, where his elder brother's aura is slowly retracting and consolidating. Returns soon, he murmurs softly his consciousness transforming into a flash of lightning, dispersing into the cosmos. Atop the summit of spirit nurturing, in a small courtyard, Lu stands cradling the now 3-year-old Xianxia, who has grown ever more exquisite, gazing towards the ancestral land. Child, your great ancestor is embarking on a distant journey, she gently informs the child in her arms. To a very perilous place. Xianxia blinked his round, dark eyes, seemingly comprehending the concept of danger. A trace of concern etched upon his cherubic face. He extended his chubby little hand in the direction of his ancestor's abode, babbling softly, as if bidding farewell, or perhaps cautioning to stay safe. Lu smiled gently and patted his head. Dear Chun, you must grow up quickly and become formidable, so that you may assist our great ancestor in the future, all right? Yes. Xianxia nodded vigorously, his tiny fist clenched tightly. In the deepest recesses of the ancestral land, Cang Hong stood amidst a swirling chaos, devoid of any overwhelming aura or imperial might. All his power was restrained to its utmost, akin to a slumbering volcano. At his fingertips, a pale, misty speck of light twirled slowly, the marker of the return to the ruins, a reward from the system. Though this light appeared unremarkable, it contained the sole coordinate pointing to the core of the Rewardsthe, along with a thread of force capable of penetrating the chaotic time and space surrounding the ruins. Ruins, Cang Hong murmured softly, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. It was not his first visit to that place. Long ago, during his first lifetime, he had glimpsed it from a distance. At that time, he was not yet an emperor, merely an inexperienced youth traveling through the realms with a senior. From afar, he had witnessed a terrifying vortex that devoured all light, sound, and even perception, stretching across the edge of the starry sky. Surrounding this vortex floated countless shattered remnants of stars, the skeletal remains of ancient warships, and even some incomplete corpses radiating a faint imperial might. This was a realm so perilous that even emperors dared not tread lightly. A terminus and refuge for the myriad worlds, a final resting place for ancient beings loath to fade into oblivion, struggling and mad. This time, he intended to explore it more closely. Cang Hong reined in his thoughts, no longer hesitating. With a flicker of intent, the marker of the ruins blazed with radiant light. Buzz! The grayish glow enveloped him in an instant, a terrifying force of distortion and chaos, as if attempting to drag him into an endless abyss. Yet, this pull was firmly countered by the brilliance of the marker, transforming into a stable passageway of transport. At the other end of the passage, an inexpressible scene of pure void and chaos gradually emerged. Cang Hong stepped forward. His figure, along with the luminous marker, vanished instantaneously within the chaotic atmosphere. The ancestral land returned to silence, as if nothing had transpired. Only a faint trace of chaotic resonance, belonging to the ruins, lingered in the air, attesting that an exalted being had just traversed into the perilous domain that even emperors regarded with trepidation. Almost simultaneously, beyond the celestial forbidden zones, in the endless distant cosmos, several subtle, probing thoughts from various directions seemed to have captured the fleeting, chaotic fluctuations that belong to the ruins. Departure was imminent. The target is the abyssal sea. He truly went there. An opportunity. Immediately report back to the master. Xuantiang Jun, the core of chaos. The sound of maniacal laughter reverberates once more. He is gone. He has indeed embarked on this journey. The abyssal sea. Ha ha. The gift I have prepared for you awaits there. Jun's distorted figure dances wildly through time and space. Relay the orders. The seeds may now begin to sprout. The objective is the inner circle of the Tsang clan. Those who are most intimately connected with that chaotic Tao body. I wish to see your expression when the most trusted person transforms into the soul-harvesting demon, Cang Hong. Ha ha. In the depths of the golden Peng ancestor star, within the most secretive chamber, before the golden Peng ancestor, there lies a golden feathered mirror reflecting the starry sky. His complexion remains pale, yet his gaze sharpens, filled with a sinister glint. Cang Hong has ventured to the abyss. The boundless Jin Wujis must remain in that abyss for a century. A century is far too long. The variables are too numerous. A flicker of determination flashes in his eyes. He must contact Han Feng of the 10,000 Tribulations demon sect and the remaining judges of the underworld. Inform them that I can clandestinely offer some conveniences. However, the condition is that within a century, Jin Wujis must emerge from the abyss. My golden Peng clan as prince cannot languish there for 100 years. Commands and schemes unfurl like venomous serpents at the moment Cang Hong departs, silently spreading towards the seemingly tranquil heavens. Meanwhile, at the abyssal sea eye's periphery, a dim light flickers. Cang Hong steps forth from the teleportation passage, standing firmly in a realm of indescribable void. Beneath his feet, there is no earth. Above him, there is no starry sky. In every direction, there exists only an all-consuming, absolute blackness. Yet, this darkness is not still. It slowly rotates, forming a terrifying vortex so immense it seems capable of devouring entire star realms. At the vortex's core lies an unfathomable sea eye, emanating a sense of finality and void that would cause even the mightiest emperors to tremble. The edges of the sea eye are littered with countless shattered laws, crumbling pathways, and chaotic fragments of time and space, as if torn apart by an invisible force, wailing and struggling to be consumed by that eternal darkness. Some remnants of imperial corpses, exuding a faint imperial aura, and fragments of broken imperial weapons drift like refuse at the sea eye's periphery, slowly obliterated and reduced to nothingness. Here lies the end of all things, the ultimate tomb for all existence across the heavens. Cang Hong stands amidst this absolute void and chaos, his azure robe billowing without wind, a faint aura of chaos naturally emanating from him, gently dispersing the chaotic rules and time-space fragments capable of tearing apart quasi-emperors. His gaze is tranquil as he fixes his eyes on the unfathomable sea eye. According to the system's sensing, the fragments of the creation jade plate lie at the very depths of his sea eye. Indeed, it is a fitting resting place. He whispers to himself, about a step closer to the sea eye when suddenly he halts, as one's gaze shifts towards the other direction of the sea eye. Deep within the chaotic fragments of time and space, there stands a young Taoist, adorned with a purple gold crown and draped in a robe of the 8 trigrams. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazes quietly, surrounded by swirling chaos, impervious to all laws. Even in this desolate realm, he exudes an air of calm and composure. Noticing Cang Hong's presence, a faint smile graces the Taoist's lips, revealing an expression that is both enigmatic and knowing. From a distance, he inclines his hands in a respectful gesture towards Cang Hong. Cang Hong, my fellow Taoist, it is a pleasure to see you. How have you fared? His voice, though unassuming, cuts through the tumultuous chaos of time and the howling winds of the desolation, resonating clearly in Cang Hong's ears. Cang Hong observes the figure, a subtle ripple of emotion flickering in his eyes. Gradually, he raises his hand in return, mirroring the gesture of respect. A faint, meaningful curve graces his lips. Who could this be? Ah, it is you, the old Taoist with a penchant for theatrics. What brings you to this disarray of the sea eye? Chapter 41. An encounter with an old friend. Is it the old Taoist or the old trickster? As the Taoist, adorned with the purple gold crown, hears Cang Hong's words amidst the chaotic fragments of time and space by the edge of the sea eye, his previously amused expression momentarily freezes. Almost instantaneously, he bursts into laughter, shaking his head. It has been many years, Cang Hong. Your sharp tongue remains as relentless as ever. He steps forward, the chaos beneath his feet yielding a path for him, effortlessly traversing the perilous fragments capable of ensnaring even the most powerful beings, until he halts just 100 paces from Cang Hong. At this distance, it is akin to standing face to face for beings of their caliber. The Taoist stands poised, adjusting his meticulously arranged robe and straightening his crown before raising his gaze to scrutinize Cang Hong. Within his eyes, the cosmos seems to reverse, and the passage of time flows, as if he intends to see through Cang Hong's very essence. 6th generation, flawless. Remarkable indeed. The Taoist shakes his head in awe, his tone tinged with admiration and an ineffable complexity. Years ago, beneath that chaotic azure lotus in the Origin Sea, you were merely a naive youth on the threshold of the Empyrean realm, nearly crushed by June, that madman, as he pursued you across 8 star rivers. I never imagined that upon awakening, you would not only survive but also reach such heights. Flawless in your 6th incarnation. One more step, and you shall tread upon the fabled path. Cang Hong listens in silence, his expression inscrutable. However, upon hearing the terms Origin Sea, chaotic azure lotus, and June, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickers in the depths of his eyes, quickly vanishing. You two have slumbered for quite a while, he replies, his tone even, Long enough that I began to think you, old Taoist, had transcended to some hidden corner, your understanding of the Tao leading you to depart from this world. Bah, what ill fortune. The Taoist cast a disdainful glance at him. I am living quite well. But you, after sleeping for so many years, awaken only to cause trouble, disrupting the underworld and frightening children, and now you find yourself in this cursed place, the Guishu. Have you lived 6 lifetimes only to believe that there exists no realm beyond your reach? This Guishu has consumed many self-important old fools. His tone carried a hint of jest, yet there was a trace of seriousness in his gaze. Cang Hong regarded him with a sidelong glance. Are you here merely to remind me of this? Of course not. The Taoist chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I have journeyed here on a whim, and upon calculation, I discerned that someone reckless enough to seek death would arrive here, so I came to witness the spectacle. Furthermore, he paused, casting his gaze toward the unfathomable abyss of the Guishu Sea, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. Let us see if the depths of this sea truly conceal the clues to that entity, as the legend suggests. That entity? Cang Hong's brows arched slightly. The Origin 9 artifacts? You are aware of it? The Taoist expressed some surprise, then realization dawned upon him. Indeed, having reached this point, you must have sensed it. The path to immortality is about to open, and the shadows of the tumultuous era are resurfacing. Those old beings are beginning to stir, plotting their moves. The Origin 9 artifacts serve as both the key and the harbinger of calamity. He sighed, retracting his earlier flippant demeanor and adopting a rare seriousness. Cang Hong, heed my counsel. The fragments of the creation jade plate, while undeniably important, are but a fragment of the deeper waters of the Guishu Sea. It is far deeper than you can imagine. Deeper? A faint smile graced Cang Hong's lips. How deep can it be? Deep enough, the Taoist replied, his words deliberate, that even beings of our caliber might not emerge unscathed if we were to fall into it. This place is not merely the terminus of all things. It is the graveyard of the heavens. It also stands as one of the most brutal battlegrounds from the era of turmoil. In the past, more than one immortal being has perished here. The great Tao was shattered, the laws obliterated, and time itself solidified. Their resentment, hatred, madness, and the remnants of the shattered Tao, along with lifeless stars and countless souls, have settled in the deepest recesses of this sea, fermented through countless epochs. Twisted and mutated, heaven knows what unspeakable horrors lie within. As the Taoist spoke, he involuntarily shivered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Once, I sent a projection to probe, and as I approached the core of the sea, merely 3,000 miles away, I was assailed by an incomprehensible force that eroded my projection, causing it to dissolve. My true self suffered considerable damage as well, taking nearly 10,000 years to recuperate. And that was just the periphery. You are about to venture into the very depths of the sea. Is it truly worth it for a fragment of the creation jade plate? He looked at Cang Hong with sincere eyes. Cang Hong fell into silence. He gazed down at the abyssal eye of the void sea, the eternal darkness, the voracious whirlpool, the drifting remains of emperors and soldiers. Indeed, it was far more profound and ominous than he had remembered. Within the system's perception, fragments of the celestial jade disk lay deep within. Yet, what the sage had said was likely true. This place was even more perilous than he had envisioned. Nevertheless, it was worth the risk. Cang Hong spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. The 9 origin artifacts must be gathered. I am determined to tread the path of immortality, not merely for transcendence, but for a deeper purpose. He paused, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes, to uncover certain truths, to ascertain who, in that bygone era, orchestrated the chaos, to understand why that madman Jun suddenly went insane, dragging the entire epoch to its doom, and to discern what we, the old souls who survived that age, are truly evading and pursuing. The sage, feeling somewhat exposed under Cang Hong's penetrating gaze, averted his eyes and cleared his throat. How much do you know? Not much, Cang Hong replied nonchalantly, but enough to determine that some matters must reach a conclusion. No matter how treacherous the abyssal I may be, I shall venture there. However, he shifted his tone, since you are so benevolent to come warn me, why not join me? The sage's eyes widened in shock. Join you? Are you jesting? I wish to live a few more years. If you seek death, do not involve me. He shook his head vehemently and turned to leave. 3 chaos lotus seeds. Cang Hong's voice echoed softly behind him. The sage halted abruptly. I managed to pluck 7 seeds from the chaos blue lotus before it withered completely. Cang Hong continued leisurely. I used 1, gifted 2, leaving 4. Accompany me, and should we emerge safely, I shall grant you 3. The sage swallowed audibly, unable to maintain his composure. Chaos lotus seeds. Those are treasures born of the chaos blue lotus. They contain the purest essence of chaos and the vitality of creation. For one of my level, they would offer unimaginable benefits, especially since I cultivate the path of chaos. With the aid of the seeds, I might ascend to even greater heights. Are you deceiving me? The sage slowly turned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 3? You truly mean it? When have I, Cang Hong, ever spoken falsely? Cang Hong shot him a sidelong glance. It's settled. The sage clenched his teeth and stamped his foot. Fortune favors the bold. I shall risk it. However, he stipulated, but let it be clear, I am merely accompanying you. If we encounter insurmountable danger, I will certainly flee first. Do not expect me to shield you. Suis yourself, Cang Hong replied indifferently. However, since we are to collaborate, we must maintain a degree of candor. He directed his gaze towards the Taoist, his eyes aflame with intensity. You have yet to disclose to me your true purpose for coming to the Goetiu. Do not attempt to deceive me with tales of mere curiosity. The Taoist's expression faltered, and he offered a sheepish smile. I knew I couldn't keep this from you. He sighed, his demeanor shifting to one of complexity. I did not come here simply to observe. I am in search of an individual, or rather, a corpse. Whose corpse? Cang Hong inquired. The Taoist fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words. Time sovereign. Cang Hong's pupille constricted sharply. Time sovereign. One of the 9 sovereigns of the mythical era. Master of the path of time. A being of unparalleled existence, once equated with the chaos sovereign. He fell in Goetiu at the end of the era of turmoil. In an attempt to reverse a critical defeat, the time sovereign forcibly ignited his Tao fruit, manipulating the very flow of time across the era, only to encounter a horrific backlash, ultimately dragging several formidable foes down with him into the abyss of Goetiu, never to return. The Taoist's voice was low, tinged with melancholy. The time sovereign and I shared a bond of both teacher and friend. He bestowed upon me a profound grace. For many years, I have been searching for traces or relics he may have left behind. Recently, I sensed a faint resurgence of the path of time deep within the abyss of Goetiu, which compelled me to investigate. I suspect that the time sovereign may not have completely perished, or perhaps his legacy, his imperial artifact, the hourglass of time, remains concealed somewhere within the abyss. He looked earnestly at Cang Hong. Therefore, our objectives do not conflict. They may even complement each other. You intend to delve into the depths of the abyss to seek the fragments of the creation jade plate, and I similarly seek to uncover clues regarding the time sovereign. A collaboration, a mutually beneficial endeavor. Cang Hong scrutinized him intently, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. After a prolonged silence, he gradually nodded. However, let me make one thing clear. Should we encounter irreconcilable conflicts of interest, or should you attempt to undermine me covertly? His tone was calm. It sent a chill through the Taoist's heart. Do not blame me for lacking loyalty. Rest assured, do you not trust my character? The Taoist assured him with a thump of his chest. Cang Hong did not respond, silently turning away to gaze into the unfathomable darkness below. Let us proceed. The sooner we descend, the sooner we shall ascend. I have a feeling. His brow furrowed as he looked towards the depths of the abyss, sensing a direction of disturbance. It seems there is something moving beside the fragments of the creation jade plate. Upon hearing this, the Taoist also stifled his smile, his expression turning grave as he gazed towards the abyss. They exchanged a knowing glance, and words ceased between them. Surrounding them, chaos energy began to swirl, and the 2 figures, one azure and one violet, shot forth like meteors towards the all-consuming abyss of Goetiu. Slowly, they sank into the depths, just as their forms vanished into the darkness of the abyss. At the depths of the sea lies the location of the fragments of the celestial creation jade disk, concealed in a realm imperceptible, as if it had slumbered for countless epochs. Suddenly, a faint dark golden radiance flickered with an almost imperceptible shimmer. Following this, an enormous skeletal hand, cloaked in dark golden scales and resembling a withered claw, emanated a terrifying aura that made the very stars tremble. It stirred slightly, as if disturbed from its long slumber. Chapter 42. The Awakening of the Celestial Corpse. Is it fortune or trap? 2 streams of chaotic energy, azure and violet, plummeted like meteors into an endless abyss. The surrounding darkness was thick enough to swallow light and sound. Only the eternal, heart-stirring whirlpool of the sea resonated, echoing not just in the ears, but deep within the very soul. The further one descended, the greater the pressure became. Fragments of chaotic time, akin to invisible blades, viciously sliced through the protective chaos surrounding them. Occasionally, massive, dimly glowing remnants of imperial corpses or shattered imperial artifacts silently drifted through the darkness, swiftly pulled deeper into the whirlpool, becoming part of the void. Cang Hong and Dao Yi, two figures, were separated by mere yards, each enveloped in swirling, chaotic energy, maintaining a relatively stable domain to withstand this terrifying environment that could render ordinary emperors immobile. This cursed place was truly unfit for human habitation. Dao Yi Gurimajit, raising his hand to disperse a stream of chaotic time that attempted to encroach upon his realm. Within that temporal flow, the eerie sounds of a crying infant and the wails of an elderly man intermingled, creating a most bizarre atmosphere. He muttered to himself, pondering the reckless determination of that old fellow who had dragged several formidable foes into this abyss. Cang Hong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently below, where the location of the jade disk fragments became increasingly discernible. Yet, as he sensed, a certain life force beside the fragments appeared to be reviving gradually. This presence was cold, silent, yet exuded an overwhelming celestial pressure that transcended all paths of existence. Celestial corps, Cang Hong contemplated. Only beings that truly surpass emperors, who tread into the realm of immortality, could have their corpses endure the passage of eons, leaving behind such a terrifying aura. Even in death, it was not something an ordinary emperor could approach. Be cautious, Nyon is, Cang Hong warned, an unusual concern in his tone. There is something amiss down there. Did you really need to say that? Dao, he rolled his eyes, revealing an ancient Bagua mirror that had materialized in his hand. The mirror's surface shimmered, reflecting the darkness below. My Qingquan mirror is on the verge of shattering from the deathly aura emanating from that thing beneath. It is undoubtedly a complete celestial corpse. It is feared that this is not a natural demise, but rather a being subdued by an unparalleled celestial power, leaving behind a tumultuous amalgamation of resentment, deathly energy, and the brutal force unleashed by the shattering of celestial laws, all coalescing within the corpse, nurtured through countless epochs within the eye of the abyss. Heaven knows what kind of monstrosity it has transformed into. His expression grew grave. Cang Hong, are you certain you wish to descend further? It is not too late to turn back now. Turn back? Cang Hong glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Having come this far, would it not be a wasted journey to leave empty-handed? You. The venerable Dao, he was momentarily taken aback by his words, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Very well, your stubbornness prevails. But let me forewarn you, should that celestial corpse spring to life, I shall undoubtedly be the first to flee. Do not expect me to assist you. As you wish. The two fell silent, continuing their descent. After approximately half an hour of plunging deeper, the surrounding pressure became immense enough to effortlessly crush a quasi-emperor. The chaos of time and space forced them to slow their pace, cautiously navigating the invisible rifts and turbulent flows of the cosmic pathways. At last, within the endless depths of darkness ahead, a faint glimmer of dark golden light emerged. The light, though subtle, stood out like a beacon amidst the pure blackness. There, Dao Yi's eyes brightened, and the brilliance of his Qingquan mirror surged, illuminating the area. In the reflected light, they discerned a colossal dark golden skeleton, suspended at the source of the dim glow. The skeleton resembled a human form, towering 1,000 feet high, its bones shimmering in dark gold, intricately adorned with complex, profound natural celestial patterns. Despite having perished countless epochs ago, the skeleton remained translucent as jade, exuding a terrifying pressure that could freeze one's very soul. Nestled within the chest cavity, near the heart, a fragment roughly the size of a fist, radiating a gentle white light, quietly turned in place. It was indeed a shard of the celestial creation disk. The soft white radiance emitted by the shard contrasted sharply with the dark golden, deathly energy of the skeleton, yet they coexisted in an eerie harmony. The shard of the celestial creation disk. It truly is here. Dao Yi's breath quickened. However, his gaze was soon drawn to another aspect of the skeleton. At the brow of the skull, in an inconspicuous corner, a minute hourglass-shaped mark, no larger than a fingernail, emanated a faint temporal fluctuation, flickering in and out of visibility. The mark of the hourglass of time. Indeed, the imperial weapon of the Time Sovereign had once been lost here. Or perhaps the Time Sovereign had battled this celestial corpse and, in the final moments, infused a portion of the imperial weapon's power into its body. He trembled with excitement, having finally found it. Yet, Cang Hong's brow furrowed ever deeper. His gaze remained fixed on the dark golden celestial corpse, specifically on its hollow eye sockets. Just moments ago, he had distinctly seen two barely discernible dark red glimmers deep within those eye sockets. A faint flicker occurred. No, that's not right. Cang Hong exclaimed sharply. This celestial corpse is alive. Or rather, it is infested by something. No sooner had he spoken than boom. The dark golden celestial corpse, silent for countless epochs, abruptly opened its eyes. Within its eye sockets, 2 points of dark crimson light surged, transforming into 2 eerie, blood-red vertical pupils. In those pupils, an abyss of madness, malice, and a chilling indifference, akin to gazing down upon mere ants, reflected back. Roar! An indescribable, terrifying roar erupted from the chest of the celestial corpse, which no longer possessed vocal cords. It was not merely sound, but a piercing shriek that directly assaulted the very soul. Crack! The Qianquan mirror in the hands of the ancestor, Dao, shattered instantly. He himself felt as if struck by a heavy blow, violently spitting out a mouthful of Dao blood, his complexion turning pale in an instant. What in the world is this monstrous thing? Cang Hong felt a sharp pain in his soul, but it was swiftly soothed by the chaotic energy within him. His gaze turned icy as he looked at the awakened celestial corpse. No, at this moment, it could hardly be referred to as a celestial corpse anymore, for it had moved. The towering dark golden skeleton slowly raised its right arm. The massive hand, covered in dark golden scales, pointed in the direction of the two. Suddenly, it clenched. Buzz! The surrounding darkness instantly solidified. Endless deathly energy from the returned ruins, chaotic pathways, and fragments of time and space, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, transformed into strands of pitch-black chains, entangling the two. Each chain harbored terrifying power capable of strangling an ordinary great emperor. Unite! Cang Hong shouted fiercely, no longer holding back. The chaotic energy around him erupted violently, coalescing into a colossal chaotic sword that slashed down at the encroaching chains. Sizzle! Where the sword light passed, the dark chains shattered. Yet, the broken chains swiftly melded back into the darkness, reconstituting endlessly. Qianquan reversal. The path returns to origin. Ancestor Dao, he gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the shattered Qianquan mirror. The mirror's surface instantly restored itself, erupting with dazzling divine light, transforming into a vast, innate 8 trigrams diagram that shielded the two at its center, temporarily blocking the chain's lethal grip. This one do. That monstrous thing can summon the power of the entire Return Ruin's eye. We cannot outlast it. Ancestor Dao, Yi's expression darkened. We must obtain the item and leave at once. I will take the shard. You retrieve the time seal. Cang Hong decisively proclaimed. Agreed. The two exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. Cang Hong stepped forward, disregarding the wildly entwining chains around him, as the chaotic energy around him formed a straight path, aimed directly at the shattered creation jade plate embedded in the celestial corpse's chest. Ancestor Dao, on the other hand, shifted his form, becoming a fleeting stream of time, evading the frontal assault of the celestial corpse, and lunged toward the hourglass mark upon its forehead. How dare mere ants covet my possessions? The blood-red vertical pupils of the celestial corpse rotated, emitting a disjointed, haunting resonance filled with endless resentment and madness. It raised another bony hand and struck down fiercely at Cang Hong. Where the skeletal hand passed, the very fabric of space crumbled, and the deathly aura of the return to the void condensed into a tangible form, transforming into a massive, pitch-black skeletal palm that obscured the heavens. It bore the residual might of celestial principles, descending with immense force. Open! A flicker of fierce determination flashed into Cang Hong's eyes. He did not flinch or evade, raising his hand with fingers poised like a sword, and pointed directly at the descending skeletal palm, unleashing a single strike. Chaos unleashed. A grayish sword light erupted from his fingertip, swelling in the wind, and instantaneously transforming into a colossal sword 1,000 feet long. colliding violently with the obsidian skeletal palm. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted deep within the eye of the Return to the Void. The cataclysmic shockwave obliterated the countless drifting remnants of Imperial corpses and shattered stars, instantly evaporating them into nothingness. Cang Hong let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps, a trickle of golden Imperial blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze became even colder and sharper. The skeletal palm of the celestial corpse was forced back by his sword strike, a deep sword mark appearing in its palm, dark golden bone fragments cascading down. Now, Cang Hong shouted fiercely, surging forward once more. Seizing the moment when the celestial corpse's skeletal palm was thwarted, he dashed towards its chest, reaching for the glimmering white fragment of the creation jade disc. Meanwhile, Dao Ilaozu took advantage of the celestial corpse's attention being drawn to Cang Hong. Successfully approaching its brow, he quickly formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, as a time rune was infused into the hourglass imprint. Time reversal. Imprint restored. Buzz. The hourglass imprint trembled violently, erupting with resplendent divine light of time, automatically peeling away from the celestial corpse's brow, transforming into a palm-sized crystalline hourglass that fell into Dao Ilaozu's hands. "I've got it," Dao Ilaozu exclaimed with delight. However, just as the two were on the verge of success, an unforeseen change occurred. Boom! The fragment of the creation jade disc on the celestial corpse's chest and the hourglass imprint just detached from its brow simultaneously erupted with a bizarre, dark red radiance. Amidst the brilliance, twisted, malevolent, and chaotic black runes spread out like venomous serpents, frantically burrowing into the two men's bodies through their contact. Not good. It's a trap. This thing has been tainted. Their faces changed drastically. In their minds, a maniacal, chilling laughter filled with malice suddenly surfaced. "Ha ha ha! Gangong, don't we? Do you like the gift I have prepared for you? This is a celestial aberration seed that I have meticulously cultivated over 10,000 years using the power of blood curses. It will merge with your Tao fruits, corrode your souls, and distort your great paths. Ultimately, it will transform you into beings like this celestial corpse, knowing only slaughter and destruction. Celestial aberrations. I am eager to witness your expressions when your most trusted companion suddenly transforms into a vengeful specter. Yun Maasta, it is you, Doi." Filled with a tumult of rage and despair, frantically exerted his spiritual power, striving to expel the encroaching, sinister black runes that invaded his being. Yet, those runes clung to him like a malignant growth, intricately entwined with the path of his temporal essence, making them exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Cang Hong also sensed a chilling, chaotic force brimming with malice surging through his arm, attempting to taint his chaotic Tao fruit and erode his imperial soul. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. System. Purify. Ding. Host detected as being afflicted by the blood curse of a celestial aberration, triggering automatic defense mechanism. Consuming 10,000 points of primordial power to initiate chaotic purification. Purification in progress. A refreshing, pure essence, seemingly emanating from a higher dimension of chaos, surged forth from Cang Hong's body, swiftly enveloping, disintegrating, and purifying the encroaching dark runes. In the span of a breath, all traces of corruption vanished into thin air. Cang Hong's arm trembled, forcibly dispersing the dark red light emanating from the fragment of the creation jade dish, which he secured firmly in his grasp. What? June Master's frenzied laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by incredulity and fury. How could you possibly enough with the trivialities? Cang Hong's gaze remained icy, disregarding the fragment entirely as he swiftly struck the chest of the celestial corpse with an open palm. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, causing the towering dark golden celestial corpse to stagger back several paces. Nyo, let us go. He seized the struggling Dao Yi, who was battling against the encroachment, and transformed into a stream of chaotic light, racing towards the pinnacle of the Return to Ruin CEI. Attempting to flee, June Master's furious voice echoed once more. "Celestial aberration, leave them to me." Roar. The dark golden celestial corpse emitted an unwilling roar, its deathly aura surging, morphing into a colossal shadowy hand that sought to seize the two fleeing figures. Begone. Cang Hong did not look back, unleashing a sword strike. The blade cleaved through the ghostly hand but caused him to stumble, blood trickling from his lips. Yet he did not slow his pace, propelling Dao forward like an arrow against the current, breaking through layers of deathly energy and chaotic pathways, racing toward a faint glimmer of light above. Desperate escape. Pursue. They must not be allowed to live. June Master's exasperated voice resonated deep within the CEI. The dark golden celestial corpse lunged forward, relentlessly chasing, each step shaking the very foundation of the return to ruin CEI. However, Cang Hong's speed was unparalleled, especially in this dire moment. The chaotic Dao carved a path, nearly disregarding all obstacles. In mere moments, the faint light symbolizing the exit of the return to ruin CEI grew increasingly clearer. Hurry, we are nearly there. Dao Yi's countenance was ashen, his breath feeble, yet a glimmer of survival ignited within his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic stream of light shattered the final barrier of deathly energy surrounding the Guishu, surging forth from the all-consuming whirlpool, and returning to the relatively tranquil starry expanse of Guishu's periphery. He emerged. Dao Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Cang Hong also halted, casting a glance back at the still whirling Guishu whirlpool, where the faint echoes of the unwilling roars of celestial corpses resonated, his gaze icy. Yun Master, I shall remember this debt, he murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lowering his head, he regarded the piece of jade-like, now pure creation jade disc fragment in his palm. Within the shard, fragmented visions appeared to reflect certain incomplete images, a shattered celestial palace, an endless sea of blood, collapsing stars, and cries of despair. Among these, a blurred figure crowned with an imperial diadem, treading upon the wheel of reincarnation, surrounded by an endless array of blood curse runes, a terrifying silhouette. The blood curse, celestial aberration of the chaotic era, Cang Hong murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with cold light. It seemed certain matters were far more troublesome than he had anticipated. He stowed the fragment away and turned his attention to the feeble Dao Yi, who was desperately suppressing the internal corruption. Can you hold on? I won't die. Dao Yi gritted his teeth, managing a smile more grotesque than tears. However, I must find a place to enter seclusion and expel this cursed entity. Otherwise, I may very well become a monster. To my upper realm, Cang Hong suggested, there lies a place of purification. He paused, glancing towards the endless starry sky, the direction of the upper realm, his brow furrowing slightly. A sudden surge of foreboding washed over him. There may be trouble at home. We must return swiftly. At that moment, outside the upper realm, at the foot of the Ling Peak, several figures draped in black robes, exuding a chilling and eerie aura, silently tore through the last layer of protective array enveloping the mountain. Chapter 43. The Awakening of the Three Ancestors. Annihilation of families or stars. Outside the Ling Peak, the night was as dark as ink, the starlight dim. The protective array that once shielded the mountain now appeared as if an invisible giant hand had rent it asunder, revealing a ghastly fissure. The edges of the rift were chaotic with spiritual energy, the array pattern shattered, emitting a mournful hiss. The figures cloaked in black, with their cold and eerie presences, floated through the fissure like phantoms. The leader wielded a bizarre bone spike, continuously dripping with a murky green liquid, its tip still emitting corrosive black smoke, the very bone spike of erosion, a prized artifact of the underworld's judges. Quickly, the target is at the summit's courtyard. While that old ghost Cang Hong is absent, and the 4 ancestors and 9 ancestors are entangled in feigned attacks from others, we must act decisively. Capture the chaotic Dao body and retreat immediately. The urgent commands echoed within the minds of the group. They moved with remarkable swiftness, their forms merging into the shadows, silently advancing towards the dimly lit courtyard atop the peak. Within the courtyard, Lu sat beneath the lamp, meticulously mending a worn garment for her son, Xianxia. At over 4 years of age, he had grown more rapidly and robustly than his peers, rendering his clothes inadequate in no time. She sewed with great concentration, a gentle smile gracing her lips, utterly oblivious to the disturbances in the surrounding formations. Or perhaps, due to her cultivation, she simply could not perceive the imminent threat posed by the at least quasi-emperor-level assassins who had stealthily infiltrated. Xianxia lay asleep on a small bed nearby, his breathing steady, a sweet smile on his cherubic face, as if he were dreaming of something delightful. Little did they know, peril was now within arm's reach. Now, strike! The leader of the cloaked figures revealed a glint of malice in his eyes as he hurled the bone-corroding spike with ferocity, transforming it into a dark green streak of light that shot straight towards the courtyard's door. Simultaneously, the others launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of venomous and lethal techniques aimed at the vital points, swiftly sealing off any escape routes for the courtyard. This assault was potent enough to obliterate the entire courtyard, along with the mother and son, in an instant. However, just as the bone-corroding spike was about to pierce the door, a low hum resonated. Above the courtyard, in the previously tranquil night sky, a barely perceptible dark red light flickered momentarily. Following this, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. Centered around that dark red point, the entire night sky fractured like a mirror, splintering inch by inch. Where the cracks spread, time, space, light, and sound, all were abruptly frozen in place. The hurtling, bone-corroding spike, the attacking cloaked figures, the falling leaves, and the flickering flames, all were suspended in stasis, as if trapped in amber. Only the dark red light gradually expanded, transforming into a towering phantom, seemingly forged from endless blood and slaughter. The silhouette was indistinct, its visage obscured. All that could be discerned was that it donned tattered dark red armor, marked by the scars of countless blades and stained with dried, blackened blood. In its grasp, it wielded a similarly damaged dark red spear, exuding a murderous aura that dimmed the very stars. The phantom merely stood there, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter that surpassed all living beings, as if it had mercilessly extinguished millions of lives and shattered countless stars. This overwhelming presence erupted, engulfing the entire celestial forbidden zone. Thud, thud, thud. Within the celestial realm, countless disciples engaged in cultivation, duty, or patrol, including several elders, found themselves unable to withstand the raw, unmasked imperial might of slaughter. They collapsed to the ground, faces ashen, souls trembling. It was not reverence, but sheer terror, a primal fear rooted in the instinct of life, a visceral dread of death and annihilation. What was this? The atmosphere of terror from slaughter is palpable, even more ferocious than the thunderous might of the four ancestors. Who could it be? Which venerable ancestor has awakened? Gasps of astonishment echo across the land. Deep within the ancestral grounds, in the ancient burial site of past ancestors, lies an ancient coffin, forged entirely from dark red metal, seemingly stained by the blood of countless epochs. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid soars into the sky. From within the coffin, a figure slowly rises. He appears remarkably youthful, his features chiseled and austere, his eyes tightly shut, and a dark red vertical mark gracing his forehead, resembling an unblinking third eye. Clad in simple dark red attire, his physique is as formidable as that of a leopard. Although he does not exude a striking aura, the moment he opens his eyes, the entire celestial forbidden zone, with all its murderous intent, martial energy, and the very essence of war, seems to be summoned, rushing toward him frantically, coalescing into a towering dark red phantom behind him, brandishing a war spear. The phantom roars silently toward the heavens, dimming the stars above. How noisy! The youthful figure speaks slowly, his voice hoarse and dry, as if he has not uttered a word in eons. He gently rotates his wrist and stretches his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Then, raising his head, he gazes in the direction of the spirit-gathering peak. In his dark red eyes, devoid of emotion, lies a chilling, pure intent to kill that could freeze one's very soul. A swarm of oblivious mosquitoes. He rises slowly, stepping out of the coffin, his figure vanishing within the burial ground. When he reappears, it is above the frozen spirit-gathering peak, at the center of the towering shadow of slaughter. He looks down upon the black-robed figures below, as if observing a colony of ants, mere lackeys of the foul creatures from the underworld and the ragtag birds of the Golden Pong clan. He speaks slowly, his voice not loud, but resonant, echoing within the depths of each black-robed individual's soul, causing them to tremble to the core. Did you truly believe that my clan's ancestors lay dormant, that the grand ancestor has departed, leaving no one to maintain order? He raises his right hand, gently grasping downward. Boom! The towering shadow of slaughter mirrors his action, forcefully gripping the figures clad in black below. No! The leading black-robed figure erupts in a desperate scream, yearning to struggle, to self-destruct, yet beneath the overwhelming pressure of slaughter's imperial might, he cannot even twitch a finger. He can only watch helplessly as the dark red giant hand, formed from the pure essence of Slaughter's laws, seizes him along with his companions, their attacks, their treasured artifacts, and even the storage rings on their fingers, all firmly grasped within its palm. Then, with a soft pop, as if crushing ripe berries, the dark red giant hand slowly opens. The palm is empty. Only a few wisps of black smoke lingered, a testament to the presence of a few souls that once inhabited this place, their essence extinguished, leaving not a trace behind, along with the bone-corroding spike and other nefarious artifacts, all dissolved into nothingness. A profound stillness enveloped the entire Yuling Peak, shrouding the heavens themselves. The members of the Cang clan who witnessed this scene stood in disbelief, mouths agape, eyes wide, their throats dry, rendered speechless. How utterly ruthless! That was at least 5 or 6 beings of quasi-emperor caliber, and the treasures of the underworld. Just like that, they were crushed. The 3 ancestors, an elder, his voice trembling with incredulity and excitement, finally recognized the dark crimson figure and the murderous apparition it represented. It was the war emperor of slaughtering heaven, the Cang ancestor of slaughter. He has awakened. What? The ancestor? The legendary figure who once proved his path through bloodshed, annihilating all beings in a vast world? My heavens! The ancestor is still alive, and he has awakened. Gasps of astonishment spread like a tide. At the summit of Yuling Peak, in a small courtyard, Lucia finally lifted her head, belatedly glancing out the window. She beheld the towering dark crimson apparition, alongside the cold, godlike visage of a youthful figure. Her complexion turned ashen, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet in her arms, Cang Shan seemed stirred by the commotion outside, groggily opening his eyes, rubbing them, and peering out the window. Upon seeing the dark crimson figure, he did not recoil in fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with delight as he pointed with his small finger, exclaiming with innocent enthusiasm, "The big red giant! So handsome!" In the heavens above, Cang Lu appeared to have heard Cang Chen's joyful exclamations. His dark crimson eyes slowly descended, landing upon the exquisite child in the courtyard, where he met the gaze of Cang Chen, which was pure and clear, yet held the mysteries of primordial chaos. A fleeting ripple of emotion flickered across his icy demeanor. A chaos-Dao body. My elder brother has indeed found a fine seedling, he murmured to himself, before his gaze turned cold once more, fixating on the endless starry sky, in the direction of the Golden Peng clan. The Golden Peng clan. It seems my past endeavors were not thorough enough. You still dare to extend your hands over my Cang clan. He gradually raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and gently traced a line through the void. Seal of slaughtering heaven. Subdue. Annihilate. The words were uttered with an air of nonchalance. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the infinitely distant starry expanse, in the region of the ancestral star of the Golden Peng clan. A once resplendent sky now darkened. Without warning, an enormous handprint, forged entirely from the dark crimson laws of slaughter, materialized out of thin air, covering the entire star domain. The size of the handprint seemed capable of crushing stars with a mere grasp. Upon the imprint of a hand, the swirling patterns of slaughter emanate a terrifying aura that sends shivers through the souls of countless beings across the heavens. What is that? An enemy attack. Quickly, activate the protective array of our clan. Ancestor, help! On the ancestral star of the Golden Peng, chaos erupted instantaneously, with fearful screams and wailing cries reverberating through the cosmos. The ancient ancestor of the Golden Peng sensed the disturbance immediately, rushing forth from the depths of the secret palace. Upon witnessing the colossal handprint of slaughter that obscured the sun and the moon, his countenance turned as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. The emperor of slaughtering heaven. It is Cang Lu, that god of death. He has awakened. No, great Emperor Cang Lu, spare me. The Golden Peng clan acknowledges its mistakes. We shall never dare again. Please, I beseech you. Before the words of supplication could be fully uttered, a resounding boom echoed as the dark red handprint descended with devastating force. No. The ancient ancestor of the Golden Peng let out a desperate, soul-wrenching scream, igniting all his essence and even attempting to elevate himself to the utmost limit for one final stand. Yet it was futile. In the face of such an absolute disparity in power, all struggles were in vain. The handprint fell. Bang! The ancestral star of the Golden Peng, a life-bearing ancient star that had existed for countless epochs and once shone brilliantly, along with the billions of Golden Peng clansmen, countless palaces, formations, treasures, and legacies, along with the very ancestor who had just knelt in supplication, was instantaneously reduced to cosmic dust. Not even a ripple was stirred. Only a circle of dark red ripples of slaughter radiated outward from the site of the ancestral star, gradually erasing nearby subordinate stars as well. Henceforth, among all the myriad races of the heavens, the Golden Peng clan was expunged. After accomplishing this, Cang slowly retracted his finger, as if merely brushing off dust. His gaze, cold as ice, swept across other directions in the starry expanse. There lay the hidden strongholds of Xianxia, remnants of the underworld, and the forces lurking in the cycle cave. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their fate? His chilling voice, akin to the whisper of death, penetrated the endless void, resonating deep within the souls of those who spied. Several muffled groans and cries of anguish arose throughout the starry sky. Those probing minds, akin to being seared by raging flames, were instantaneously severed and annihilated. No one dared to gaze upon the heavens again. Only then did Cang slowly withdraw his gaze, directing it toward the Cang clan below. All of you disperse. Those who should cultivate, cultivate. Those who should stand guard, stand guard. Should there be another occurrence, let a few mosquitoes find their way into the home. His tone turned frigid, imbued with undeniable murderous intent. The elder on guard is to take his own life in atonement. Having spoken, he paid no further heed to the crowd, taking a single step, his figure vanishing into the air. The towering specter of slaughter also slowly dissipated, leaving behind only the chilling words and the horrific reality of the Golden Peng clan being eradicated by a single palm, weighing heavily upon the hearts of every Cang clan disciple and all powers among the myriad races of the heavens. The Emperor of Slaughtering Heaven, Cang. In a moment of profound sacrifice, the fourth generation severed their own ties to affirm their path. Their awakening heralds the revelation of the fangs of the Cang clan, now fully exposed. At this very instant, beyond the eye of the returning ruins, Cang Hong and Ancestor Dao Yi, who had just surged forth and were hastening back to the celestial realm, felt an uncanny resonance simultaneously. They abruptly turned their gazes towards the direction of the Golden Peng clan, and also towards the celestial realm. This ominous aura of slaughter caused Ancestor Dao Yi's countenance to shift slightly. Is it your notorious third sibling? Has he awakened? Cang Hong observed the slowly dissipating dark red ripples of slaughter emanating from the Golden Peng clan, simultaneously sensing the overwhelming imperial aura of slaughter rising from the celestial realm. And his brow gradually unfurled. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. It seems that there is no need for us to worry at home, at least for the time being. His temper remains as explosive as ever. With a decisive gesture of annihilation, he shook his head, unwilling to linger any longer. Let us return to see the third brother, and perhaps to eliminate the pests plaguing our household.